So you guys have Vitality coming up. Pretty fun, pretty exciting. You know, the French-German rivalry. I'm just going to make that up on the spot. I guess it's a real thing. Gob, what does that look like for you on these days when you got to go get ready for another match?
I wake up pretty early, at 7 or so. Then I go to the practice room. I look up our games. I look up the games or the maps we play against the opponent. And then I think of how can we beat them while watching their games. Then telling my analyst to look up maybe some stuff, what I want to abuse, or like if my read is correct, like he double checks it. And then doing some media stuff, chilling a little bit, and then go practice with the team later.
Do you ever think that since Gob B's around, do you ever think, man, I'm just learning something standing here? Like we're just standing here, I'm learning something right now, you know?
Yeah, definitely. Like when we were preparing for Navi yesterday, we were coming to the practice room. He was there and like, you have to learn this smoke, this Molotov, this flash. If you fail it, I'm gonna leave. I'm gonna get a red card from referee. I'm just gonna leave. I wanna watch the game with my cameraman.
Das ist nicht gut.
Not good. So we glad we didn't fail it. I think it was close to that he's leaving, but yeah, it's like sometimes the ideas are crazy, but it's insane. Like,
What would you say the vibe is in the camp? Are you guys having fun? You know, I know we're about winning here. This is a competition at the end of the day, but is there fun being had, Gob? Are you having fun?
Yeah, I have a lot of fun. Even if we are losing, it makes some fun, you know, like, I mean, I like to win. It's more fun to win, but it's like still I enjoy the work. I enjoy the work with the team. So this is a good sign. Now, if the winning comes along, I will take it any time. But at the moment, we have a good chemistry. We have a good team vibe. It's definitely not. We are not losing because of that. We are losing because of experience and also sometimes pressure. So we need to tell ourselves this needs some time, but we're doing kind of great in case of that we are putting the hours in and having a good vibe.
Doing the work. And then you've got to go play in front of this big arena, Jeunesse, I think it's called. So does that make you a little like, oh, Lord, what am I going to do?
I mean, I think the hardest thing was last year, a major, was FURIA, the 2-0 game. It was crazy. Like, you were playing the round starts, everything below you is shaking, the whole stage is shaking, they are chanting and stuff like that. So, yeah, I was really enjoying this experience. So, I'm looking forward to tomorrow, but I don't think I think I won't be that probably nervous and stuff like that, like I've been last year, playing my first game in Dallas, or the second stage game versus FURIA in front of the crowd. So yeah, it's gonna be great.
Yuri.
How are you?
I'm good, man. How are you?
I'm fine.
Question straight away. Simple. Was playing CS with Neymar.
Yeah. I see.
So we're gonna buy him out and putting him to Furia.
No, I don't know. Maybe.
Drop. Come on.
Like the idea?
We're saying Neymar was playing CS with Simple. Yeah. So should we bring him to Furia?
Maybe. We'll see soon.
You're not worried. You'll keep your position. So who goes? Who leaves the team?
I think we're gonna buy the roster with 6 players.
Oh, okay. So 6 players will just have Simple on the bench.
No,
I'll go to the bench for him.
Oh wow. Drop's like, okay, I'll just chill. We'll just watch, play a few games, lift a trophy or two. You know, it's not too bad.
Yeah, that's what I want.
Now, yesterday, okay, you didn't win versus Cloud9. My mind says you did this so you would have the crowd for all days.
Yesterday we did a good game. I think we played better than them, but I lost some important rounds. But now you can play in 4 days in the arena.
So it's 3 days of Fury in the arena. This is perfect.
Yeah. The fans like it. So yeah, just gonna do our game and let's see.
Now, I feel like at the moment, it's great. I don't want mosquitoes on me. Sorry, dead. Now, I will say, though, that you guys look in good shape. In Rio, do you feel like this time you can lift it? You feel like you can go further than you did before?
Yeah, I think the feeling is the same. The major. I think it was an amazing feeling. So I think it's the same feeling, you know. And we're getting better and better. But we have just one day to see what we did, the mistakes. But yeah, we're in a good shape.
There's a lot of work for it as well. Now, Drop, your performance has looked a lot better here at this event. You feel in better shape? You feel extra motivation?
Yeah, sure. I mean, I'm feeling confident during the games, during what we talk about to do, and we are doing it with excellence, I would say. So yeah, and I think the question you asked Yuri, we are feeling the same, but now we know we are playing better CS.
Okay.
So I think we have better chances now.
So extra level of confidence.
Yeah, sure.
You actually were interviewing your own teammates before Testes. You enjoyed that.
Yeah, did I? Yeah, I guess I did.
How are you guys feeling though? It's been a pretty fun event so far.
Yeah, you know, you said you had a bumpy ride in this van with Navi. I think our tournament has been pretty bumpy as well, you know. Playing with Exist, playing with Yabby being ill, you know, just not being able to do the things we usually do.
I'm going to question the Yabby being ill though, because Yabby being ill turned into a Super Saiyan performance yesterday, dude.
Yeah, I think maybe Nip tried to push him because I think he was still feeling bad, and yeah, I think that didn't turn out too good.
How was it though when you're talking to him? Were you actually still worried that he could be ill?
Not yesterday that much. I think everyone was pretty sure that he was going to play. It's more the day before that was extremely bad, and he almost didn't talk, and yeah, then we knew there was a chance of it. But yeah, actually we have something in the team when people are sick, they are almost playing better in some way, and also it happened in Katowice where Kasper was like, he was calling extremely good, and he's obviously always doing that, but he's always like feeling it, and if someone is sick, they're somehow turning up still.
And Caden, you're very experienced, not just playing as sick, but you're breaking bones and stuff like that, you know, being in bad situations. Is this just, you like to play everything on hard mode, heroic hard mode?
I think what we talked about in Blast with the winning in Royal Arena was that, you know, when there's nothing, we'll win. You know, when there's nothing, we'll win. Until then, we can manage to still do good. But I think it's difficult when there's always some obstacle along the way. But you just have to try and conquer it and beat it. But yeah, I think, you know, Madsen said that he was feeling confident that Yabby would play yesterday, or like he would do good. I was not entirely at the same situation, because like he was also feeling better the day before, and then in the middle of the game he just had to leave. So, you know, I think you can't take it for granted that he would play, and yeah, it was just great that he did, and I think the playoff spot is super deserved. Maybe the bracket would have looked a bit different if Yabby would have been ready all the way, but it is what it is.
Now, I did see you were playing football with BT. Did you win?
Yeah, I mean,
of course you got.
I actually smashed him pretty hard, to be honest. But the thing is, he's actually really good, and we also played with him at the major in Antwerp, and he knows some tricks. He's a good trickster, yeah. We played with Liminia as well. Liminia a bit more questionable. He had his good moments, he had his bad moments.
He's a bit of a wild guy.
He is, but you know, we really like Liminia and Bit and Felipe. You know, they're always good guys, and whenever we meet them at events, it's always with like smiles and hugs and stuff like this. And when you travel so much, you know, it's just like seeing those familiar faces who you enjoy being with. It means a lot. So yeah, we like the guys a lot.
Yeah, that's what I love about those guys. Every time you see them, friendly, just happy, and they're like us right there. You just enjoy being here. They enjoy the whole ride of it all. But are you guys still allowed to play a lot of football, considering the injuries and stuff that happens? Testes, have you been told yet, guys? Please, can we be careful?
Yeah, well, we probably should consider it, right? But nothing is holding us back for the moment.
You're still having to do
Yeah, still risking it, I would say.
He lost his ankle once, and now he's like super scared of moving around when we play. That's one thing. But there was also a time where, you know, tensions go high. Nobody wants to lose. Testes lost. And what was it you did? What did you do when you lost?
Okay, yes. Yeah, that was a bad. Okay, so it was like troll, and I have no idea how it turned out to be so bad. But we were like on a football pitch, and then I lost, and then I like punched like in the ground, but it was like it was like this, right? It was not that hard. Not that hard, and then like my ligament was like stretched or something.
Your mouse hand.
Yeah, and then there was like a bone fracture too.
What?
Yes. Yes, and then I had to play with fucking tape the whole tournament, and then I came back home and found out like I had to go with chin or something. What is it called?
So this wasn't even football. This was just you losing it.
Rage, pure rage.
Do you know what? I'm surprised we've not had a player hit the desk, do something like that, right? We see a lot of desk slams, a lot of anger come out eventually, which is fine. It's a passionate game, but we've not had anyone just do it and then they can't play afterwards or something. It's probably going to sadly happen at some point. Be careful, players. Watch yourself. Don't hurt yourself. We need you to play your hands. Do you have insurance?
Yeah, but yeah, but I don't think it's that. I don't know if it's like like when it's
Self-inflicted insurance companies, please reach out to Heroic. It might be needed. Hello, boys. How we doing?
Good.
he looks very tired.
Yeah, no days off, so yeah, I'm really tired. Another day with media day. I'm so fucking happy.
You should have got to semis, mate. You should have had a day off.
Yeah, but I was too tired the first day, so we lost the first game. So that's why.
All these tired excuses. You should be used to this by now. Are you accepting this excuse?
I will give him a message after because he needs it.
We probably won't bring the cameras. Yeah, don't bring the cameras.
Not for
Don't
the-
need camera.
My girlfriend would see this, guys.
It's all fine. It's just a lie. None of this is real. None of this is happening. Zoe, you were saying to Freya on the desk, the capybaras. You like them?
Yeah, of course. It's beautiful. Yeah, it's really good.
Freya told me you can adopt them. You can adopt them and take them back with you.
Imagine in the plane you have this on the seats. Oh, capybara, what are you doing? No. Maybe not.
You don't want a pet capybara?
No, I prefer dogs.
Okay, dogs. Will you come with me and Freya to go visit them, though? Would you like to come as well, Magis? We're going to go visit them and go see them in the wild.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, of course.
There we go. Now, did you guys see that...
I prefer Enma, actually.
Yeah. Okay. Ah.
Because
Okay, come on. No, come on.
no, because every time we practice, we can hurt this dog, so we make funny of it.
So in a clutch, you're all sat there, everything's really quiet, and then you just hear, Mark, Magis, stop.
Yeah, and we can hurt Emil. Oh, den Captain.
What does that mean? We're going to keep walking, moving forward with these guys. Now, did you see Simple has been playing CS with Neymar?
Who's playing CS? Who's name?
Simple.
Oh yeah, I saw this picture. Yeah, it's good. You have some holidays. It's fine for him.
You reckon you should play with Neymar as well?
If he invites us, yeah, let's go. But we don't have day off, so.
I'm theory crafting. Do you think Neymar will buy Simple out from Navi and put him onto Furia?
Imagine this. It can be crazy actually, but I don't think so. I don't think so.
Would one of you go with Magis? If Neymar tried to buy you, would you let him?
I mean, it really depends on the salary.
It's all about money. All about money.
Okay. Tell me, how much would it cost for Neymar to buy you?
For this big boy.
Yeah, I don't know. With my recent form, I guess it's not that expensive.
Wow. What price would you put on Magisk?
Yeah, I know, but I don't know what is correct one. 2 million maybe? I don't know.
2 million, do you accept?
No, I want to play with this guy.
Okay, what's the package deal? How do we buy both of you together for Neymar? Come on, think of a price together.
Probably 10 million in himself. Of course. He's the best player in the world right now. I'm sorry, but you are expensive. Look, he doesn't like when I'm talking good about him. He's like, oh.
How you doing, dude?
Good, and you?
Oh no, I'm just reading your tweets. You own one. How you feeling?
Which one?
Specifically the one with Nell. I was like, damn, got him. Jesus. How you feeling? You're feeling it that moment? You're like, yeah.
Now, sometimes I feel I have to answer once a month, really roughly, to people when they talk shit and when they know nothing. So I had to do it yesterday.
Once a month is, I think acceptable. You know, once a month. So what else have you been doing? You've got today for media. So what are you going to do today?
Well, right now we have media with Zawu. They had media before, but I wasn't there. I didn't needed to be there, so it's fine. Mm-hmm. Then we have some talk with the team for tomorrow's game, obviously, and some time off because we went from Copenhagen to here. No days off for 1 week and a half.
Are you tired?
A bit, yes. So we just need some time off for ourselves and to get ready for a big game tomorrow.
Yeah. Okay. So the last time you were in Brazil versus now, what changes?
Well, the team is really different, to be honest. Our 2022 was really disappointing, and we tried to get much better for this year, work much better, work in a better way, And I think we showed that even though we didn't go too far in tournaments, we lost 2 quarters all the time. But that's fine. I mean, we're improving. We reach playoff all the time. And if I see improvement, I'm fine. So now we need to improve again and go at least to semi or final.
But really, Dan, what is your favorite part of Brazil?
Caipirinhas.
You got me there. I'm not going to lie. I was not expecting that of all answers. So you're a big fan of the caipirinhas? Caipirinhas?
Yes. It's decent, I would say.
It'll catch up with you real fast, right?
Yeah.
So maybe after media day, because it's beautiful out here, right?
Yeah, it is. But not today. No. I'm not allowed today to drink any alcohol. My manager is close to me, so let's be honest. No. For next day after the win, most likely.
Hey, don't worry. No one can hear us. No one will see this. He can't hear us right now. It's fine. Anyway, you guys going to take it home this time or what?
I hope so. I mean, I'm not... I don't know the future, but I wish we will go far at least for the tournament to get some confidence for the Paris Major. That's why I want us to go far in this tournament. It's to gain more confidence for the next future.
Intel Extreme Masters Rio is brought to you in part by Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, US Air Force, 1xBet, and Monster Energy.
Rafa really making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. IMSI is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of matches got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win.
And it's all done. And Charlotte's winning.
Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic.
And they did it again in the grand finals. It's Nobu!
Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
This is the Intel Extreme Masters Rio playoffs, and this is the final chapter in our 6 remaining teams' roads to glory. And glory not just coming in the form of a magnificent trophy, not just as the lion's share of $250,000 prize money, but also the first notch on a newly reset Intel Grand Slam and the strawberry on top of this Bolo de Rolo, a place at IEM Cologne 2023. We've got so much tasty Counter-Strike to sink our teeth into, so let's head on inside the arena. And that is for very good reason indeed, because the teams are already up bright and early and arriving here in the Jeunesse. Vitality first on the cards, and the first time they'll be getting to play on this very stage in front of the crowd after missing out on the major playoffs last year. We can see Spinks large and in charge leading the pack alongside an ever reliable Zaru as they hope to make a deep run here in Brazil before heading over to Paris. The big boys from the big clan lay in wait as their opponents up next. The first time they have made an IEM playoffs since Dallas last year. A lot on the line for the Germans as they will also be entering the arena. We've seen an absolutely informed Fazen. Keto also lying up the rear there as well. And yeah, Big ready to be taking to the stage here. Gentlemen, we are so excited to be getting this action underway in what is an absolutely beautiful Jeunesse. Peacemaker, I know it feels good to be back in Brazil, back with the crowd as well.
Yeah, excited to be here, back in Brazil. I mean, it means a lot to me, for the Brazilian fans, for Counter-Strike fans. This is a beautiful arena. The weather is really nice outside. I'm sure everybody's in a good mood, ready for some great Counter-Strike.
Yeah, and there's one burning question, Freya, that everyone's thinking right now is, what the hell is Bolo de Rolo?
Bolo de Rolo, well, Peacemaker, you're probably a better expert to describe this, but I believe it's a roll cake
roll
with
cake.
jam in the middle,
Yeah.
like a roly-poly, we'd call it in England, obviously.
You can put basically anything inside it, like a chocolate, caramel, like you can fill it with the.
Now we're
with a-
talking.
Yeah.
No jam.
Yeah.
You don't like jam?
Jam is kind of boring.
I mean,
Yeah,
anybody
jam
in the
is
UK,
boring.
man.
Let's go.
Oh, man. Can you make a bolo de rolo, peacemaker? Are you a
I
baker?
can't, but I'm sure my mom can.
And strawberries on top as well. I was right with that, or is there something more traditional you would put on top of a bolo de rolo?
No, not really. Like usually it's just, I don't know, some people put cinnamon on top of it.
Ooh.
Uh,
Very nice.
Sounds
Very
tasty.
tasty. Yeah. Well, I'm sure we'll be chewing on that later on. But let's chew on what the teams are also playing for here. As of course, we touched on the Intel Grand Slam reset, as FaZe did claim that back at EPL as well. So yeah, potentially a chance for the teams to be taking that one as well, alongside a spot at IEM Cologne. I know Big, they're going to be very hyped about that one as well, Peacemaker.
Yeah, I mean, it's very important for them, right? Especially after bombing out from the major, very disappointing from them. And then they here, I think they're one of the teams that, had most to gain from this event. They made it to the arena now. And now if they finally are able to win a tournament like this, that guarantees them a spot in Cologne, home turf, to be able to play in front of the crowd. It's been a while. I think it would matter the world for them.
Yeah, regardless of the Cologne spot, if Big somehow manages to win this tournament,
That would be
they
insane.
won't. Spoilers, they won't. But yeah, it would be a massive deal. And I think just in general, for me personally, Cologne is the pinnacle event in the calendar, year in and year out. The crowd, the organization, the arena, the fans, the stage, everything is top notch. And also, more importantly, it might be the first large event with CS2.
Maybe.
Who knows?
Maybe.
Who knows? Maybe not.
The rumor mill is
We'll see how it
circulating.
looks like, but that would add some extra level of hype to an already incredibly hype event.
That would be super hype. And I feel like the interesting conversation with the IGS as well, obviously, as we reiterated, FaZe managing to claim that back at EPL. This is the first chance, for somebody to get this first initial notch. And they'll be wanting to do that and potentially be maybe the last team in CSGO to get the IGS. I don't know. The jury's out on that one, Peacemaker.
Yeah, I mean, that would be huge, right? And I mean, for all these teams, especially for the bigs of the world, for a team like Heroic, who's not like usually winning these big events, for FURIA, for all those teams that are not very common in terms of like making it to the finals. I mean, it means the world if they're able to, get that victory under their belts.
But specifically about the Intel Grand Slam, I mean, listen, this event and Dallas will both count, and they're positioned around the major. So you'll have a lot of teams sort of in flux depending on the results, like we have here a little bit based off of the RMR results. I mean, a team like Heroic or Cloud9 even, like Cloud9 is actually a good shout. They could go on a run here, win this event, win Dallas, and all of a sudden they're the returning champions in Dallas, and all of a sudden you have 2 notches, you just need 2 more, right? And you have a lot of events to do it. So I think it would be wise for these teams to put some extra effort and get those notches in the Grand Slam.
Especially because when CS2 comes, there's a lot of uncertainty about it, right? So then for some of these teams, let's say they kick off with a good start in CS2 and you already have a Inter Grand Slam, like 1 victory, you need only 2 more, as Janko said. Like all of a sudden you just win 1 more event and you're really close up winning the Grand Slam. So it means a lot. It means
Big
a lot.
Millie, we love that. Gentlemen, before we do dive into anything else, I do want to take time to appreciate some of these views, because somewhere up there, we've got some commentators ready for a check-in.
So we've had our day off and we've transitioned, of course, to a bit more of a louder arena for the rest of it. We're still in our happy hidey hole. This is the casting desk we've been using throughout the event. Myself and Chad will be bringing you the first game. We got ourselves a cheeky one, Big versus Vitality. And I think there's a lot of things to say about these teams, considering they lock horns now for different reasons.
Yeah, right. The motivations are definitely different between 2 of these teams. We heard from Vitality, confidence wanting to build going into the major, but a win, right? You want to win. That's the same situation with Big. They're here for the W. Sure, they can't play the major, but this is the event that's right in front of them here. So the goal remains the same for both of these teams. And I think Big, unshackled by some of that pressure, are looking better than they have in, well, a very long time.
Yeah.
And guess what? Spinks is back, baby. So hopefully we get more of this raw, highlight-packed Counter-Strike today.
There's no doubt that Counter-Strike has looked loosey-goosey highlight central, which is obviously a dream for us.
And a product of this event.
And a product of this event for sure. Yeah, we looked at the win conditions as well. Keep your eyes on Keto. Seems to be a bit of a high flyer. Need to see him be able to match the output of Spinks if we want to have a good game, a long game today. But we'll let the casters, or rather the analysts, break it down over at the desk. That's us. We're the casters.
I think.
Yeah.
Man, speaking of looks, I thought we had a sick view down here, up there in the booth. It's looking good for the commentators, right?
It's looking great. I mean, it's pretty hyped. They get all the,
the
crowd
panorama.
behind
Really feel
them,
it,
you
yeah.
know, like a full view, everything. So yeah, must be nice being a caster.
Yeah, man. Anyway, moving on. Let's bring it back here to the desk and have a little bit of a recap of the action that's gone down so far, because obviously it was a group stage to kick things off last week. Let's look at Group A and see exactly how that went down, because there were some upsets. I feel like the big upset is the biggest one, if you pardon the pun, Lewis, because they made it through. They obviously lost out against Na'Vi, but it was a really hot start from a team that failed to make it to the final CSGO major. That's a huge, disappointment for Big to be bouncing back from.
Yeah, especially like the way that they played against Mouse. There was obviously some rivalry going on in that matchup. Both German organizations. I think that definitely you can see they are very happy with the performance there. And then like throughout the tournament, I think the thing that impressed me the most is just Tabson coming back, playing really well on an individual level. He's been struggling ever since that many roster changes they had. And then finally coming here with no real, I don't think they had many expectations coming out of this. Obviously you want to win to get a spot in Cologne. But I think throughout the tournament, they started getting more and more confidence. They played Overpass, and they also got confidence the map, which is a map that not necessarily, I think they played it only once at the RMR, if I'm not mistaken, so not really a map that they were super confident, and then they come here, prove themselves at the map. I think it feels great for them to have more variety in terms of possibilities of what they're going to pick, what they want to play. What do you think, Janko?
Yeah, I think for Big, it's a surprise, and I think, failing to make the major here, they're playing a little bit more loose. I think they're a little bit more aggressive in their defaults, in taking map control, and, they're reaping rewards of that early on. Really good starts to games too. And yeah, another surprise was definitely the elimination of Maus so early on, right? Because they had a good showing at the RMR, beating FaZe in the 2-2 game, right? Sending them into the last chance qualifier, then dropping to 9. I mean, on day one, their tournament was over. And I feel bad for 9. They were supposed to close that game against NIP, right? It was the inexperience the kid kicked in. I would have really liked to see them in a rematch against Heroic in a best of 3. I think they could have put up a better fight than NIP did.
Particularly when we think about Mouse, the last time they were in this very arena, they really shocked the world with this new young squad coming together, their first major playoffs ever, and it was a really impressive Mouse form, which I was hoping that they might be able to replicate this time around.
Yes, I was hoping for that, especially that was one of the first tournaments that people actually started talking about Exertion as a player, for example, and we all saw what he's capable of doing in that FaZe series at the RMR. He was popping off, making a huge difference for the team, and then coming, I think that it was kind of like a relief from them to actually be able to qualify to the major. I think they spent a lot of energy there. It was exhausting, we all know that, and then when they came here, obviously they struggled, they underperformed, but I don't think there's much to be ashamed of. I think their biggest goal to some of these teams, specifically for Mouse, is definitely being prepared and ready for the major. We can tell from all the interviews from the players that that's what really matters for them. And I mean, as much as I would love everybody to be really excited and really willing to win an event like this, I can also understand the fact that the major is just across us, right? Like really close.
We also gained 3 more teams from Group B as well. That was going on with a Cloud9 Vitality, but most importantly, no bias here, FURIA topping the charts in that one as well. Of course, they will be in the quarterfinal stages after losing to Cloud9 in that bracket grand final. But yeah, Janko, the boys, you can just see how much it means to them in the celebration, getting to play in front of their home crowd once again.
Absolutely, especially for someone like Gary. I mean, he didn't get the chance to be behind them last time around. Right now, he'll get to experience this arena for the first time. I'm sure he's thrilled about it. And I think more importantly for FURIA than being in the playoffs is the fact, how did they book a spot there? By beating FaZe 2-0. And I mean, all the circumstances around FaZe and Twist saying that they're, that he's exhausted and all that stuff, it stands. You still need to beat them. And they did it 2-0, they didn't do that in 2 years, really. They've struggled to play against FaZe. So, yeah, I think unfortunately, that game against Cloud9 for FURIA also had a lot on the line, because if you go and look at our brackets afterwards, right there, have to play Heroic first, who beat them in Rio last time around. Then if they manage to take them down, Navi is waiting in the wings. So, but that will make it all that impressive if FURIA indeed makes a run here. You know, imagine beating FaZe, then Heroic, then Navi,
That's
and then
legit,
in the
right?
final
That's
it's like
insane.
Cloud9 or Vitality waiting for you. I mean, that's as legit as it gets.
Yeah, that would be like the tournament. If they manage to win this, that would be the breaking point for them as a team, in my opinion, right? There is a lot of questions regarding that team. Prior to like the RMR, there is a ton of questions, not only from the Brazilians, whether that team would actually stay together or not. We saw Gary giving interviews, actually kind of spoiling that a change might come on their way, and then coming at the RMR, qualifying, some relief on their side, right, to be able to qualify for the major. Actually, they made it to the Legends as well, which is impressive. And then they come here, and they're starting to build like a very legit run. And today they have the big boss, right? To actually prove that they don't need changes, to actually prove that what they've been talking about, the culture change in the team, the change of dynamics, the way they're approaching the game. I think this is the big task. If they manage to conquer this, they're on a good path.
Yeah, and revenge for Rio last time around as well.
Yeah.
Nothing would taste sweeter than that. Of course, that's our second quarterfinal coming up later on today. But first, it's going to be Big taking on Vitality. And I want to get a vibe check from the teams, courtesy of Banks.
Mr. Zawu?
I cannot hear you.
You cannot hear me. What are you listening to?
Music, rap. Yeah.
Are you getting a rap mode before? Which artist?
Fighting mode.
French artist?
Yeah, French.
Okay.
Fighting mode.
Fighting mode. We were just playing that little game, man. You got some good aim. What is that game called?
I don't know, actually. I don't know the name.
We're throwing beanbags in a hole.
Call it Capybara.
Capybara. You look like you're in a good mood. You look like you're in a good place. How are you feeling?
Yeah, feeling good. Excited to play in the Genes Arena, and yeah, feeling good.
You ready for the fans to be on your side, all them Zaiwu chants again?
I hope so, but if not, it's fine. I'm gonna show up.
He's always happy no matter what. Zaiwu, go get ready, man. Thank you. Hello, Crimbo. How you doing?
Good, and you?
I'm very good, man. Been a while since you hit a playoff stage. You ready?
Yeah, definitely.
And this crowd's special.
Yeah, last time stage was Rio as well, major, playing versus FURIA, insane. So looking forward to it.
And it's been the last playoff was Dallas, you know, feels like a long time ago, but we got a new and improved Big. You guys seem to be in a much better place. How have you stayed strong so mentally, mate?
I mean, it was kind of the don't care mentality sometimes. Okay. I mean, we didn't qualify, so everyone was kind of sad, but we said to ourselves, let's take this event serious no matter what. But I think there was no pressure because all the pressure was gone from the RMR. So, yeah.
I look forward to it. Go get set up, man. I'll see you soon. Good luck.
Man, Crimbo truly looking cool, calm, and collected. But Yanko, how cool are they going to be looking in our 1xBet predictions? Because we've got some decisions to make, haven't we?
Yeah, here we have the bracket of the tournament, right? Starting with the quarterfinals, Big Vitality, FURIA Heroic in the second one later today. So what do we think, guys? I feel like this first one that we have, Big did a great job to make it into the playoffs, but here it's where the experience, I think, from Vitality comes to shine through.
Yeah, it's the big but, particularly when you're looking at the RMRs recently. Vitality did have to take down Big to cement their place. Actually, in the major, obviously went on to progress to Legends as well. But yeah, that's where I'm looking like a happy bee all round.
Yeah, for me, I think that it's really hard because, like we see on Vitality's side, they're all performing really well individually as a team. We have the best Raider player in the tournament playing for them, which is Spanx. I think if Spanx and Zaiwu is able to replicate what they've done in the past couple matches here, I think it's going to be really tough for Big. So I'm going to side on Vitality in this one.
2 votes for Vitality. Do you get the final say? Is that how this is working?
Yeah, I always get the final say. That's how it's always working. But I will say, if Spanx and Zaiwu keep playing like they are in groups, Vitality isn't going to win this game. They're going to win the whole damn thing. But I think not to get too ahead of ourselves, we put Vitality as the winner of this quarterfinal, sets us up for Spanx, Zaiwu versus Exile Shiro, that whole conundrum, and Nafani versus Apex. That's going to be
That's another conversation.
That's going to be a finger-licking game for Maui. I know he loves that one. So next one, FURIA Heroic. Rematch of the semifinal of the major. Right, it was heartbreaking for FURIA because have to remember they win map 1. On map 2, goes to overtime. They start coming back only for Heroic to close it out and then, pretty much stomp them on the decider.
I love a Vinalark story. I really do. Yeah. But we are here in Brazil, and I'm kind of believing in this new look FURIA.
I believe on them as well. I think that they come into this. It's hard for teams to actually prepare against them because, they played at the RMR. There's games that you can watch and all of that. But I think that for themselves, you can tell from all the interviews they give that it's kind of random. They're still figuring out how they want to play. They're still figuring out stuff on the server. So if you go and prepare a lot for them, which is a thing that I know Heroic likes to do a lot, you always see them with a bunch of papers on the desk while they're playing. So if they over prep for FURIA thinking that they're going to play maybe the way they played in the last game and stuff, I don't think it's that scenario at all. I think FURIA has the support from the crowd, and well, they want revenge. They're hungry for revenge. We saw Drop giving an interview about that. So I'm going to go side with FURIA in this one. Also because, come on guys, I'm in Brazil. I can't do it.
I kind of have to.
All right, well, I guess it's 2-1 then, right? I'm going to go with Heroic simply because you look at that game when they beat them. That was also the start of Heroic's rise.
Very true.
Almost. After that, they win fall finals. Then in Katowice, they make the finals against G2. They had a lot of good tournaments in between that. Yabi's, I think, is feeling much better now. They gained a lot of experience with him on the lineup. So I think even with all the improvements for FURIA, that will be too tough for them to overcome. But you guys outvoted me, so
let's go.
We have FURIA Navi in there now. These potential semifinals. Let's start off with Cloud9 versus Vitality. We were talking about it, Luis, on the ride over. I think this is like, I said 55-45 in favor of Cloud9.
Yeah.
Right? Simply because the whole major situation, you know, they have an extra day to sort of rest and prepare and whatnot.
They're here in the arena already, right? I've seen them walking around. They're eager to be watching whoever their opponent's going to be, right?
Yeah. And I think you look at some of the games that they lost at the RMR, there was terrible starts. 0-7 down, 0-6, 0-7, 0-6. So if you can just avoid that, you're actually in a pretty good spot in this series.
I think it could be challenging for Vitality in this one. Map pool-wise, I don't think they're in trouble. They have a big map pool in their hands against Cloud9, but I just think that Cloud9 is probably like kind of like in the same mood as Big. It's kind of like whatever. If we're able to conquer this, if we're able to win this event, that would be good for their morale. And I think that making this far in the tournament and then playing against Vitality, the styles are very different from each other. I think that you know, we all seen what the Shiro is capable of doing as an AWPer. I think it's a really tough one, but I'm gonna go side with Cloud9 in this one.
I know my vote doesn't matter now, but
your vote matters, Freya, no matter what all the people on the internet try to tell you.
Thank you, Janko. Inspirational words. So you're going to inspire me to vote for Vitality because I raise you Spinks, I raise you Zaiwu, and I raise you them finally making it into a playoffs and having the perspective of making a deep run, right? They said, you know, they want to be in a good situation coming into Paris, so I have to believe in the Bees. I'm sorry.
That's great, Freya. Thank you very much. Thank you. No, I will say, though, it's up to Vitality in a sense, right? Like, Cloud9 is supposed to want it more, and we heard Apex in interviews talk about, you know, RMR and the 9 game. 9 wanted it more. That's why they lost. I think they lost the OG game because they didn't come into it properly, right? So if they had a change of mindset for this tournament and say, hey, let's actually really try to win this thing, like let's put our heart and soul into it, then they're probably going to take it. So what do we think now, guys? Navi, FURIA, another rematch now. This was the quarterfinal of the major. And on paper, the bracket was open for Navi to win this thing and win 2 out of 3 majors, right? Instead, they fall to FURIA. I think Simple was absolutely livid about that result and their run at the tournament.
And that's what makes me really scared for FURIA's side of the equation coming into things, because when Simple is mad, you're not in for a good time. And I feel like we've seen that kind of resurgence in form of the Navi that we knew and loved, right? Obviously, it was difficult with MPL coming in. I feel like he is way more integrated into the team now, and it feels like the systems are working. And what Blade was saying, you know, echoing Electronic being a really solid in-game leader now, finding his foundations, and we can see that echoing in his own performance. So I'm not going to say I'm siding with Navi, but
Louis, what do you think?
Maybe.
You know, let's throw it over to Louis.
All right, it's a tough one. I think that Navi is just a different beast in terms of like in this matchup specifically. I think they proved themselves really well. Oh, we say what Janko is doing there. You guys gonna see, you know, short, very short. But yeah, I as much as it hurts me, I think that they're just on a different level right now. I think that Electronic and Simple proved themselves. Yeah, go ahead, Janko, do it. I'm gonna
do it for the man.
Slap
I'm gonna
that baby
do it
over there.
Yeah.
No, I think the big problem for now, they're playing much better. MPL is, but that's the thing. In front of, you know, if they get to the semifinal and the crowd, is he going to be able to maintain that level of better performance? Electronic is playing out of his mind. So I think Navi is the better team. They have more experience, but that was the case 6 months ago in the quarterfinal of the major, right? And they still fell to FURIA. So this is also going to be close. Navi has it on paper, but we'll see what happens. So CIS matchup. They played 100 times in 2021, only once in 2022, I think. Who do we think takes it if it comes down to Cloud9 Navi?
You know what? Yeah, Navi also. I'm just going to go word association. What's the first thing that comes to your mind?
My mind comes Navi. I think they're the more prepared team. I think they proved themselves at the RMR, like everything. Yeah, I think they are, as you said, like they are way more comfortable as a team. I think Electronic played really well, especially in the last series they played here. Electronic and Simple was popping off. I think Simple wants revenge. I think Simple has that, bitter taste about what happened in the last time they were here. So I think they want to prove themselves. They're in a good mood.
Slap that bad boy on, Yanko.
Yeah, they will solidify their legacies in Rio.
You know what?
Navi.
What could go wrong? Have we ever been in this situation before in this very arena saying Navi's going to win the whole thing?
Yeah.
I don't think so, man. I don't think so.
I can't remember.
Can't remember.
Well, we do have to get into the games to find out exactly how things are going to be going down. But before we do that, I want to check in with Banks and see what's going on the stage.
Those predictions will come true on this stage, or maybe they won't, depending on what you guys have picked at home. Now, we're on the stage, and I'm joined by the wonderful Nivi, who will be delivering everything for you guys in Portuguese inside the arena and on the streams. Nivi, are you happy to be back? You were here with us last time for the major.
Oh my God, I'm so happy. I think this is going to be an amazing opportunity to receive again these amazing teams, and oh my God, to scream a lot. I
love it.
I feel so speechless right now.
Now, in terms of all the and all the noise and all the electrifying fans we have in here, I can only do so much. I can't really communicate with them, so you're going to be helping me out, right?
Yeah, for sure, absolutely. Because I think it's going to be good to talk to people here in Portuguese, so I'm going to do this while you can talk with the audience in English.
Oh yes, so it's a tag team duo that's going to be rocking it for all of Rio, but it's about to get heavy, it's about to get exciting, it's about to get electrifying once again, but before that, we need to head to a quick break.
The bell tolls for Cologne. This cathedral, a cathedral that is stacked from the earth to the heavens with the greatest of all the fans, the most passionate.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
the fans are lining up, and the madness is about to begin. I've got myself a couple of guys here who are ready to rock and roll, and obvious FURIA fan.
I know, yes, I'm really fan for FURIA. Today it's gonna punch Heroic because the last major we lost for him, though. Now it's gonna punch him.
It's time for revenge.
Yes, time to revenge today.
And I want to ask you, the first game, Vitality going up against Big Clan. Who do you think is going to win? Who are you supporting in that game?
I think Vitality Zayu is gonna punch him too.
All right, let me ask you this then. FURIA go grand final, yeah? Who would they play in the grand final?
I think FURIA. I think Cacerato needs to win today and tomorrow. Tomorrow, no. Sunday. Sunday is the final, right?
Sunday, they're going to win the whole thing. That's obvious, FURIA fans, but let's see how it goes. It's all madness, it's all fun, it's all Counter-Strike. Hey, they're Cacerato fans.
Things looking hot both outside and inside the arena as Vitality turn to take on the Big Clan. Two teams gracing the stage in the Jeunesse for the first time after not making it to the playoffs of the Major last year. And arguably, two teams who are on kind of different paths at the moment, Lewis, because we're looking at Big, we're looking at a team who are hoping to have a rise after arguably hitting rock bottom, not making it to the Major. And Vitality, a team that wants to prove that they can make deep playoff runs.
Yes, agreed. And I think that for Vitality, it is a very good opportunity for them to finally win a very important event, a big event against a lot of good teams, get confidence for the major, right, for Paris. I think that's what means the most for them. And I think that for them, we can all talk about like how good they are as individuals, what they are capable of doing, but often what we see from them is like them taking a step forward and then 2 steps back in terms of individual. Like we can tell that sometimes they struggle to perform on an individual level. They rely too much on Zaibu, and that is the truth. Like there's sometimes when Zaibu is not popping off or Spinks is not performing, that's the biggest challenge. And we still yet to see in this particular event a match where Spinks maybe is not as performing as well as he's doing, and then them being able to win the map. I think that's the biggest challenge for them. And if you want to be a great team like Heroic, like Navi, you cannot really rely on 1 or 2 players performing, right? If you want to be consistent on the top.
Yeah, definitely. And I'm interested to see how Vitality does in this tournament at the Major. I think the biggest problem with this lineup since the change they made bringing in the Danes has been pressure. Like they've been putting too much pressure on themselves to perform, to win, to become the best team in the world, right? Because they were number 2 when the changes were made. Number 2, 3, it was them and G2, and both made changes, you know. And I think the difference between the two teams is G2 figured out the way after failing to qualify for the Major 6 months ago. Like they understood mentally how they need to approach the team and the games and everything. I think Vitality maybe a little bit have started to like realize what's holding them back. And that's why I, to be honest, dislike a little bit this whole, oh, it's all about Paris. So when you get there, what's the feeling going to be like? Like now this massive event is here that we talk about the whole time. How do you avoid all the pressure then being on your shoulders? You know, how are you going to approach that? So I think absolutely winning this tournament, not in a sense of lifting the trophy and the Grand Slam and Cologne, all that's great, awesome, but just mentally for Vitality, for their confidence, for the psychological aspect going into that Major, that's going to do an insane amount of work for them.
Yeah, and it's kind of a curious case when we're thinking about mentality and thinking about the teams that didn't make it to the Major, because 2 out of the 6 that have made it to the playoffs didn't make it, Janko. It's the fact that, you know, what happens when you lose everything? You just start again, and it's that mental reset that you need to take and go, hey, this is the worst that we are ever going to be feeling. Let's not let that impact everything.
We don't have to look further back, luckily, than the last Major cycle and G2.
Yeah.
What happened? Didn't qualify. You know, you have guys like Nico in there, Hunter, Monacy. Like, how can you not qualify, right? Imagine how it feels for them. Cloud9 can tell you all about it now. So what happens? Okay, guys, we've hit rock bottom. There's no way to go but up. You empty the backpack, as they like to call it. You know, you start off fresh, you start off clean. Everyone says what they have to say to each other, and then you just get to work. And that's what they did. It didn't come immediately, right? It took a couple of tournaments, but then it's World Finals, then it's Blast Groups, then it's Katowice, then there's some historic map runs, historic win streaks. Like, that's all it takes. It's all in here, right? It's all how you perceive it, how you approach it. So I think a lot of teams can look to that example and learn a couple of lessons, and hopefully you don't need to have such a massive failure for that to happen. You know, you should be aware of that mindset all the time.
Yeah, certainly. Well, let's turn our attention back to face Vitality, of course, going to be taken to the stage in the quarterfinal versus the Big Clan. So let's check in with Magis and see how he's feeling before it.
Vitality have come into Rio looking incredibly strong. I've got Magis joining me ahead of the opening quarterfinal game. And Magis, I want to start by looking at the T-side improvements for you guys. Apex spoke to me before in interviews about how much you guys have been trying to work on it. Things are looking a lot better. Are you feeling more confident with it all?
I think the whole team is feeling more comfortable. Overall, I would also say that everyone is performing really well right now.
Yeah.
So it also helps a lot in general that, you know, everyone is stepping up individually, but also as a team we are playing a lot better. So I think it's a mix of both things, individually, but also as a team. And, you know, it gives confidence and it's years.
Seem to be in a really good mood as well, which is perfect considering what's coming next as well. But I want to look at this game against Big. You played them at the RMR. Would you say that they feel like a different team right now when you've been preparing for them, as it looks different?
I still think it's the same team. The only difference is that for them this tournament is more important than anything else.
Yeah.
Because obviously they didn't go to the major, and you know, this is the thing they have left, and you know, it's always tough to play people without any pressure in that sense. So yeah, it's going to be a tough match. Big are good individually, but also as a team. So yeah, we need to step up if we want to win today.
And you said about your teammates playing pretty well. Well, Spinks, he's over there. He just left it behind us. I want to ask about him, because we spoke about him being a star, becoming more selfish. That's what Apex said as well. Has he been good on this journey? Has he started to do that more? Is he taking more for himself?
Yeah, I think it's a natural thing because we asked him to do it. So, I mean, it's quite obvious that we want him to be the superstar in the team together with Saivu. So, it's his role, and he's starting to realize that he needs to take more space and more responsibility. And, you know, that's how it is to be a superstar. Sometimes you need to be thinking about yourself. And so, yeah, no one is blaming him for it because that's what we want from him.
He's doing it very well. Well, Magis, thank you very much for your time. Good luck going into the game. It's going to be a big one. Vitality taking on the Germans.
Well, ask and you shall receive from the man on the screen. Spinks currently the first highest rated player at the tournament with a pretty crispy clean 1.41 rating, and he's had so much impact, Janko, in the games that we've seen thus far from Vitality.
Oh yeah, absolutely. He's been lights out this tournament, and I think without a doubt is one of the main reasons why they're in a position in which they're in right now, especially if you go back to that FaZe game. I mean, that was absolutely nuts on Anubis in overtime. He has 41 kills. And, you know, that's the 1-2 punch for Vitality. That's the one you're scared of. If they're both on point, we all know what Zaiwo is capable of. We knew what Spinks is too, but now he's actually starting to show it.
Yeah, and it's kind of funny, this graphic, right? When you compare both of these guys, and we all know that Spinks gave that very popular interview talking about like, oh, I'm finally playing in a top team with Zaiwo. What am I supposed to do? Am I supposed to flash out for the guy out? Am I supposed to support him, or am I actually play like a star player? And then they all told him like, hey, dude, you have to step up your performance, go for it. They finally released the beast. You can tell like his current rating in previous tournaments. Actually, in Rio, like if you compare the Rio performance at the major to this one, it's kind of absurd, right? Like how much he improved his game for this one. I think it's, well, what a beautiful timing for Vitality, right? To be able to have your star player performing like this right before the major.
I mean, it's night and day, and you look at the two pro leagues, right? I mean, the first one, that's the one Vitality actually lifts the trophy, and he only has a 111 rating. Like, that's all it took from him and of course Zaiwo and the rest of the team to go ahead and lift a trophy. So obviously with these sort of performances, and that's going to regress a little bit, you know, as you would expect, but still, if he can have impact, then that makes it incredible for Vitality. Listen, you look at this game, the game against FaZe and the game against G2 in the seeding games at the RMR. Those are the only two games against top 5 teams that Vitality has played this year. So 4 maps. In those 4 maps, Zaiwo and Spinks are the highest to rate. If you look at 2023 big events, both teams are in the top 5. They're 1 and 2 in rating, albeit a small sample size, 4 maps, right? So I think you can tell that if they're really on point, it's incredibly difficult to play against Vitality.
Yeah, certainly. And speaking of Vitality kind of overall and their kind of changing transformations, if you will, Peacemaker, you picked up on a particular moment from that FaZe game that was instrumental for Vitality closing it out, right?
Yeah, I think that's a round on a FaZe game that we're gonna be watching in a few seconds. Like that, I think just in general for Vitality, like this particular round is a great example of a change of approach from the first game they played early in the tournament against OG against FaZe. So you can tell that they're pushing early in the round. They push for the water control on the B-bomb side. ZywOo already gets an entry kill here. I think he's going to kill the guy at the door soon. Gets the kill, gets impact for his team. While that's gonna happen, so they already have water control, they fall back. Now they're gonna do something aggressive. Now FaZe is reacting towards A. They see they took water control. FaZe is instantly reacting. Important that Spinks wins this duel. So now ZywOo is gonna come back, flash for Spinks, allows Spinks to get 2 more kills in this one. So basically, if you are FaZe Clan, right, you're reacting the way that you should. But then you have Vitality playing proactive, right? They are fighting for map control. They're not allowing you to execute, and that's the beautiful part about this adaptation that I think Vitality did throughout this tournament. When the first game they played, very shy, very quiet, very passive. And then we have the opportunity to interview Dupree right after this win, and he's talking about it. He's talking about the change of pace, the change of mentality in the team. And I mean, if they're able to play like this today against Big, that's what's going to probably make them win the match and be able to play against Cloud9 in the next game.
Yeah, and both teams, that's tier 1 CS.
Yeah.
FaZe sees that the op is in water. Let's just run out. Let's take control on A, right? We have the advantage. But Vitality knows what the reaction is going to be as soon as ZywOo gets the kill. They go back. Finally, I think Brocky, FaZe was sort of ready for that. I mean, when does the op go underground, right? So he might have been expecting the peak. Unfortunately, he just gets the tag. But absolutely, it was night and day, the OG game compared to the FaZe game in terms of how active Vitality was.
Well, let's turn our attention to their opponents, which is going to be the Germans of Big Clan, and get a few words ahead of this series, courtesy of Tabson.
Big Clan are getting themselves ready for an epic matchup on the stage. I've got Tabson with me, who kind of looks like he's about to interview me, but I will still take control of this. Tabson, for you guys, right, the nerves, the overwhelming experience being back on the stage, first time since Dallas, hyped, first arena as well. How's he feeling? What have you said to him?
We didn't talk so much about it. We just focused on our game. We are just really focused on how we go into the game, how the mentality is in the game, and we just try to enjoy the moment as well, of course, with the huge crowd and the moment, as you said, like being in the arena. Obviously, it's a huge moment for us.
And talk to me about mentality, because I am so impressed that you guys have come off the back of such a disappointing result when it comes to the major, and yet you've come here, I'm seeing smiles on the faces, and you're in a playoff game. What's it like right now?
Yeah, to be fair, we didn't expect it to be on the playoffs.
Yeah.
We just played like we have nothing to lose, basically. The mentality was still game by game. Everything can happen, you never know. But I believe we're also a dangerous team, because we showed it in Armia as well. We are capable of getting some wins here and there, but we are not having the consistency. So our mentality was, hey, we are doing some progress for sure. We need to show it. We can show it, and we delivered.
In terms of what you're going to show today, though, is this now where you can throw the whole playbook at Vitality, where you don't have the major looming over your heads now?
Yeah, of course. We just show everything what we have, and hopefully it will be enough to play against these kind of guys and to be even further in this tournament here.
And Vitality, a rematch, obviously you played them in the RMR. What were you able to learn from that to help you try and get the victory today?
Yeah, what we learned is to play more with confidence, especially in these duels where it's really important to win these kind of duels, and to play, we have nothing to lose, and to show that we just need to show it and we deliver it, and we will see about after.
Tabson, thank you very much. Good luck. I'm looking forward to seeing it. Nothing to lose for Big Clan. A redemption is possible. This is going to be a wild one.
Certainly nothing to lose and everything to gain for Big Clan coming into this one, particularly when we're looking at their history at IEM tournaments, because Janko, it's not been cute for them actually making it into the depths of the playoffs in basically any in the past few years.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you have to go back to last year in Dallas. That was when they also made the playoffs. But outside of that, I mean, just take a look. You can go all the way back to 2018, 2019, and a lot of these are unfortunately 7 and 8. That's like just missing. That's one game away from the arena and from the playoffs. So unfortunate for Big, and that's why this is such a massive success from them. You even heard it from Tabs, and right, didn't really expect to be here. And the reason why they're in the playoffs is because they played like they have nothing to lose. I mean, if you go back to the Vitality game at the RMR and Overpass, which we might see again in the pool here, you know, the reason is that they were a little bit too timid in some of their defaults, you know, trying to play it a little bit too safe, not give up an opening, you know, not make a mistake, right? And what was different in the Mouse game, for example, in this tournament is they were just throwing caution to the wind, right? And just saying, hey, we need to take a risk somewhere. even if it doesn't pay off, if we get punished, at least we get some information where they are and what's going on, and we can mid-round a little bit more. And that's paid dividends for them in this tournament. Perhaps it changes their way of thinking moving forward, and they absolutely need to maintain that same attitude in this game. Otherwise, they might just get blown out of the server.
Yeah, I think Janko nailed it. Like, I think that's what they exactly need to do. I'll go even further, like in that series, like, yeah, Overpass was like that. The only map that actually looked pretty good was a Mirage, which I guess we're going to be seeing on the pool today as well. And if that's the case, like, Big was setting the pace of the game, but that's not really a strong map for Vitality, right? They're able to dictate the pace of the game on the T side. And then when it comes down to Nuke, for example, which maybe we're going to see again on Nuke, it was again another example of them being too timid. Like, they're started on the CT side, barely able to convert rounds on their CT side. Mainly why? Because they're playing way too passive. Like they're not, like what Vitality was doing was taking secret control, like fucking up with the rotation. Sorry for the word, but yeah, that's the truth. Like, they're just messing with the rotations, and then the problem for Big was just them being too passive. Like, they're relying so much on Tabsen performing that if Tabsen doesn't kill 2-3 guys outside, they just lose the entire control of the round. And then that's the type of change that I want to see from them today. I want to see them playing with confidence, as Janko said, like against Mouse Sports. You see, like in that interview, how much it matters, like it's in your mind, right? Like the confidence. We see more and more the players talking about how important it is to gain confidence, how important it is to win an event like this. And that's, I guess that rule applies for every single team here. Furia, Heroic, Big, because of Cologne, like every single one of them. Like, besides Navi maybe, that are just like...
They're always confident.
They're always confident.
Simple's always confident.
We've been speaking a lot about, I guess, the lows, the struggles for Big, but we've got to speak about some of the highs, and that is having hot starts in basically every single map that we're looking at, right?
Yeah, when I was doing some preparation for this series, you're looking at the pistol round win percentage for all teams, and Big is actually super high up there. They're leading in the tournament, 10 pistol round wins, only 2 losses. Yeah, 83.3%, that's insanely high, and I think that's the reason why they have such a good tournament. You look at that Heroic series, which is the one that put them in the playoffs. They won all 6 pistols. Yeah, I think once they lost the second round, but I mean, against a team like Heroic especially, that means a lot. It just gives you a buffer, it gives you a little bit more room for mistakes, and I think team like Big also, that does a good job of preparing, that really gives them a ton more options, and the players are going to feel more comfortable playing in that scenario.
And you know what hurts doubly as much? Not only if you're an opponent coming up against Big that they're having such good pistol stats, but that Farven, he is being an absolute beast, and a beast when it comes to those pistol rounds as well. By far, head and shoulders above any other player in terms of his pistol stats rating, and what we're seeing from him as well delivering. It's just absolutely insane. He's not the man that we're often looking at from Big to be stepping up, right?
Yeah, I mean, especially like when he was brought to the team, I think there was a lot of questions regarding like whether he was going to be able to perform or not. And I think it is great for the Big Clan. Again, like it's another team that comes here with no expectations. We saw them talking about it, and then suddenly they're winning all the pistols in the tournament, and that obviously helps you a lot to build, you know, rounds into the game and get confidence, and suddenly you win the first wrap around and then you're already 4-0. So obviously, like, the more pistol rounds you win, the more you have these players performing, and then you have Tabsen performing as well as an in-game leader, and we all know what the rest are capable of. So like, I think it's good, but I'm still yet to believe on them against Vitality.
Yeah, absolutely. They have to prove it here, but I won't forget Pro League, right, that we just did, and Chad, I think he almost started crying during this cast with Hooksy, right? Because Hooksy joined for the cast, and he's talking about the game, and he's putting so much emphasis on the economy, right? And Chad is like a tear in his eye, and he's like, yes, I've been saying it all the time. And you know, it's like it gets a little bit, you know, you feel like you're repeating yourself and you're beating on a dead horse, but it's really impossible to understate the importance of economy in a professional Counter-Strike game.
Certainly.
Right? Not only like the obvious thing is we have better guns and more utility, and they do not have, but the layers of it when it comes to tier 1, well, any sort of competitive Counter-Strike is options. Like if I know that their buy for the CTs, because they lost a force buy, they have 4,400 plus frags, I know what type of a buy that is. I know if they want utility, they have to buy MP9s. I know if they want an op, it's glass cannon, they might not even have the money for it. So my call on the T side is going to change. It's going to be molded based off of that, right? On the other side, and also if I'm 4 or 5-1 up, that adds another layer to it. I'm ahead. I have more economy in the back. I can throw a risky round and see if it works. Like, you know, compared to your 0-4 down, and you have a good buy, but they have way more money in the bank, right? As a T side, like the CTs can do everything. So you have to call a default and say, watch out for this, watch out for that. Like they could take any risk that they want. So that adds like so much more to it.
Yeah, and speaking of calling and putting the in-game leaders under the spotlight for a moment as well, I think kind of an issue that we've always had with Big Clan is the demand for tabseN to be stepping up and really putting in not only big frags, but, you know, big mind games as well. And for a while, when he wasn't, it was really hurting Big. Then obviously we had the departure of citizen. That was, you know, question marks were kind of surrounding that roster decision. Are we out of the woods yet with the demands on tabseN that we have for him to be fragging big in a game as well as calling really well?
I think they had some time, and also like, yeah, unfortunate that they didn't qualify for the major, but I'm sure they put a lot of preparation coming into that one, which is also paying off here, right? Like obviously you haven't had time to figure out whatever happened at the major. You can tell that they just came here with the whatever, let's just see what we were able to do here. There's no pressure on them, and I think that some of the preparation that they put into this, into the major, is paying off here. And well, for tabseN, I think it is great. He's still not performing up to his standards. Like we all saw what he was able to do like back in the days, a couple years ago. We can see this rating actually, like 1.01. It's fairly decent for an in-game leader, right?
But this doesn't paint the whole picture, right? You're spot on about his importance. And I saw a tweet from SEO which says that the impact difference in maps won and maps lost for Big, right? So in maps won, his impact is 1.3. In maps lost, it's 0.55. That's a difference of 0.75. Like that's a massive discrepancy. And Keto has a big one too. He's been leading in terms of impact for Big in maps won, and Hyped as the Opera actually has higher impact in maps lost. So they're sort of, in the maps that they win, they're sort of compensating for the lack of impact of the young Opera, right? So, but you can see when they're playing well and when they're winning, those are the leading factors for them. And when they lose, that's when those guys go a little bit missing. So it tells you the importance of them not going minds out, but they can't go missing.
I also think that for Gabi, it has probably been a struggle for him as a coach to be able to maybe help tabseN more individually in terms of like what are his possibilities as an in-game leader, what he's able of doing in terms of his role, and then maybe actually focusing more on like helping him on the calling aspect, because we all know what Gabi is capable of, like a very good coach, a guy that studies the game a lot, has a ton of experience competing in big events like this. But they did so many roster changes that I think for Gabi as a coach, at that point you just have to focus on, you know, making sure the Hype is comfortable in the game as an Opper, and then making sure that, you know, there's so many roster changes over and over that it was hard. But now I think they're finally starting to progress in that sense.
I think also what I liked about Big yesterday, I saw them, they're chilling in the pool. They're doing like, they're competing like about handstands in the pool, who can hold out the longest. I saw Machine jump in to join them.
How would that help you in a CS game? Like holding your breath, you know?
That's the thing. It would help you in a way that you're building a little bit of I don't want to say you're building chemistry. Just say you're having fun.
Yeah.
Like, you know, Big is here. Like, I think that's also the reason. Like, you know, they're not going to be at the major, but they're already here. Let's have a little bit more fun. Like, we don't have much to lose. So I like that from them. You know, like they're coming in here in a different mood. You could hear it from tabseN. They're just happy to be here. They're enjoying the moment, and that can be pretty powerful, you know, especially as an underdog in a CS game.
Gentlemen, we got a carbon copy of what was the vetoes for that RMR game.
Oh,
a little bit of a different way around. We got Nuke, then Mirage. It was the other way around last time. An Overpass as the decider. Vitality obviously taking that one. So, yeah, were you expecting it to be any different, Lewis?
I was curious whether, you know, Vitality would let Overpass go through. Yes, you played great in the last couple games, but I think Big was very dominant in the games they played as well. I think it's a good middle ground. Like, I think we're pretty set for a very nice series, especially if both of those teams are able to convert their map picks here, and then we land on Overpass as third. Man, that's going to be a hell of a fight.
What's interesting here is actually the maps that Big has won in this tournament are Overpass and Nuke.
Yeah.
They've lost Mirage once, Inferno once, and Vertigo once. So you look at this veto, it's two maps that Big has been winning in this tournament, and Mirage, which is their pick, which they beat Vitality on in the RMR. So they're going to be feeling good about this pool. What's different is obviously the ban from Big. It's Inferno compared to Vertigo last time around. So now it would be cool if we could, like, you know, hey, Vitality, did you want to pick Inferno and they screwed you, or were you just going to go with Nuke all the time? So maybe it played a difference in this veto. Maybe it didn't. Maybe Vitality were just going to go for Nuke because they had a pretty strong Nuke against...
7 wins in a row, I think, on the map. So
so
it makes sense.
That makes sense for them as well. I don't think there's massive surprises in this veto, so that should give us a good game of CS.
Yeah, let's preface that Nuke pick obviously now coming up first was the second map last time around they faced at the RMR. Did you have any takeaways from watching that series, Peacemaker? Anything you gleaned from either side?
Yeah, we briefly spoke about it, and I think that, well, Big already has an advantage. The map is city-sided, not as it was back in the days when you saw all those halves, like 12-3 halves, 11-4 halves. But still, it is city-sided, especially if you try to control the game in a better way than Big did. You know, I think that they start on city side. We all saw that they have a high rating in terms of the pistols. If they're able to convert the pistol, which normally happens on Nuke, and then you're able to also play more aggressively. Like one thing that they cannot do is play exactly the same way they played the previous game they played on Nuke. Yes, you won, but Vitality is a different opponent. Is a team that obviously, if they pick the map, they study the game, they know how you played your last Nuke. They also know how they played against you guys the last time you met. And unfortunate for Big, the way they played their last Nuke game here compared to the way they played against Vitality in the last time they met is unfortunately the same way. It's the same approach. So what I want to see from Big is a different approach in this one.
And we talked about Spinks and Zyvo a lot, but I think one of the most impactful guys in that game on Nuke was Apex.
Yeah.
And he only had 6 kills on the T side, but 3 of them won them 2-gun rounds, right? And that's happened by sort of fast main plays, you know, going before the smokes bloom, one time jumping from the silos straight away in a couple of reset rounds, and that caught Big off guard. So I would expect from Big to have something in store so they don't allow that to happen. Here's the thing, you can never be strong everywhere on the map at the same time. You always have to pick and choose and then adjust mid-round based on what your opponents are doing. So hopefully Big now has a bit of a better game plan for what Vitality did to them last time around. Unfortunately, Vitality is a team that's very good at game planning and mind gaming with Apex and Zonic, of course. So I think they're going to come up with a different plan compared to last time. You know, try to be one step ahead of the adjustment from Big.
And I think that's where we've seen, you know, marked improvements from Vitality coming into this new season at the beginning of the year. We heard, I love that Banks asked the question in the interview to Magisk, you know, we've seen the T-sides, that was a real focus for you coming into 2023. We saw it being a strugglesome period of time for you in the past couple of months. And they've looked way better. And that new game in particular, as you were kind of prefacing, Lewis, is where we saw them going really lights out on that T-side.
Yeah, I mean, on the T-side, I think that Apex was calling really well. I think that just in general, like, Nuke is a very comfortable map for Vitality, right? There's 7 win streak on it for a reason. And it's not only because of their city side. Like, they made massive improvements on that T side. They have a variety of possibilities. And often on Nuke, what you see from a lot of the teams is that, like, some of the teams are really good at hitting the A-bomb site, very straightforward in many different ways. But for Vitality, they're actually really good at, like, using ramp on the, like, they pick very specific rounds to be able to explode very fast pace towards ramp, which actually won them a couple rounds against Big in the last time they met. And then in terms of using secret as well, they're very effective. Usually, like, they do like the sort of like the 4-1 default that a lot of teams are using right now with 4 guys outside, 1 guy in lobby. That guy in lobby for Vitality as well. He's really smart. He's not dying too often as a lot of the teams. We see them, like, the guy is way too aggressive and then dies in lobby, and then suddenly the other team already knows that, okay, if this guy died in lobby and we hear nobody else, everybody is outside, and it becomes like way too easy for the teams to adapt. That's not the way that Vitality plays. They're actually really composed as a team. They're not committing that type of mistakes. They use yard. Like, I think it's very challenging for Big to play against that style. As Janko said, like, Vitality as well, being a team that prepares, they're for sure going to be also one step ahead, expecting Big to change the approach.
Yeah, I think it's all about not being complacent. If you're Vitality in that sense, and another team that picks towards their opponent's weaknesses a lot of the time. Here it's a mix of that and it being their own strength with a 7-map win streak. But yeah, I'm just curious to see also how Hyped will perform. You know, it's his first big stage game, right?
Yeah.
We're talking about his impact wasn't quite there in their map wins. I think he has definitely exceeded expectations since filling in for Searson, right? Obviously, Tapson has to do a little bit more of the micromanaging in that sense of the word. But here, you're just coming in, you're telling him, man, just enjoy the moment. You know, just have fun. Don't worry about anything. Don't worry about what happens. Just roll with it. And you know, some of these tier 1 players and teams, one of the reasons why they lose to lower tier teams and players is because they're so used to by the book Counter-Strike that when someone does something a little bit silly, you know, it catches them off guard. You know, if Hype starts going for some hyper-aggressive pushes or goes for some repeaks where they're not really expecting it, that can be dangerous for Vitality.
Well, plenty of fun ready to be had as the series is almost ready to be getting underway, but not before we head to a quick break. When we are back, it's Big versus Vitality in our first quarterfinal here in the Jeanettes.
We are free of pressure right now. Felt like, hey, let's go to this tournament. I know we are in a very strong group again with a lot of amazing teams. We still have a chance, and we always play close against them. And I said, just based on mathematics, we need to somehow win in one of these games because we always come close. And even if we have, like, I don't know, the odds are 10-1, you win the 10th time.
I mean, you have to just respect that or brave the push. Whoa, or die to a spray. Crimbo god tier on that one to convert. 14 in the bank. And Mouse, they are running out of chances.
We felt like that we got stronger and that we learned a lot in the RMR as well. We saw that definitely experience and also pressure hit us. We knew that this tournament can be very good because we always play close against, doesn't matter who we play, and we feel always like, oh, if we would have won these 2 or 3 situations, advantage situations, then at least we come to the third map and or it's getting even closer than that. We knew that we can do something, but I didn't expect, to be honest, anything.
Dealt with the man outside. Cadian now closing the net on the A play. Oh, well, just barely. Oh, turns around. What? Gets himself a double.
Making Cologne to the grand final was like a little bit like a dream. We were not in the best shape before this tournament. We had a good first game. I always talk with my players like, try to find your way to hype yourself up.
Left in the 2-on-1. He's got an M4 picked up though. He's got the hold. First one down!
Especially in these kind of important tournaments, to get the 5 or 10% more like, I am here to play the game I love, like to realize this. So that was definitely the case in Cologne. I totally enjoyed myself playing a lot of deathmatch, watching demos. Like, I had a lot of fun. Of course, there was the pressure as well that I really want to do it. But while I had this experience by enjoying the game and yeah, making the best run maybe in our careers. For myself, I also want to win this tournament. I don't feel like we have not the chance.
It's a lot of info. They saw the bomb there on the radar. Oh, the bomb down again! Faven!
Faven P2K snappy! That is naughty.
Of course, we are absolutely the underdogs. I know that. We just said to ourselves, okay, let's focus on the next major. The next major is for us, Cologne. Let's try have the best thing, and I hope that we get top 4 here. I think this will be a big step towards Cologne as well.
Sequence out of the man, it's just Shush. Tap on the bomb to try bait a peek, but there's Keto with the swing, gives him that fight. He's giving some energy across to the boys. Counter-Strike has travelled the world, and today is a day for Brazil.
At him round the corner, and Yuri decimates the opposition.
gente bonita! Sejam todos muito bem-vindos às quartas de finais do IEM Rio 2023. Já começa a fazer muito barulho aqui na Jonessi Arena.
Welcome everyone to the Intel Extreme Masters 2023 Rio. We are ready on this stage to once again show the world, show everyone what we can do, what you guys can do, and all the noise you can make for some of the best Counter-Strike you're gonna see.
Olha que alegria, que honra estar com vocês aqui mais uma vez nesse palco pra gente trazer mais um Mundial de Counter-Strike pro Brasil. E eu vou falar pra vocês, quem vem pra cá volta. Volta porque nós somos a nação mais apaixonada. Temos as torcidas organizadas mais fervorosas, a bateria mais sincronizada e a plateia mais maravilhosa. Vamos se preparar para essa festa aqui hoje no Rio de Janeiro.
Last time around in this arena, it was electrifying. And today I expect the same from all of you. Whether you're in the arena or you're the hundreds of thousands watching from home. We've got our quarterfinal games coming our way. FURIA going up against Heroic later. The rematch from the major. Just coming up in a few moments, Vitality going up against Big Clan. And today we will decide who will face Na'Vi and Cloud9.
Olha, a gente teve uma semana de confrontos maravilhosos aqui, muitos plot twists. Infelizmente, 2 das nossas anfitriãs brasileiras ficaram pelo caminho. Somente 6 das 16 equipes chegaram aqui às quartas de final. Mas a gente vai ter aqui confrontos muito emocionantes para descobrir quem passa para a semifinal amanhã.
Now, this past week, these teams have been fighting hard to get to this stage, to perform in front of you all. Some of the legends, some of the best teams in the world have fallen and didn't make it this far. But the ones that stand on this stage today are fighting for this trophy that they want to lift on Sunday. But only one can do it.
Olha, eu não vou enrolar muito vocês aqui, eu acho que está na hora da gente começar a chamar os nossos times. Vocês estão preparados para recebê-los com muita energia? Quero saber, vocês vão gritar muito para eles? Pro bem, pro mal. Eu acho que tá na hora, né? Vamos mostrar para eles a hospitalidade do povo brasileiro. You can call them.
The bees are ready. The bees are here. It's Team Vitality!
Vitality raring to get going in the Jeunesse, and Spinks, the man, simply on fire, Yanko. We've been prefacing it. He has been a trailblazer this event.
Absolutely, this is by far the best event in the Vitality jersey. He's playing well, Zywo is playing well. Vitality has been here a couple of times before, quarterfinals, and that was it. Now they're in prime position to take that next step, Freya.
They want to be making a deep playoff run here in Rio. All the pieces of the puzzle firmly coming together for Vitality.
Eu gosto dessa energia, eu gosto. No final das contas, a gente sabe como é maravilhoso ter essas equipes aqui jogando no Rio de Janeiro. Então, se preparem para fazer mais barulho ainda, ou menos, não sei, vocês decidem, para a próxima equipe que vai subir nesse palco.
It's time for us to see if this team can get some redemption from the major. It's time to welcome Big Clan!
Starting to taste success after absolute heartbreak at the major qualifier Peacemaker. Of course, hitting rock bottom, they have to start again from somewhere, and this is it for Big.
This is it for Berlin International Gaming. A lot of pressure on the line. You can tell the crowd doesn't really like them.
Why?
But, they are here.
What did they do?
They are here to prove themselves. They are here to, more than that, to finally win a big event and also with a spot in Cologne on the line, a lot to prove. They have the individuals to be able to perform. We saw Typson. We know Hype is also able to perform, Keto, so what a hell of a series we have.
Yeah, Hype's first ever big stage, so let's see if he can deliver here in Rio.
Eu não sei não, mas eu tô sentindo que tem um favorito aqui na galera. Mas assim, vou checar só para ter certeza. Quem aí tá torcendo para a equipe da Vitality? E quem aí tá torcendo para a equipe da Big Clan? O que importa é, vocês estão prontos para a gente começar esse dia? Acho que não, acho que não. Vocês estão prontos? I think they are.
It's time for us to get started. It's time for you all to make some noise. It's time to start this game!
Playing against Vitality is like dodging Saivu and hoping it goes great.
It's really hard for them. When I see them, when they are not performing and they are not good as a team, it's really hard. But right now, I think they play really good and everyone is performing. I see Crimbo, Kaito, Fireman as well are really good performing.
I think the most dangerous aspect of Vitality is also like their approach. You can definitely tell that they're very experienced, making almost no mistakes.
I don't feel like they try to make individual move or they try to make crazy things. They always try to play as a team.
It's gonna be very, very hard, but I like the rematch because I like to take revenge. And yeah, it's always a pleasure to get revenge.
It's gonna be hard again anyway because they play good.
Well, the crowd, they clearly have their favorites, but that doesn't matter when we're entering inside the server. As Godby was saying, Lewis, this is do or die for them, and a sweet taste of revenge on the line for one of the teams that really pushed them to the bottom of that RMR.
Well, now more than ever, right? Like, I think that they love it. You can tell that when they're entering the stage, that they're getting that sort of vibe, like, okay, you guys don't like us. Okay, you're booing for us. They're actually, like, you know, raising their hands.
I mean, just poor Hype. It's his first, like, experience.
It's brutal, right?
There's thousands of people booing him. And I don't even know what's the reason behind it. They're such likable guys, you know.
I mean, they're just not Vitality, right?
I think they probably beat Furia like a year and a half ago in some game. And, you know, the Brazilians, they just don't forget that sort of a thing.
If you're hyped right now, what are you doing when you're entering an arena like this? You know, not in the best position, not people chanting your name, rather booing towards you. What should you be focusing on in this position?
If I'm their coach, I would be right now telling them, like, hey guys, like, you use this as a motivational, you know, for you guys, especially talking to Hype, for example, which is a young player. Try to give him as much confidence as possible coming into this one, see what kind of mental state he is after walking the way on stage, you know. But I think that for these guys, I'm sure Taps and Gabi, they are under control in this one. I think they're probably like really calm and collected. They've been in this situation before, right? Like, other than being in Germany, maybe playing in front of the crowd. Other than that, obviously they don't have much support elsewhere. So, yeah, I think it's just
I mean, they're experienced players, but it's not like they get a ton of chances to play in this atmosphere either, right?
Yeah.
And there's just no way around it. You know, no matter how loud his game is or his team speak is, that roar of the crowd behind you when you're making a good play, you know, when you're having a highlight play, like having that restraint to not go for that third kill, you know, the flashy one, and just play it safe, that's going to be tough in this sort of a scenario. But yeah, this is what you play for. Like, this is why you practice 10 hours a day, 8 hours a day, whatnot. This is why you grind. This is why you practice your nades, go on aimbots, do all the boring stuff. So you could get to this stage, right, where you're playing in front of a crowd and just being able to experience CS from this level.
Yeah, and Yanko so much on the line for Vitality in this situation as well. Paris coming up, they want to be able to prove themselves in these playoffs that they can make deep runs, right?
Absolutely. I think this is way more important for Vitality than they potentially realize. I think they underestimate how much a good run here could give them a boost coming into the major.
Well, we are almost ready to get this game underway. We've got Nuke, we've got Mirage, and we have got Overpass if we do so need it between Big and Vitality. The first quarterfinal here in the Jeunesse Arena, and the first time these two teams will be taken to this very stage. Let's get it on with Chad and Alex.
Let's get it on. That's the plan. Thank you very much. I feel like the scene's set perfectly for this head-to-head from our death. So much love to them as we start on Nuke. Chad, what's the lay of the land?
Let's get back into the numbers here. The Dest did a great job of highlighting just how important the pistols have been for Big throughout this event. I think the stat that they read out was 10-2, and a man who's been having a lot of influence in that regard has been Faven. So we want to keep our eyes on him as we do get underway with the CT side pistol start for Big. But on the other side of the server, you have the best rated pistol player of the year so far. And, of course, I'm talking about Zywoo. So those two heavy hitters going toe-to-toe for round number 1 is where I would like us to turn our attention. However, I have to be the bearer of bad news. We're currently missing a player from the server. It's going to be Hyped. He's got maybe some of those pre-stage jitters.
Yeah, we were taking a look at the stats, and for Hyped, it's been a tough one because he's the only one who's been underperforming in map wins and overperforming in map losses. I mean, that's the opposite of what everyone would desire, but it's...
Especially as an AWPer.
Certainly.
Right? So, and that could have something to do with the way that he's now being used in this team.
He is a new boy on the block.
Precisely,
you know?
right? It's very green. And look, this is where the experience of the players around you, and well, even still for a lot of the players on Big, there isn't an awful lot of stage experience to boast.
I really do think Tamsin and Keto, you know, functioning at a higher level with responsibility as well. Like, they have to be able to bring those boys up. Faven, Hype. I don't think Crimbo needs his handheld.
He just seems like a G, doesn't he? Has absolutely no issues, does Crimbo. He's got that bravado about him, has that swagger, and definitely knows how to apply himself correctly in the server. Faven has been, as we mentioned, being great in the pistols. He had some great impact, and when we're talking impact, it's those opening kills, those 1v1s, those multi-kills. That's where we're going to be looking for a lot of highlights, and highlights is something that I want to return to here, because on the other side of the server, there's been two men who, that's all they seem to do. Spinks and Zywoo throughout this event. Top of the pops, top of the charts, hit after hit. As it looks like, well, we're going to hit this one and go live. We have Hype back in the server. The unpause is being called and ready and raring to go.
So we have the highest rated player in pistols at the event in Faven, and then Zywoo, who just seems to be a master of the pistols worldwide in 2023.
Especially with the Julies, right? But he won't be getting those here on the T side. He's actually going to be getting a P250. Two of those on the board here. One for Magis, one for Zywoo, and a little bit of utility to boot. But once more, returning 8 days ago, these two teams and head-to-head on, well, this map, this series, exactly the same. The Vito a little bit of a different order, but here we go. 1x bet odds are going to be favoring Vitality. And wow, this is aggressive. This is what we're talking about. First round of a playoff match and setting the tone, pushing aggressively into lobby and the CT pistol. They know that nobody's home. And this util, well, that confirms exactly what they suspected.
Keto, a lot of friction on the cross. And don't forget that PT50 is in play. Those long-range engagements don't favor the USP in that one. And Spinks has managed to make it work on the Glock. Look at that, closes the gap. And another for Dupree. Straight into heaven. Losing that map control makes life very difficult. This could be the third pistol Big lose at the event. Yeah, looks like it's going that way. Dabson gives it a go. Nothing to report, and practically flawless.
Just Crimbo here, likely going to try and save this Kevlar if he can. The bomb hasn't been planted yet, so time, his biggest enemy right now. But that's a better way to kick things off here for Vitality as far as Nuke goes. Last time these two teams met, well, they won Nuke, but they lost the T-side of pistol. So, you know, they maybe want to do a little bit better than last time. See if they can throw Big out in a 2-0 fashion. We have Mirage up next and Overpass if we do need it. But let's just note some positive signs here. Spinks getting 2 kills on the pistol round because if his monstrous form continues here today, Big are in a lot of trouble, and I think Yanko put it quite nicely. If Spinks and Zywoo keep up the form they're in right now, they may as well bloody win the whole tournament. That's just how good these two are playing. As Crimbo will get some action, does convert onto Dupree, but how long will he stay alive? The hunt is coming, multiple bogeys on the other side. X-Ray highlighting 1, 2, and 3 as the Julies will jip away. The bomb goes off, and he is going to survive. So Kevlar carried through. Has enough if they want to bring out a Famas here on the force, but this is one of the situations with Big.
Traditionally, they are quite a reserved team in the second round purchases. And, well, I think at this event it has been changing a little bit, right? There's been some rounds where Big have gone a little bit more force buy than they traditionally would. And we're about to see exactly that. Crimbo, I'll spoil the news, has invested into a FAMAS with that Kevlar. So it's a really tidy looking second round for him. There's upgrades into 5.7s, a Scout for Hyped, of course, and Tabson onto an MP9, which in-game leaders in this event have been getting so much action
Look
on
at this. Look how fast they're going. Second round call down the vents, and it's going to be some flak damage.
A lot of
inflicted.
damage.
That will hurt. Tabson set up for success. Goodbye, Spinks. And a second chip to Wed as well. Dupree operating with a limp. Walking wonky. Already a heavy leg up for Big. How can they regain control here for Vitality? Let's not forget, statistically, this should be theirs, but already casualty onto Spinks, a great catch, and damage onto Magisk and Dupree.
Okay, well, the two players still on the top deck, that's going to be Apex and Zywo, the ones that need to battle them out here. So this is a big exchange for the in-game leader who goes down. Hype's first kill. Handy with the scout right there. Now we turn to the big man himself.
Always a joy to watch his procedural clears, very considered in his movements, but he's got to get past Crimbo to even have a chance at continuing this conversation. And Crimbo in that angle does find it eventually. A little messy on it, but fortunately so was Zywood.
Might be all five staying alive. That's a nice little molly there.
That's better than winning the pistol.
All right, yeah, and there it is. The MP9 strikes for one. Tabson looks like he might be the only death considered, and this is dropping down the vent. Dupree is cornered. Time starting to become an issue now. 35 seconds left on the clock, and I don't see a way Dupree wins this one. Bullet in the side of the dome, and there it's going to be the Force Spy win back, and that'll instill an awful lot of confidence. A Galil picked up for Keto, that FAMAS brought through, and I'll let you know, another technical timeout called here early.
Just going to get everything resolved, get the kinks out of the system.
No shaming here, of course.
Absolutely not.
It is a pretty looking stage.
It is. Apparently this is kind of, you know, what we can grow to expect.
Oh, for the Masters level events. Yeah, we get Dallas as our next Masters level event coming up.
I'm ready for some BBQ, I'll tell you that much.
Oh, we got Brazilian barbecue, Texan barbecue.
There's just something about a brisket. I don't know why, I don't know how, but apparently quite a cheap cut of meat tastes delicious when you give it the right attention. Maybe there's a life lesson.
Do with it. Who would have thunk it?
Maybe there's a life lesson there, Chad, you know? A cheap cut, but looked after, treated, given time. It can really taste delicious.
Doesn't work with haircuts, though. I find if you get a cheap haircut, you're probably in a bit of trouble.
Yeah.
You want to get a good barber, guys.
Get a good barber.
Make you feel $1 million.
A barber that treats you like a human being.
Yeah.
And not just, you know,
a sheep.
A paycheck.
Getting sheared. All right, well, let's get back underway. So we do have Vitality wanting to continue the Force Spy Wars here. Dupree with his offering to the god. We'll drop an AK-47 over to Mr. Wu. Going to carry that one through towards Yard here.
Well, it was practically an immaculate start for that second round from Big. Just the one casualty, happy to take some upgrades. And Zywoo's got himself the AK-47 and Hyped meets it. This is why you give him the biggest gun.
Was looking to rotate away here. Didn't actually drop.
Yeah, he's got a lot to deal with now. They're already past him. Wow, good adjustment. He's ready for the multi-kill. Handling business on the second as well. And the FAMAS falls into enemy hands. Apex to ply his trade with that. Tabson actually going for an early Inquisition. Costs him his life. That was a little, perhaps an overcook from Tabson. You can see they had Keto as well, so pushed up. It would have been an opportunity, but Zywo, he is switched on. He's aware they could have taken lobby.
Yeah, good reposition from Keto here. You could see, considering the fact that Zywo can come back around from the yard position, tucks in deep and is flushed out. So Apex with that find, and now it's just Faven with the MAC-10. So play this one with the numbers, and there shouldn't be too many issues for Vitality to keep the Force Spy Wars alight here. This sucks a little bit more for Big, though. Lost bonus into the next one would be 1,400. Last time they had second phase lost bonus by virtue of losing the pistol. So this one is going to sting as Apex does walk on in. So the bomb will be ushered across. Momentarily should get planted here, and I think Faven can be considering a save. Hold on to the MAC-10, see if you can find an upgrade. You have a 5.7 to drop into the next round as well. But there was a little detail there, and I saw it on Crimbo's POV. He just dropped down on the ramp. I think he broke the window, and that baited them into the ramp play, thinking that he was the guy rotating lower to deal with Zywo.
Yeah.
Right, and then they came out ramp, and he got a couple of kills there, 2 in total for Crimbo, but not enough. And 3 rifles from Vitality look to be carried through here. So back and forth we go.
Yeah, it's working out nicely. just when you thought Big had wrestled back for those early starts. And I really liked the way it was framed on the analyst desk as well, just talking about how those pistol stats lead Big into playing their best version. I know that sounds like a Captain Obvious statement, but specifically for Big, having those strong starts gives their team all the options, because they're such a theory crafting team. And a lot of that theory rests on having the weapons and the nades to make it happen.
Yeah, precisely. I think Big do their best Counter-Strike when they have all the bells and whistles. Right. And that right there is something that you need to make sure isn't the only way you could approach the game. There's the opening from ZywOo again. You need to be able to win some of the lower buy rounds, which they've already done. They just didn't find the conversion off the back of it. I do expect them to go for another force buy here, but it's actually Vitality who have opted to take the tactical timeout. And you can see legendary player and coach Zonic standing behind the troops here with a conversation of 30 seconds to let them know the status quo. Now, Big's buy is much, much better than I had anticipated here. They've been able to drop weapons across and make this one look very neat and tidy. There's 2 M4s in the mix, that MAC-10 carried through, a FAMAS and a Scout. We're basically into the gun rounds here. The Force by Wars, sure, missing some trimmings. As we mentioned, the bells and whistles would be nice. There's not a single incendiary on the CT side here.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting one. This will determine just how much of a running start we get from Vitality's T side. They've dispatched Crimbo into this position early, so you can see that the responsibility is not just on Hype's shoulders with that Scout. Likelihood of a smoke completely obscuring his view means Crimbo will activate.
This is interesting, though. Notice how they've put Crimbo in the back of Warehouse, traditionally Tabson's position. They've actually opted to put Tabson over towards ramp with the MAC-10. So it's a standard setup, just different people in different places.
Yeah, and a MAC-10 ramp, I can see why they're doing it on that headshot position, but this is even better. He can play close to the smoke if his teammate decides to deploy it. Tabson pressing his ear to the wall to listen out for any cues.
Now, I can understand why they've done this. There hasn't been an early smoke wall, so that Scout not necessary at yard right now, but they're happy and ready to take a fight, but so is Crimbo. Takes down Apex, steps out for the second, and tap it in. That's both Frenchmen dead and dusted.
That's lovely work. Dupree at least does manage to sweep one under the rug, but the damage done. Spinks, though, highest rated player, is dead too. They're going to be doing it. Need to do a lot more of that. Faven and Crimbo have taken down the 2 high flyers.
And Vitality took a timeout going into this round, so this is not the way that I think Zonic was hoping it would unfold here. Dupree's been left alive in one of these, this time a little bit more heavily equipped and with a whole lot more HP. So how much more can he do, or is he already considering the save? There's 30 seconds left on the clock, and once he starts to backpedal towards spawn, I think we all know what that means. It's going to be a tit-for-tat game so far, round for round, nobody with consecutive. And nobody looking to break set just yet. I will more than safely say I expect Vitality to force buy back in here.
Well, I mean, it's just a constant battle for the first consecutive run.
Yeah, take a look at this, right? So 1,400 is going to go into ZywOo's bank account. We can order the quick maths, guys. Let's do it my way, and you guys can let me know at home how you do it. So 1,400. So what I do is I'd get the 400 and add it onto the 26, which would take me to 3,000, and then I'd add the 1,000 on to get me to 4K.
That is kind of how my brain works too.
And that's how we got there. So ZywOo can buy another AK. Dupree can drop maybe a MAC-10 or...
Oh, good to see Godby brought some fresh fruit just to keep the boys... juiced up. I saw some pineapples, grapes.
Okay, all right.
Maybe for the between the maps.
I remember when Big were doing their best when we were stuck in the pandemic. They had like platters of fruit. They were eating some strawberries, some watermelon, having a good time. Oh, ZywOo actually hasn't opted to go for an AK here, so they want a bit more util. You can see that molly deployed top hut.
Where are we going?
Looks like they want to harass Squeaky if they can. A top pop. Here we go.
Let's go. Keto to receive him. Oh, an immediate headshot. And now Faven activates. Solid shutdown of the pressure. Big from Apex, but only the one. No bomb. Spinks down on the vent descent, and it's just the Woo. Last on the naughty list. That's a clean lockout, and that's Big with the first break of serve.
I'm curious to think what Vitality thought were going to happen in that round, right? Because Big at that point had everything. They had a lot of rifles. They had a lot of utility. They were able to stall out that top pop. And that looks way too easy for Faven and Keto. Which when you think about it, what we know these two are capable at their max is actually a pretty scary top combo. They both have some pretty gnarly aim. So a good job between the two of them there. And now it should just be Vitality having to sink themselves down into a bit of an eco. So there's good early start for Big. It's been done in the most labored way. But they should be able to get themselves a 2-round buffer here, as the best they have to boast right now is just going to be a Deagle in the hands of Dupree. And a P250 for Apex. So this should be farming for Mr. Hyped.
And Hyped seems to be a fan of Dick Stacy, one of your boys. Got the stickers. Big clan. And of course, Dick Stacy.
What a crossover. What an absolute crossover that has been. I want to get into a bit of a discussion here about the last two to hit the turf there, Dupree and Magis. Now, We know that they aren't required to be the star players. Actually, for Magisk, I think he's part of the star trio of Vitality for sure. It should be Zawu, Spinks, and Magisk, and then you have Apex in-game leading, and then Dupree gets a few more of the, how do I say this eloquently, bitch rolls. So, you know, something...
dirty jobs? Dirty work?
Yeah, dirty jobs with Dupree. Might be a new series he could kick off in Denmark. But, yeah, he does it. So, with the way that this team is kind of formatted, that's the hierarchy tree. But for Dupree and Magisk, with all the experience they have, these are the type of matches, stage games, where they used to do their absolute best work. So we'll see if they can become those beautiful butterflies once more.
Hype's whipping out the AWAP. Mantling over the box for the flight path, and there's one from Hype. Knows he's on a timer now. Been smoked off, hoping he can find a little bit of a pot shot through. And Crimbo in support. Zawu staring at him, but it's all about timing and when he chooses to activate. Apex linking through. A free headshot though for Crimbo, and you see that immediately. His knee-jerk reaction is get out of there, hold on to that advantage as Apex does claw one back. Faven, next victim, big from Apex. As finally he falls, but it's still a 2-on-2 after the 2 openings from Big. You need to hit that one. Nice from Hype, put Spinks into the clutch.
Well, he knows that Crimbo's the ramp player here. So he can start to piece this one together with the kills that have come on through. Plenty of time to work with, a minute on the clock, and Hunting right now might be able to find Hype to his hands in the pants, a little bit of a movement, and I'm sure you can all hear exactly that. Impending doom coming the way. Spinks with a step on out, the single box kill, and now the 1-on-1. Where is Crimbo? There he is, surprise! That is another round for Big, a 3-round lead now. Massive stuff.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, that was probably the most exciting round we've had so far. Love that. Observers catching all the action. It was quick as well, back and forth. Apex, he did manage to get behind enemy lines and profit. Hit some great headshots, especially onto Faven, but it was those opening 2. Crimbo loved the restraint from him. Hyped as well. He gets his test on Yard and he passes. Didn't like the death on Unbreakable, but it happens.
Okay, well, Vitality now, they're feeling the suck here early. This is going to be another gun round into eco scenario, this time dressed up a little bit more. 5 Deagles, a light smattering of utility, and even some armor on an opponent. On an opponent? On a teammate or two. The opponents on the other side, of course, they have armor. Look, they're all sitting pretty. Head armor for all 5. Plenty of cash to splash, and they want to keep this one as clean as possible. So the agenda for Big, 3 or more alive would be fantastic. Try and deny that bomb going down. The loss burner is going to be maxed out into the next. And here comes tabseN for another bit of a looky-loo. Quite pokey here, isn't it? Just showing their head, and Crimbo tested on ramp.
Yeah, shouldn't be too much to get concerned about for Big Clan fans.
They could go lower and try and get this plant right now, but you can see the heavy rotation.
Yeah, not going to allow that. You can see they're very stubborn about this one. I say that as Magus does well. Apex was really trapped in the flames, boxed in. That's the kind of sauna you don't want to be in. Little extreme as a 6th. That was nearly the word. 6th has been secured.
Yeah, I thought you were trying to do it in the German way.
I don't know where my mouth was going with that one. That's the joy of our job, Chad. Sometimes your mouth moves faster than your brain.
And things just come out.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
Everyone says something they don't mean now and again.
Happens to the best of us.
All right, well, Vitality. Where is the woo? Where is Spinks? Was Zawu with only 1 kill so far, and that was on their force by victory. So let's see if he can get activated here as Hype posts up, sees nothing. tabseN hyper aggressive. I like this. It's going to at least signal to Crimbo, Faven, and Keto that the fight could be coming their way momentarily. Apex back over towards spawn, lining up a smoke. Now, I was just watching back some of the games here. They like to do this round where they drop a smoke from spawn that lands directly in front of main, and that tends to force a bit of a rotation here. Apex has actually gone the squeaky lurk smoke, I think, and, well, yep, here they come ramp.
Yeah, Hyped. He's on one today. Another opening. I wouldn't go re-peeking. He's brave. They've already crossed Molly. Now he has lost ramp as tabseN looks to surge behind them. I wonder how switched on Apex will be if he is the lobby holder. Doesn't seem to be considering it now. The smoke to draw his attention elsewhere. Dupree posted, hoping to find him. Hype doesn't need to give him anything here.
Cheeky little angle from Hype as well, isn't it? Very passive. Oh, hello.
Oh my god. So I was checking it, but it's tabseN that wins the duel. The rest are in trouble. Gets himself a nice frag. 2 back from Vitality, though. Now they are scalpering to try and retrieve the bomb and get away from that flank. tabseN threatening.
No way.
I like that. The extinguisher alone will pause them. They have to acknowledge he could be walking through. That molly no longer buys them the time to turn their backs, and Yeah, Dupree will do the same. Backs up a ramp.
Has to be
Reaggresses big. I love this. This pendulum of aggression and passivity.
Action on hype here.
What's he supposed to do? They look like they're going to smoke main and go. Boost. Oh, well, he misses the shot, but Tabson good onto Dupree.
Keto's here already.
Should be seeing the plant. Keto out of the heart. Does catch Spings. Bomb cancelled. And it's up to Apex. Doesn't really have the health all the time for this. And yeah, Tabson will catch him on the investigations. And Hype looking just that. He's feeling himself. And so a big plan.
Well, one of the details in that round, Tabson being aggressive meant that yards, the squeaky smoke, I think there was a squeaky smoke thrown, or the lurk main smoke came on through. What that would normally do is your AWPer, who plays Heaven, right, rotates around. He supports ramp, he helps yard, he goes up Heaven, he helps top. He's meant to be everywhere. Hype didn't have to get drawn back towards yard because Tabson had all the information. Mate, you're not needed out here. It's all good in the hood. And that meant that ramp could be a little bit more fortified. And Vitality were trying to exploit that rotation. So denied here, and denied there. A missed smoke, unforced error. That's a big boo-boo.
That's the technical term. May not cost them too much. With Dupree onto Faven early, it falls to Keto, and he's only got the one. This is set for success now for Vitality. Straight into the top site, and with a couple of lost defenders. And a missed smoke as well.
And the finances for Big maybe considering a bit of a save here. Sure, you feel that you've got the weapon advantage, you still have a light bit of util, but is it really worth giving everything over with a 7-2 lead? Apparently not. Already signified the white flag waved, hyped all the way in spawn. Tabson here about to be sidelined from Apex. Yeah, he wasn't ready for that one. We might have another Apex reaction for the real.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Ooh. Yeah.
That one's going to leave a mark.
Yeah, not fun for anyone involved. Well, maybe Tabson's probably quite enjoyed that, actually, holding on to a very valuable set of resources. And yet to see Hype die since his AWP's acquisition. I think that's worth highlighting.
Nice.
Yeah, that's a nice one for an AWP. You can see by his finances just growing and swelling out of control. Zywoo greater than Mbappe. That's quite a statement. Okay, he's got. I think now we've worked it out. Why Big Clan were the enemies of Rio?
Yeah, because Zywoo's here.
Yeah, because Zywoo's here and Brazil are Glory supporters or something.
Well, I think as well when Simple comes out, all this hanging out with Neymar is and they're going to do wonders to his stock.
That's true. That's true. He's Neymar approved.
Well, taking stock here are Vitality, looking for their second tactical timeout to have a bit of a chit-chat. This is a pivot point in the game. If they can take all these big rifles away and win another consecutive, they can break them and draw this scoreline ever closer. Big had a streak of 6 that was broken by another round where the bomb has gone down. But in that spree, they had denied Vitality any plants. There was no retakes necessary, so they were doing a very good job on their defense. Just going to make sure that they don't get broken into and completely robbed. The timeout has subsided and back underway we go.
All right, serious business now. That's the second timer. You've already discussed the implications of that. Zonic wants his boys to start posting quite the T-Hall. 3 just feels insufficient in their eyes. And Hype, we talked about his lack of deaths. Well, going for a forward position and still doesn't look like he's going to see any action. He's not holding yard, and they are crossing.
That's good news. That means there can be a heavy rotation towards the lower side from the likes of Crimbo as the ramp player, if he would like. It doesn't look like they've made that maneuver at all, so I don't think they're buying it. Well, Keto's buying that one. Dupree's gone on a look, and they have been able to get the bomb down secret.
No
Sphinx
rotation.
could be the difference maker here, but look how passive he is on the roof. He's coming on down now, so he's about to investigate lobby. His only real issue is hyped. But you're right, there is no...
Play retake? Is that the plan?
And I can understand it, but they're going to give up so much real estate. And if Sphinx gets a kill on the lurk, that might be enough.
Yeah, they're going now. This pair down towards ramp, but the Util will have arrived exactly.
They have to push.
Whoa,
They have to push. He has to.
And he just walks straight into Apex. That's an equalizing frag in this round, right? Might spiral. Keto, great awareness. Catches the lobby lurk. New Sphinx still alive and a double for Keto. A man advantage on the retake. 2 from ramp side, 1 from single. This is a big frag for Faven to find the timing on. You can see Magic, he's got his head on a swivel, worried about this, and you want ramp to distract him first before you touch that door. Contact ideally from elsewhere. Smokes are in, ramp distraction. Faven, patient. Angle found, nice frag from Magus. That's what Faven needed. Gets the Q, gets the frag. Time-sensitive mission for the rest of the Germans. And he's still got another one. Faven needs to get on that bomb. Tabson will convert. And another one from Big Clan. Well handled on this defense. They're feeling themselves right now.
Yeah, that was a great round from Keto there. You highlighted that double up, and getting rid of Spinks made their life a whole lot easier. It meant they could really just focus towards Laura. And I said that Crimbo had to push. Well, he technically didn't have to, but if they wanted to make a play, which is something that Zaiwu in the interview said they don't do, it was one way to try and rustle the jimmies, but denied on entry. And actually Big taking the time out here. So look at this. You can see Gob directing the conversation to Hype. So there's a lot of conversation about a rookie being on a stage environment like this. Think about it. This kid's only been in the team for, what, 2 months? I spoke about at the start of this event just how many maps they had played. I think at the time I was quoting just under 70. So that's obviously growing now. Yeah. And it's a player as well, which you've highlighted statistically. He isn't doing an awful lot in their wins, but tends to be more towards the top of the scoreboard in their losses.
In contrast to Keto, who is doing the most in their wins.
And he's continued to be that X factor right here today. And Hype's keeping up with the pack. 9 kills for him, 9 for Tabs, and 9 for Crimbo. And that's the classic Keto right there.
I love it.
We got that reaction last time we were here, remember? Back during the group stage of the Major, which was quite the ambiance, I'll tell you that much.
No doubt. No diggity. In. Fast. Magisk across. The angles are good, and Big do find double from the defense. Faven down. Brought down by the AK. Triple on entry. That's a Dupree special. Gives Vitality the chance for a full clean conversion. Still 3 alive and only Hyped and Crimbo. The Academy duo.
Save.
Yeah, no, thank you very much.
Well, if Dupree's going to do that, right, I mentioned in this type of environment, this is where maybe you could expect some vintage Dupree, and that was exactly that. 3 big frags on towards that top site. Great work from him.
And especially when your team are hard committing, you know, Magisk and Apex laying your life on the line, it's... There, you can see these deaths. Going down, and then Dupree will pick up the mess. The third onto Keto, round defining, and you do see Hyped and Crimbo just holding on to what they can.
What they thought they could.
What they could have.
But that's interesting. It's only the 2nd kill for Zaiwu so far, and it is one to deny a gun, so it has big ramifications going into the next round. But Zaiwu's quiet at the moment. And, well, Big, they should be counting their lucky stars right now, because as soon as this man in the center of your screen right here gets activated, it could be left, right, good night. So they need to make hay while the sun shines, continue to put as many rounds as they can while Zaiwu's out of the equation. But that type of a round right there, Zaiwu's not set up to find too much success. You look at that, it's a top go where Zaiwu's throwing utility from the roof and then has to rotate in with the ult. Yeah. Right? So if everybody died, he has a very hard round ahead of him.
Yeah, and he's definitely been transitioning into more of a supportive role for the likes of Spinks and Co.
Down the vent here. Good little move from Spinks.
It's always very, very hard for the CTs to adapt to someone already down the vents. You know, that's supposed to be something you have to adjust to late.
I think Tabson is aware of this, though. You can see his positioning towards lower. He was considering the single door, and Zaiwu jousting now.
I do love a little AWP head-to-head. New blood. And Tabson draws blood.
He's not ready for the second.
Down and out. Crimbo knows he's got the element of surprise here. Spinks crosshair, look at it. Nowhere near. Okay, Crimbo keeps it level.
That's the ramp player.
Still interesting if Hype goes wide. That's brave, and that's destructive. As only Zaiwu and Apex remain. Needs that bomb, needs that hope, and Hype's the one to take Apex out. Just on that hot push.
Well, this is the time for Zaiwu to make his voice heard. I know it's a 1-on-3 situation, 55 seconds on the clock. Knows Crimbo was lower. Hyped, got the kill peeking in from main. Faven, also a bit of a top player here. So let's see the master at work.
They really do love him.
He's a lovable character.
Yeah, definitely.
Backs it up with the frags to boot here.
Like never before in Counter-Strike have we seen someone so good and so humble. A combination quite rare. Typically, we estimate and expect someone to be this with the superstar prowess that he provides. You expect a little bit of ego. You expect someone to have that firm belief in their ability over the others, but most of that interview from Zaiwu was talking about how good Big have been looking, and they are looking good. Flying high and trying to make the best out of a bad situation. It's not always easy to kind of flick that switch and say, hey, forget about all that negativity. Let's focus on what we can control.
Yeah, and it seems like they've been having a good time. Yanko was talking about they've been hanging around at the pool. They've been having a good time with the smiles on their faces. So Bigger taking the positives here and running with them, and now looking to profit.
And against the team that, well, stood in their way. You know, they were in that 2 wins, 1 loss up against Vitality. Same maps as that head-to-head that Big had to swallow up against Vitality. Booking the Frenchman's ticket to Paris. But yeah, Big not there, not present.
Now, they have won as many rounds as they did last time these two met on this very map.
There you go.
Well, I maybe spoke too soon. 2 kills in stereosonic fashion. He's now trying to piece this together here, Big. Right now, this round is the difference between a 11-4, 10-5, or what is probably going to be a Vitality 9-6 now if they can convert this 5-on-3.
Still an if.
Yeah, so someone from Big will have to be a difference maker here. A multi-kill will be required. I have to look the wrong way right now.
It's not looking good for Hyped with that weapon especially. One, surely dead, not ready for more. Here's them coming, needs the no-scope. Dupree on the floor. That's 2.
There's the multi.
For the price of 1, yeah, he pulls it off. Hold on, hold your horses, there's more. Look at Crimbo, perhaps going to be activated on that ramp push, just waiting for Tabson's call as the smoke will fade. Sping's holding passive. Tabson does catch Magis, didn't catch a glimpse or a whiff for Spinks, and damage inflicted. Crimbo, what you got for us? We'll be considering that flank, but will they expect it at this pace? 20 seconds, and that smoke might help him as he gets him down. Bomb on the floor, up to the woo, pushing forward is Crimbo, and he can't quite finish. ZywOo saves them. A triple out of the woo.
Crimbo's going to be kicking himself there.
Man.
He's going to really feel like he should have converted that one. A great attempt and almost a 3-on-5 salvage there for Big after those 2 opening deaths. A great attempt, but Vitality will grab their 5th, and as I mentioned, likely their 6th here. So this is the opening pick on Akito, and the nades came on through for that follow-up frag. Tabson, if he got that 2nd kill, a 2-on-1 situation, more manageable for Big. And yeah, just scaling through the molly. He didn't want to allow ZywOo to plant and then play the 40 seconds.
It's mad. And this is 2. Straight into the top side. Dupree on the clears, and Big Clan just getting rumbled. Nice back from Faven. A good double on top of the hut. Look at this higgledy-piggledy by, whatever they could scrape together for the final round of the half. Apex got full control of the rafters as he rounds the corner, so lobby occupied, smoke's perfect.
Feels like the round's on lock, doesn't it?
It does, it really does. Would take a calamity from Vitality to let this one go. Well, it's fine. It's 9
good.
to 6. Recovered half, considered. Looked like a Big Clan start, a good run, but a run of 4 rounds in the final 6. Puts a solid number on the board. We'll take a break and be right back. Feeling good, feeling fine. It's a battle for revenge for Big Clan and for Vitality, looking to do what they've done before. They've got Big Clan in front of them on the stage, the quarterfinals of IEM Rio. And we've got ourselves a second pistol. Worth noting that the battle at the start of this game was a bit of a back and forth, a to and fro affair. Vitality did manage to take the first. That's the third pistol loss Big have posted in Rio.
Yeah, it didn't really seem to help them too much, especially with those forced by wars that we had out early. But here we go. Let's see if Big can make it 2 for 2 with Zywoo. Look at this. The W key looked like it was stuck, but Hype will gobble that one up every day of the week.
Yeah, tasty. An all-you-can-eat buffet on Yard. Let's see if there's any more. Apex quaking in his boots. You can hear him. Backs might be turned and more bodies to be dropping. Someone needs to hit the heads. It's only one from Dupree. Long range, hard to find. Fresh mag found. And Keto trying to whittle away. It's Hype that posts it. Gets himself his second here on the pistol.
Really good stuff from Hype here. Not having any issues finding impact. 15 kills in total right now. And with the team and they're looking for one more to find, it is Spinks. Some absolute career form right now. Will drop and Big get to double digits. They have to be feeling very content with how things are unfolding thus far. And that is both teams on the CT side attempting to set the tone, right? We saw the lobby aggression from Big. They all pushed in lobby early, and it was actually Vitality heading Yard with all their troops. And this time round, well, Zywoo trying the opposite, taking a fight very aggressively. That tells me they were expecting something very lobby-centric. You wouldn't be running like that if you're actually expecting Jules at that corner.
Whoa, 4 mag 10s. That's avant-garde. That
might be a top go.
Big Clan. Look at this. Keto down the vents immediately.
Okay, they've copied each other's anti-eco round.
Yeah, but watch, there's more, because Zywoo's here and opens the door. Didn't check. Keto, what's going on? Zywoo!
Oh!
Zywoo! The triple dig! Pandemonium! Oh my goodness! That is a Zywoo classic. The second round force, just after the oopsie on the pistol as well. He says, oops, let me fix that for us.
Set the record straight with a showstopper, and Hype's going to go down to Dupree. That's the bounce back again. The force by wars continue.
I'll tell you what, if it is anything like Ohio's motto, with God, all things are possible, and with Zywoo, it seems the same. Triple D, second round force by.
Yeah, don't turn your back on this, man. And that was the opener from top heart. We could actually see on the cusp of the smoke, but this is what it's all about. Bullet to Keto's dome, and they just keep on coming, shredded by the Woo.
Not even a tiny smile, not even like an exhale out of his nose. That's just business as usual.
Another day at the office.
Bloody hell. Yeah, doing some shredding at the office, for sure.
Someone's got to do it, and he needs to start getting some frags on the board here. CT side's the best place to do it. 3 in total. Deep Molly they will assemble this boost, so put up on a perch here.
Uh-oh, I don't know, I'm already a bit rattled by that Deagle round. You don't want to wake up the giant, the sleeping giant that was Zywoo in that first half.
Well, here comes a flash forward, and Match has been left to his own devices here. Didn't turn the second, but they didn't check.
It's fine.
They didn't check.
It's fine.
Oh!
Magis now. Oh, okay. Big Clan have got 3. On the light pistols, on the light buying, and now rifles are plenty. It's just Dupree and Spinks with meager guns. And SMG to defend their honor, and it was just into the ramp.
Yeah, the start of these two halves have been where all the action has been throughout this match so far. Just continue to throw these uppercuts, trying to knock each other to the deck. A chance to rattle Vitality here on this CT side.
Magic's going to be feeling a bit hard done by not getting anything done, by being overlooked.
The second flash as well, I think that's what really ruined him. Because he comes back, and at that point, he's lost complete understanding of how they've scaled. And taps in a double, the in-game leader, with 2 on the P250. Looking a whole lot more unburdened here now that we've made it to the playoffs. Can they salvage this? Smokes towards the lower. And as we can see on the radar, well, both of them, Spinks and Dupree, reside on the upper deck. They might just be having to allow this one to fall by the wayside here. Bomb gets planted with the 10-second mark. 40 seconds thrust onto the clock, and with them on polar opposite sides of the map here, it should just be the save of a measly Mac 10 and an MP9.
I'll tell you what, this is, I'm not speaking too soon, or, you know, any witchcraft, voodoo, and jinxes, but this is Hype's top performance in a map that Big Clan need to convert.
Might win.
Might. I was very careful.
I know, I saw what you were doing there.
But I'm just saying, like this, especially on the stage as well, like it's when you're trying to get your rookie situated, he's had the walkouts, you know, you've got a very different view, you've been booed. And if you can come in and play your game and get away with it against, you know, a real top contender, like in the form of Vitality, this is going to mean a wealth of experience just being injected into his veins.
Now let's get all the Germans at home excited about this, because if Big do manage to convert here from this 11-7 scoreline, they go into Mirage, their map choice next. And last time around when these two teams met, they won that 16-10. And just to give you a little bit more sauce to your sandwich, Big played Na'Vi and Mirage, and well, it was a double overtime affair, just to show that, hey, they still can be competitive. I know that's an L, but they're looking to take it to their quote-unquote home turf.
Well, Big, 5 rounds away from the W.
Keto here is going to get an awful lot of space on this. That flash offers up nothing, so he is across towards Secret. The rest of them reside in lobby here. Molly.
That's all right. That's even better. How has he got 2 there? It's still going to be a complete...
the bloody bomb, Alex.
Yeah, I mean, it's round defining. And again, every team that has the advantage seems to be losing the next round.
Yeah, we've had 8 rounds of this if you're going to combine the 2 halves here.
What's going on?
It just won't stop.
No, he's not. He's going for... Yeah. Okay, so what can we talk about for 55 seconds?
The weather.
All right, let me have a look. I'll bring it up.
It looked nice out there today.
So today in Rio de Janeiro, we can expect highs.
Oh, man. Doesn't that one really just sting? That's a minute save.
29 degrees Celsius on the highs.
What's that for the freedom units?
I don't have freedom units turned on. 18, lows of 18, and a 2% chance of precipitation.
Okay. What would you say the weather conditions are right now on Nuke? Rush, could we maybe take a look? Oh, MC, either of you, if you could help us out here. Take a look at the sky, take a look at the conditions on Nuke. Sunny.
Sunny.
Yeah.
Light smattering of clouds.
What type of clouds are they? They're not cumulus clouds.
No, those ones are...
I think it starts with a C. Cirrus clouds.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
Yeah. We definitely came up with that ourselves. We don't have little voices in our head who are much smarter than us.
Oh, yeah. Actually, you don't realize is we're just saying what they're saying in our ears.
Exactly, yeah.
We're just a fleshy puppet.
It's crazy, but it works. And look, I would say it's probably about 23 degrees?
Yeah, I'd say low 20s.
Yeah,
low 20s for sure. Maybe a bit of a brisk wind chill factor.
I don't think there's a chance of rain, though. Maybe early morning dew. A bit of precipitation.
Certainly.
Yeah, but that's about it.
Well, that's over, fortunately, ladies and gentlemen.
Thanks for bearing with us.
We apologise on behalf of Big Clan.
Surely someone wins 2 in a row.
Let's go. Let's go satellite radio.
Well, we've seen this one before. In the first half, Vitality had a really nice methodology of getting these nades in for the stack, but well avoided here. Spinks back of the site, dodges that with ease.
$900 down the Swanee.
I think the difference is Vitality did a lot more crowd control with their mollies, like position them into the nades, so it's a bit of a difference in the term of the two.
Keto's going walkabouts. It's good. We might get a head-to-head of the 2 highest-rated players for their respective teams here. Keto v. The Woo. Tabson looking for him as well, looking for trouble. That barrel hidden nicely by Zayu. He's conscious of the extra extended barrel length of the M4A1 off the flash. Yeah, Faven cooked, and it's Zayu serving up a double off the back of the flash. 1 from height. He'd need to hit a close quarter scout headshot to have anything to say. It wasn't far off, but Spinks, yeah, he's got him dead to rights here. Nice tag, getting away. Height is doing a lot with that scout. Impressive stuff, but still, he's screwed, and Apex confirms it. A little bit of shrapnel for the 1 damage required.
All right, well, Krimbini, the genie, can he pull anything out of the bottle right now? 35 seconds left on the clock here, and oh, he's doing it to us again. Up the ladder for the save and conceding what now will be Vitality breaking serve. So both teams on their CT sides being the first to triumph in the Force by Wars. Vitality will draw this to just a 2-round game.
So yeah, actually, in terms of these starts, these intense starts, it feels like Vitality will have been the ones to get out with their head above water.
Magix is having a tough go, I think. So I wonder if he becomes a targeting point going forward for Big. They don't really strike me as that type of team, but he only has 3 kills. So at this point, why not? Why not see if you can push the issue over there, or if you can try and exploit some rotations and make his life a living hell? Difficult to make that decision, but with 2 back-to-back timeout rounds here, 1 saved M4. Were they caught off guard? I wasn't watching.
They weren't caught off guard. In my mind, it was just like the meme. It's like, yeah, so Zai was actually, on his rookie year, he got back-to-back world number 1.
All right.
That's why we're cheering for him.
That makes sense. All right, well, Crimbo, how far can we make this M4 go? As Abson even has a little bit of util to try and set him up. He's taking an initial fight with Apex, so they know where the rifle is now.
Yeah, I mean, I respect him when you have to make the best use out of that only rifle, but taking pot shots up against long-range engage.
Okay, so they've given the molly to Hype. Now, this can go in one of 2 places. He could get a top hut molly or a back sight molly. I think it's going to be a top hut molly because you can see Tabson here lining up the squeaky smoke. So what they might try and do is get out the squeaky door, maybe down the vent, or just set Crimbo up for a fight. This is their one and only opening move. Can't miss this molly, Hyped. Well, I guess he can. Nobody's on hut, so I take it back. Oh, they've changed the plan here. Tabson's actually over towards lobby, so a main smoke. It's just the top go.
Yeah, let's see what Spinks has got to handle, and so far no sweat on the brow.
Took too many bullets on that first kill. So much pressure.
Vitality, should be fine, certainly now. Keeping it cool, calm, and collecting a 10th. As the gap closes to just a singular round. And the fans gathering. Of course, we do have 2 games today. Heroic can be taken on FURIA as our second best of 3.
Oh, we all remember how that one went down last time. A bit of heartbreak here in Rio de Janeiro.
There's plenty of these interesting head-to-heads across our bracket in terms of revenge.
That side of the bracket is juicy, right? No matter how you split it, if FURIA win that game, they go up against Na'Vi. Well, they toppled Na'Vi last time. Na'Vi, I'm sure, would love some of their own revenge. The desk was talking about it, Yanko and Peacemaker. But we are back into the guns, and Crimbo, by virtue of his previous save, is just down to a poor Deagle here.
Where is Zywo? He's right there. Forward position. He's allowed to go walkabouts on Yard, and he's causing him problems. It's good catch from Hyped. He's kept us level. There's now looking to just slow the roll. 2 spotted Yard. Tabson's going to have to do a lot of talking and a little dying, as that's 1 back.
Different player, though.
Good tag from behind.
They know where the last guy is. They know exactly where he was. He just won that duel, so they know that he was over towards Hell.
Racing. Crimbo flashing. Draws attention. This is tough. Like, top is open. What's Hype doing with the bomb?
But this is the problem. He was in the most central rotation point to be anywhere.
He
Ramp,
could be
Yard,
heaven.
or Heaven. Exactly.
He could be main.
Oh, and they're walking into him.
Oh, Spinks. Okay. Crimbo holds onto it with the trade, and that's a triple from him as well.
And he started the round with only a Deagle. I was just talking about his financial issues because of the save. He gets a molly kill in there. A lot of impact from Crimbo in this one. Hyped, as we've said, you know, he's been having a tougher go in their wins.
Yeah, that was a hard one.
If things continue in that way with the stats, it could be on for a big heartbreaker here. Hype's got 21. This was how it all kicked off. It looked great. Dupree with the opener. Zywo gets 1. Then they get isolated. You see the flames of Crimbo taking down Apex in the interim. And then as soon as that duel came through, as I mentioned, they knew where the last player was. So they had information. They just didn't know where it got knocked to, and they buddied up and traded. Really good stuff from Big there.
Yeah, really nice. And that stops Vitality in their tracks. They were on a bit of a run, 3 in a row.
But Magic's still struggling.
Certainly, yeah. I mean, 3 total. It's unlike him.
A breakpoint here available for Big. You can see them having to rock with 3 Galils, 2 AKs. A little bit light on util for the likes of Faven and Keto. But if they can win this round, loss bonus going into the next for either team, but maybe more pressure on the Vitality side, only 1900. Especially with this 2-round buffer that Big have thus far.
This looks like a top for the util.
Get him down the van.
Yeah, oh, info, but no frag. Spinks gives it up.
Oh, he knows the player's already single.
Wait, Zywo's gone single past him.
Ramp doesn't feel like the play here. Maybe a top ramp would be better for Big right now with that information because Ramp's clear.
Yeah, Dupree's holding the angle. It's going to be very hard to get past this with unscathed. Keto, let's see how diligent he is on the clear.
Saw him.
Yeah, spots him now. Dupree will make the call, looking for help. And from behind, Apex delivers a big frag and a big scalp onto Tabson. Keto gone too. Two of the highest flyers now plucked.
Oh, I felt like Big had the right response considering the information that they were able to garner there, but a great response from Vitality, just locking them in, making sure that hell would be their demise. Faven and Crimbo, how are you meant to get back into this one? I don't think you are. They're going to take the conservative approach once more and just take this save. So what could have been a break point for Big to try and really turn this half on its head, they're going to have to do this the hard way by the looks of things. It's kind of crazy when you look at the scoreboard. 17 for Spink, 17 for Dupree, 16 for Apex, 13 for Zai with Magic's gone 3. Like, he's just having one of those days. One of those games. And here it is, that rotation. Apex had help. It wasn't just him. You saw Dupree as well fighting from the heavens. So multiple individuals tasked with dealing with the issues. And oh, if Faven pushes the issue too far, you can see him just making sure he doesn't get caught off any crawls here. There's a chance that Apex could push on down and take this fight, but 1 second, that's going to be it. Flashed in, won't be finding the kill here. Faven, plenty of time to... Okay! That was the very, very, very last millisecond.
Yeah, that
poor
was,
Apex.
I mean, yeah, poor Apex. Well done, Faven. I mean, they needed to hold on to that. It could have been a disaster otherwise. $300 without anything to show for it otherwise.
I didn't think Apex would continue after the flash. Like, you jiggle, you clear top secret, you clear the stairs, and then, okay, well, he's not here. You know, I don't want to put... No, I'll go all the way. This is the classic Apex style. As Big just going to be rocking the 2 Seb guns and some upgraded pistols here. Oh.
That's a lovely start.
Thank you very much, Hyped.
Yeah, we'll take one of those, and there's more to come. Crimbo back, down to 15, but across to Secret. The bomb will not be able to get across unspotted, so maybe that's not the final port of call. It's just Crimbo holding for any pushes. A boost established for info, or a run boost for speed. So no one got that, caught wind of that, but the rotations are through. This could be a frustrating one because there's a pressure onto Magisk after a slow start to the half, and Spinks is there in support. You can see he'll swing off the contact. So by pausing, by cutting noise, you've cut 2 defenders out of the top side defense.
Yeah, so there's a lot more pressure applied now to Dupree. See him in the back of the site here, behind the silos, having to worry about an awful lot. The avenue that he has to leave open is squeaky towards Vent, as in the open, doing a rejig of the weaponry here, allowing Silence Them 4 to fall to Faven as the push, the crawl through Secret, well timed.
This is nice, proactive stuff, and it was Keto's responsibility to try and keep a lid on it. He's chipped further away at Magisk, and that will deter.
Magisk again just can't hit anything right now.
Coming through Heaven side. Dupree. Would love
one way
to find at least one, but over the top of the smoke. Tabson does not clear. Does well to provide the one, though. Keto will be caught. Spinks up to his usual antics as he posts his second in the round, looking to equalize if they can get back into this site. A man advantage for it. Faven and Crimbo. On Heaven's side, Faven the only one on the floor. That smoke will delay. And you can see Spinks unwilling to give him the fight beforehand. Spotted the angle. No way! Oh, the Dinkin still finds lethality.
Magic's still low.
They are both low, though. Time ticking. Need to close that gap, and just like that, the frags connect in beautiful synchronicity. 12-12. We are all tied up. It is getting very, very hot and bothered now for this T side. Sure, you won the pistol. A grand total of 3 posted on this attack so far for Big.
To be fair, in that round, Big did make a whole lot more out of those saved guns than I thought they would. So a plant is great. It gets them what I thought was going to be a full buy. Okay, this is classic Big here. God wanting to make sure they have all those bells and whistles that we highlighted. I assume this means we should see a hyped AWP come out into the next round of play. But again, with these lower buys, they've been able to push the issue quite a lot. So there's no reason they can't find traction as we're going in A.
Yeah, fast from Crimbo and fast out. Escorted by Dupree's M4. 2 on the floor. Spinks and Dupree get all the frags they need. And Tabson, he's not quite satisfied with the one. He wants a little bit more.
Was he trying to pick it up? Was he trying to do a kickflip on it?
I'm not quite sure.
Was he admiring the skin?
Oh, laying down the law onto Magisk.
What's going on? He can't pick up a bloody rifle.
There we go.
Okay, hold up. Look where Spix is.
Okay, I'll take positions tabs. It's not going to clear for 500, Alex.
If he clears this,
there is a 0% chance. I never say 0%.
This, yeah, you've gone full Jason.
I've got the
there.
full Momo there.
Yeah. Okay. yeah. Oh, okay. He was in spot.
You just have to accept that one. Yeah.
That's all you can do. Shout out again. We highlighted this at the start of the game. Dupree. Right. This is a stage match. It's where Dupree's done his best work in his career, and he's doing it again right now. So 21 kills in total. This is the Dupree that you want to see. Picking up a little bit of the slack for some of his teammates here. Spinks still in great form, 21 in total, but this is really important, right? Getting both kills on the top side, making sure he doesn't leak out the hut position, even gets the third on the pistol. At that point, the round is basically done. But here we go. We spoke about all the goodies. Here they are.
This is what they've been waiting for, Big Clan, so strap in. The outside responsibility falls onto Apex in support of Magus. That Danish-French blend. I wonder what fusion cuisine between Denmark and France would be. A little... a
hot dog and a baguette.
Or a... Oh, yeah, not bad. Camembert on a knackebrot. Or is that Swedish?
Just the accent
Sorry. Apex out of there, though.
There's some pace behind this. You can see just Keto making a whole lot of room here. Is ahead of the Flames, but his teammates can't join him. Now, this is a bit of a classic one from Big here. They might just have to park the bus behind Red. So on the smoke fade, if they re-clear, it's all down to the timing of which way this information goes. Zaiwu dropping on down with his AWP to try and bolster the lower defense. Does already have the support of Spinks. This is a classic from Big. Main smoke. So there's a molly available as well here, but it's not a very convincing top fake.
Yeah, I don't think they're buying it.
Noisy as well.
And that's Spinks dead to rights, and they know where Zaiwu is. Two defending though.
They're going through,
yeah, they want to go. That's their own smoke. Pushing through it now. Magisk eats that flashbang. Spotted one. Yeah, Apex gone. Zaiwu one and done. And there you have it. Vitality fine enough for the defense. It's actually Magisk with the double for the impact. And that was everything. I mean, Big Clan, they bided their time for 2 rounds. All for that and all for naught. Oh, dear.
That is the first multi-kill for Magisk in this game.
Well, an impactful one.
Exactly. That could essentially be the game here. It looked like it was okay with the exchanges, that rotation, deciding once they knew where the AWP was to get a move on, but a bit of a sinking feeling here for the Germans. It looks like this one could be all over Red Rover as Vitality looking hot to convert their map pick here in this best-of-3 series of the quarterfinal. Favor with pace, aggressive, an opener, and even more is hyped with the scout onto the Woo.
Yeah, that's a big find. A huge one. As Magisk got so much to deal with, and he's managing it brilliantly for the first and the second onto tab, so no one can touch him. Spinks defends Magisk's honor for a double of his own design, and this leaves it all onto Crimbo. Feels like the individuals of Vitality just finding these multis, and it's much harder for Big. Can't seem to post them.
And again, look how pesky the positioning is here. Again, Spawn. This time it's the home for Magisk because Crimbo, a lot of time to make this one possible, but way too much to consider.
I mean, he's a demon in the clutch, Chad, but the bomb is just so lost. And these post positions, yeah, you're aware, Crimbo. He's even looking at clearing through these potential spawn angles. Hang on.
Oh, okay.
Wow. He is switched on.
Gave himself a chance there, but now that his position's been given up, it means that Spinks can now turn his attention towards this side of the map here as well. And then maybe, just maybe, will be another Crimbo save, which doesn't feel great.
Yeah, you can see his face, like it's just a reluctant save.
Okay. Well, I guess he realized he has to get a move on if he wanted a chance in this round. New one was in CT Spawn, new one was Heaven.
But you'd have to go tops out on this as well. Like, it's so
there
gross.
It is.
Yeah.
It's called off now. Okay, gave us a moment of interest there, didn't he? 15 now secured.
Wow, this has petered out for Big.
It has. It felt competitive.
I was really into it, yeah, in terms of like having a competitive second half. But these runs of rounds from Vitality feel pedestrian at times.
But this was the moment in that first half where Vitality turned on the heat, right? They were able to get 4 of the last 6. Whereas for Big, well, they've now lost 5 consecutive rounds here. And there have been a couple where it's come down to, 2 players remaining, 3 players remaining for Vitality. But they felt like they've been mainly in control. And another multi there for Magis, so he has found his form at the right time. Right? He hasn't been having a great game, but now he has. Now he's found the impact, and as long as you get to the 16 first, the rest of it doesn't matter.
Exactamundo. And now Big actually throwing pace into the mix with their whole map on the line. Look at the damage! Destruction!
Melted.
Hopes and dreams of a nuke win fading away with that spray. Ugh. Leaves a bad taste in the mouth.
What are they even meant to do here? You've got one player lower, two trying to make their way through ramp. Magisk is playing such a passive position, very hard to clear. No molly for him. Steps out, finds one. Maybe another multi for Magisk.
One more for good measure. Gets the info on the reload and has done his job. Hype perhaps in this blind spot. You like that. Covered now. And from Dupree, he does catch one. But Faven's back is turned. And just like that, Vitality. Full of life indeed. They convert. And Big, that battle and pursuit of revenge will have to be in the following two maps if they want a chance. Vitality 1-0 up in the series.
Intense starts to both halves, but Nuke comes up Vitality in the end, locking down that CT side, and some star-studded individuals showing up here in the playoffs. A confident start from Vitality on their own map choice of Nuke.
Yeah, I mean, it was great. It was a kind of weird game to watch because there was so many like force buys all over the place. But yeah, I mean, as soon as they managed to get that economy going on the city side, it just became relatively comfortable for them. They just managed to close out the game very convincingly.
Yeah, it was a tale of the force buys early on, right? Who can get the handle of the economy? But I think the most important thing, if you're a Vitality fan, you're looking at that performance from Spinks, right? And you're super happy because we've seen a lot of players at different times, you know, great group stages, then the playoffs come knocking and they go a little bit missing. And he was the driving factor for Vitality. A lot of impact, you know, especially in the second half. It was a little bit chaotic, that second half. A lot of quick trades, reactionary plays, and I think he did a tremendous job.
Alongside Dupree as well, I mean, if a Dane's going to show up on any map and give us a vintage performance, it is going to be Nuke, and it's great to see him stepping up when we get on these big stages as well.
Yeah, at some point Dupree was in the driver's seat. Actually, he was playing really well. And then, yeah, Spinks catch up, especially on the CT side, had multi-kills, had very important situations that he was performing. We see opening duels as well, both of them, 5-3 and 5-2. And the ADR from Spinks a little above Dupree, 96. Like, that's a really good ADR considering the amount of frags he has. So yeah, both individuals, like we talked about, like, yeah, they need to rely on Zaiwu and blah, blah, blah. But man, that was Magis doing a lot of multi-kills. We saw Dupree performing really well. We saw Spinks, again, like, that becomes scary.
Yeah, you want that consistent form coming out of Spinks as well, particularly looking at his run through the group stage. Now, you brought up the theme of the force fires, and I think that was clear throughout the duration of this map. Whoever was winning those, they were really getting an advantage. Let's go back to round number 2 to kind of illustrate, you know, how important one of these rounds were.
Yeah, so like in this round 2, right, we see Tabson perspective. What happens in this round is that as CT, there's only much you can do on the force buys, right? And one of the strong things that you can do is actually go down ramp fast, as Tabson did, because if the T's try to go down vents or go secret fast, then you're already there, which is exactly what happened. We see Tabson not only does get kills, but he also does damage, he gets the info. And I mean, that's a very strong force buy that CTs use very often. And for Big as well, they try to abuse the same strategy on their T side. And they also, pardon me, it was Vitality, right?
Yeah. And I think but Tabson also has the perfect weapon for the job, MP9, close range, right? And, you know, Big, very strategical. Tabson, he comes up with the correct play. Well, Vitality in the second half, same situation, losing pistol, going up with the force buy. Really, when you have a guy like Zaiwu, you don't need to do a whole lot of thinking at times, right? You can, so yeah, I think for them, that was like what changed the sort of momentum of the second half, definitely was that Zaiwu round.
Yeah, here we go, here it is. Not just one, not just two, but the third as well. He makes it look so easy, Lewis.
And this is again another example, right? Like Zaiwu is already down there, they try to go down vents fast, open the door, boom, there's Zaiwu there with a Deagle, just 3-shot, one guys, and then like it's really complicated. Like that's why, like, when you choose to that kind of approach as T side to go down vents fast, or when you try to go secret fast, there's always this massive risk. So like you need to take those extra seconds to either clear the bomb site properly, and actually like once you go down, you need to kind of like take it as a whole bomb site and actually execute really properly, because if you do it in a sloppy way, which is what they did right there, then it becomes chaotic. Like one guy is down there, gets 1-2 kills, hides, suddenly there's someone else hiding, and then it just becomes chaos, because you cannot go back to anywhere after you're down there and already down 2 men.
I do just want to give an honourable mention to Hyped as well. The fact that he's entering this arena and entering it to booze at that, his first big stage appearance. He did show up, unfortunately not enough for Big to push this one over the line.
Yeah, he had his moments, both good and bad, more good ones. And I feel bad for Big. They played a good game of Counter-Strike, right? And you're going to look at the second half and say, oh, their T side was bad. I don't think it was bad. I think it just some of the fights didn't go their way in key moments of the rounds. I do think they're not used to saving this much, right, on T side. So it messed up their economy in a situation where they have a saved gun and then they eco, and then they eco one more time after that, even with the bomb down. Like, I think that isn't really the big way of doing things. So yeah, they had their chances, but hey, at the end of the day, it's Vitality's map pick.
And perhaps a shining light for Big does loom on the horizon. Of course, it is Mirage going to be their map pick coming up next. But let's check in with Godby to see what his thoughts are after unfortunately losing out on that first map.
Be a voice, and that's it. Thank you so much, bro.
I was just catching up with Gob there, and well, he's looking at this map and he's saying it was so close to him. It was coming down to, like, especially on the second half, just not hitting the shots he wanted to hit. I questioned him about what was going on in the timeout where he was specifically talking to Hyped, and he said that Hyped had information, but it was almost like he was too scared. He didn't communicate. He didn't put the information out there. So Gob was telling him, if you've got an idea, you've got some information, make sure we're getting it, make sure we're feeding it out there. So even though Hyped's numbers looked good, maybe on this stage does send out some of the nerves and stuff, but overall, Big, so close, yet so far. Vitality are looking good for a 2-0. Let's see how it goes for you.
Okay, interesting. Thank you for that update, Bax. Communication seems to be an issue for Big, which you can kind of understand when you're coming onto a stage like this. Totally new experience for a lot of the players up there.
Yeah, it's like a deer in the headlights, right? You know, like there's so many things going on. And at that point, young players will always first focus on their crosshair, right? Like that's going to be the most important thing for them, like not missing a kill, not missing a frag, instead of maybe sometimes the information you are seeing but not relaying can actually help your team more than that one kill you may or may not get.
Are you echoing that, like seeing that in the server play out from what you saw of Big? Because I know you had a few, nitpicks from what we saw back at the RMR. They did play this exact same set of maps. You were hoping to see something different come out of it.
Yeah, definitely. Like, I think as Janko said, like from the Big side, I don't think they played bad at all, especially on that City side. They actually tried to approach the game in a very effective way. Like, we saw them going secret. We saw Hype playing towards Warehouse, getting kills. And then the next round, we saw like Tabson actually pushing aggressively outside, getting all the info, and then hard flanking T-Spawn. Again, a very impactful round. He ends up not only getting the info, but getting a kill, making it very chaotic for Vitality. Like, as Janko said, I think it's very nice the way that they approached it, but on the T side, it was really tough. They could never get economy going. And again, it goes both ways. Like, Vitality approached their CT side in a very aggressive way, didn't really let Big get any momentum in the game, was shutting them down. We saw, well, as soon as they got economy going, it was just a Magisk and Spink's show, right? Like, I think it's important that we highlight Magisk as well, because he was quiet toward the first half, but on the second half, he had multi-kills. It was very important for them to be able to close out the game.
I think that's where the experience kicks in. Like, he has 3 kills for the majority of the game, and then in the last 3 or 4 rounds, he gets 7 more and ends up on 10, right? And those are 3 while they're trying to split the upper in a 3v4 situation for Vitality. It's 2 more while they're trying to wrap. Like, he was really impactful at the tail end of the game, right? But try to turn on a little bit sooner.
Yeah, impactful was definitely the word that I was going to use to describe Magisk in that second half. We just saw the teams outside getting some fresh air and hopefully some fresh thoughts if you're on the Big side of things. Of course, we're talking about their map pick. That is going to be Mirage, and they did take Vitality down last time around. We saw them going head-to-head on this particular map.
Yeah, I think for Big, you could hear it from Gob as well. He's very aware of why they lost that map, and, they didn't lose it in a terrible way. So if you're going outside and you're Big, you're saying, guys, lads, like, relax, we played well, we're doing good. It's just a couple of small fights. It's their map pick. You're going to go over your plan just one more time for Mirage, right? Try to give the boys some extra confidence. So I still think we have a good game ahead of us, right? Sure, Zywo wasn't lighting it up. He had his moments here and there, but that doesn't mean he's going to show up and have 30 kills, right? So you don't have to be afraid of that. If you're Big, just stick to your guns. Try to maybe just get a little bit more out of Hype in terms of communication. Maybe that can push them over the finish line.
Yeah, I mean, for Zywo, actually, in the last series that they played, Zywo was relatively quiet on the first map, which he actually lost. And then on the second one, he had, if I'm not mistaken, like more than 30 kills. So, I mean, it's really rare that we actually see Zywo underperform or not be on the spotlight for more than one map. So let's see how they play. But like on Mirage, I think Big should come into this one not overthinking too much, right? A different map, a map that they actually already won against Vitality. Yes, it's a different story as much as we talked about, like, the change of approach and kind of like the mind games that it would make a play in this nuke one. I think the same applies for Mirage. I think Vitality will definitely come with a different approach. It's a map that they know they're not really, really strong. So if you're Vitality, you need to be stepping up and doing a lot of aggressive stuff and making sure the Big is not throwing a lot of fakes, because they are very popular of doing that on this specific map. They're hitting the B-bomb side while the bomb is on A. It's full chaos. So Vitality need to be really on point and not over-rotating, not overthinking, and actually trying to set the pace of the game on that City side.
Lewis spoke about, by the numbers, Big having the advantage on this particular ground. For your money, Janko, who are you putting the spotlight on in terms of players, individuals that are going to show up?
For Big or for both teams?
I mean, either. Whoever you want to throw in.
I think for Big, it has to be a little bit of Tabson, a little bit of Keto, right? The riflers, because on a map like Mirage, mid-control, Vitality is a team that's going to be proactive, right? They're going to be flashing over, trying to deny you that control or push on the sides. And that's where your riflers, your T-side anchors, they need to be on point. They need to punish that aggression. You need to win those mid-fights, those mid-trades, so that it's, 4v3s for you or 3v2s for you, as you're not always with a man down, right? Against a team that's so stacked as Vitality, winning 4v5s, winning 3v4s, that's going to be difficult to come by for Big.
Well, Vitality are one up in this series. They do take away their own map pick, but hope for Big just yet, as we are coming on to their choice of Mirage is going down in the quarterfinals after this break.
Yes, we're back. Counter-Strike is in our DNA. It always has been, and it always will be. And now we are once more returning to where it all began.
Melbourne, Australia. Home of the best Palmers, the Flat White, iconic trams, the Yarra River, and CSGO.
2, 3,
ESL Challenger Melbourne. Book your tickets now.
We're here with Apex, Zywoo, Machine and myself to have, hopefully, Dan, a little bit of fun. And we're going to take a look at some of your, let's call them moments. We can decide what type of moments they are here, but I just want to talk as a group here about what we see on the screen. So let's play the first clip.
Fucking nice work.
So what's that all about?
Because he did a good goal.
Okay.
He did a good goal, and the beginning of the T side, he just told me to do something, a new base against phase, and it was his thanks.
That's your way to thank you. Aww.
Because I have good one. Good chicks, you know.
That's a good boy. That's cute.
Exactly.
All right, all right. Let's get the second clip then.
And we never. What was that? It's dual Beretta for sure.
Sorry, what?
You know, the craziest is that I don't even remember that. And I don't remember doing that with my big tongue.
Okay.
I think I wanted to create the dual Beretta pistol.
Uh-huh.
And I reacted to that probably.
All right.
I mean, a bit maybe.
Like licking your lips, like it tastes good.
So it just comes out. I don't think any player has as many iconic photos and moments as him because the different faces.
Like this one.
Like
that's the most famous one.
They're so good. It's so good. All right, let's go next clip.
Si on regarde les dernières performances dessus, mais c'est surtout, on l'a vu.
I'm checking my drink.
Guys, was it full?
Actually, it's electrolyzed that we need to shake, so I'm just shaking, that's it.
Okay.
Nothing crazy. Maybe I did some...
What are you thinking about?
Well, it could have been a protein shake, could have been anything, I don't know. You know? We're learning something here today, electrolytes.
Yeah,
all right, important to stay hydrated. Yep.
Guys! Matou, I love you. I love your fingers on the left. I love those fingers on the left.
I don't remember that. It was EPL. It was EPL against Ents, I think. I think it was when you fucked them on Vertigo. Because it's the move on you when you went.
Oh,
you
silent draw.
Exactly. That's why I said I love you. Finger on the left.
Okay.
I also like the finger on the right. Actually, you like both.
Nice! Let's go! Guys! I don't know what you did, but it was funny. I fucked them with my MP9!
Well, not much to say, not much to say. I fucked them with my MP9 probably.
Self-explanatory, that one.
Yep, don't even have to ask. Don't even have to ask. Was against Mabiano?
No, it was against Ents.
Ents?
On Vertigo. See why I do that? I win a clutch without shooting. Just by playing kind of smart, and I was just happy, so I just overreacted. I don't know, in my life I love to do that.
Yeah?
I love to do it, and happened there.
Nice! Let's go, boys!
I don't remember. I think Jax was close. I think Jax was there. I think it was group stage because I heard him, but I don't remember what happened.
Yeah. Either way, it looked like you were feeling yourself.
Yeah. I was like...
Yeah, stress moment,
like exactly.
Relax. Get swell off the palm.
I just win the round. Relax. The fuck out.
Now, how do you explain that one? How can you explain that one?
I don't know what's wrong with me.
That was so much fun.
That was a lot of fun. Thank you very much for your time, boys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, it's been a whole lot of fun to get the party started. Crowd have arrived. The quarterfinals have begun. In fact, you can see the drums are warming up. It's good to see the full Tribunera crew, the FURIA fan base, going to be flooding into the arena in pursuit of glory up against Heroic. That is our second best of 3. We've got a second map. I'm Machine, I've got Chatty B with me, and Vitality, a map to the good with Nuke under their belt. Now, Mirage, Big Clan's response.
They won it last time round,
yes,
right? So there you go.
true.
If you're here for a best of 3 series, you're in the right place because you might actually grab all 3 last time round. And this was only 8 days ago. They played at the Blast TV Paris Major RMRs, right? That's what we're all talking about at the moment here. And it was a Mirage, a Nuke, and Overpass. Well, today we've got a Nuke, Mirage, and an Overpass. A slightly different order, but similar looking results. Let's see if we continue down that fashion as we have the in-game leaders on the screen. Tapson on one side, Apex on the other. And an orange map for you all to sink your delight into right here, right now. This one is an opportunity to, I guess, ride the record for Vitality, because there's conversations about these guys once they make it to the playoffs. If they can deal with an embattled Big, because that's what we're looking at here, and a Cloud9 who are in a similar boat coming up in the semifinals for either of these two teams off of a victory here today, that'd be great for that confidence that we keep talking about. Confidence is key in life and Counter-Strike. And a boost on the box in B for dupreeh. Those Julies, well, actually, not if. Look at the radar. They should get a real opportunity to unload here. There's Tapson watching for a mid-push. The other 4 congregated together. There is a molly, a smoke, and 2 flashes.
They're all looking for an opportunity to unload.
This isn't going to be the B play. I apologize. I was wrong.
I'll get over it.
Tapson has all these nades here. There's a lot he could do from top mid, but they're just combing through as a unit here.
Yeah, well, there's Spinks with the first bullet out of his USP. Does ward off the crawl from underpass. They love this. You park a player there and come back to it later. Molly will force him forward. Spinks gets spotted. Faven's done well not to flip off the ledge completely. Flash turned and frag found. Big one. Tapson using his nade to set up Faven for the opening. Keto, he's a very sharp tool in the Big Clan shed. But now, Tapson with an L on his forehead. Matches, good for it. Crimbo does find the woo. Keto won the P250. Dispatches of a double and puts dupreeh into dire straits. Yeah, he's just going to try and preserve what he can. He already got the upgrade given over to him, as well as that Kevlar, that Raid Boss setup. But this time, Big will take it.
If it was the B finish, it would have been perfect.
It would have.
Just not the case at all. So I think they were ready for some B aggression. They didn't find any of that, and they went looking elsewhere. So well handled, and the key fight was in window, right? That situation with the deep jungle molly, it meant that Spinks had a few options. He could either go through the hidey hole and completely relinquish control of window, or try and fight, and that flash through was perfect for Faven to find the opener. So 1 and done for Faven, but very impactful there. And that's Big winning a pistol, which we know has been a strength of theirs. That was a conversation of the desk to start the day. It was something we carried into the confusing bout that was Nuke. You saw the force by wars ensue for both teams. Now let's see if that conversation continues here as we bring our way into round number 2. dupreeh will be able to get a Famus with the Kevlar. So he's going to be fine in terms of a rifle here. And
look at that.
The second was a beaut. That was actually pretty tidy from dupreeh as well, who had a very, very good map number 1.
Now, as an impartial caster, but also someone who watched the first map, Big Clan would really do with a clean conversion.
They'd bite off your arm right here, wouldn't they?
They really would. I mean, just finding something consistent to start off. You've got yourself a pistol.
But look at this execute, right? They have enough smokes, enough mollies, flashes to make this very clean. Now, what's the conversation looking like right here? They're still trying to dot everything together. That's the CT smoke.
There's lots in the sky. Tapson with the third component. Flashes for his squad. Faven trying to be the spearhead to break through this defense. It's Zywoo. Wants to jump over the scout. And that one way, he could be vulnerable and susceptible to that Palace player, but yet to arrive. It's Tapson straight through the smoke onto Spinks. And a dreamy plant thanks to Crimbo.
And it might actually be enough unless Zywoo finds a frag here. If he doesn't get anything, they should just go for the full save round here, Vitality. A 4-on-5 man disadvantage retake of the A site with the bomb already planted. No thank you, they don't want to borrow that. And Tapson's 1 kill onto Spinks will be more than enough. And it even looks like the in-game leader wants to start to hunt here. So as he finds no resistance, it's actually going to urge him further forward. And no head armor, he might have the perfect weapon for the job.
See it. Nice shot. Combined with dupreeh's head shot in unison. Let's counter the Tapson hunt. Now that was just the Mac-10. Apex is looking to retrieve it off the back of that smoke. It does so. So something to be celebrated, but that's the Big Clan conversion. Now, knowing that their opponents preserved their investment, the expectation is you've got to do that again.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult one more time. So do you want to go for the same type of an execute, or do you want to mix things up in classic Lexi B fashion, going A and then going B? But that is the first pistol and conversion we have had in this series so far. So that feels good. Feels good for Counter-Strike fans out there. And apparently Big, they really like the way that one looks. So why not try it again?
I mean, yeah. In 2023 and still calling executes off a spawn.
It looks like it might be slightly different here. And a nice defensive Palace smoke will put a pause on this for roughly 20 seconds time.
And my eyes immediately dart to the other side of the map in terms of how much info can they find during that Palace duration of that smoke. You know, right now they're jigging the setup on B, but no one's gone looking. Not even Spinks glancing middle. They're flying blind, chat.
Dupree's just got a Palace re-smoke here, so you saw that, and I broke you through that just the other day as well. So something which is a great way to fortify A when the ruse is actually all on B, but there's the piece again. And it does look like a similar execute.
ZywOo again going to be having difficulty with the big clan. Util, very effective. Their float paths into the site have facilitated a clean entrance.
May as well fight this time though.
Whoa, ZywOo, if only he knew. Upon the fade, does catch Hyped, and another shot doesn't quite connect. 2 CT, Faven needs it, does deliver. tabseN to convert. And now the bomb is ticking. That recovered Mac 10 from Apex. Let's see if it has anything to do. No, tabseN's here, and 3 to the good. Lovely work from German's hero.
Okay. That was a tiny one there to finish it off, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, he's a figurehead of the German Counter-Strike scene. He's been doing it a long time and has been stubborn in his representation. You know, I'm sure there's been multiple offers in the inbox over the years.
He likes it here. That's what we've heard from the big camp time and time again. tabseN ain't going anywhere. He's a franchise player and he wants to do it for his country. Let's see if they can do it here on Mirage, because we do get into the gun rounds and AWP not available for Vitality, but not the same to be said for Big. Hyped into his big green, but what will the conditioning look like early? A cat smoke lands, a nade towards connector deep, and avoiding a lot of that damage is Spinks, just standing stoic in mid, looking for that front-facing fight.
Flash up. Spinks turns it well and ready for perfect counter flashes. Crimbo actually with the team flash. They were fully blind on that. Oh, a round just disintegrates before them. An unforced error leads to a very comfortable multi-kill.
And they were happy to keep their attention turned to mid. You can see on the radar just before it fades that little blue smoke at underpass. So they could glue a lot of their eyes towards top mid. And there it is, the final frag. All 5 staying alive, and an AWP secured for the CT side.
Oh yeah, an ugly one for Big.
They do have enough to constitute another buy here. There will be some omissions for a few of the members, but most of them should have some decent goodies. And you can see this, right? One player can, and there's actually 3 of them just standing, stretching their legs in middle. So very, very easy stuff. Oh, and the nice from Zonic. That one even got picked up from the mics, didn't it? Window smoke once more, this time a little bit more pace in the biff, and oh, Magis didn't throw the smoke.
Doesn't need to when there's so many bodies in mid to fight, and down goes Keto. Ready to disrupt. It seems like Vitality's intentions early are to stop this mid control from being flawlessly executed, and good grief, they're limited in their resources.
Self-flash here from Magis, hasn't actually swung back out on it. Is worried about the underpass crawl, but does need help to get out of here, and well, Crimbo takes down ZywOo in the interim, but Magis is one out middle for now. Oh, for now, it's over.
Yeah, this is a recovery. The hands of tabseN. Just going through the motions. Bomb was top mid.
Look how much room Apex has as well. If he continues to push here, it might be a little bit too soon within the round. There's still a minute on the clock, and he's already looking for more fights here.
Yeah, it does seem like he's overcooking it a little. With Hype posted up top mid, you can see that that would have been a very dead Explorer.
And this is good now with the reposition back towards B, because he has it completely locked down. He could contain or keep pushing, right? At this point, considering how far we've seen Apex already go, it wouldn't surprise me to see him on a fact-finding mission. So B is completely secure for now, right? If they do make their way up short, there'll be a few more problems, but you can see how A is being fortified. Dupree under the balcony, Spinks over towards CT spawn. They're hedging for this A finish.
Yeah, it seems like they're hedging their bets correctly.
Oh, they're starting to down themselves, aren't they? They're very worried about window and short here. Dupree under pressure now.
He'd love one, and he's found it. Tabson gone, high to trade. It does rack it up, takes the Dane down.
Bomb should get planted here.
Should. Spinks, info, and damage. Crimbo does defend. Nice find. Oh, and another out of Crimbo. Despite the low HP for the triple, that puts Big right back to their winning ways. That one blemish on the radar, a little less of a red face as they immediately convert back.
And one of those kills was a scorch over Deagle onto Zywoo here. Here it is. This is the one I was talking about. Bang! Zywoo caught out of position there. So yeah, that's not traditional to see Zywoo ever have a reaction.
No, it's
and
really
especially one of disappointment. So
he's sitting next to Apex for too long.
It's starting to leech on in. But we actually spoke to Zywoo about here he is again. Okay, this time, doesn't want to get caught off guard. Will be the one catching Faven exactly in that fashion. You can see the difference in the setup anyway. Apex is the window player with the AWP. Last round they played him at Ticket and they played Magisk mid, who's normally the A anchor. So back to normality.
That nade's got Apex's name written all over it. Crimbo will chunk him. And Zywoo's on the watch for the cross. They've got 3 on this B side by virtue of Crimbo's single nade and by demonstrating his presence. It's got the CT's Feckles up on B.
I do like this though. It means that Apex and Dupree will go for a short walk, right?
Okay.
They'll probably boost up on the box and get some mid-info on Crossfire. There you go. You can see it right now with Spinks and Connector. So they understand what's weak, but they also understand what's strong. And Dupree, from a strong position, will take down Tabson and leave them in a 3-on-5 situation.
No fun to be had here. Oh, and another less fun smoke.
Missed Connector smoke. Well, we saw them go for a lot of saves on Nuke.
We did.
It wouldn't surprise me to see them go for another save here. And that could be what's starting to unfold. 30 seconds left on the clock, going to start to pivot back. And this fight for mid is probably a conversation we need to have now. So there's been 2 rounds. Actually, there's been 3 rounds. There's been 3 consecutive rounds with different forays in middle. Right? The first was where we saw Zywoo and Spinks on the offensive taking fights, and they won that out, won the round. The next, they conceded a bit more mid-space. Magisk was out there. It was a back and forth, and then the mid-round was won out by Big. And then this time round, well, they send Zywoo's ult forward, finds an opener. Dupree grabs one on a little mid-reaggress move on the boost, and that's it. So it looks like mid is a key piece of real estate right now.
Yeah.
The question is, if you're Big, do you want to try and isolate the A defender and do something a bit more explosive or execute heavy if they're going to continue to send so many bodies middle? Right. This is where the mind games of what comes next, because you can't be strong everywhere on the CT side. You're having to hedge your bets in some of these rounds.
Really nice adjustment as well from Vitality. Didn't really cost them too much, and nice finds to start off their second round, now converted.
This is aggressive.
What the hell is hyped up to? Very aggressive. Zywoo didn't spot him either. He's already through. Tabson onto Dupree, leaves mid as open. Yeah, this is madness. I like it. I love it. But what can he get out of it? Hyped. Oh, Magisk wins it. An AWP tag into an M4 find, and Crimbo, nice, onto Zywoo.
Well, they're into A. They know that's the A defender dead. Oh, sorry, well, not dead. At least preoccupied over towards window. Zywoo filling the shoes for now, and Tabson's in a key position.
So CT smoke is there, but Spinks is fast on this flank. It's going to get really awkward because Crimbo's taking his sweet time with that bomb. They're like, it's a bit suspiciously quiet. Now, he does go for a safe plant. Palace will be occupied by Spinks, and they're going to overlook this. I say that with conviction. It seems he's just got the perfect speed, rotation, and Crimbo's a dead man here. Nice find onto Keto.
Still hasn't seen the site player.
Yeah, that gives him a little bit of something to work with. At least Crimbo now aware, but Tabson's down on the mantle. Apex patient.
This would be some clutch.
He's got him in him. Not after the first miss, though. Surely the second condemns him to death. And so just a single round will be separating them as that defuse comes through.
That was crazy, though. Hype just hightailing it up middle, seaming up the catwalk, through the vent room, breaks the vent, into window, just to die.
Yeah, it was tough, actually, considering. Look
how far up he is.
And that's the fight. Oh,
I bet he couldn't believe how much room he had.
Just through the corner. Wasn't even a leg shot, just covered. by the floor, and the double. The double thumbs up from Zonic.
Yeah, he's been watching some Graham Pitt demos right there.
Very happy with that one. Good to see the fans have arrived and brought their typical party.
I just don't know the pace on why Hype was... I don't know. Oh, Apex is dancing along. He's having a good time, having some fun with it.
I'm very impressed by the tambourines. That's a new addition. We've got like kind of backing track to our Counter-Strike.
I'm not very musical. I can't really offer any terminology
No,
here.
nor I.
But there's a rhythm. There it is. Hey, together!
Feel the rhythm.
Hey!
Feel the rhyme. It's Counter-Strike time.
All right, well, just a quick little tech issue. One of the players having a problem with their mouse. And that's a big deal. That's a kind of a big deal. So it's been fixed.
Well, I loved the pace out of that one from Big, but they didn't manage to convert too much. It's left them with just a couple of Desert Eagles. Make it a handful.
These are some of... They're the most deflating rounds, but also some of the most exciting if you can pull off a nice Deagle headshot. And I know that feels like Captain Obvious, but I remember when I would call rounds like this, you're just allowing your players to search.
Yeah, and then typically, what I was about to say was Keto's got a mean Deagle, but he's been cut down to size by Spinks. A 5 HP will humble him.
Yeah, there's normally not too much rhythm or rhyme in a round like this, and that's where somebody like Keto that you're highlighting, if he gets like an instinct for a good fight or is feeling confident for a good, he can manifest that. It's hard to put too much explanation behind it, other than you feel a lot of the pressure around like this gets taken off because you only have a Deagle. You don't have armor. Oh, there you go. There it is. Exactly what we're talking about. A big one.
Yeah, Dupree caught the drop out of Crimbo, and a perfect headshot. Go on. Delivers for the boys. Zywoo's kept a lid on it, though. The bomb needs to go up short. It's back traded. Tabson onto Spinks. Hyped on a Glock. Not ideal. M4, however, that will make Tabson's job a little easier. And Magisk Overwatch here misses his first opportunity. Now Tabson perhaps has an opportunity to set Hyped up.
Good
flash. Turn. Glock. Not relevant. So a 1 versus 2 established for Tabson. 20 seconds and Magisk not interested. Not allowing him to have any time to work that one out. The double for Zywoo and Magisk. And we are going to be seeing a brief tech.
I'm going to say that was a bad flash. I said good flash. I want to take it back. It was a bad flash.
Would you have liked it to have been a little
I would like, if it flashed him, it would have been a good flash.
I see.
That's the difference between a good and bad flash.
Aha.
Yeah.
We get to sit in that beautiful realm of hindsight. Analysis.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah. Oh, wow. Now I know the secret, Chad. I'll start doing that too.
Hindsight Harold.
Hang on, we're going to watch it in the replay, baby. Yeah, wasn't a good flash.
This is a package.
A package.
A package of some of the highlights of Tabson.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, it was actually very threatening Deagle round after all of that. Comes down to that 2-on-2, but yeah, it seems like Vitality have managed to keep their grip, a firm grip on this run. That's 3 now for them on the CT side.
Can you play the drums?
I've been known to tickle the toms.
To dabble?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I've got a musical group. Maybe I could add you to a WhatsApp group. Maybe you could...
yeah, man, actually, you know...
Maybe on the guitar.
Join the Bohemian Grove of Malta.
Yeah. What a time to be alive. It's just experiencing some slight little technical doohickeys. Next to us, on either side, we are bookended right now by some Brazilians on the mic. We got Goles and Co. on one side. We've got the in-house commentary on the other. I don't know why they put us in the middle.
Stuck in the middle with you.
But I'm glad to be here.
Yeah, and it looks like the tech issue's been resolved. I think someone's mouse was just a little oily.
It does happen. You got to give it a blow.
That's what I've been telling them.
You see it still to this day. It's like a Nintendo 64 cartridge.
Yeah, you just have to blow on it to start to play.
Yeah, precisely. And play will resume here. Orbs out for both sides. And remember, mid has been, well, quite a contentious point here. Tabson is going to use this new wave. It isn't... Oh, all right. Hyped with a big one. Can he find the second? Magisk up close and personal.
You could see he was considering the aggression, but you're going to be happy with a nice opening a flat opening, a confirmed opening.
They like to do this, right? They like to park tabson out towards top mid, and they did so with those 2 smokes. So the one that lands on the mid ramp as well as Cat, and it gives tabson a one way to look over to fight Window. But he has the space he's looking for. Faven now under Window position. Together, the 2 of them get to react off the information that comes their way. And with the number advantage, you are expecting a CT re-aggress. So as they look out mid, they see nobody's home, but they have to step a little bit further, and they step into tabson, who goes down. A great trade back.
Yeah, lovely work.
Desperate.
Still too much for Faven to handle, and look at this. Knife out from Crimbo, overlooked as Apex will put the barrel in his back.
That was the right reaction from Crimbo, understanding 3 players were mid. But yeah, just,
gross.
Wonky smoke there.
Yeah, I mean, he can hold it. He can hope that Dupree overcooks it, but seems set for success and always worried about his corner clear. Yeah, this just feels like impending doom for the man behind the opening for Big Clan.
Oh!
Yeah.
I thought he was going to go down there.
He'll have to save it. If he can bring it through to the next, it would be celebrated.
It would have been very sour for poor Hype. It's so crazy to see where Keto's saving as well. Just out in window room.
Yeah.
Having a time of his life. All right, well, around decent damage. All right, a couple of kills. Like that is important. Maybe not right now, but if they're able to win the next and win the round after that, that will have ramifications here. We know just how important the economy is. So Vitality will take the lead here. Now waiting in the wings in this side of the bracket here of the playoffs of IEM Rio for 2023 is Cloud9. I'm sure they're looking on eagerly to see who their opponent is going to be. On the other side later today, we have the main event, Heroic taking on FURIA. Looking to set the record straight from the Rio Major last year. And then Na'Vi.
Oh, we're going back to what worked, Chad.
The A piece. Now this was on anti-ecos. This is going to be a little bit more difficult to pull off now, especially with Magisk and Zaru on the site, with Spinks not too far away.
Flashes make it clear. T-Smoke to try and get away from that AWP. Zayu posturing forward. And it's already Magisk good for the first. Manages the spray. Into the second of tabson. And this is the duel. That's the frag. A big one posted by Crimbo. That should facilitate a plant, I say, as that CT smoke looks to be fading.
They're going to play the mid round now. They can't react. They have to sit and wait and see what comes their way, because Hype has the bomb. He can't really plant this. His AWP is way too valuable right now to be spent punching in those digits.
Ugh.
The thing is, the longer they wait, the more that could be considered on a rotation back around the world. Actually, scratch that. This is going to signify exactly where the round will end.
Yeah, and we've got Crimbo window. Oh. And we've got Hyped in the feed. Dupree down. Worried about Palace, understandably. There's a bit of a blank spot in there. Info, Hyped. Oh, he's not aware of the stairs. He's going to go down. Apex catches it, but now they're flanked. Zayu not ready for this. Crimbo practicing some patience, wrapping around. Apex is on the defuse! On the defuse! Crimbo saves Big Clan cleanly. That's a quad kill in the round. He got him in, and he gets him out.
Well, just go A, right? Just execute A. You highlighted it here. It's where they found success early against the Anti-Ecos. This, for them, was something that resembled a very low buy. The AWP, the AK in play. Tech9 just scampering across, and Crimbo here again gets 2 kills. The second onto Spinks is huge, and all the space that he's able to garner off of that is massive. The flank, it's 4 in total for Crimbo here. What a round from this young gun. Definitely making more than a name for himself here today. And I spoke about those financial ramifications from Keto getting a couple of exit kills while saving, or save kills, however you want to frame them. It already has ramifications here, immediately into the next round of play. Sure, there's an AWP out, but they're scratching the bottom of the barrel right now, Vitality.
Yikes, yeah. Their belt loops are fixed to just a single piece of utility for the majority. Apex finds a HE on the ground. We'll be getting right back into this round. It's round 11. See the sacrifice on Apex. Dropping a rifle for someone else. Despite it working, even in the previous, they have looked at a different sheet of their strat book for our 11th. See this jiggle smoke defense from Spinks.
Yeah, all in mid right now.
Now would be perfect, and he knows Crimbo, however, mantles up and catches Magisk above the smoke. Nice fight. Bigger from Faven.
One more.
He might be overlooked. Dupree, yeah, not going to be. Oh, Dalf does find the one. Just as the flash pops, he finds the lethality. Apex a double. Beautiful. There's two bodies drop in unison. The Deagle, the nade, and now ZywOo looking to clutch up. Cut down to half. Faven versus the Woo, and he's coming for you. Gets the AK for the finish. May not expect this. Faven thinking he's up against the AWP. ZywOo trying to catch the timing on the cross back. He's got a good read of this. A beautiful read of this. ZywOo, he closes with style. It looks so damn good. And just by the plant position, he has all the information he needs, and Faven just caught and brought to his knees.
It looked like he tracked him down there, didn't it?
Right.
But you're bang on, right? It's so telling. As soon as you see where the bomb is planted, there's only one place that he possibly could have gotten off to, considering that time without the sound cues. That is a massive shot on Taquito.
Headshot.
And this is it. Just Faven trying to find a safe haven. And back we go.
It's so smart. Mathieu Herbeau. ZywOo, top of the tables alongside the Danes. Dupree.
I love the tussle we're getting here, right? Like, neither team is really giving up in too many of these rounds. There have been some nice clutch moments, some good individual moments, and again, another round where there are missions on either side. It's been a fun game of Counter-Strike so far. Nuke set us up for exactly this. It was just, they had so much confidence through those connector smoke to take the fight early. There were the smokes I highlighted earlier that Tabson was using and abusing. Make it look the same, but finish different. Oh!
Yeah, hold on. Hold your horses, because Apex has already made Keito's life misery and more. As misery loves company, the bodies hit the floor. 3, make it 4. Oh, dear. Big. Sent back to spawn post-haste.
All right. Well, that's Vitality setting them up for the half win right now.
And I wanted to ask you, Chad, in terms of the head-to-head, last time they played on this Mirage, what was the kind of T-haul we saw? Was there any sort of, deviation from the norm?
Well, this is the first map of the series last time round. Big starting on that T side, and they managed 9 on their T campaign. And Vitality, they started very late. This time round, there's been a lot more back and forth action in the mid-game.
Oh!
Jeez, Crimbo is sitting on an absolute heater. Like, some of the shots he's hitting, some of the plays he's making have really been paying dividends for Big here.
And
remember the Tech 9 round they had with the saved AWP and AK, they were able to turn around because of Crimbo. So let's see how much they can get off of his opening pick. And you're right, Spinks is a big scalp to find here.
I feel like a... Oh! Okay! Keito follows suit. A great Deagle headshot. Gives him the sight, gives him the plant. Maybe more than that.
Vitality are going to be kicking themselves if they give over a round like this. It'll be 2 rounds against these lower buys. And they might just have to consider the save. They're going to go fishing at least. You can see Apex putting his rod in the water.
Oh, man, they're going.
Flash.
Keito going to be tested. He's nice and wide. Tabson builds upon it. One more headshot to seal it. A nice rifle for them to retrieve as well. And going looking just at the right time. ZywOo bodyguards Dupree's exit. They want to punish! And the punishment is down and done. Trying to escape with the AWP. Dupree trying to hold on to it for his boy. And down it goes as well. That'll feel a whole lot better for Big now.
Oh, dear. These German Deagles looking mega geil right now. This is just like the amount of Deagle kills they've had. And like, sure, remember the one on the B-bomb site?
Yep.
Smashed up a couple of domes. That was Crimbo again. So looking hot on the Deags. These hand cannons unleashing some fury. But around that felt harmless, didn't it? Crimbo gets that kill. He goes down, but the Magic's caught in a time and looking like a tit on ticket. Tabson making sure they can't hold on to anything. What are you meant to do about that one?
Cracking Deagles, Gromit. That is lovely.
Oh, shell shock now as well.
ZywOo's ears are ringing. Involuntary tinnitus handed his way through the HE stack. He's down to 33 from just the nades. Jump spotting his Apex. It does look like the whole squad on his way, or on the way to him. Trying to time the HE. That could be a lot of damage. Doesn't want to give up the site willy-nilly.
Nice nade.
That'll do nicely. Molly missed. ZywOo fragging. Faven. Victim. Keto into the site, onto Apex for the first. Needs to clear out the Woo. All that damage, it could be for naught. One bullet would do it, but Hype can't find it. Every shot connecting, and Tabson should be a dead man. He's hanging on by just a thread as Tabson trying to get that bomb in. Needs Crimbo to cover. They're coming in from every avenue here. Short down, that's huge from Crimbo.
But not ready for Spinks, surely.
Yeah, no, but Tabson's looking. He doesn't have the health for this. Maybe. Ooh, the headshot converts! And Tabson pulling his squad into a 7th.
Oh, the plug pulled immediately from Dupree here as well. That was so hard fought for on the B bomb site. What a round. Big, you think about, look, I don't want to say they're miracle rounds, but how hard are they fighting for some of these? That Tabson frag ready for the flank. Damn.
Mega geil.
This is definitely some counter here that Big can be proud of now. As we said, last time round they managed 9 on their T-Hall. This time it looks like it will only be... Tabson? Do you not want a gun?
He wants rounds, Chad.
I guess he wants the AK. He thinks the M4 is useless. Oh, he picked one up. Oh, it's all right, all right, all right.
But yeah, I mean, in terms of the comparison, considering the way this match has started, they would probably not be complaining for an 8th. And given the ramifications of that round loss, this has been 2 in a row from the T side, getting in and taking all of them out, bar that one CT rifle saved.
Oh, looks like Apex is having a few issues there on this timeout. So we'll see if a tech is called after this. But you could, yeah, he's saying he can't hear him. So we might see a tech called and then have another timeout coming through. So we'll wait and see what happens here. Yeah, they have called the tech. So we'll get this one sorted, but we can still give you the lay of the land going into round 15. Big will have all the advantages as far as the finances are concerned. Dupree with the saved M4 is the best weapon they will have to carry into this for the defensive Vitality. The rest of them are going to be looking at likely to find themselves with maybe MP9's Deagles. And nah, Crimbo, he's having a good time.
He's a sweetheart.
Once they get this resolved here, likely to see the timeout resume, so Sonic does get his opportunity to have those 30 seconds of say. We saw Godby didn't have those same qualms just there during the camera shots. But this would be on par for the game if Vitality scrapped together a round with a couple of upgraded pistols and all that nonsense, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it was actually par for the course considering what we've seen. And yeah, I'm just taking a look at the kind of scores on the doors as they currently stand. Keto at the bottom, very unlikely.
Crimbo's impact's been the biggest.
It has.
I feel that's undeniable in terms of some of the rounds that he's had a say in, openings or clutches. I think on the other side of the server, Magisk was doing a good job at A. In middle was a big conversation early in this first half, right? It was the back and forth of who was going to be able to take that control. And then Big just returned to those A plays, and that seems to be where they have found a lot of success. We'll be bringing up a bunch of highlights here for the game so far of Crimbo.
Yeah, and I think as well, what's made it easier...
with the Deagle.
This is the Deagle package. I love that.
Look, they're all with pistols.
You can see what Vitality are going to be reviewing.
Yeah.
It's brutal. Savage. Getting wrecked. Oh. Satisfying headshot is the Deag. But the motivating factor for Big, I mean, we've already discussed it, the desk has too, but I think the extra caveat is there is an invite to Cologne for the winner of this tournament. Now, I know that seems like a bit of a pipe dream considering the other teams.
Yes, that's true.
But in terms of motivating factors, you know, it's more than just let's bounce back, let's show what we're worth. It's we can go once again to the tournament in our home country.
Gob even referenced the next major for them being Cologne.
Yeah,
right. So
precisely.
just how much that means for the German team on home soil. He had that opportunity. So Legia, the coach, Gob playing Tabson when they were back. The Smooth was in the team, right? It was a different time, but it was one that I'm sure they'll never forget.
Forgot all about the Smooth big clan art for a moment. Yep, that's a good point.
Next, Tizian. All the boys.
Yeah.
Good nade damage again. It wasn't enough for Vitality in the previous.
This is very aggressive. The fact that you've got 2 walking and Magisk still sticking on the site. So Faven, he could have a round-defining moment right here, right now. Another defined. He can't deliver. Spinks on the retreat, seems safe. Molly will force him away. Just about. Ooh, could
this?
be the lick of the flame. Full blind. Look at how white his screen is. Still gets away with it. That smoke has bought him a chance to reposition. And so,
quick rotation though, all the way back through spawn here. They want to punish over towards A as quick as they can. They have enough utility to execute here completely, right? We get the up-down smokes for stairs, smoke off between connector and jungle. We get a CT smoke in play, and they've used this plenty of times before, but what will hold them back for now was a defensive smoke, but that only lasts for about 20 seconds here. ZywOo in the site with a deagle. Let's see if he can give us another nuke cosplay, can we?
ooh, one more of those. I'm sure the Vitality fans biting through their nails for the win. 8. The magic number for the victor. 30 seconds as the smokes will hail in. Apex will be summoned to support ZywOo. They avoid the nade damage, but with 25 seconds left, you can't help but expect a little bit of disruption here from Apex. He's going to try and time it right. ZywOo fires off the shot. Apex to activate. 15. Cutting it down to the wire. Tabs in the one with the bomb, and now on the floor. Apex has done so much. That's enough. ZywOo's dig and finish it nicely, and Vitality take the lead on the half. Good afternoon, good evening, or good morning, wherever you're watching from. The Counter-Strike rages on, and it's been a battle between Vitality and Big Clan to start off our quarter-finals here. We have got 6 teams battling it out for the trophy and for the privilege and honor of continuing play here in Rio. Big have been frustrated, I'd say, certainly with that first map starting strong, falling flat in the end. We find ourselves in that second half of our second map, and yeah, what's the weather forecast for a third, Chad?
I think we're looking pretty good. However, Big got away with a few more highway robberies in that first half than I think Vitality did, which could go one of two ways. You could say, well, Vitality getting caught sleeping, right? You should be a bit more prepared for these type of rounds. Or when the chips were down, Big were able to really make mincemeat of those Vitality boys. So, right, you can frame it from either side. Right? Both can be correct, right? There's really no way to look at this, as we are just fixing one of those headset issues so the coach can make sure he can chip on in throughout this second half. However, I think this is the moment where Vitality stand up and be counted here in this second half of play, as we are ready to get things underway. This is the T side.
Ooh, and this is quite the pistol count for the CTs.
Well, how are they going to deploy their Julies? Looks like Hyped is going to be under dark.
It's 8 pistols versus 5, Chad. The maths.
Sheer numbers.
Just the maths. It adds up for a Big Clan pistol. Hyped. Looking to be set up for success as Rio waves them in with a double. Nice from Tabson. One tap and
crispy.
2 kills to the dome. Lovely. Perfect start. One back, long range on the Glock is Magisk, but damage has been inflicted.
See Magisk, after the first map ended of Nuke, even though they won, he wasn't happy with his performance. You could see Zonic definitely had something to say to him. And he's showing a whole better face here on that Mirage. 14 kills in total thus far.
Yeah, and I think for Magisk as well, like he did kind of shake it off when we were watching the tail end of that group stage. It looked like he'd come back in hot. I think my words were something along the lines of he's been grinding the deathmatch, because it was like a different player taking into that final game to secure this playoff spot.
That's right. They did start very slow against OG. We had the pleasure of bringing that best of 1 action, but we got to see the full evolution, right? We get to see them against FaZe Clan as well. That was a 2-0 drubbing, I do believe. As this should be a drubbing in itself. A flash and a go out Palace. It's a waterfall.
Let's go. Tito, 1. Tucked into dark as Hyped, ready to try and remedy. It's soft damage inflicted, and there they go. Tito farming up some extra cash with the SMGs.
All right. Well, this is where we do see if there's anything Vitality have to say here. The AKs will come out. And you were wanting to reflect on what this matchup had in store for us last time round. Well, only 4 rounds in total on the T side for Vitality, and that came late within the second half. It was a comeback that they had to put together. They were looking at a scoreline of 15-6 down. This time round it is a closer affair, as Apex with pace, straight up cat, straight into the open arms of Hyped. So that is an opening kill given on over.
All right. In the words of Mr. McConaughey. Rotation through. Tabson trying to bail his teammate out, because here comes the woo on that AK. Straight through. Crimbo, first victim. More. Oh, just like that. The site is open. And he's not done.
Safe.
Have to. Staring at all of that smoke, and well, yeah, this one's already done.
Well, we have a fun anecdote for everybody playing at home. We have a piece of content I'm sure they'll be coming out with Zywo very soon, but I don't think they'll have issues with us using it this way. We were talking to Zywo and we asked him about AWPing and if he considered himself to be the best AWP in the world. He said, no, I think Simple and Shiro are both better than me with the AWP. But the discussion that then followed with Apex and Zywo was that they think he's better on the rifles.
Oh, yeah.
Very proficient on the AK-47, and it's the classic story of I never wanted to be an AWPer. I'm just one of the best players to ever touch the game, so why not, I suppose.
Turns out that one of the best players to ever touch the game is good with the best gun.
Yeah. Who would have thunk it?
Yeah, he can do that too.
It's like the game is more than just the weapon you have in your hands, it's the way you use it. This would be a recurring theme we're coming to here.
Certainly does.
Okay, well that is a good statement early. Again, early resistance from Vitality here is a positive sign for them taking this series 2-0.
Yeah, 9-9. Same thing God B's thinking.
Especially if they lose this round. It will be likely to see a big eco and double digits reached first on the international squad as a window smoke deployed, flashes through mid, and they're going to quickly take the fight
Wow, 3 here. They want it really biff. They want to brawl. Spinks and Dupree tuck in. Oh, and he tucks one in tight. Keto sent for an early bedtime. Faven forcing the fight with a flame. Extinguished, save. Oh, and Spinks racks it up. Faven thought he had the advantage, but Spinks corrects him quickly. And Apex has mid-control with the boys. Magis to scoop up the bomb and support. Rejigging the setup, you're going to just have Hype, Solo, B, and Crimbo to partner up with Tabson for the rest.
Yeah, so this is curious about how they want to end here. They can leave Dupree top middle. Apex is going to relinquish control of underpass, and they're actually going to regroup over towards B right now. So Hyped, if he takes an offensive angle with the AWP, he might get the jump on them here. It's less likely they throw a flash before peeking this corner. They will offer somebody up, and that somebody will likely be Apex. Oh, he's dropped off.
Oh, yeah, and he's going to miss his window. Oh, he's missing his window! Still slaps Apex down. Burning down to 23, but still alive and hitting the no-scope. That's beautiful from Hyped. Plucks him out of the air. Could still go awry. This is a 2-on-2. High stakes. Crimbo into the side, spots another. Tabson in the fight.
He's got out!
And that's the bomb carrier. Just before he rounds the corner, Dupree's been thrust into an awkward one. Needs to do some parkour to retrieve that bomb in time.
That's probably it. He's not even moving. There's 20 seconds left.
Yeah, I mean, if he had rounded the corner, I reckon he might have given her a good shake of the stick. And you can see...
Got be frozen.
He's doing the Apex impression. He's doing the full Apex.
Yeah, he sees just how close that one got. So understanding with the man discrepancy there, huge stuff from Hyped. 3 kills for him in the round. And that's twice. Remember Main when he had the AWP and he got the second? Right. And it looked like it should have been a no-scope, but it shows how quick he gets back into the scope to get those kills. So great stuff from him here.
Just some clay pigeon shooting. 3 in total.
It looked horrible for him, didn't it?
And this is especially impressive considering that was a lot of responsibility. You know, a high-stakes game on the big stage, and they say you are responsible for B. And not only that, he finds 2 on the entrance into the site. They're giving it everything. They've got the full beans, and he just laughs at them.
I love how back and forth this has been and how many rounds shouldn't have... Oh, they double window smoke here.
What's going on? I mean, highly pacey, but changing their minds. They had 4 setting their sights on middle, but Hype confirms not much going on there.
Don't have control in the same way, but Big is still investigating this. And now they've actually established control. You can see how they're not scared. They understand there's a bit more of a ruse. So redeploying the window smoke will be Apex, but unless there's actually any pressure here, Hyped is still going to retain vision. Yeah, he's even going to say the fight. This kid is crazy. What was that about?
Oh, he's going to be a little miffed about that one.
Impact in one round, a blunder in the next.
Oh, that's a bad miss. Okay, mistiming utility still. Tabson confirmed presence. Oh dear, Faven dead. Okay, it's perfect from Vitality. Every individual hitting their shot. And Dupree will do one better. Gets himself the second. This is too easy.
They won the hard round, and now they're losing the easy rounds. What happened there? What the timing on that as well? It's like, whoa. Oh.
Yeah, especially, and the ramifications, Chad, could not be worse.
Oh. We were just praising it. Oh, the duality of an alpha, isn't it? What a shot from the big man himself as well. Crimbo trying to scamper and deleted. That one means an awful lot, doesn't it?
And for Vitality as well, you know, they kind of whiffed the smokes, mollied into their own smoke. You know, like they actually had a couple of oopsies themselves, but it's nothing in comparison. Pales in comparison. This is falling apart so damn quick.
The 2 of them as well, just so ready for it. Understanding the Palace push that was communicated from Magis. They just walk out, they aim map the ramp. Now it's just Hyped in Crimbo. Oh, if that's the undoing, like you're gonna forget about the highlight round where he pulled them out of a number disadvantage in the previous, and he wasn't the reason. Well, he was the reason they gave away an opening. I don't want to say it was the yeah. That one in review is not going to look good.
It's a tough one, especially when you're feeling yourself starting. You know, because what they want is him to play his own game. But if his own game maybe needs cost you, yeah, you might want to put the leash back on. Okay.
Does feel like we're going to be having a Vitality versus Cloud9 semi-final, doesn't it? That really just feels like a shift of energy in the room, because that investment from Big was, where the loss bonus was at was because they know they need to take another eco. So these are 2 rounds that are partially invested in. So they're slightly threatening. This time round it's going to be a whole lot less. Just a few HE grenades here, and looks like one will be tussled towards top mid. I think the movement was fluffed by Tabson trying to get through the window, so his nade was laid. It just looked silly, but he got caught going through the window. Oh, man. Oh, man!
What is that? They have the bomb and some AK-47s. Crimbo, call your jets! Call them off! He's lost his head and finds nothing. Can you redeem yourself, young man? Do they know they... I don't think they do. But the fact they haven't planted is a bit of an indicator in itself.
I want to see a redemption arc right here, right now for Hype. That could be the one.
Oh, yeah, but he's just not so uncertain as to where they've gone off to.
Oh. He can't run. He can't. He's going to give it away. He's going to give it away.
They don't know.
Okay. Hyped. Oh, this could be Hype.
Oh, my son. A cursory glance from Magisk. They have no idea. The molly might spur him forward.
It's still just moments too late.
He's going back. So if they pick up the bomb and go B, he's going to be really out of position.
But if they go through mid, he might be in perfect position.
This was an eco, Chad. This was a couple of HEs and USPs. And that is a chance. Got awry. Magisk holds on to it for Vitality.
There was nothing in that round. You bang on $600 worth of investment, so they got an awful lot out of it. And yeah, it was exciting for Patches there. But Godby's had enough of this. This is going to be forcing the 3rd time out of Big right now to have a chit-chat. It felt like, it was like, yeah, this is easy. Tabson's laid out window. He missed the jump. He looking like a bit of a plum. And then, oh, hold up, a 2-on-2. Crimbo as well. Oh. That's the thing. I guess he was fighting thinking the bomb was in the site. Because you're right. Like, he's hanging out. He's taking a lot of jewels right there.
I mean, I hadn't processed it fully, but looking at that bomb spot, you can see it wasn't like forced out of anyone's hands. It was dropped, and therefore, you know, your decision making is completely different if you know you have that bomb. I'm sure Crimbo way too wise to be taking engagements like that if he knew he had that bomb. So that's tough. That's a tough one. I mean, it's not supposed to be big plans any day of the week, but it got close. And now they get all the bells and whistles. And that's a 2-round gift to Vitality off the back of a bit of an oopsie.
Yeah. So 3 on the trot now.
Let's see if they can respond. Tito cut down to 17 HP on the cross. Zywoo already drawing some degree of blood. It's Tabson versus Dupree. Legends of the game. Oh. Ding down and done. No response from Zywoo just yet. Tabson may not be expecting this. And Zywoo still evades the flash and finds the frag. That feels unfair.
But how does Spinks get in here? He's got to worry about multiple elevations and even the low HP of Keto now tucked on this box.
He's going to park the bus. He doesn't have to move just yet. You've got Magisk Palace, Spinks forward in apps, and then you've got this 2-man wolf pack of Apex and the Woo. Okay, well, that's a clear.
Yeah, been found out on multiple fronts here. What are you going to do now? Yeah, normally when the in-game leader's knifing the air, it says a whole lot more than words ever could.
Yeah, shaking his head. He's not making any secret of how he...
look at Crimbo's push.
Feels about that one. And Crimbo, yeah, this is a very powerful angle. Once you get here...
The apartments are occupied. No vacancies.
Occupado. Not anymore. Crimbo on the floor.
One room available. It's a single bed.
Yeah, maybe we can put them in the barn.
It's a ground floor room. You have to share the bathroom. It's communal.
Ooh, no, thanks.
No.
Favored and hyped, though.
Saving. Well, they're not saving.
No.
But
yes.
Apex and Zywoo are.
They're in the right place to cover all of their possible gaps. And so, yeah, just the one casualty.
Keto's been on this box the whole round. Hey, boys. Coast clear.
B is clear.
Don't worry about it. I got it. It's all good. All right, well, some respite for Big here. You reckon Sirisson's watching right now?
Yeah.
You think he's tuning in?
I'm actually not certain. We saw the man for years, but I haven't got a single idea as to what his kind of lifestyle is.
That's true. We don't really know a lot about Mr. Mysterious, do we?
Yeah, nothing about him. But you know,
I like his perm though.
Yeah. Man of few words, but many curls.
And good shots.
And good shots.
Because he was just starting to heat up as far as like our attention and land games went. I think he just had enough.
He was the movie fragger.
Okay, B-Fake has bought the mid-room.
Dupree the one to surge into that space. Tactically created, manufactured. Keto on that org. Deliberate purchase again. Good for the Palace fight, understandably, but now we're going to be seeing util drop from Dupree to take on. Clear. Nade back. Just a little bit of damage onto the Dane. Into the window, taps into respond. Does have a chance. Oh! Magisk hitting some real scorchers now.
And Dupree's through.
That's awkward for Hype. It's getting awkward for Big all over the place. They need someone to save them. Does take one, but look at Spinks. Catches Crimbo in transition. Maybe there's something from Keto. Forward position, but they know he lives around the ace site. They're going to have to go for the hard clear, and Keto can't quite find their head. Dupree, good for it.
Good form from Dupree again. Just have to highlight this once more, because people are more than happy to highlight it when he's having a bad game. Well, here he's having a great series. Instrumental on Nuke to help Vitality get across the line, and here showing up as well. Him and Magisk, 18 and 17 apiece. You've got the contributions of Zywuk. He's got 19 kills, so it's a whole lot more of a team effort here, and that is a massive shot from Magisk. Tabson had a good timing, just couldn't connect the dots right there.
Wow. I mean, this Vitality team, dude, it's getting me a little excited. If you can have, as we've started to see, Dupree and Magisk back to like their winning ways, everything else falls into place with that Spinks Zywuk. I mean, if they come into Rio or leave Rio in the same way they're situated into the playoffs, number 1 and number 2 respectively across the board, you've got a team that can be a contender against all of the greats in attendance.
Well, look, if everybody can share the load, they might not need to empty the backpacks as often. So
Right.
We'll see how this one ramps them up, because some confidence getting it done in a 2-0 fashion. That's great, right? In a playoff game as well, pressure a little bit higher here. Sure, they've been on elimination street ever since that loss. Oh, this is a curious little boost right here. I don't think it's going to work the way they hope if they team out Palace, however.
And Apex going to try and full commit to this. It looks like he's got himself into the safety of that corner. And jumping into the Zeus! Express delivery! Apex Air catches a nice AK delivery straight to Big Clan. They've got 2 rifles to work with now, and they can situate a boost here. Get it right. Oh.
It is a clumsy boost.
It's a tough one. Yeah, got to find just the edge, and down goes Tabson in the meantime. Giving up on that. Oops. It's all going wrong. What? Hyped with the USP. Double dinks into Zywuk. And oh, the transfer not quite on the money. That would have been a very manageable 1v1, regardless of the absent armor. But it seems like Big are just getting a bit clumsy now. I think, for lack of a better word, you can see them just kind of tripping and stumbling over their shoelaces into some of these.
This one here, without having a huge investment to follow through with, it's just mean likely to see Crimbo try and get out with this AK, retain something to carry into the next, and he will be able to do exactly that. Just 2 more rounds now for Vitality. Semi-final berth. They're going to earn this one. They've had to do it in quite a difficult fashion, right? You look at a best-of-1 loss on overpass to OG. Then they drop down and they play against MIBR. And they deal with them, right? That's not too many dramas whatsoever. FaZe up next, and you're thinking this can be anybody's game. And Vitality, with Spinks going God mode, are able to send them home. That's the team that picked up the Intel Grand Slam and then follow forward and get revenge on OG to get themselves into this very playoffs. Now up against a Big who's been looking in some of their better form that you could say in some time.
Absolutely. Limited chances now. It has to be perfect from here on out. Sure. Still certainly attainable. The Vitality Just about getting their fingertips on this 2-0. Ouch! That will leave a mark, and a great response. Hyped on the repeat, loses his head. Oh, and the AWP dead. Dupree anticipating a reaggress. Quito gives him the pointy end of his M4, puts the bomb on the floor. Zywoo walking in on this, and that's Quito impact all over the shot, baby. Crimbo will close it out. A double from those two players.
Look what Hype was great for the second there, didn't it? Because we had his POV on that rescope. It was in the right place. I don't think he got his finger to the trigger in time. There's some FURIA fans getting ready for the second quarterfinal of the day. Remember, coming up next, and I'm sure it'll go up a decibel or two here, will be FURIA taking on Heroic. And they've got a score to settle to FURIA, who are looking like a whole new team. Getting a lot more impact out of the likes of Drop, Safe as well, showing us exactly what he can do.
I'm very excited to watch that one go down. I'll be joining you guys, grabbing my popcorn, feet up, I was going to say on the couch. And here comes one from Hyped. He's going to be tested. Smokes are there and lots of mid-presence. You've got to put your head in the vice of the woo! And just like that, it falls apart. Oh, it's such a luxury, isn't it? You just send him up mid. And already the round is over. Just like that. So, going out in a bit of a whimper for Big Clan.
Yeah, it feels like resistance is futile, doesn't it?
Yeah.
You can have a round, sure, but we'll win the next, and then we'll send you packing because your cash is in the bin. Zywoo contribute to the final two, a flash assist and a frag. It is good. It is real good right now. It's big. Yeah, you can see it. It's all over. They've got nothing to spend. They've got to use their last time out here to have a conversation, but I think we all know which direction this one is headed. And I look, the re-pick, right? Like, you can understand why. They're wanting to make sure that they're not playing scared and they want to take the fights. But Zywoo with a double, right? The trade potential not even available, not even close. And look at the smiles on the faces of Vitality. This one must feel good.
Setting their sights on the semi. Can almost taste it now. Single round required and 3 opportunities. This is the best of the bunch, though. It's only going to get a little more difficult from here on out. So Vitality have got their opportunity. Look at the buy. I mean, sure, to be fair, Chad, you've been talking all about it. Most of Big Clan's surprise round wins were through those lighter buys. And Tamsin, look at this, undeterred. He goes for aggression, and they've been spotted. That sucks for Crimbo. And down he goes! No way! Out! Crimbo gone. Immediately cut down to size. This aggressive maneuver's got them nowhere. Tamsin won, but look how quickly this one falls apart. You can see the corpses are even trying to ascend, get out of there.
And for Favor, this is hopeless. This is a feeling that nobody wants. You're left in a 1-on-4 situation. You have to give it your best crack, but how hell are you meant to win this one?
You're not, Chad. You're not. And Vitality securing it in 2, just like that. Big Clan not going to be happy with that one, considering the form they found and stepping onto the stage. The individuals seemed awake and aware, but Vitality just a step too far.
Coming in with different motivations here, these two teams, but the same goal, looking for a W here at IEM Rio in 2023, and Vitality, they take one step closer. A good team performance here today. It wasn't Zywoo, it wasn't Spinks putting the team in the backpack. It was every single member of this well-seasoned squad. Magis, Dupree, Apex, they are the major winners in this team. They are the ones to show up in the big matches. And today they've been counted for, sending big packing. Should be happy with the form here. Disappointment in recent tournaments, but here showing the type of Counter-Strike they can play. I suppose the same conversation can be had with Vitality. We know how good this team could be, but we're yet to really see it.
Vitality have booked their spot in the semi-final. And Apex is loving every minute of it. You can get used to this, mate, yeah?
Yes, last time we didn't play in front of the Jeunesse Arena, unfortunately. So now I have to enjoy it.
No, I gotta say, mate, we were talking about the improvements we're seeing from Vitality. right now this is a team performance. At times we see you pop off. Now Magic Dupree, this isn't just Zyra and Spinks. What have been the changes you have gone through just recently?
We're giving a lot lately and it's paying off. We understand each other and I kinda took over everything now in the term of calling. So we have some more agreements and it feels good for the team now.
So everyone's on the same page, everything is working for sure. And even this time on Mirage is, I wouldn't say it's a bad map for you, but you've had your struggles on it. This time, even on the T side there, getting it done, that must feel good for you right now.
Yeah, our struggle right now is more on the CT side than the T side. And we fucked up the CT side again. But the good part is the T side is good, so perfect.
You're swapping around, mate. One day you'll get it all in line for it. But your next game, a semi-final game, will be against Cloud9. They've got their troubles as well, but they're another team with nothing to lose, you know. Did you feel like in this big game that they were throwing everything at you, something new, or was it the same old big?
Well, I think once again they will pick Mirage. I think I'm honest and they will do it. We need to work even better to win this game. I think it's going to be a bit tougher than today. But yeah, I just want to go to the final and I want to play again here because it's amazing.
It is amazing. Dan, congratulations on your semi-final spot. Guys, give it up for Vitality and Apex!
Vitality large and in charge as they cut down big in just 2 maps. Semi-finals locked in, and I think Banks and Apex put it perfectly on the stage just there. A really well-rounded team performance coming out of Vitality, not relying on Zywu to haul them through deeper into the playoffs. And speaking of which, this is the deepest we've seen Vitality in a playoffs run since they lifted the trophy back at EPL Season 16. Things looking on the up for the international squad.
Yeah, and this game was an absolute brawl too. You know, it's 16-12, 16-12, but it was pretty close. It took a lot of Vitality to close it out. You know, it was a team effort. It wasn't like Zywu was carrying them or Spinks was carrying them. Everyone had their moments. Big played well. So yeah, a very feel-good win for Vitality.
Yeah, I mean, that was very, very impressive. I mean, for Big Clan, it was very underwhelming, I would say, in some aspects, right? Especially with their T side, I think there was chaos all over the place, right? Their executions were not on point. They tried to go B like twice from what I remember, and their executions was not on point. Same goes for the A-bomb side. I think it was a weird game from them, and at that point, like when in the last round on the T side, I kind of thought about like, well, what a big choke. You get the reference right there. What a big choke, because like it wasn't pretty. And then once, you know, Vitality was on their T side, I think they felt really comfortable. Highlight as well for me from Magis holding the A-bomb side on the CT side. I think he was tremendously impactful, like got multi-kills plenty of times. So yeah, it was across the board, like props to Vitality. They played really well.
Yeah, I love that you bring out that point about Magisk as well, because we were talking about him, you know, coming to life on the tail end of that nuke map. He was so impactful, as you put it, Janko, for Vitality to close that first map over the line, getting to continue to see that same great form coming into Mirage too.
Yeah, definitely. I think you're going to need every single player from Vitality to step up. And yeah, you look towards Zywu and Spinks, but Dupree and Magisk are the players who won all those majors. Magisk 3, Dupree 4, right? They've been with Sonic for a long time, so I'm sure he feels like also he can rely on them when it comes to some of these big moments, some of these high-pressure situations.
One thing that we saw Apex say in the interview with Banks was the fact that they knew about Mirage pick, right? And that was kind of obvious, right? We also expected it. And that's the thing, like when Big doesn't have, like, yes, they're playing 7 maps, but when you go up against Vitality and you end up picking the map that they expect completely, well, that helps a lot with preparation, right? And we saw that today, a completely different style from them, a completely different approach than the previous series that they played against each other. And well, that paid off.
And it's also really good to hear about the good vibes just coming out of Apex. He said, you know, he's found his footing once again as an in-game leader. He feels like everything's being respected, just his game plan and the vision as well. And we see that totally paying off within this particular series.
I mean, that's not a bonus, that's a requirement. I feel like for any team to be able to be run successfully and to play a good Counter-Strike, you can't have division within the team in terms of can't have different views of how to play the same situations, right? That's where miscommunication comes in, that's where sloppy CS comes in, and you want to avoid that at all costs.
Well, we've been hyping up the Danes, and we do have a Dane ready to join us. Dupree, fancy coming up on the desk after this one? There we go, there's a headset. Congratulations, man.
Congrats.
Congrats, Jabri.
Congrats.
Thank you. Oh, it's loud in here.
It is incredibly loud. Yeah, you can adjust your knobblies and your bobblies down there. There we go. That should be a bit better for you. Yeah, congratulations.
Thank you.
Obviously, it's hella loud in the arena. We had the crowd behind you. Feeling good to be making it to the semi-finals?
Yeah, it's been a long time since we've been on the stage with Vitality, and I could feel that with the team today. But I mean, making it to the semis here was something that we really wanted, and I'm just glad that we got here.
Particularly as we were just talking about it, right? The last time we saw you really making a true deep playoffs run was when you lifted the trophy at EPL. Obviously, totally different vibes in this arena, right?
It is. I mean, we could, like, when we started out the game, we could feel that the arena was not empty, but there was not that many people. And the more we got into the game, the more people we got. You heard the drums starting, the crowd pumping up. So I think, in some sense, I felt like we were this young, small artist that was going to warm up for the bigger game yet later. So yeah, it was kind of weird.
Not only that, I think that it's huge from you guys. Those last 3 events that you played, if I'm not mistaken, you guys actually ended up losing in quarterfinals, right? So you kind of break the curse of that. Now you hit the semifinals. But talk me through like this game in specific. Like obviously we saw Apex say in the interview that you guys were prepared for Mirage. How much that actually helped and contributed you guys to be able to perform like this? Was it a lot about the preparation? You guys had a specific approach for this match since it was kind of obvious the pick from them. You guys picking Nuke as well. Same maps you guys played before.
I think gameplay-wise, I think it was obvious the maps that we're going to play today. So of course we went here prepared. But I think that the biggest hurdle and the thing we put the most emphasis in was that we had to be prepared mentally, because Big did not qualify for the major. We did, and we came from a really good run at the RMR, where Big, obviously, they didn't make it, and for them, they don't have any major coming up. This is the most important thing for them, so of course they want to show that, okay, we didn't qualify the major, but we can still play good. And I think that was the one thing that we put a lot of effort into, that we needed to be prepared, and it's been a long time since we played in an arena. It's a completely different setting. Yeah, sure, we have a lot of experienced guys in the teams, but we don't have that much experience together as a team when we're sitting on stage. And I think that was a really big lesson for us to learn today, because it definitely wasn't perfect, but it was enough to get us to the semifinals.
Dupree, I want to know this, right? You've been at every single major now. That's the only player to have done it, and congratulations on that. When the first major came along, you were a teenager still. Now that we have the final one, you're a dad. So how do you stay on top for so long? What's the key to having the longevity that you had in the scene?
I think there's a lot to it, and obviously thanks first of all. I think there's a lot to it. The passion for the game, and also in some sense accepting that, at least in this situation that I'm in right now, I'm not supposed to be a star player. I was back in Astralis alongside Device. I've all of a sudden found myself in a new role, and it's taken a long time for me to adapt to it. But the whole idea about always wanting to be, I mean, I'm doing this for a living. I'm putting so many hours into this game, and I want to be on top. There's only one way for me to play this game, and that is to be among the best teams in the world. And I think that has definitely powered me through a lot of the things. But in hindsight, I think it's also a big shout out to all my teammates, because I wouldn't have been there without them. And yes, I've had my up and downs in my career, where they have carried me through, and then sometimes I've carried them through. Yeah, I'm really proud of myself. But at the same time, it's also something that I maybe expected of myself.
You should be proud. And I have another question, because as we know, your focus is on Paris, the organization, the team, and everything, right? But you've now won, as Luis pointed out, the quarterfinal finally. Have Cloud9 in the next game, completely winnable game as well. I think it's pretty even, that matchup. So how much more dangerous would Vitality be in Paris if you could end up lifting the trophy here?
I think it will give us a lot of confidence. It's a lot of confidence that the team has needed for a long time. I think we finally found a good way to work, and it's really been paying off the last couple of months. Whenever we started the new season, we had a really good approach to the thing, and we knew that Paris was going to be the one that was going to have a lot of pressure, and the one that we had to put all of our eggs into the basket. And sure, winning here would be really great, but at the same time, I think it was Kaden, he mentioned it as well, like with the whole schedule and everything coming up, this tournament is has not been prioritized in the same way as the major has in the RMR, for that matter. We came here knowing that we need to do our best, but at the same time, we're not grinding 4 hours of deathmatch every day. We're not playing 10 faces games every night. we play a little bit, we have a talk, and sure, when we go into the game, it's all about that we do the things we know that work for us. But besides that, it's all about recuperating and gaining energy and momentum going into the major. So I think that is what is on our minds right now. But I mean, sure, everyone loves winning, and if you could go here knowing that we've beaten FaZe Clan and we've beaten Big now, potentially, let's say we go to the grand final, also besting Cloud9. I mean, it's some really big names. So sure, it will give us a lot of confidence.
Dupree, can I pick your brain just specifically back at the RMR as well? Because, you know, when we're looking in from the outside, looking in on Vitality, you've got 2 French players. You want to be making it to the major in Paris. For you, getting 19 out of 19, the last CSGO major, as it was announced as well. How much pressure did you actually feel at that tournament? Was it like, you know, one of the highest ever for you?
No, actually not. I was asked by Lars, our sports psychologist, and he asked me if I could actually feel the pressure, and in some sense I actually said no. And I don't know if it's because it's the last one. And I really didn't put much into the whole getting 19 out of 19 majors, and sure, it's in Paris, but it's something we've been talking about since January. So it's not something that's come out of thin air. It's something we've been preparing for and putting a lot of effort into. So it was just meant to be in some sense. And I think the stars just aligned us in that tournament. Sure, we had a small hiccup against 9, which we felt we should have won, but they also deserved to win that one. But making Legends and knowing that we are in Paris meant a lot to the team, and it gave us a lot of confidence. But at the same time, the pressure, for me at least, was not present in the same way I actually expected it to be. And I'm not sure why, but sometimes I guess you just get comfortable, and that's how it is.
I mean, it obviously paid off, so you guys made it there anyway in the end.
There's no magic tricks or anything. But
just before we let you go, I do want to get a couple of thoughts on Cloud9, because it's been a minute since Vitality and Cloud9 have actually faced off in an official, particularly on LAN. Any thoughts on them at the moment, particularly given that they aren't going to be in Paris?
Yeah, same thing as with Big, a team that everyone expected to go to the major. Unfortunately, they didn't, and they found themselves in a last chance qualifier against FaZe. You know, everyone in Group B was like, "Oh, we don't want to go to the last chance qualifier." And so for them, surely it's heartbreaking. I mean, you could definitely feel that on them. But so I guess they had the same kind of goals going here as Big had. They want to prove that they can play really good Counter-Strike, and they want to show that it was a small hiccup. And they're such young players, and in some sense, such a young team. So they definitely know that they will have more chances in the upcoming game. So I think we will have the mindset as we had today, coming into the game, knowing that we're playing an opponent that has, in some sense, nothing to lose. But at the same time, it's also a team that has a really high skill ceiling. Yeah. So they're going to be dangerous to play, but I'm really looking forward to it.
Dupree, I lied. One more question. The chicken is FURIA. The bell is Heroic. Which one's going to win?
So this was
This is FURIA. That's Heroic.
Heroic.
Which one are you squeezing or shaking?
I'm actually really excited about this one. I forgot again. This is FURIA? FURIA.
Yes. Yeah.
I think FURIA really wants to win. They want some revenge from the major, and you know, with the crowd, everything can happen. But I think on paper, maybe Heroic is the better team as of right now. But we know what crowds can do. So.
Truly resilient magic. Man, thank you so much for joining us. You can go off with your team. Congratulations on the win. And yeah, be seeing Vitality tomorrow. Excellent stuff. And yeah, really great great to get to pick Dupree's brain in particular, right? Because his evolution as a player, his longevity, I love that you brought up the fact that every single major attended, and what a development in Dupree as well.
I mean, when we had that whole player of the decade sort of conversation, right? Simple ended up winning it. Of course, not really a surprise there, but there was a case to be made for Dupree too. I mean, you talk about a guy who's been doing it for a long time, been part of some of the most successful rosters, won 4 majors, been a star player, but also now from his mouth, kind of understanding he can't be that guy anymore. He has to take a sort of a backseat role, and he's fine with that because he wants to win, and he can only feel like he can only play while he's on a team that can be a contender. So I think that's a great story with him. I think he's always been a great teammate, a great player. And also I like what he said about the RMR and the pressure. Well, once you've been to 18 majors, going through the qualification process for the 19th one probably doesn't hit you as hard as it would some of these other players.
Just another day in the office for Dupree, man. Obviously for Big Clan, unfortunately, they do lose out here. They are eliminated from the tournament, and it is a heartbreaking fashion to kind of go out. And sure, it's amazing that they made it to the playoffs, but for Big, with no Paris on the horizons, obviously they're going to be looking, hopefully, to qualify for Cologne.
I think it was admirable what Big has shown us here. They've shown some better Counter-Strike, a bit more bravado in their style, so to speak. Yeah, sure, they were winning a lot of pistols in the turn, but I hope this is a lesson for them that, you know, you are going to find more success if you play this way, if you're a little bit more aggressive. Sure, you're going to lose some silly rounds here and there. You're going to lose a 4v3 or a 5v4, right, because you maybe rushed it a little bit, but this was the first time you made playoffs in almost a year. So maybe try that for a couple of tournaments and then try to find the sweet spot.
My opinion as well, like, I agree completely with you in terms of like the style, the way they approach the game. I think also, like, I was taking a look at like around the numbers from the game, and yeah, unfortunately, Taps and Keto, Faven wasn't playing up to their standards on an individual level. So like maybe what they should do going back home and rewatching this game is also, they should also take that into consideration, right? Like when you play at this level against Vitality, when you have Dupree performing as he did, best player on the server together with Zaiwu across the series, like, right, you need to be also playing really well individually if you want to compete against them. So props to them as well. They made it competitive, right? They should have probably won Mirage just by being the favorites, but that wasn't the case here. And yeah, looking forward to see what they bring in the future.
Yeah, a valiant effort certainly from the German squad here in the playoffs. Before their exit, let's get a few departing words from Crimbo.
Big Clan will sadly be eliminated here, but they had a good run coming into Rio. Crimbo, for Big, right, we were impressed that you guys managed to even get this far, considering the recent performance and stuff. Against Vitality, it definitely felt like on Nuke you had a chance to have that, right? You started off so strong. So I just want to start by looking at what you felt went wrong on the first map of Nuke.
I would say, as you said, like it didn't felt like it felt like we are like having the upper hand on this map, especially like when it came to the second half, we win the piss, so it's like, I don't know, 10-6 or something like that. Then I think like there were also miscommunications, but also like the round where Zaiwu kills 3 with Deagle. Yeah, it's like if you have like this like superstar like him in the team, like he wins these rounds for you. But yeah, it is how it is. I think. Also, when he if he doesn't kill me there, for example, I think it can look very different. Like we can win the map and so on, so on. But I think we put up a good fight there.
And on Mirage, it's been your tried and tested, but we certainly saw some improvements coming out from Vitality this time around, and especially on that T side, not even their CT side when it came to it. For you guys on your CT side is normally where you're able to lock it down. So what was missing this time?
I don't really know right now. As you said, on the T side, we had a decent T half. I think 8-7. You always take that. But on CT, I don't really know what happened. I don't really know. I'm jumping BF, so kind of hard for me. But I think we had good setups and stuff like that. But I think probably in the end, I think every tactic doesn't matter if you don't hit in the end. If Zaiwu or Spinks shoot better, then there's nothing you can do. You can outplay them, etc. But if they shoot you in the head in the end, so it all doesn't matter. So yeah, I think this was a big factor.
And it was a team performance that came out from Vitality this time, not relying on individuals as much. I know you mentioned Spinks and Zaiwu, but for you guys right now, obviously this is the end of the road for a little while. Yep. What's your overall closing thoughts on Rio? Are you happy with how far you got, or is it still this sad feeling?
Kinda, that's of course sad right now, but I think when we look back in 1 or 2 weeks, we are proud of what we did. We beat Heroic, we qualified for playoffs. I think we're a bit sad that we couldn't put up a fight in the Vitality game, win at least the Nuke map, because we lost like 2 4 spies. So, or put up a better fight versus Navi, but I think we can be proud of what we did.
I think so as well, Crimbo. Thank you very much, man. We'll see you soon.
Yeah, very eloquently put from Crimbo, despite losing out here in the playoffs. Totally echoing his sentiment, Shanko, that it was a truly respectable effort, considering the dire straits that Big have found themselves in before coming to Rio.
Yeah, they weren't making some mad mistakes. Sure, here and there a little bit. Came down to some of the fights, losing some key fights in the mid-round, turns around on its head. Right, we had a sequence of 2 rounds back-to-back where Hype saves them in a 3v4 on B with the op, and then the following round, sort of that swing into underpass, he misses a shot that, opens too much space for Vitality on the map. If he hits it, then they feel cornered. So that's Counter-Strike, sometimes it's a kill or 2 that go the other way. Big, definitely nothing to regret in this tournament, only something to build on for the future ones.
Yeah, I think it was also nice that he said about on an individual level from the players, right, that they're not hitting their shots. And when you have ZywOo, like he alluded to what we spoke about here on the desk. So moving forward, I think it's exactly what Janko said. Also, like specifically on this one on Mirage, there was a couple bad executions from them, something that usually they don't miss. And yeah, I think that took a toll on them, as he also said on Nuke, when they lost that round. It kind of brings your morale a bit down, right? And that probably affect them as well. I could tell from the body language as well that they're not as energetic as they were in other games. You know, the arena effect, the pressure on their shoulders, all that kind of stuff. I think they will only learn from here.
Well, yeah, from lows to highs, unfortunately, Big eliminated from the competition. But let's check in with our potential DHL MVP candidates. You guys know the drill by now for our DHL MVP. Get your Twitch channel points voting in the chat to vote for the potential candidate that will be crowned at the end of the grand final on Sunday. We've got 5 pretty spicy choices for you. First coming up, Spinks, then of course dupreeh. I think for my money, Janko, I would be going with the Dane, particularly as, you know, using that skill, the experience he has on these big land stages, really paying off in dividends for Vitality.
Yeah, in this series, he was the rock, right? Like, sure, ZywOo, Spinks, they had their moments. He was the one constant throughout the series, and that helped, particularly on Nuke, where Magisk went missing a little bit. I think dupreeh did a great job against Big.
You also got Hyped and Crimbo for your money if you're feeling a little bit the big clan side of things. And of course, choice number 5 coming up, that will be the man himself. It will be ZywOo. I feel like he's always got to be in contention for one of these MVP titles. Who are you choosing out of these 5, Peacemaker?
I would have gone for the Dane as well. I mean, yeah, we see highlight from ZywOo right now. And obviously, like, he can be tremendously impactful. But it's kind of crazy, like, we haven't talked about him that much in this series, and we did talk about dupreeh, so I would have went for dupreeh, but obviously, like, ZywOo also had the numbers on the board, also performed really well, so congrats to him.
Yeah, I mean, numbers don't lie, but from a weird angle, I kind of like that we don't have to hype on ZywOo too much, because it shows that Vitality are becoming that well-oiled machine that can have 5 players kind of attacking at any given point, right?
Yeah, I think that's when you look at any championship level team, they're not being carried by anyone, really, by any single player. You look at Navi during their run, like, Simple is not carrying them. Like, they're playing really good Counter-Strike, and then he perhaps every now and then has a performance that, you know, transcends or stands out. G2 as well, right? Sure, it's like sometimes it's Hunter, Mones, Nico, JKS, but they're playing really good as a team, and that's what you want to strive for if you're Vitality as well. Get everything down together team-wise, and then imagine how good we can be if then we have a great game from ZywOo or from Spinks or from someone else.
Well, let's check in with how the playoffs bracket is looking after that performance from Vitality, taking Big down in 2 maps, no less, and that's Immense and Peacemaker against Cloud9. It has been, I think, over a year since we've actually seen these 2 teams squaring off in a LAN environment on an official matchup, and I'm excited for this because Cloud9, I'm not totally sure where to place them given that they're not going to be in Paris.
Yeah, agreed, and I think dupreeh also spoke about it, that, you know, they come here with not too much expectations, obviously. You could tell from one of the interviews we saw in the... it was actually after they qualified, right, that Naf in the interview saying that, well, they were still pretty sad not qualifying to the major, so the qualification here didn't really, you know, hype them up or anything, but going forward, obviously, the more victories you get under your belt, the more comfortable you feel. Obviously, as soon as they get closer to lifting the trophy, then I'm sure they're gonna get hyped up. I'm sure they're gonna care about, you know, the Cologne spot and all of that, and also getting momentum for the rest of the year, right? Like, obviously, the major is very important, but I kind of hate the narrative about, like, it's all about the major, it's all about the major. Man, we're still at the beginning of the year. This is April. We have plenty of tournaments to go ahead, right? We have CS2. Everything is so exciting for the future. So, yeah.
Yeah, I think as well that's going to be a very exciting game tomorrow between Vitality and Cloud9. If Vitality managed to win that, then, you know, over the course of a couple of weeks, they've taken down G2, FaZe, and Cloud9. Those are 3 out of the top 5 teams. But how about this next quarterfinal? I think that's what it's all going to be about, right? And I think we can give us a little bit of thoughts, right? Like, we have...
Yeah, go on. Yeah.
I think for me, it's like everyone's like talking FURIA and the crowd and everything. I mean, Heroic played against a much bigger crowd against FURIA in the semifinals 6 months ago. They played in front of a friendly crowd in Copenhagen, a mixed crowd in Katowice. They have experience playing in front of a crowd. I don't think that's going to have too big of an impact. What is, though, is do we see the Heroic that played versus Big, or do we see the Heroic that played against NIP, right? If you get the NIP one, then they're the favorite. If you get the big one, then FURIA is the favorite, so I'm looking forward to that.
Yeah, two totally different ends of the spectrum that we've seen going down here for Heroic here in Rio. But man, we are ready to get the title card matchup underway of the night. It's FURIA taking on Heroic once again for the second time in 6 months, and this time they mean business. Revenge on the cards for the Brazilians, and man, this crowd is already bringing the hype.
You missed this, Frey, I know it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Here we go. We're about to play some Bomberman. This is my trial for Heroic for CS2. So if I put in a good performance here, Kaden has promised me a spot. I don't know whose spot I'll be taking, but let's find out. Are we on? Is Shush on my team? What's going on here?
No. Everyone can kill everyone. Revolve.
Well, that's a good start.
How do you kick the bomb?
When you put it down, put it like one space away, and then you can like move into it. What?
But I think you can only do it if you have the card or what?
Yeah.
Yeah, idiot. I'm so stupid. It's literally insane. Choose.
Where are you?
Come on,
man.
Oh no!
What?
I kicked it, but I can't. What are you doing? I want to kill you so bad right now.
Oh, insanely bad lesson. Kaden's little hat.
I'm an idiot. Kat, you got this. There's one around the corner. Yes, he's dead. No, he's not. Madsen.
Fuck. I just keep dying, man. To myself.
Yeah, me too.
Oh shit.
We're getting pushed. No. Oh, so good. I tried to do the same.
Oh! That was pretty good.
Nei.
What's happening?
Oh.
Oh, he's stuck!
Nej, der blev jeg skånet. Nej, det er jeg sgu lidt ikke. Am I? Hey, I'm sorry, but there's a bug. There's a bug in this game. There's a bug. I'm telling you. Oh, Tases. That's well played. Who was that? Was it you, chat? Oh, it was you, Ras. You're a fucking beast.
Oh, there it is. There it is. Finally.
Full explosion. I'm not happy with that, chat.
No! You did that. You did that to me. You killed me.
Well, it's me, chat.
No.
No, but it's just you and me now.
Ah. Okay. I'm so bad at this. This is insane. This is insane. Oh, go run to the left. This guy, there's 4 things in there. Yes, get them all. Hey, behind you, bump. No, chat. Yes.
What? I have so many bomb ups. Oh my.
Shit.
Oh shit. Finally a good play by me.
Overall, I'm seeing a very different looking FURIA at this event. We seem to be the whole team performing well. Is that what you feel like? You feel like everyone's got the extra strength?
Yeah, everyone is shaped, so we had to keep going and play this quarterfinal as a final, and that's it.
As a final, all right, I like that a lot. I like the confidence of it. Drop, how you doing, man? You know, when we were doing the lobby and stuff, we were talking, everyone kept saying, oh, Drop's English is so good. You've always been good at English interviews, man. How are you feeling today?
I'm feeling great, to be honest. I just wake up in a good mood. Okay. And, well, I feel we can beat them this time. So we're confident.
So you got good vibes, good energy?
Yeah, that's what we were looking for, and that's what we want inside the server also.
And inside the server, you have been looking really good. I think we've probably seen one of the best drops in a long time. What do you feel is the reason for that?
Right now I'm just feeling more confident, and I have more space to play my game and to call stuff to do, and that's why I think I'm performing a bit better.
You got some more space, I like it. So Art's saying, okay, Drop, go do your thing.
Yeah, that's something like this, and also I'm just feeling more confident on CT sides, so that's it.
Well, it's working really well, Drop. Thank you very much, man. Good luck.
The Brazilians have entered the building, and oh boy, can we feel it. Do not be mistaken. This is not just a quarterfinal for FURIA. This is a chance at sweet, sweet revenge. Because remember, just 6 months ago, remember when the Danes were the ones to knock FURIA out of the major semifinals in this very arena. Man, we know that FURIA are out for blood, Peacemaker.
Oh yeah, for sure. I'm still happy that we're able to hear each other, because the crowd became a little quiet right now, so we're actually able to...
There's a little lull in the action, you know?
FURIA's not here yet. They're going to be walking around. And then we're going to have to default, and then we have to just default like sign language or something.
I'm glad I learned sign language before coming to this very arena. Yeah, I mean, we've got to talk about the rematch, the one that is going to be going down in front of our very eyes. Heroic taking on FURIA once again. We've heard it from so many interviews from the FURIA camp. They want to claim blood for last time around, because it was a heartbreaking defeat for FURIA. We've got to look at that first map of Inferno. FURIA were looking incredibly hot coming into that one. Then they get 10 rounds in a row on Ancient to push it to overtime, and they end up losing anyway.
K-Serrato had one of the most incredible CT sides in that Ancient map. He gave it everything. And in the end, yeah, once they lost that map, you could see on map number 3, they just looked deflated, and Heroic ran away with it. And you saw what K-Serrato said. We're looking at this like a final, and they're looking to come and exercise the demons that is Heroic.
Well, I think that, that one is very heartbreaking. I could tell that in that specific game, it was very weird on Ancient, where, you know, K-Serrato was performing really well, but once they ended up losing that map, I could tell that, like, from the body language, the morale was pretty low. Yes, they had the crowd support and all of that, but I think just the fact that they had, you know, that small taste in their mouths that, hey, we finally did it, we're gonna make it to the finals, we're gonna win this. Boom, that happens, and then I think it was devastating. They never came back from that one into the third map, and then unfortunately they end up losing. You can see like the images from that Drop literally crying after that defeat. I think it meant the road for him to be in this arena, to be at the major in Brazil, and then now they come more hungry than never to get revenge.
And I think deflating is the perfect way that you preface this one, Blair, because it really just looked like they were out of energy coming onto that third map of Nuke. It felt like, you know, they had some fire, they had some pizzazz in that first and second map, but then just kind of out of ideas coming into the remainder of that Nuke. And we know that Heroic are a team that if you give them an inch, they'll take a mile.
Oh yeah, absolutely. But this is a different FURIA, right? This is a very different FURIA. That was almost like 6 months ago. And one thing I've loved watching with FURIA, I've always had this criticism, a lot of us have had it, that the fact that they keep trying the same thing over and over again, not really adapting, not quite changing. But the past couple of months, this is a new look FURIA. This is a FURIA who look much more composed and not reliant on just flashy plays, okay, Serrato dropping a 35 kill in the server or something. So this is a FURIA which is very different from what Heroic faced last time. And that, for me, makes it even more exciting. It's not just a rematch of these two teams, it's a rematch of a much different looking FURIA back in Brazil again.
Yeah, and when you go up against Heroic, I think one of the reasons why, even back then, I thought that their styles might clash way too much, purely because of, like, FURIA was very straightforward back then. The same thing goes for Heroic, right? And when you go up against Heroic, you want to kind of like out-aim on an individual level, I think it becomes really complicated, right? Now, when it comes to this FURIA that we've seen in this tournament, and ever since the IMR, where they're constantly talking about a new culture, a new way of approaching the game, and we've seen that in the past couple series, where they're taking things way more slow, at the same time dictating the pace of the game in that sense, in that very specific way. So it is not the case where FURIA is completely going away from the style that they had back then, but they're slowly implementing something that they really desperately needed for years now. And if they're able to replicate that against Heroic, who is a team that will be on your face, will be trying to take the duels, will try to dictate the pace, if you're playing slow, collecting and hitting your shots, and on top of that, you're still putting up the numbers, you're still going for the loosey-goosey plays, that's when they become scary. That's where they have a shot in this one.
Let's put a deadly duo under the spotlight for the side of FURIA, and I think it's very apt that we talk about Serrato and we talk about Yuri as well. Currently, you know, the two highest rated players for the side of FURIA, and it's great to see that we get, I don't want to say a vintage resurgence out of them, but I feel like, you know, the FURIA of a couple of years ago, these were the two that you were really looking on to do a lot of the legwork.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, the fangs of FURIA, as we like to put them as, right? And Yuri has been a bit overshadowed by Serrato the past few months. Serrato, I mean, one of perhaps arguably the best rifler at times in the world right now, right? But the fact that Yuri, with this new approach that FURIA bringing to the table, it looks like it's finding a little more impact than usual, and it's good to see. You don't want to see just Serrato being a star. Once these two get going, then it gets so much easier for everyone. We've seen Safe on the up and coming, on the upward trajectory in the past few months. He's really solidified himself in the team. But what surprised me pleasantly, you talk about Serrato, you talk about Yuri, you talk about Safe, and you look at Drop, you're like, this kid, I don't know if he really belongs in a team, etc., etc. Right now, with what they're approaching, you look at the game they had against Cloud9, you look at the game they had against FaZe, he was finding impact. So when the structure's there, this kid seems to be putting in the work. So it's no longer just the fangs of FURIA, everyone else, it's just seeming to click right now for the side of FURIA.
I think the main thing for Drop specifically has been on the mental aspect. We saw him give an interview as well, talking about that he's been working on it, because Drop used to be a very emotional player, a player that if he's having a good game, yeah, sure. If he's having a bad game, I personally saw that in Katowice this year, where he's smashing the desk, face palming all the time, and everybody's talking about it, right? And that doesn't give a good impression for everyone watching, but also to your teammates. And ever since that happened, I think they definitely worked on it, because he hasn't been showing that as many emotions as he did, and I think that's probably contributing him to be putting up these numbers, to be more calm, collected. And as you alluded perfectly, like, I think, yeah, it's great that we talk about Serrato and Yuri, but the change of style is definitely helping Yuri and Serrato, because they are not, in the back of their minds, they're not like, well, we need to perform, otherwise we're losing this. Oh my God, what we should do? No, now they have Drop performing well. Now they have Art revigorated, not going for the many aggressive plays that he does over and over again, and then keeps dying way more than actually having success. Now they can actually calm down and play proper Counter-Strike.
Yeah, Blair, give me some thoughts on this kind of changing of the guard that we've seen for the side of FURIA. I feel like it's, you know, less balls to the walls, less just whole W religion every single round. More tempered approach, I guess, in FURIA.
It's more tempered, and it starts and it ends with Art, right? Like, we know how he likes to play. I was looking at some of the numbers. If you look at his opening kill attempts on the T side, it is still it's ludicrous. It's 38% from odd. I think the second highest in the tournament right now. And even the success is finding just like a measly 35-36% of opening kills being won. Now you look at those numbers, you're like, oh, this kind of sucks for them. But that's not the case. It's about when he's dying now. Right? If he's not just rushing in all by his lonesome, and even if he gets taken down, he either gets traded immediately or he gets enough information which guarantees that 4v5 situation his team is in, they're able to convert that, they're able to get that win. And it's just a much more measured, slow approach, which is highlighted magnificently in the game they had against FaZe and Mirage at T-side. FaZe looked lost. I haven't seen FaZe look this lost in quite a while, in all honesty, at that map, and where they were just asphyxiating them, not giving them much information, and more importantly, as you pointed out earlier, they mix it up. Once in a while, it's a fast play, boom, round's done. I love this on FURIA right now.
And FURIA is certainly looking to replicate that same style coming into this matchup, not least because they're going to be going up against Heroic, who took them down in the semi-finals of Rio just last year. And we're looking at Heroic, and I think Janko, when he was touching upon it before we went to the break, kind of summed it up perfectly. We've seen a total full spectrum of Heroic performances. Some good, some bad, some very, very ugly there.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you look at the big game, for example, and Janko did mention, if I see that, the big game Heroic showing up, this could be FURIA taking it, but if you see the one against NIP, then it's terrifying for the side of FURIA, right? That being said, yeah, like, it's good to have those losses out of the way early on. They're still able to grind it back all the way in the lower bracket. We had Yabi being sick, by the way, right? And Exist chipping in a server and still pulling off the win.
Yeah, that ain't easy.
It's not easy at all. But Yabi, he comes back, and he's still a monster. The 5-headed Hydra of Heroic, everyone chipping in. You have Ston coming back to almost like star level form with like over a 1.20 rating. And the rest of them, you're looking at Tessus, you're looking at Yabi, you're looking at Shush. Everyone's there, everyone's performing.
Despite being sick outside the server, Yabi also sick inside the server. I think I'm gleaning from that, yeah?
Definitely, and I think that for Heroic, we're talking about, like, you know, how important it is that FURIA is implementing a new style and they're adapting and all of that. Well, guess what? Heroic has all of that. Heroic has the proactive style, Heroic has the slow style, Heroic is performing on a good individual level, and guess what? Like, the only game where they actually struggled in this tournament was in a very weird one where they're actually not performing really well. Or we can also say about the game where Exist was playing, and yeah, they ended up losing an overpass game where they should have won if it wasn't for Exist playing. Not taking credit away from Exist because he played pretty decent, but if Yabi was there, it would have been a different case against the Mongols, and then he ended up winning that series anyway. So, like, it's just important that, like, against Heroic, I also saw them coming into the stage right before we came here, and I could tell Cadian was, like, you know, hyping them up. And for the FURIA side, it's scary because if there is one in-game leader in the world who actually knows how to hype up these players in this environment, that's Cadian. Cadian does a huge part, plays a huge part in this.
Were Heroic playing football behind the scenes?
Well,
because they normally do that before a game, man. They've always got a football in their hands, throwing it, doing headers, kicking it around.
Yeah,
nice warm-up.
They like playing with balls, right? It's not volleyball as well, a little bit of football on the beach. Here's the thing, though. We're talking
I thought you were going to take that a whole nother way.
Freya, I don't know what you were thinking. I was talking about sports, by the way. Anyway, we're talking about FURIA and, you know, them redeeming themselves in the Johannesson arena. Remember Heroic, they lost the major finals in this very arena.
Yes.
So you can't forget that they have a chip on their shoulders. They want to claim that crown. Well, it's not a major, but it's still a big deal, right? The IEM trophy, of course. And they want to grab it right now. Because my headphones are falling off my head here. But yeah, but that is something which they would be having in the back of their minds as well. So yeah, both these teams have a lot to prove. And one more thing, FURIA and Heroic have faced each other 4 times in the past, and every single time it's been either a playoffs game where the losing team goes home, or even a group stage game where the losing team goes home. So every time they play, the loser always goes home. And once again, we have a matchup just like that.
And literally every single time, Heroic have taken the W in those matchups as well. Except one back in 2020?
A long time ago.
It's a long time ago. So yeah, stars aligning for the Danes in this one. Not the stars of the roster, of course, it is going to be Heroic versus FURIA. Let's get into the map vetoes to see exactly how this one is going to be playing out. Of course, since the last time we saw them going head-to-head in a playoffs game, we have had a bit of a change. Obviously, Anubis in, Dust 2 out. That's going to be banned out by Heroic straight up anyway. We do get the Inferno pick coming out from Heroic. Any expectations for FURIA, gentlemen?
Mirage?
Yeah, Mirage, it makes sense, but I'm surprised by the pick from Heroic, right? Last time they actually picked a map, they couldn't get more than 6 rounds, right? They made 6 rounds on it, but they don't care. They have the momentum going. Yeah, there you go. Mirage pick from from
I was
FURIA.
I wouldn't have been too surprised if FURIA just threw a curveball and they're like, screw it, we're gonna pick Vertigo. I'm glad they didn't do that, even though they destroyed Cloud9 on it. Yeah, Inferno Mirage, I'm guessing it's gonna be either Ancient or a Nuke Decider. Ancient would be spicy if it does go all the way to map number 3 over here. Mirage, FURIA, they're just gonna harp on the fact that they were so very solid against FaZe, and FaZe are no minions either, so they're gonna be happy with that. The Vertigo ban and FURIA, what are you thinking? I'm thinking Ancient, actually.
Nuke Ranger, Ancient, there we go. Or that, I mean, that's like kind of poetic considering the game last time around. I know it was 6 months ago, I know we have a different map pool now, but the fact that that one was so close, and both sides were giving that last Ancient everything left.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I think it definitely could go to Ancient, right? But the thing is, this Inferno pick coming in for Heroic, right? They would have definitely looked at the Nuke demos, which FURIA had against FaZe, where it was very close. We saw how the way it ended as well. Yeah. But Inferno, they completely dismantle NIP on Inferno. It looked like NIP weren't even in the server. And FURIA, while yes, they do like their Inferno as well, I feel like I haven't seen enough on that particular map yet. So maybe that's why Heroic has gone for this one.
Yeah, I think that for FURIA on Inferno, like they did struggle at some point with Inferno when it comes down to like the banana control as CT, right? Like they tried multiple approaches. They tried the passive approach, didn't work out. They tried the aggressive approach, and they were overly aggressive and dying way too much. But nowadays, I do feel like they have a good balance in that sense. I think their T side is very solid. So even though Heroic picked Inferno, I think this is a great matchup. I think it's going to be a lot tighter than people expect, and it will come. I mean, Inferno always delivers. Like maybe we're going to get another overtime game because it is.
I mean, we saw it against Cloud9, right?
Yeah.
So yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it was pretty solid indeed. You mentioned the NIP series. Obviously, we saw earlier on again, Heroic played the Mongols on this map at this particular tournament as well. What was shining out to you as the kind of impressive style of Heroic? Because none of those maps went to double digits for their opponents.
I think on the T side, they just completely steamrolled both sides, right? What the teams they faced off against. And one thing they kept doing was just bullying banana control, bullying the brackets control, where it felt like after the conditioning on the T side, that is, right, their opposition will come round number 9, come round number 10. They were so scared of losing a player early on and just losing map control that they just gave it up. They're like, we're just going to play turtle up on the A bomb side towards pit balcony, set up some crossfires, or play towards the B bomb side. And once a hit comes in from Heroic, look, why map control? As for newer viewers watching, they're like, well, what's up with this map control thing? The thing is, even if you're able to get a couple of kills, if you're going to be traded, now it's going to be 2v2. Your teammates are so far away because they have no information that by the time they come in for the retake, it's going to be like the odds of winning it like 10 or 20% at max, right? So that is something they kept doing, just bullying them. So on the T side for Heroic, that's what I'm expecting to see. And on the CET side of FURIA, this is when, Lewis, this is when I expect to see a little bit of old FURIA coming out. A little bit of a gut punch, a little bit of in-your-face counter-strike. Yeah. This is where they could try and potentially stymie the aggression from Heroic.
Yeah, listen, when I see FURIA playing against lower opponents, right? They always dictate the pace of the game on the CT side. They're very famous for doing that 4 guys A thing where they just rush window, second middle, and then they just push apps as well. They push every single thing and then they just crush the round completely there. That's the type of play that they are famous for. Pushing down middle, taking banana control aggressively. That's all the kind of stuff that they need to do in order to, don't let Heroic play their game, develop all the map control, and then execute, because that's where they excel as a team. So for FURIA, I think that's the main thing. Obviously, you don't want to be doing that over and over again, and then because it's kind of, if you're Heroic, you can expect that type of stuff, right? So you gotta pick a specific rounds to be able to do that. And then, yeah, we have a great series in our hands. Well, and the crowd is going mental right now.
All right, now I can't even hear myself.
Yeah, maybe we should go to break there as the energy absolutely ramps up here in the arena, and we are getting ready for the rematch between Heroic and FURIA. Our hometown heroes ready to take to the stage. Let's see how it goes down after this.
de volta! IEM Rio 2023. Não para que a festa tá linda! A gente teve aqui o nosso primeiro confronto das quartas de final. Tivemos a definição da primeira semifinal, que vai ser jogada entre a Cloud9 e ela, a abelha rainha, que protagonizou diversos comebacks impressionantes durante a fase de grupos, a equipe da Vitality.
This is what we've been waiting for. This crowd, this energy, this electrifying feeling. And it's time for us to see that rematch. Heroic going up against FURIA, the one from the major where they eliminated FURIA and sent you guys quiet. But I know you're not going to be quiet today.
Ai, não fala em rematch, porque ó, quem tava aqui nessa mesma arena no ano passado sente ainda o gostinho amargo do que foi a Heroic versus a FURIA. Quem lembra daquela Ancient? Aquela maldita Ancient. Mas dessa vez vocês vão ajudar a gente a fazer muito barulho! Vamos fazer muito poropopó pra eles!
Now, Heroic have been consistent over and over again. They constantly hit the mark, but they don't want to lose it here. Where FURIA, they have been leveling up. They have been looking better. Drop has been given more space from Art to perform. But is it going to be enough today? We're about to find out.
Então, sem mais delongas, vamos chamar os times. Pode fazer muito barulho pra gente descobrir quem vai jogar a semifinal contra a equipe da Navy. You can call them.
Consistency is king. Can Heroic win it again with the crowd not on their side? Let me hear you make some noise for Heroic!
Jeunesse Arena. They've already taken down FURIA once in this very stage, Blair, and they are hungry to do it again.
Last time they were here, they lost the grand finals, and I'm sure this time around they want to win it, but to do that, they first have to go through a very good-looking FURIA and this crowd who have come out in full force. I can't even hear myself think right now.
Cadian's still trying to give this crowd some love, but man, they are going to have a tough opposition as they come up against the hometown heroes.
De se esperar que ia ser assim mesmo, mas eu espero que eles não levem pro pessoal, porque tá na hora de vocês gastarem toda a energia de vocês para receber a nossa anfitriã brasileira.
The pride of Brazil, with the fans and the fire at their feet from this stadium. They want revenge, and I know you're on their side. Make some noise for FURIA!
Electricity, that is the only way to describe the atmosphere in the arena right now, man. The Brazilian boys, they have truly showed up with a sixth man of the crowd right behind them today, Lewis.
This is why this is esports, guys. What you're seeing right now is the Brazilian passion. This is what it's all about. These players, that's why they work tons of hours every day. This is what we live for. This is esports. FURIA in Brazil. Let's do this.
They want to show up and prove themselves not only to their national crowd but internationally as well. This is going to be an absolute banger of a quarterfinal.
Que não tem a menor necessidade de eu fazer isso, mas eu vou fazer mesmo assim. Quem aqui tá torcendo pela equipe da Heroic? Quem aqui tá torcendo pela equipe da FURIA?
It is time for your hometown heroes to go up against the Hero Slayers. Guys, it's time to bring the
When I lost against them the last time, the feeling it was like that game, it was our game, you know.
Last year when we played FURIA, it was a very intense atmosphere. So having all the Brazilian fans cheer for you to then play the semi-final against FURIA where everyone was against you was definitely tough.
It's really tough playing against them because they know play fast and slow.
I think it's difficult to play against them. I think because they usually at least do things different than other teams, and we don't really practice against them because they live in North America.
This game means a lot for us because we don't win a tournament like since 2 years, I guess, 3 years. If you win here, it's insane for us, amazing for us.
A lot of beauty to the storyline between Heroic and FURIA here in Rio, because either we're going to be known as the forever kryptonite of FURIA in their home soil, or they will break the curse that kind of ruined their chances of winning the major last time. So yeah, I think it's a fun matchup.
Knocks him off the bomb and drops this round from NIP.
FURIA, Heroic, a quarterfinal and a story of revenge. This, Blair, this is Brazil's opportunity to claim that grudge match, to put down the team that crushed their dreams in the major just last year.
Oh, absolutely. And I mean, the crowd's here as well, right? They obviously remember what happened over there. And as Kadian said, sometimes the crowd might cheer for this side, but not against FURIA, not against this team right now. And I'm so excited, particularly because this is FURIA revamp. We touched upon this again and again and again. This is a different looking FURIA, a much cleaner looking FURIA who took down FaZe, almost took down Cloud9, and those are two big heavy hitters as well. So if there was ever a time for Heroic to break the curse here, or rather for FURIA to break the curse and take down Heroic, it has to be here in the arena.
Yeah, I mean, we see the crowd is going crazy, right?
They're cheering the national anthem, right?
Yeah, exactly.
There we go.
How beautiful it is. But for FURIA, this is the time, right? And I'm really looking forward to see how they're going to start this game, right? Because like we see, like they're getting a lot of support from the crowd. There is a lot of pressure on their shoulders, right? Coming with the expectation to get revenge. They've said that plenty of times in interviews. So I'm just looking forward to see if the pressure is going to rise, if they're going to feel any nerves, if things start going bad, right? They have a good psychologist behind them. They have Akari as an owner to support them as Ross is being installed. So looking forward to see what's going to happen in this one.
I'm really glad you brought up pressure as well, because one thing we saw from the side of FURIA was it was such a pressure cooker situation in the server last time. When they lost that second map in such a heartbreaking fashion, they just were completely deflated, right? So a good start here. Make no mistake, I feel Heroic are the favorites here, but not like as big a margin as would have been once upon a time. But FURIA need to get off to a good start. If it starts off looking rough for them initially, the pressure, even though they have this crowd around them, the pressure can get to them.
For your money, Lewis, you said FURIA are going to be taking this matchup. Now, we've seen the map veto go down. Are you still as confident that Brazil are going to do it on home soil?
Yes, I am. I think that, Heroic coming in with the same pick from last time, FURIA is going to expect them. They're an experienced team. They know that there is a reasoning behind that. So I think FURIA should make it very competitive, hopefully in a 2-0. What do you think, Blair?
Hopefully in a 2-0. Well, a little bit of bias there, Lewis, but it's completely understandable. Completely understandable. I think this one's going to go down to the wire. I think both these two teams are very evenly matched, especially on these maps you're seeing over here. That being said, I'm going to be the bad guy, and I'm going to say it is going to be Heroic in a 2-1 affair.
The big bad wolf predicting the Danes over there. But you know what? I think that is for good reason, because we've just got to look at the form. I mean, Banks prefaced it perfectly, up on the stage. The consistent form of Heroic, like, consistently making it to Grand Finals, managing to lift their first one back in Copenhagen. It's been looking up for Heroic.
And this is the thing with Heroic. They've been the bad guys forever.
Yeah.
When have they ever had a home ground? Heck,
they know how to be the bad
even
guys.
when they go to Copenhagen, half the time they're booing them, right? So to them, it's another day in the office. They don't care. They're going to be unshaken. They got Caden in the server. You can see how focused he is. The crowd's again them once more. Big whoop. We've been there before, and they've still managed to win. So the pressures, I don't think there will be a bit of pressure, but it's not as much as other teams might feel.
Yeah, I mean, they're hella used to this situation, right? I think you put it perfectly there. But for FURIA, man, getting the opportunity just to play in front of the Brazilian crowd again, that is certainly going to be giving them that extra boost of energy they need, right?
Yes, I agree, and I think that, I mean, if anything, FURIA needs to use the crowd advantage to some extent in their favor, right? They're going to be shouting a lot. They're going to, I'm sure that even though it's not a 360 arena anymore, but that stage, you can barely hear anything. If they go crazy here, it is really difficult to play. So FURIA has to take advantage of that. You know, that's the moment where you make a couple plays that you don't normally do on online matches. You can run way more because they cannot hear anything. So that's where you can take advantage of that and actually play loosey-goosey.
This truly is the moment that we have all been waiting for. FURIA to take on Heroic once again inside the Jeunesse Arena. Inferno first up, Mirage, Ancient if we do so need it. Harry and Hugo, let's get this show on the road.
Heroic versus FURIA, a duel of fates, a modern-day El Clasico. It felt destined that these two teams would meet again up on this stage, and they've both got something to prove. FURIA want revenge versus the team that cut short their journey last time they were in Rio. Heroic, not shy of having unfinished business. They want to chase that trophy all the way into a grand final again.
Yeah, we're back in that very arena, Harry, where the bad blood was spilt, and FURIA want to keep spilling it. They want to get revenge. They want to write the legacy right down middle. It's classic as can be, and FURIA bring the heat. First blood found. No surprises to see those rushes. Peacemaker was already talking about it. The noise the crowd provides, the rushes that allows FURIA take full advantage, but Heroic take the B side.
Yeah, Artin at the back. Good stand onto the first. He takes it one step further. What an opener. FURIA take the pistol dominantly. And it's a bit of that signature FURIA flair to kickstart it all.
Yeah, and I'd say the people here are liking the sound of that, liking the look as well, Harry. It's going to be a heroic step up for the Danes if they were to ever take this away, not once but twice in the Jeunesse Arena. But FURIA rushing down mid, as classic as you could expect. Force up for Heroic. You don't see this a lot in second rounds after no bomb plant, but Heroic, they're the team with the highest win percentages in these second rounds after losing pistol at the tournament, about 40%. That's solid numbers. They like the risk, they're going to gamble.
FURIA are not keen to repeat too much aggression in this one, though. They're pushing down Banana Shore on R. He's always been the wild child of FURIA, right? The one man really testing the limits of what you can and can't get away with in Counter-Strike Global Offensive. And he's got Drop supporting him every step of the way on this banana push.
And he's been rewriting that, you know. He's been trying to find his footing as an aggressive player, as someone who makes moves on CT. We've seen position changes on maps. We've seen, you know, different styles out of Art, but still, of course, that same FURIA flair inside of him. And I think with this much on the line, I can't wait to see what Art's bringing to the table today. Heroic, no doubt they'll be ready. Banana still the object of their desires. They wait with flashes.
Oh, good timing on the nade. And an important player to bring down low. Shush has been having some fantastic tournament runs for Heroic as of late, and this one's no exception. He's been someone worth keeping an eye on, so taming him a little bit to open up this round makes the force fight that much tougher for Heroic. They're going to throw a fake exec over towards B, but the true intention is this A play. And right now, FURIA are falling for it. They've got 2 players in the site, and they've got to put on a show.
Yeah, it's K-Serato and it's Yuri. It's the fangs of FURIA here as Heroic comes storming up the short side. K-Serato stops the first, but Heroic, they've got no more nades left. They've just got to brute force their way in. Pistol's getting shredded right now, and FURIA holds strong in the site. 1 casualty and a calamity for Heroic, who now have to take a back foot.
And that's not par for the course, you know, it's not the trend for Heroic. Normally they're great at finding impact on these force by rounds, so not the way they envision this one beginning. Just down to pistols now, couple of nades board up. But the stage is set for this hot streak start from FURIA. Looks like they've stuck the landing on the conversions.
Yeah, you can't play nothing anymore. You can't play full Glocks. You've got to have some idea in the tank, some chance to steal a kill that can propel you forward. A little bit of a momentum can go the long way, but only damage to safe in the banana. He will live to tell the tale, and Art will take his mantle, pushing back down for more kills. Perfect round to do it. Heroic have little resistance in the form of firepower. And so Yuri takes audacious fights down middle as well. This should just be FURIA 3-0. And Gary already getting ready with a rifle round plans.
Yeah, we've seen FURIA a little bit around today. And for these guys, you know, they're kind of buying into this being like a Destiny-type run, right? The chance to get revenge versus Heroic. The winner of this going on to face off against Na'Vi. And of course, that was how FURIA opened last time we were here in Rio with that win. They were the underdogs in that matchup, and they rose to the occasion.
I think it's especially bittersweet when you just consider how that last time went down. Right, 2 rounds away for FURIA, 2 rounds, and they would have been in the grand final of the Rio Major. And Heroic, of course, closing against a comeback. Easier said than done. That one will never leave FURIA's mind, and they're here for that revenge arc.
It's down with the Deagle. Don't give him an inch, because he'll take a mile. Yuri holds the line over in mid, and so that one you stop worrying about nice and quickly.
And they're not scared, right? And that's one thing we'll say about FURIA. They're never scared. Still pushing down middle against the Deagle, knowing it's ready. But that's just FURIA, baby.
I want to talk Yuri coming into this one, right? Because for my money, K-Serato and Yuri always being these heavy hitters on FURIA. For him, back in Rio, he had a bit of a dire go at it, did Yuri.
Yeah.
But throughout this time, on the repeat, he's actually the top-rated FURIA player. He's had some fantastic games, even sat above K-Serato.
Well, it can be easier to learn from your mistakes than, you know, repeat, you know, a horrible tournament. One with such high stakes. So yeah, him and K-Serato at the top, certainly what you need for FURIA, certainly what you want. And with this reform from Art, I think we've got a different FURIA today.
It's Heroic's first fall by, though. Let's see what Cadian's got up his sleeve here. Oh, that is a lovely opener. And Stown has looked good to open up this game. Oh, that's a gnarly combo of util. And suddenly the red carpet's been rolled out for you over towards B. Stained in the blood of FURIA. Heroic moving in, a swift exec onto Art.
Yeah, Stown doing what he does best, right? We want to talk top-rated players. Well, this guy's right up there in the top 5 of this tournament, above every FURIA player as well. He's had a fantastic return to form after also some shaky months.
And it's wild that right now FURIA are even like moving around, right? They're just going to hold this position, trying to save the guns, but Stown wants the ace. 4 in the round, doing everything for Heroic in this first rifle. A one-man army knocking on the door of FURIA, and Shush is there to knock out the last man.
I don't know if he even saw him there, just spamming the corner, maybe an arm stuck through, but nice, easy round, and Yabi's laughing all the way as well for Heroic. I like how Blair put it on the desk, right? Sure, there is pressure. Any team in this situation with thousands of people screaming boos to their name would feel pressure, but for Heroic, they are fine to do it again. They will be a little less scared than your average Joe. And seeing smiles, seeing laughs is a great sign.
Yeah, I mean, for the longest time, the only people, you know, Heroic had to depend on were each other, right? They kind of were the villains of Counter-Strike. They were the team folks love to hate.
So why not lean into that? No better place than Brazil. And no better opponent than FURIA. Double orb, double pistol. Furia-esque.
Yeah, this is the quintessential Furia buy. Oh, and Yuri opens it up!
Oh, that's
off
dirty.
the spam, never even saw Yabi. Turning away at just the wrong moment is safe, trying to get away from that flashbang, so it's swiftly brought back into a 4v4.
Oh!
And there's the opener for Stound.
That's quick.
That's both the AWPs knocked out. This was a hefty price tag on this round for Furia, and the 2 big ticket items are now gone. The pistols have got to do it, and they will start to repel the B play.
They know there's 2, but they still want to go. They don't want any chance of Furia picking up guns in this round. So Heroic, side by side with tight spacing, trade out into B. The bomb will be planted. Furia behind the smoke. They're already thinking about the later rounds. They're thinking about the save, and maybe that's the right move. Yuri's got safe Zorb, and K-Serato will take an AK. Heroic up to 2.
Yeah, I think already, you know, the form that Stound is showing to open up this game is terrifying. That first rifle round was all Stound, and this one, you know, sure, he only gets 1 kill in the round, but it's the kill that makes that B play happen.
That was sick.
It's the kill that made this kill on the wall bang onto Yabi not even feel like it mattered to Heroic. Like they never even had to worry. And so now starting to chain some rounds together. They're going to break Furia's money early in this match. They're now looking to leap up into the lead. This AWP and AK going to have to do the heavy lifting in this next round if Furia even want to make it competitive.
Yeah, Safe takes it. I don't know if he'll buy armor. This is a hefty investment. He's going to go for it. So already Furia putting more in than maybe they should. And hey, in for a penny, in for a pound, right? Every little bit for Furia to fight for these early rounds in the game. And hell, they got the util behind it. Can they take Banana back is the question. Art gets a molly in. They play a boost setup. And the AWP remains at A.
It's early in the series, right? If there ever was a time to take these sort of risks, go for these more, you know, vintage Furia-esque moves, it's now, right? It's at the beginning when you have a little less pressure, when you've got a bit more time to right your wrongs. And there's still the chance for Furia here. K-Serato up on the boost, looks to make it so. Tessez is blind as he attempts the trade. No. And K-Serato, it's written in the stars this round. The boost finds the double, the smoke spam sends them packing. What can Heroic be expected to do in the same way that they had a one-man army in their first rifle round? Furia now offer up a taste of theirs.
And that's why you give it the big gun, right? K-Serato, the big dog of Furia. And that's a lazy clear for Heroic as well. We see a lot of teams check the boost, look out for some trickery on the B-bomb site. Already Furia employing it early, and Heroic saving just under a minute. They know the effect that that setup has. What a devastating way for your rifle round to go early, right when you were ready to break Furia's economy and put them back down to flat pistols.
Yeah, Heroic are going to be kicking themselves. They know, you know, this could have been so much more. This could have been the kind of turn of the game going in their favor. Instead, Furia have an early second wind. And, you know, this is why when you look at them employing some of these riskier investments, coming through with a buy here, their second kind of cobbled together investment in a row, it's not without its fair share of risk, but the reward is so sweet, and they put full faith in K-Serato in this round. That's going to do wonders for him individually, right? That feels great. You know that even though there were other guys setting you up, putting you in the boost, you nailed every opportunity you were given.
Now, the pressure this series always provides, right? It's not one we get commonly. It's not one that happens, you know, even every year or multiple times a year. But when we get it, it's always for the head. It's always for elimination. Be it the playoffs of the major, be it Cologne, Pro League, only one team can stand tall. And for the most part, in fact, every time, it's been Heroic ever since 2021. But today we find out if there is a changing of the tides. Timeout coming in early. Gary getting very involved. Exists stoic as ever. And of course, Katie doing much of the talking. The guy that put these kids on the map in the first place.
Right back in at the end of the pause. Let's see what Katie and cooked up. Furia have got a good spawn on safe. I wonder if he's planning to get involved early. He's taking that AWP over into middle. The flashes leave him high and dry. He doesn't want to get caught. So he'll just go through the motions and fall back early. Holding on to mid, he's flashed off the angle. Heroic and moving swiftly here, looking to really exert this fast A play. But will they get past this double apartments hold? It doesn't look like it's safe. Even wins his fight out over on the long side. It's just the captain left, and he might have to go down with his ship here. Backstab is in! And Furia get dealt a fast round that they completely shut Heroic out of.
That's back-to-back, man. Cadian not doing his due diligence right now, rushing up top B, trying to pop in with smokes out in their hand, now going for a quick A. The util's there, sure, it does hit some players in the face, getting the AWP back. But Yuri, unperturbed, gets away with murder from the balcony. These are very quick rounds for Inferno, Harry, and I don't think Heroic can keep this up. Maybe for this one, Mac 10 and a pistol kind of screams some speed. But you've got to do some early work if you want to get through Furia. They run it back. Heroic fast as ever, up short.
Yuri makes it into the pit though, and this extra meter going to give him a tiny bit more safety. Overwhelmed by the Mac 10 of Yabi, who's finally on the board.
This is why they did it. This is what they wanted, right? You catch Furia setting up early triple B. You catch him double long with an AWP setup, a bait and switch. Look what you find. A free entry from a Yuri that's caught out of position, and then a bomb site that Furia, hey, they're going to give it a go, but aren't favored in a retake.
A lot of teams would write rounds like this off. Furia and not a lot of teams. They bought Heroic down low in this post plant. Everyone's wounded with the exception of Cadian, but he is far removed. He's holding on to top middle, but unfortunate timing, and now he's locked out of the round. Trapped down here. While he represents a free kill, they might just look to home in on the site. Serato goes back and deals with Cadian, and so now they can fixate on the 4 men that lay ahead of them. Molly down into the pit. This is going to be a last-second retake. Shush going 1-for-1 is big. Does all he can, and Furia decides to write this one off.
Everyone's going to die. That's a fact right now. Heroic surely can't survive this bomb blast at this range, and they hit heads on the way out. Maybe, just maybe for Yabi, but Stan will die. And Furia, they gave it a go. You got to give them respect for that, but it was never meant to be. Those retakes are so hard. Even in a 4v4, Cadian wastes just enough time down bottom middle. And as long as Heroic don't overplay their hand in that post part, that is
theirs. Legends in the crowd, legends in the server. In full support of this Furia squad.
We love that. This is more than just a game, Harry. This is Counter-Strike.
That is just mad. Imagine how this feels, you know, Furia being watched on by an icon of the nation. Imbued in the jersey, and here to rep the boys, Heroic on the other side of it, and find their way in that last round, right? And now they're looking to capitalize. Now they're looking to try and ride this wave of momentum. They tried it 2 times in a row. They felt like they had something they can exploit here on Furia. And so now the onus is on this Furia squad. How do they adapt? How do they deal with it to take Heroic out of their comfort zone?
Is there anything not against Heroic, right? All they've got is each other in times like these. And hey, that's taken them to the top. That's taken them titles, and definitely to grand finals. Cadian's AWP waits, and even the banana take comes late in this round. They've expelled a lot of util on Furia right now. There's not a single Molotov left other than the one dropped back in spawn. But for very little cost, Heroic have done a lot. And they look to regroup back at B once again. Furia shuffling the setup. Art left alone here as a gamble comes in. It's the wrong one right now. Fake being sold very well as Yabi gets a second smoke in on the A site. As long as Heroic execute, it relies on Art and his Molotov timing or a multi-kill. Either of them will do, but he needs something here in the hold.
Yeah, the Furia captain is going to get tested now. Flying solo in the B hold. Drops the smoke ahead of time. He's bought himself a few more moments here. Couple of seconds of respite. The Heroic are coming through. Tries to play with them and hide in the smoke. Ends up getting overran. That was not the one and done that the captain would have needed here to spur Furia on for the retake. It's given them the moment of pause.
Oh, dude, it looked like Heroic wanted to go back with that bomb and either checking for flanks or take it to A, hoping Furia over-rotated. They almost ran into that stack. Katie's going to get run boosted to be safe on that bomb plant. And Furia have to save again, a similar round. Heroic one entry, that's all it takes.
Yeah, the awkwardness there was that they ran out of util, right? They didn't have a way to smoke off CT. They were worried about bringing that bomb in. That's why they employed the run boost to get it over. And so it's one of these moments where when Furia go and watch this back, they would learn that if they were posted at CT, they would have had that chance to catch the bomb crossing.
The fact they're saving is nice, right? Obviously, the money means it must happen really for Furia, but they are playing things by the numbers. They are playing things a bit smarter. We have sort of seen better format of Furia in this tournament. Hey, the results speak for themselves. A competitive series against Cloud9 in the upper bracket of the group, defeating FaZe as well. Furia have had some legit wins here at this tournament. They want to add another. And if that means playing a more EU-centric style, then so be it. It has always been Europe on top. The vibes are indeed immaculate here in the arena. But they won't stay that way for long, not if Heroic have their way.
Yeah, the air's somewhat changed to a bit of trepidation here, right? You're getting a little nervous with Heroic stringing some rounds together, finding a good deal of success. It's the way these rounds have gone. It's how decisive they've been, how, you know, one kill in the right place just completely makes this T-side take shape for the Danes. Furia double pushing through the apartments. This play led them to a lot of success in rounds gone by, but they might have missed this timing onto Yabi. Yuri's gun is obscuring it right now. He won't see this. Meanwhile, the rest of Heroic are moving in with the B play. Once again, a little light on this side of the map. Someone's got to go huge. Drop gets away with the first, but he's getting overrun, and he will get overwhelmed.
They've got players here.
For Heroic, but a separate fight goes down. Serato finally plays his hand in the apartments. Yabi now dealt with. That levels the playing field. That might spur Furia on to give this one a look in. Oh, doesn't need to see his prey. And he even nails the follow-up attempt for Cadian. Where do you even begin?
Nowhere.
They're facing him every step of the way. And it's only a matter of time now for Cadian. He's a dead man. Furia breathe easy after that round. They repel one of these B plays.
Yeah, doesn't forget who he is at the end of the day, Harry. He hears a plant, he sees the smoke, he goes stumbling through it and sprays him down off the bomb. That's perfect. You see Heroic even getting flustered in this moment. Cadian flicking around, not sure what nade to pull. Players caught out in the open. There's a bit of a flustering going on, and it's all from Furia.
If you want to look for positive signs as well, right, we touched upon how, like, Yuri needs to be this guy alongside Serato. Got to be, you know, one of the top performers here if Furia want this revenge arc to come through. Serato and Yuri are on 20 kills between the two of them. All of Heroic are on 20 combined. So we are getting a phenomenal bit of output from these two stars of the Furia squad, and that felt like a prerequisite if it was going to come up Furia today. Serato and Safe, they hold their own in this round. Safe will get overrun. Furia still sit with the man advantage, not for long. Cadian picks up the big green.
And they know who's where. They know it's drop alone right now. He's trying to take a fight early, but gets caught by Stoud in the spawn. That's a free sight. There's no doubt for Heroic. They're going to run the entire way there, but Yuri is very quick. A mounted chase up the banana. There is util for Heroic, but do they know he's here? A Molotov to ensure the plant, and deep spawn control gives Heroic all the room in the world. Yuri might certainly go for this. Serato's even joining, but it is going to be an uphill battle for Furia.
With a double AWP in the post plant here, they can both look to play around this bomb from spawn. Stown is actively helping inside of this. Cadian is rather inside of the site. Nails that one chance he gets onto Serato, and this has probably stopped any hope of the 2v3 for Furia. You lose that first fight, you don't get the ground, don't get the real estate. And Heroic have done enough, they know it. They're already moving around to go hunt here. They don't just want a victory in the round, they want it to be punishing the future of this Furia squad on the CT side.
They're trying to stay so unpredictable, right? And we saw that with these early rushes, trying to read Furia's triple B setup, knowing it's inevitable, get past it with a quick A. Then they go for these short rushes in back-to-back rounds. Furia start double stacking apps. Then Heroic are taking long. It's only an AWP in the way, and they're able to trade safe out in most of these engagements. He's yet to pop off with a big green. And so Heroic keep finding gaps, keep finding ways in. Some nice mid-rounding there. Neck and neck, 1 round behind are the Danes. But economy troubles for Furia. This is a very hard spot for Furia to stabilize at this point in the map in Heroic's pick. When their cash is building, when their rounds are picking up, when it feels like Cadian's in your head, he knows what you're going to do before you do it. Furia, maybe once again, forced to force. And with this big buy, let's see if they can talk the talk.
The last time we were here in Rio, this was the map that Furia won cleanly. 16-6, didn't even feel like a contest. And a lot of that was predicated on a good start on this CT side. But as you say, because of where the money's at, it's harder this time around. Harder for them to build in the same way. But last time we were in this position, who was that hero player? Who was the guy who stood and delivered? It was K-Serato on that B-site hold. Nailed 3, one hell of a multi-kill, and it just teed them up to win the round cleanly. You never even had to worry about the lesser weapons getting involved.
But Heroic realize the gap again. They see K-Serato starting B, and they know they want to get past this. They see 3 starting B rather. Furia locked them out of Banana. They're still holding players here. This implies they might go for a quicker flank if Heroic don't take this B control. They're coming out of apps right now. K-Serato decides to reposition, almost went back in for more. Now set up with his teammate in the site. Safe not AWP. And no nades mean gunfights are Furia's only way. This flash should do very little with Furia's positions.
Yeah, no effect from the flashes. They're set up to deal with the app split. Lovely. Safe nails the first. He's trying to bait them into K-Serato, trying to set up K-Serato to be the big guy, to be the big man that Furia so desperately need. He will go unchecked. Shush has given away the bomb. Cadian trades it on the wall bang, but K-Serato has bought enough time for his teammates to rotate in.
TikTok.
His shot from the captain's AWP, and now he's getting pressured. His smoke might cause more problems than it solves. They go hunting for the kills, but Cadian is fast running out of time. 1 bullet in the AWP, and now he's a dead man. Looking for the plant.
Yeah, I love it.
Anything to try and make this round feel worth it. Goes the bomb down, but what does he do? What does he do here? Freaking out, finds the M4, looking for a way to build back in, but it's not going to happen. And even he knew that he was screwed.
He got more than you could ask for in that situation. How the hell do you even get a bomb plant? Furia give him just a little bit of respect because they know they have the setup to deal with him. That layered peak, no AWPers getting through that, no rifle either. And Cadian getting shaken right now on the stage. Nice setup for Furia. They move, they're staying ahead of the game as well. Wow, that was a wallbang. Both players in the site completely avoid that apps pop. Something that felt guaranteed with Furia owning all of Banana. 7-5. And Heroic can't sit pretty yet. They've got more work to do.
Yeah, that's one of these swing rounds. If Furia now start streaking them together, they could start to run away with this. You know, it might have felt competitive. They might have been on the ropes. Yabi's in a very bad way, trapped up close. Art on the other side. This guy loves pressuring you, and this round is no exception. Running through the smoke, and that seals the death warrant for Yabi. K-Serato has a kill in mid. Isn't pretty, but he does a lot of damage. You've seen Cadian throwing the flashes as well. You know the apps pop is following on the back of this. Yuri up close. They try to make it past him. They go 1 for 1. Right now, there is a 4v2 for Furia in this A site, and they're going to go looking for it. Shush from down in the pit. As mentioned, this guy's been putting a very brave face forward in this tournament. Cadian with the backstab. He's played into this slowly, but they've turned. They read this. Doesn't make it any easier. And so Heroic are clawing their way back in at the 11th hour around. that they looked out of, they looked done in, and now they look to win it. Cesarato is the last man to beat. He
Why
goes
not?
for the bomb.
Why not?
He's sticking it. Shush has got one
No
chance
way.
to stop it. He can't. The arena erupts as FURIA steal a round away. Daylight robbery from Cesarato.
And one of the best riflers in the game, he doesn't even want to fight. He takes the pacifist approach, the round-winning move.
And when you're an individual as talented as Cesarato, you want to win clutches by fighting. But he's not just playing with heart, he's playing with balls, man. He sticks that bomb.
That's crazy.
And that is the last thing Heroic are expecting.
Yeah,
that is a grisly way to lose a round if you're Heroic. You feel bad at the end of that one.
And you buy back. You don't wait a second. Straight up Banana. Down tries to spray. Banana is going to trade that out and immediately cools Heroic off. A sigh of relief. The FURIA don't get rushed again on this B bomb site. They've been triple B for a while now. But have to split their forces. Safe makes a rotate. Art entrusts himself with the entirety of the site. And Heroic are out middle, but not for long. A little spam goes a long way. And you can tell Heroic, it's getting hot in here. Sweat dripping, hands shaking, hearts beating. How do they recover this round?
I mean, already the legwork's been done for FURIA. It's just a matter of even, trading evenly here will take you on that path to the round win. So Heroic, the onus is on these individuals now. Going to require a mammoth performance from someone in this round. Cadian's the man with the AK, so naturally you kind of look his way. Cesarato has been the thorn in their side every step of the way, and this round is no exception. This is a man who wants to stay in front of the home crowd. He wants to do right by his people.
And what a glorious arc this would be as well, right? Not just defeating Heroic, but then again going through Na'Vi. The team they already beat on this stage, short in better form, but so were Heroic. They were supposed to be. Right now, they're having trouble on the T side of their map pick. They've been forced to force. It was FURIA with broken buys round after round, and now Heroic pull up Tech 9s to the 15th. Desperate times. And Banana has just been a wipeout. Heroic not getting up there for free. They flash in late. They await the smokes. FURIA play inside of the bomb site. Orbs have not really been a tendency in this map so far. They're going to pop. It's all they've got.
Oh, no. Dear. Cadian misses one of the two flashes they had. That first one that goes in is just to scale you up out the mouth of Banana. The rest now going to come down to the individuals. Tesses with the first, but Art cuts him down. He does not want to give up this B site for free. Only good for the first, so his teammates have got to nail this in the retake. Art and Drop watch on helpless from beyond the grave. Bomb now planted. FURIA going slow, not jumping the gun. Not trying to crumble under the pressure here. They want to stick the landing to close out this first half. They're looking for 4 in a row to really make this a CT side they can be proud of. And with Cadian burnt out, Yuri and Cesarato, the nade rains in on Iyabi. They don't know he's here yet, but Cesarato makes it look easy. And FURIA, they outdo their performance on the CT side of this map from Rio last year. They go one step further. They are switched on, and they're opening up in fantastic form.
get a track. I hear him chat with the boys, man so tough, but man's keep cracking. Just to shot with the boys, fight girls, they tell me I'm awesome. Hot like fire on the mind, if you want to touch my weed.
Today is a day for revenge. That's what the newspapers have been saying. FURIA up 10-5 after that first half, and they look to take down the team that eliminated them in dominant fashion back from the Rio Major. We're back in the Janus Arena, but new stakes, new day, and new FURIA. Heroic have got their work cut out for them, Harry.
Yeah, if one thing is clear from that first half, it's that FURIA aren't playing around. Insane game from Cesarato, bringing it up right behind him. You've got Yuri and Art as his two right-hand men. This is a steaming hot start from the FURIA squad, and now they move on to a T-side that they can depend on. Heroic, this is going to be an uphill battle every step of the way.
But they've got a lot of util on FURIA. Flashes for Abs, another for the pit, you'd presume. Bomb still waiting back for a late B. Cadian getting curious. It's a mid-round move, but they're about to poke their head out from under. Cadian needs to hit this shot. He's in trouble between two crosses. He gets one and gets out. Stown provides cover as well. This is not a pistol team right now, Heroic. They're playing up against some of the best pistol players in the tournament, the top two that still remain in the playoffs in Art and Yuri. But Heroic right now sitting on solid ground. In a 5v3, it's up to the nades. It's up to Cesarato.
They're going to re-aggro, but he's got the shadow. That gives him such an edge. And I mean, with the game he's having, I don't even think he needed the shadow to lend him a helping hand there. Cadian feeds the beast over in middle. Out through the apartment. Shush. Here's a man. Drop on in, but combat up close and personal as Drop tips the scales into this 3-on-3. They deal with him down in the pit, but now they've got Safe and Cesarato still left to find. Tag is nice, softens up the point man, and now they knock him out altogether. It's Stown with a lights-out pistol round for Heroic. He was the one who watched Cadian on that mid-push, won the fight out of Boiler, and then he goes on to deliver right as the playing field was leveled out in that round into the 3-on-3. It's exactly what you need from him.
Can't believe Cadian's making moves like this as well, with the world against him. And a very solid pistol for Stown, just staying alive on those boxes even as the molly comes in. Hyper important pistol for Heroic to get their heads back in this game. It may have started strong, but it did not stay that way. Near full eco for FURIA. One Deagle that can be cycled along the team, and a P250 on drop. Heroic hold back for now. They don't want this to be an expensive round.
Gonna try and do everything you can to set up this Art Deagle. You hear them spamming through, and you want these top banana players to stick around and fight you here. You want them to give you that chance of putting the Deagle to work. And that doesn't happen. It gets harder for FURIA. Oh, that probably was the best opportunity he was going to have. A little jiggle out from Spawn, and now they're not going to offer him anything. So FURIA didn't want this to be a slow-burning round, but that's what it's ended up being. Never quite finding the timings to get involved with some of these early gimmicks. The little boost up over towards Banana. They're trying another boost here, just doing anything they can to make this Deagle's life that much easier.
Good that Heroic held onto their util as late as they did, right? They're starting to use it at the 30-second mark. Mollies and flashes, anything to buy a few seconds to split the forces. This MP9 will do it. That's in one. Shush from the top with another, and it's a nice easy ante for Heroic. No casualties is what it had to be if they were going to build back into this game early. FURIA can't get comfortable yet. The harder half is ahead of them.
Yeah, bonus round about to be played out for Heroic, right? So they're still running into this with 3 of these SMGs as such. especially with some of the moves you've seen guys like Katie and Make already. Expect him to be pretty in your face, right? 2 of these SMGs taken over towards Banana, the other one up in top mid. Util rains down early, but these SMGs want to get involved on the back of the early nades, and they've found great damage. Furia are wounded, Furia are hurting. And Heroic have got the start they were looking for. Drop, about to make contact over in top mid. Just jiggling on the angle with Stown, and now he gets out with the info. Util starts to rain over A. Furia might be making a bit of a move to take this top mid control, but they're not in a position where they have to commit just yet. Still have time left to play with. They're going to see what the reaction is from Heroic.
Yeah, well, you've got that chance to bail, even fearing a banana flank in this round. Heroic have rolled the dice, and it's come up in their favor right now. 4 players situated together. Coming back to longside as well. Furia about to walk into an absolute meat grinder. Flash play push, and Tessas gets 2. Drop with a crucial trade, but it might not matter here for Furia. They're getting cut apart. Another for Cadian, and the bomb at his feet. This should be insurmountable for Drop.
Yeah, where do you even begin here? You don't really know what's happening. He's going to go back and find this kill on a shush in the apartments. Now taking, look like the long way round. He's going to start to reconsider this. You find yourself believing a lot more in the 1v2, and they give him that fight at the bottom of Banana, but he's not able to do anything with it. Began the journey, wasn't able to finish the job. And so Heroic, with that bonus round going their way, they're situated in a really nice spot now, right? They won that anti-eco cleanly. Now they get out of that round with rifles carried forward, bringing mostly SMGs into it. That was the easiest round that Furia were going to have in the short term, and so it hurts to know that it was stolen away from you. Trying to bounce back now with a partial investment, bunch of pistols, good bit of util, armor on basically everyone. So in with a chance here, sure. But Heroic are a tricky team to beat with buys like this.
Yeah, we call them the team that don't get upset, right? That deal well with underdogs. That, as well, comes with great anti-ecos and great force buys of their own. They've got the tricks of the trade. Good shot for Yabi. And Furia smoked off. They can risk going through, right? When you're in this situation, you can play a little looser, and it's a good flash as well that puts Tessas in trouble. Yabi will provide the cover, though, with a couple more kills. And this should be all well and done for Heroic. What an addition Yabi's been, right? Even with his sickness in this tournament, he came back. He had an incredible game to get them into that playoffs. And, you know, this is a team that we call the Brotherhood, that we said roster change wouldn't happen. But Heroic, they wanted more, Harry. Team that had their chance in the limelight, that were top 4 in 2022 at Katowice, that made it to the Antwerp playoffs, but it wasn't enough. They wanted greatness. And this addition of Yabi, 10 months deep now, has been such a large factor. We've seen Heroic in grand finals. We've seen them lift trophies. It's been an incredible addition.
Yeah, you know, I think if there's one thing you kind of have to admire about someone like Katie, you know, it doesn't take a lot to get him interested and invested in something, right? All he needs is that kind of taste of greatness, and suddenly it becomes the new goal, right? This was someone who years ago felt like his playing career could have even been over, right? And then he reinvents himself. He becomes this leadership figure alongside Orping. Rises to the occasion once, builds this squad. Even has the whole ordeal with teams and orgs collapsing in the past, right? A man who's really gone through the ups and downs of Counter-Strike and has always been there on the other side. You've got to have a lot of respect for this guy's game.
Furia have used 3 timeouts as well already in the map. They are feeling the pressure. It can be so heartbreaking for a coach to be standing behind a team knowing you only get 2 minutes of talking in the live game. That's really difficult for Gary. Furia won't have many for the longevity if this match is to go the distance, but right now it's slipping through their fingers. This gun round must land for Furia, or Heroic are off to the races.
It's a much better start already, right? Last time when they had these rifles, they got bullied by the early quad nade into the mouth of mid. They all got brought down low. This time, they win that util battle over at Banana. That's going to force a little more respect out of Heroic. maybe slow their roll with some of these re-aggro plays into the top of B.
There are more nades to throw. Heroic always leaves some in the spawn for later, but right now it's not going to be relevant with this setup. Stown, the star, sits alone on the site, and FURIA are setting up an apps pop. Moto smoke, high flashes. Stown's in trouble, and he doesn't know it yet.
He's about to be made aware. This last-minute reposition out of Shush could be big to get him down in the pit, because now they have a workable crossfire to deal with the apps drop. And this has been assembled right as FURIA set their eyes on the take. Great timing on this reposition, and look what it's done for Heroic. They're that much more deadly, but the replies start to come through. Yuri and Keserato as the point men claw this back into a 3-on-3. Shush is still somewhat of an unknown factor down here. Stown was the man drawing the attention in, and Shush is now the one executing FURIA. With Yuri dead, bad timing for Cadian. You're not worried yet. They don't have the bomb. It's away from them. And so even though Safe is trying here, having to scale back into the apartments, they give him the fight. But Tessez closes, and just like that, Heroic go from being on the back foot to now tying this game up and moving into pole position.
A very risky push through the smoke there for Tessez.
The nature started to change of this map, right? It was FURIA, lights out, all these make or break points, all these rounds where they put money in where a lot of teams wouldn't. They were able to deliver in, but that has changed in this second half. Heroic have been flawless so far. 5 in a row to tie the game up, breaking the money of FURIA again. And now the nades punishing as ever down Banana. Get away with the opener.
No way Yabi lives there. They try and fight the AWP, and sure, dink to Cadian, but Yabi escapes on just centimeters of health. They're going to pop through the smoke. They got nothing to lose, but I don't know how much there is to gain. Yabi unchecked right now. They run right by him. Oh, there's a quick peek, and Yabi misses his chance. He could have ended this one. Bomb gets retrieved. Cadian cut down, and Heroic on the clock now. They've not got money, but this retake tempts them in. It beckons them to the rocks. A 2-on-3, and they must make up their mind now.
You know what you were up against in this round. You know this was supposed to be your round, so a part of you is really tempted in as a result. So much hinging on this first fight, and they don't win it. That seals the deal. FURIA, we were just saying, these crunch rounds, these rounds where they're putting money in, that they were winning in the first half, have failed to materialize so far, but it happens now at this break point in the game where Heroic were about to take the lead, and FURIA staved that off. They let them come all the way back into this to an equal scoreline, but they will not let them take that lead away.
Yeah, one peek too far right, swinging out on the coffins, trying to trade out your teammates. Yabi with a missed shot. Cadian from afar caught with the AWP. Don't know how FURIA managed to break their way back into that round, but maybe it can propel them forward here in the T side, finally getting on the board. Oh, the run and the gun. It's just enough for FURIA.
See how much Gary's trying to get everyone on the same page, keep them calm here in this timeout that Heroic called. On the other side, I think these are very interesting coaches to kind of contrast, right? Exist always has a very cool demeanor about him. He's not someone you're used to seeing, you're freaking out or motor mouthing behind the squad, trying to get his 30 seconds.
Yeah, the guy who does that is already sitting right in the middle of the team. He brings the energy. Gary definitely got the hype behind him. FURIA trying to push themselves further forward after finding their first. Cadian here, back in middle, smoked and flashed immediately, takes his shot, and FURIA now know where the AWP is. He's not going to stay mobile, he's going to stay on the long side. Great grenades for FURIA, but it goes both ways. Nothing comes for free in this round.
Yeah, if anything, those nades really had to land, right? Because once again, FURIA were bullied down in Banana. This was the source of problems in rounds gone by. You just have guys that are too low, too wounded, and for the style that FURIA like to bring in these arena games, that just doesn't suit them. So they at least trade out the damage, but the util remains punishing for Heroic. Drop is also brought down low. No one's even seen an opponent in this round. The util's done the bulk of the damage. The moment that first fair fight comes in, Safe will win it. The Cadian immediately responds. No good deed going unpunished here.
Big info.
He even watches them look to escape. Now they know that he knows, and so this might influence how Furia look to attempt this 4-on-4.
The mind games immediately. They jump back up into the apartments. They hold off on this B push. There's a boost to the B site. Cadian's getting curious. 40 seconds. Furia can't wait forever, but they've really not got the utility to make a play here. If Cadian starts swinging, he will get caught by Boiler. He needs to pick his target right now. 30 seconds, one smoke for Furia, and Cadian posts up in the seemingly perfect position with no flash to get him off this angle. Cadian needs this opening kill. Stown trying to cover him from the pit as well. Yuri's up in apartments, and the Fangs are ready.
Oh, missed shot on that AWP's first contact, and with each shot you miss, Furia get closer from down in the pits. Down offers up resistance, but Cadian is still left alone, overwhelmed as the captains clash.
I don't know, Harry.
But the bomb was away from them.
No.
And they are robbed. A second difference on that round, and Furia would have had a plant and a way in the 2v2. Instead, your head is left in your hands.
Bomb at the back on the lowest player. K-Serato just gets sprayed down from pits. And they never go back for it, not till it's too late. Half a second, that would have been the difference. That would have been the round. And it feels just that it's done back to them after K-Serato gets that stick in the 1v2. The clock betrays Furia this time.
You know, little errors, little moments like that, they're the ones that haunt you if you're Furia, right? This was a squad that, as we say, had this insane comeback when we were here last year for the Rio Major. From 15-5 down, they get 10 in a row all the way into OT, and they were 2 rounds away from a grand finals appearance. And so it's moments like that, especially when we're used to this series coming down to the wire, that can really matter.
Yeah, and Carey knows it as well. He immediately calls that timeout. The final timeout. We've been drawing notes to them because now Furia, 23 rounds deep, have no more chats to the coach. They have to do this with just 5 players in the server. The aim and brain of only them. And I don't think this game's going to go quickly. Unless Tessus has something to say. Look at this timing. A very aggressive move. Pushing all the way on the flank. Furia don't know. And they will find out the hard way. This kind of play is almost a guaranteed opening kill. If it's presented, and it will be. Yuri up in, Abs turns back, but it's too late. Tessus takes it, and the longer he lives in this little microcosm of the apartments, the more problems Furia have. They can bypass it, they can rush B, but they want to deal with this head-on. A 1v1 between Tessus and Drop, and he must nail that. Drop does his job. And now it's only Shush.
And this is a good read from Furia. When someone's pushed that deep, there might be concessions made in the A-hold as a result. They pick the right site here. They've just got to get past Shush, who right now waits in this smoke in the pit. He's got no room to move, no room to breathe, but he still offers up relief for Heroic. Short-lived as K-Serato brings us back into a 3v3. Heroic grouping for this retake.
Yeah, even these rounds are difficult. Even these rounds, some teams write off, right? 3-on-3 looks good on the numbers, but man, Furia, they've got power positions in the site. They've got safe on the AWP and a post plant as well. Heroic have to work hard.
K-Serato's down in the pit, and I mean, this is the spot you want this guy in. He lights them all!
Dear!
K-Serato take a bow at nearly 30 kills deep. This guy is doing all he can for Furia.
How's he got that far this short? We are not even near the end of the game, Harry, and K-Serato is, as you say, beckoning on 30 kills. He's calling for it. They're coming to him. Through smokes. There's nothing this guy can't do right now, and that's exactly what Furia need. Trading rounds for the last 4. No one's money is safe yet.
And I mean, this is perfect for K-Serato, right? He is such a playmaker. He is someone who can turn the tide around single-handedly. That's always been his story within this squad.
Just
and
look
here,
at his
you know,
numbers.
the engine's churning. He is at max capacity. And the roars of the crowd, there is fuel. He's feeding off that right now. Money is broke for Heroic. That was a real swing round in this game, and Furia know it. If they can follow through on this, they're going to be given a bit of a berth into the lead here. They're going to have a couple of rounds between them and Heroic. Versus a squad like Heroic, one that you can never write off, one that have that resilience, have that staying power. Even just having a round of respite matters so much in the long game.
Yeah, they're using that one rifle the best way they can. Keiserato might run into it here. He has yet to lose an opening fight. 6-0, but this might be where that changes. He checks it. He checks it again. He used it against them, and he knows what they're doing. Keiserato looking for his 10th multi-kill round, and this could be it. FURIA, it's all a fake out. It's shaken Heroic in their boots. They panic, they run. The merry-go-round back to B as FURIA look to find 13.
Wild opener. And in the same way that in that first half there were rounds that would end with one kill in the right place, FURIA now do it to Heroic. They don't know it yet, but they've already got this one in the bag, and quite soon that feeling of relief comes creeping in. There's no more resistance here. There's no more offered in this round.
It's poetic, isn't it?
And Keiserato might even look to sweeten the deal here and now. 28-12, a world-class performance. And a chance to add even more to it as Heroic just disrupt in the back lines with the pistols, with these guns.
And sure, we're early, right? We're early, not just in the match, but in the playoffs as well. We want to see what FURIA can accomplish here, but, you know, with people calling for Art's head, with the idea of Keiserato and Yuri being wasted, two of the best riflers we have in the game right now, and a team that rarely makes playoffs of stage events, of, you know, playing some of the best teams in front of a crowd. It's not often where we see FURIA. But if this were going to be the tournament, if this could be the change of the tide and the narrative, what a time that would be in front of the home crowd on the big stage. Keiserato is killing everyone he can, and that might just be enough. 13-11 now. And even Heroic can't field a pretty buy. But as I said, it's early in the series, Harry. Last time, this was Heroic's map pick. FURIA destroyed them. You said it yourself, 16-6. What happened? They still won the series. You can't put out this light yet, but this is certainly a good start for FURIA.
Yeah, on this map, the last time they met in Rio, it was Art who really spearheaded the charge. He was the guy topping the charts. Keiserato kind of had a later activation in the series, but as we learn, it wasn't enough. This is a man who, you know, could have been overwhelmed the first time, taken to the stage in front of all these adoring fans. But now it feels like that has galvanized his position. It has made him more deadly. FURIA going back after losing this first fight over towards B. They're quick to change their minds in where this play was ending up and drop with some serious real estate up on shore. Will get given a fight here that Yabi was not ready for. It's a nice way to have found the opener. Low risk, high reward. He knows he's further forward than Heroic are expecting. And that's going to give them the edge as they look to move in. They've still got to get past this crossfire. Down and Shush maul the approach. And so FURIA locked out now. It's just safe Sorp left to turn the tides, and time is against him. Everything's against him here. And there's nothing calling his name into this clutch. He knows this isn't a round built for him, and so he's just going to bow out, give Heroic the respect, give away the 12th. They've earned this one.
Yeah, very important round to keep it clean as well when they're coming in with scouts and SMGs. It's not a pretty buy for Heroic, but they make it work. As just as how Keiserato and Yuri playing A-side boxes together was a problem. But when Stown and Shush do it, similar results. 2 stars of Heroic show. They're taking FURIA to the rodeo. 1 behind now.
Keiserato is a great spawn and a Mag-10.
Go on.
So that feels like a recipe for something. Doesn't play off the spawn, and I think with good reason. The rest of FURIA have been getting bullied by utility every time they've gone up banana early. So he tries to keep it low and slow to open up the round. This is the man topping the charts with a Mag-10 in play.
Mid take first, B take last. That's a move for FURIA. Trying to keep 3 here. They've done that for now. There's Curiosity on Heroic. A flash to Banana gives Yabi a bit more room, and they retake it with a smoke as well. Heroic now own this real estate, but Furia want to fight for it. Another opener for Cesarato, and that's the magic number 30. He won't live long, but he set Furia up yet again. They're down to the bare bones. Couple of smokes, couple of flashes, and they must hit Diff. Cadian from afar, and only Tessa is ready to smoke the Molotov.
Speed plays coming. Cadian moving around, has these flashbangs, as you mentioned, to try and set up his teammate in at the back of the site. But all it does is slow the roll of Furia. Last bit of util comes out now, and Tessez can't get a kill from it. So now he's boxed in, having to play behind the smoke. Furia have him trapped, but Tessez still delivers. Drop with the trade. Cadian wants to try and full send through this on the fade. Oh, not the angle to stop the plant and save Dean, and Arn takes the leg. Captain dead and out of the round now. Furia battling back in from the 2v4. The backstab lands, and so Drop has got to fly solo here. One man, and the weight of thousands of eyes on his shoulders. Is this pressure too much to bear? Util starts to rein in, but it doesn't heat up for Drop. He keeps it cool, keeps it collected. It's picking and choosing when he takes these fights. With that first swing, he takes them off the bomb, and he knows at this point he's done it! Playing with the hearts and minds of Heroic.
The Academy kid crashes that party. And it's so great to see him do it. He was having such troubles at Rio, right? Debuted at big stages and frustration for Drop. That was the story we saw. We saw keyboard smash, we saw desks hit. Not today. Drop delivers when he needs to.
The man who came into that round sat bottom of the board for Furia.
Bottom of the server.
That moment of elation where he knows he's done enough. He didn't have to win both fights to win the round. And he plays with that whole philosophy at heart till the very end. Now Furia sit up in the lead, and they sit at a point where if they win this next round, they are destined to take this map.
Yeah.
Heroic are all in. Everything is on the line. Failing that clutch, failing that 2v1 conversion rather, could have been the round that decides it all for Heroic. Because look at what they bring with them now.
Yeah, yet again, broken. I love that idea that Cadian had to have 3 flashes, right? He lobbed them all in. Little boost. I'm gonna try and put this rifle to use. And they've been throwing this mid-smoke without any moves anyway, so Furia, nothing should surprise them. In fact, Cadian doesn't see a thing, so he will pull it off eventually, knowing that Furia could just run round old mid. Yeah, I mean, Cadian abusing the dropped util, something Heroic do all the time. The way that he set up his B-hold in that previous round was awesome. He threw 3 or 4 flashes in through CT. Still not enough. They've got to use more nades to take back Banana, but again, Furia happy to trade this out. They've been doing so time and time again. Cesarato still the cold killer in the opening section of the round, and he's got Stown around the corner. Tessers can flash him in, but instead he's rotating. This is a big risk to make for Heroic. Stown is in a dedicated position. He cannot leave without fighting, really. They're coming up on long right now. Cadian's about to get that spot. Good flash from his teammates, but it's not enough. And the pressure's on Stown as they try and split this site.
Stown is the guy for Heroic.
This is
sat
so
up
late.
top of the board.
Unreal.
They've not checked for him here, but they learn about him now. And even though Cesarato is fed to the solo B-hold, Safe delivers with the trade. In this moment, Furia know it. If they can walk this over the line, this 3-on-3, this game could be theirs. And that's why losing Safe through the smoke is going to hurt so much. Boost up for Yabi. Quick to arrive, quick up on the boost. Drop on an island. This one's getting tense. Shush now arrives from Banana. Guns get swapped around, but Art, the captain, looks to try and do it for Furia! What a way to find 15 and break the money of Heroic. The Danes are in the dirt, and it's Captain Art that does it to them in the 1v3.
Known for his openers, but it's the closer that counts. 15 rounds, And on the precipice of an upset on Heroic's map pick as well. Context aside, this is incredible for FURIA. They've had clutch after clutch, and the last bullet headshot. That's pissed off Heroic. They're coming for blood.
Oh, but that's the anger. It's misguiding them. It forces them into Keisarato's crosshair. And if you try fight this man in the early stages of the round, the numbers will tell you it does not fare well.
Oh dear.
FURIA are going for the throat. 3 kills away from winning out Heroic's map pick and leaving them one step closer to that revenge arc here in the Janus Arena versus the team that robbed them of a grand finals appearance in Rio. Keisarato looks to make it happen. One man between FURIA and the B site, and he's right here.
Nowhere to go and nowhere to hide. It wasn't enough for Stown. It certainly shouldn't be for Tesses. This is a trade guaranteed, and that's if you get past Keisarato. There's the man you want for that entry kill, and FURIA can feel it now, washing over. Heroic's pick in their hand. They just have to close their grasp. Clutch at it. Shush steps over the head. He's dead. And Cadian, a job too big. FURIA, they crumbled in Antwerp. So close, but so far in Rio. But here, on the second time on this stage, they want every drop of glory, and they will find it. 15-16. There it is. Map 1 taken.
Phenomenal show of force from FURIA, the determination of guys like Keisarato, the closing potential of Art getting realized. They know the job is not done yet, but out of all the ways this could have started, that is exactly what everyone in this building wanted.
FURIA by name and furious by nature within the server today, stealing away their opponent's map pick, now one step closer to claiming revenge and a spot at the coveted semi-final here at the Intel Extreme Masters Rio 2023. Myself, Peacemaker Blair, a very special guest joining us up here to dissect this one. We got Ben, coach of MIBR. Man, what a banger of a map that was to kick off this incredible series.
Yeah, insane series, especially Caserato. The guy is just insane, you know. Like, yeah, I don't believe in the buff crowd, but yeah, every time FURIA plays in Rio, they're just insane.
What is it like when you're on the receiving end of that kind of Caserato? When you're an opponent facing up against him in the server, it must be frustrating, right?
Yeah, I mean, the guy can do everything, you know. He can clutch, he can go first, he can outpro as well. Yeah, he's the best player in Brazil right now, for sure.
And he was literally doing everything and more inside this first map on their opponent's map pick. Heroic obviously bringing Inferno into the equation. Blair, he was just looking absolutely phenomenal to kick this off.
The fact that he's able to even further elevate himself is insane to me. He was 26-6 in the first half, which is already ridiculous. 9-0 in opening duels across the map, over 100 ADR. He was doing everything by his lonesome. And I actually want to bring up the round where it all started to click in place for FURIA. Round number 13, we can cue it. It's a 1 versus 3 where he gets a ninja diffuse basically, right? There we go. This is basically unwinnable. You can see Caserato is going to be all alone. Cadian's actually all the way to B bomb side because he thinks he's going to save to get the kill. He just sticks it, nerves of steel, and even gets the kill onto Shush after that. You know what happens after that? The money for Heroic, it's not good. They have, what, 2 rifles after that, a MAC-10, a Tech-9. FURIA win the next round, and the final round of the first half, they have just pistols to work with. So we guarantees them 2 more rounds in a very similar fashion. Look at the end of the game over there. It was a clutch by Drop. The money's not looking good again. Art with that 1v3, and then in the end, again, Heroic. They would ruin all the important moments, everyone pitching in. But Caserato was the architect of Heroic's destruction.
Yeah, it's the impact. As Blair just aptly said, you know, that clutch looks impressive within itself, but it's the impact that has subsequently on the next rounds that are left in the half, right?
Yes, for sure. And I think that, you know, when Caserato pulls that kind of plays, and on top of that, he's playing as well as he is, obviously that gives a huge boost of confidence for the rest of the team, right? So we can see, like, in post-plant situations that often Heroic don't lose those. So when that happens, I guess the morale from Heroic in that specific round is kind of crushing. Then following the next couple rounds, then it happens again on the B-bomb side. There was a 3v3 post-plant situation, allowing FURIA to go 10-5.5. And then, yeah, the game got a lot closer towards the end there. But then, you know, yeah, as much as we should talk about Caserato in this one, right? He was very impactful. I mean, at some point, he was completely carrying FURIA over, let's be honest. But then towards the end, we saw a very important round from Drop on the B-bomb side, and then we saw a round from R towards the end as well. So it's just great, and that's one of the main reasons why we haven't talked much about Caserato prior to this, is because all the individuals from FURIA are shiny, right? They're capable of, and they're showing us, they're capable of making a difference. And, well, guess what? They did it again in a match where Caserato was popping off. Yeah, what else can you expect?
Well, let's spin that Caserato track one more time as we take a look at our Air Force Aim High head-to-head. We were talking about the deadly duo of him and Yuri both showing up in their dividends. I mean, exactly the numbers that you were talking about, and they don't lie, Blair. 9-0 in opening duels. This man literally couldn't lose an opening fight.
He just wasn't dying. He was almost unkillable, I feel like. And Yuri, look, 17-15 doesn't look that great, but you got to remember, FURIA got off to a fantastic start, and it was Yuri who was, I think, 9-2 or something. Then Caserato, of course, took over, so everyone chipped in. Drop and Safer kind of quiet, right? But Drop had that crazy clutch, very important clutch. Yeah. And of course, Art. There were times where I'm like, Art, what are you doing, right? You know, just running into the B-bomb site, dying, and then they go super late to the A-bomb site and they just get destroyed. But then there were also rounds they won just based off Art's play. So in the end, everyone chipping in, but just Caserato just a little bit above.
Yeah, head and shoulders above the rest, certainly. Vic, can you give us your thoughts on Art as an in-game leader? Because I feel like we've seen him evolve in the playstyle a little bit. It's not just, you know, the mindless aggression that sometimes he was displaying. I feel like at this particular tournament, there's been an evolution in that gameplay, right?
Yeah, I mean, I saw a lot of interviews from the players and the coach as well. Yeah, they've been saying a lot. They are trying to mix the play style and stuff like this. And I think we can see in a lot of matches they are trying to mix the aggressivity and the slow play as well. So yeah, I think it's kind of getting better and better. I think the individuals are playing better as well at this moment. You know, FURIA was not looking very good at the last tournaments, but then they come to Rio, and yeah, Safe is doing very good. You know, we saw him yesterday on Vertigo, 19-2 or something like this.
Yeah.
And yeah, drop as well, winning clutches and stuff like this. I think everyone is stepping up right now in the right moment.
Yeah, give me your thoughts on Drop as well, because you know, he's been a player we've been putting under the spotlight. We could see him getting very emotional, particularly back at Katowice, right, when FURIA unfortunately lost out, couldn't get very deep in that tournament. Do you feel like he's a player that he should maybe, you know, be in control of those emotions a little bit more?
Yeah, he's just very young player. I think maybe it's been 1 year, I think. I don't think it's been over 1 year that he's been playing on the Tier 1 scene. So yeah, just those kind of players, they need more experience, they need more matches like this, and yeah, I think he's just in the process of getting a lot of experience to become a good player, you know, a very good player.
Well, I think there's nobody better than Bates to talk about that, because on his team he has a lot of young players, unexperienced in game leader, right? So I guess one question to you, how do you deal as a coach with these players, right? Because like when, I know you guys are not here in this arena, but like when you guys go into games, I'm sure you probably experience a lot with these players. Like what do you tell them usually to be able to be focused in the game and pressure situations? Like how do you usually deal with this?
Well, there's a lot of stuff you can tell them, and you can help them to develop faster, but there is some stuff that you can just learn by playing, you know? It's just having the situation and being calm at the stage and stuff like this. So yeah, of course, for example, in Sunny, we have a lot of expectation from him, because yeah, the guy is just a monster, and we want him to perform every match, but this is not like it works, you know? So you have to be calm sometimes, and yeah, just work on the process and help them to develop faster than, yeah, it should be.
Well, I'm sure FURIA are going to be on Cloud9 after taking that initial map victory, and their opponent's map pick no less. So let's check on in with James Banks as he had a chance to catch up with Gary.
I was just talking to Gary, he was talking through the veto, obviously they banned out Overpass, Inferno comes into play, and Heroic have been going for the, you know, often see them do Overpass, Inferno, Nuke, sometimes we saw it against Big, but right now they felt like they had them on the ropes. I asked Gary about using the timeouts over and over again, and he said, I needed to use them at the beginning, because I couldn't risk it and let it go on too long, he had to believe in what his boys were going to be able to do. Case of Heroic's performance, that was just monstrous for sure, but when we go into the second map, man, they feel like Mirage is still not 100% theirs. Gary's well aware of how good Heroic are on all maps. It's a lot of mind games, it's a lot of close games, but he feels like obviously they're in a good position right now, and this is the best looking FURIA we've seen. Let's see them get it.
Oh man, I love that insight from Banks about, you know, using the timeouts quite early on, because I'm sure you've been in that position tons of times, right? It's the tactical way of when to be using those freeze times to be able to talk to your team, and Gary obviously used them pretty aptly in this first map.
Yeah, I think it's nice to see him here again, because yeah, we saw him at the major, he was not able to be here, and yeah, you know, coach always help the teams, because you know all the players, you know when you need to pause, you know when you need to talk something, maybe you have some solution during the match, and yeah, you're watching behind them, like the 5 screens and stuff like this. So yeah, it's very good to have a coach when he can help the team, and yeah, that's it. I think Gary, like all the players talk a lot about Gary, and yeah, I'm pretty sure he's very helpful for the team.
Well, we've got to talk a little bit about Mirage, obviously FURIA's pick coming into this series. Any thoughts, Peacemaker, initially of what you expect to see from FURIA? Is this maybe a 2-0?
This might be a 2-0. Well, FURIA is on a 4-win streak on the map right now, beating FaZe, beating Pain, Liquid. I mean, those are legit wins, right? So coming out of FURIA, like what we saw specifically from FaZe in this event, it has been like they dictate the pace of the game completely. Yes, you can argue that FaZe didn't look really sharp, like their CT side was kind of like chaotic. They're trying to play aggressive and messing up with the, you know, a lot of stuff in that specific game. They're not hitting their shots. Sure, still, like FURIA won 16-8 against them, right? So when you play against FaZe, a very skilled team, a team that is definitely capable of beating them, and then you put that type of performance and that type of result, I mean, that surely gave them a lot of confidence. One of the main reasons why they picked the map. Yeah, I think they should be favorites in this one.
Well, FURIA certainly starting off hot in this series, stealing away their opponent's map pick, no less. Mirage, next up on the cards, the pick of the Brazilians coming into things, and the road to revenge is looking pretty smooth.
The bell tolls for Cologne. This cathedral, a cathedral that is stacked from the earth to the heavens with the greatest of all the fans, the most passionate.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
And just the map control in general, like there was a bunch of small things that just went wrong and it kept getting worse. I think it definitely gave us some hunger to achieve more. I mean, obviously we were disappointed in losing the final, especially in the way we lost it.
I think there was a point in time in that game where it just felt like Heroic just looked lost.
Like, it's always different watching someone and preparing for it than actually playing against it and feeling it yourself, so I think it's difficult to play against them. I mean, we're definitely not where we want to be, so that's why we keep on grinding, keep on working hard. Definitely like the communication, like how we communicate with each other, and like the difference from practice and from other games where it went way better.
Fucking nice, man. Fucking nice.
They just still had that one extra inch remaining for them to be a team where you can be like, yeah, they're going to be winning majors, they're going to be winning big events.
A lot of beauty to the storyline between Heroic and FURIA here in Rio, because either we're going to be known as the forever kryptonite of FURIA in their home soil, or they will break the curse that kind of ruined their chances of winning the major last time.
Yabi now springing the line, knocks them off the board, and runs this round! NPL back for front. Oh! Alien cleans house!
Hello everybody, I'm down with the Desorganida Furiosa team who have been rocking it in this arena all this time, and we are about to light this arena up. Are we ready, guys? Yeah! Let's get it.
We've been here before. FURIA, a map up, the same map up as they were last time in Rio. They were 2 rounds away from beating this team last year, but the FURIA machine really started sputtering its last breaths on the second map of that series. This isn't just their chance to complete the revenge arc, this is their chance to do it with conviction. Their map pick, Mirage, and a T-side start.
And they're popping right out at ramp as well. K-Serato's on a big lurk. He was the guy to look out for on the last map, and he'll be in the backlines for Heroic later. Shush over the smoke, attempts some taps, but FURIA take a lot of space in this site. K-Serato's yet to go. Heroic doubting it somewhat. They've still got numbers towards B. They haven't seen the bomb yet. It's finally coming through, safe with the spot. Cadian passes that info along, and now the panic comes in. Heroic run around the world. There is no kit right now, and they need this tap desperately. They can't find it through the smoke, and now the danger on the clock.
Heroic on the back foot here. They're going to try and give a bit of time to Stown on this wrap round. Yabi's only just cleared out top mid, so this is going to be a delayed retake here from Heroic. Someone might need to fill the boots, and Shush is the man to open up. Gets that ball rolling. Advantage now siding with Heroic. The trades go either which way. They're getting softened up, but they are winning the fights. That's where it matters. FURIA just playing around the defuse, but it's being held, it's being stuck, and even for K-Serato here, not a way into this round. It's Shush. Lights out to open up Mirage for Heroic, and he's going to be someone that's got to keep this form going if they do want to cook up a reply here.
Yeah, Heroic finally winning pistol rounds is a good sign to see in this series. If Art actually took that shot to the defuser, he probably would have won the round there. Tessus was the lowest player on the stick, but too many targets for Art, and Heroic land the must-needed shots with seconds to spare. FURIA coming with a force buy, known for their wacky investments on Mirage. I mean, this was a team, at least back when Henny was in the roster, that was prioritizing triple AWP when they could on the CT side. So we'll see what kind of ideas FURIA bring to a round where you lack the util, but more than make up for it in the firepower. Heroic know this is coming. There is no doubt. 5 rifles back the other way. Range is the name of the game. And FURIA go awfully slow in this second round, trying to take mid together. As the window smoke comes in, Yuri can pounce from below. Stown gets that spot, but it's only protocols for Heroic, just trying to slow down this oncoming tide. It's inevitable. But can Heroic buy a few seconds?
Well, both teams are very limited util as a result of the investments that we have, right? So everything had to be very intentional. And FURIA getting out into mid behind the limited util they had. They start to get this control now, but this is where Heroic are trying to bridge this gap, right? Oh, the spam damage is good. Cadian's a little softened now, and he's going to get out of position, but that allows Art to move through this smoke at the top of Con. Trying his best to walk this line for the backstab. It's Stown with a turnaround. Gets the better of Yuri. The rest of FURIA are up in A, but Heroic are holding on to the extremities. Safe trades, but it's not clean yet, not clean cut. Safe makes it so. 4v3, the wrap is coming in, up through ramp. Tesses has this round in the palm of his hand, and he'll land that kill onto drop, leaving FURIA 2v3. Playing around the bomb again is their best chance here. K-Serato wasn't able to really attempt the clutch in the pistol, but he's got a much better platform in this one. Down from the connector, he opens up, and Safe is just playing for time. Shush runs at him, and will stick this defuse, stealing away this round, denying that clutch attempt, and putting a stop to Safe in the 1v1.
He had to bridge too far. He knows he can get spammed through that corner, but he had so much health. He just jumps the gun on the reface. You're hoping you can catch the last player running at you, right? Going for the clear, but good patience in a 1v1. Safe doesn't have it on the counter. And FURIA, that was a big opportunity. allowed as well by K-Serato, who chooses to isolate fights extremely well in connector. And Heroic still pick it up without a kit. Furia, it beckons them back. Another buy, more Galils.
Heroic didn't buy a kit in this one.
Well, it didn't hurt them last time. I mean, they could afford it here, though.
Yeah, and I think, you know, you expect that Furia could buy, but it feels like they're leaning on the idea that they won't. You win the opener, none of it will come to matter if this bomb never goes down, and that's a good way to start. What a time for Shush to arrive in the server. As mentioned, he's had a great tournament as this guy. Had a good time as of late. And so getting him switched on, getting him activated is big. Safe is creeping up, doing it all on contact here. Calling the bluff of Heroic, and they've got no idea that he's slipped the net. There's still Tesses underneath, right, that he doesn't know about. As the Tesses could just remove him from the round on a bit of a timed swing. Are really thinking about every move they make here.
Well, they desperately need a kill. They desperately need someone to overplay their hand a bit. In a 5-on-4, Heroic aren't moving a muscle, and Tessa's position is the most powerful. This Lurk should get nothing unless Tessa jumps the gun on the rotation. He won't. The nades do nothing to Heroic. He holds strong, and they've got mollies down at B. Furia cannot break through right now. That's a nice kill for K-Serato, but it might be all they accomplish in this last second B hit. They don't check the boost. Yabi hasn't turned, but I'm not worried yet, as he's ready to pounce right at the end. 3 kills, 2 for Yabi and 3 rounds for Heroic. They're holding very strong right now. Not seeing any blasé plays, not seeing over faces, despite these very close buys for Furia.
I mean, Heroic are a very resilient team, a very resilient bunch. And no one knows that better than Furia. You know, you can imagine coming into this map, what happened last time in Rio, all that courses through your mind. There was this idea that Furia just wanted to try to put that game to rest and maybe overplayed their hand to open it up. You don't want that to happen again, but you don't have much of a say in how these early rounds have panned out. K-Serato offering that faint glimmer of hope in a round that should never come through for Furia. And with Stow nailing shots like that, it's not hard to see why. 4-0.
Yeah.
As Heroic don't fall prey to the force buys that Furia have offered, and I'm not surprised that they're liberal with the tack pauses, right? I think Gary kind of knows that the last time this squad was here, it all became a bit overwhelming, right? The idea that the series was so quickly going against them, and even though they were able to build into it and nearly make that insane comeback happen from 15-5 down, they end up losing it in OT, and they kind of spent all they had in the tank, right? So I think in moments like this, especially when you're tenured in this position, you've been here before, Gary's going to be paramount to keep the boys on side, to keep that faith burning.
It's good to see that come through early, but Heroic, man, they look reset and refreshed right now in this second map, and I think, you know, for one side of the coin is Heroic, there's kind of less pressure in that sense. They're expected to lose at this point in the series. Furia have been here before, like you say. Heroic have nothing to lose. They can let the dogs off the leash. Some really nice shots we're seeing right now out of Shush and Stan with that spray. And Heroic are making more active moves now as well. Confidence starting to boil. KD and Boosted B, a mid-fight that is avoided for now. Furia take their time to take their fights. Tesses will bring it to them. Oh, if he swings it, AWP is here. It's covering Tesses that he has seen, but it's still the rifle that comes up top trumps. Tesses can't get it done for 2. And Drop is allowed to escape with that flash. Furia must reroute. They've seen a lot of presence at B right now, but they've got no lurkers out A. This is going to hamstring them a little bit. Backup Cat, Con smoke in, Cadian's here.
The shot from that AWP does let them get closer, but with Yabi holding on to the apartments, not giving them a ways in there, and mid getting cleaned up. This is looking real nice for Heroic here. Stown even floating around waiting for this next man in. K-Serato, always a menace. If you give him a 1v1 like that, will at least deliver something for Furia to work with in this moment. Yabi is moving up onto the catwalk. He's held off by a Molotov right now. And he might have missed these timings on the players making it up through Con. K-Serato's got him locked into a fight, but got to have eyes in the back of his head, does K-Serato here. Safe is trying to alleviate that pressure now by taking a bit of control over towards jungle. This gives up a way in at CT. That gives Shush a little bit more freedom to try and make a move. And Yappy decides he doesn't want to take this short fight. He doesn't want to give them this chance at thinning the herd. He goes in groups with his teammate.
No way he's wrapping. This is going to take so long, and I don't think there's even enough time for this. Safe is basically in a 1v3 right now, and they've got a kit. Shush with a tap. He looks for the kill, and it comes to him, but he dies immediately. That might be it. I think they've done enough. It's going to be so close. K-Serata running in, trying to save the day, but he can't do it. And Heroic stick the bomb. They get the round. That was so close.
That is heartbreaking for Furia, man. Like, Heroic feel fantastic at the end of that. They feel great right now. The fact they even had the read on K-Serato coming up the ramp, it feels like a moment of clairvoyancy for someone like Cadian. But for the other side, Furia take a big gamble to rotate and pull K-Serato out. They put full faith in Safe to hold off and buy time for that wrap. It was all set for K-Serato to close because that's normally where this guy excels. And it falls on deaf ears.
That's a brutal round to lose. That's a horrible round to lose for Furia. Yabby not ready for them up mid. He's looking at the B apartments because they're putting flashes through. That creates a distraction. I'll get in very quickly, as we know he does. Shush trying to put up a defense. Those smokes give a wall for Heroic to take space, but Furia are deep as well. K-Serato gets his vengeance. A 4-on-3, a weird round so far with players caught looking the wrong way. But now eyes on the prize, eyes forward, with Cat covered from Yuri's position. Market was the only way in, but Heroic want a way out. They want to save.
Well, I think, you know, Furia breathing a sigh of relief, right? I think, you know, if you failed in that 1v2 in the round prior and then you have Heroic continuing to rack up this round count, you could look at Furia just being a bit out of it. It's hard to pull yourself back into a game after some of these rounds come down to the wire. You feel like you've had opportunities but just failed to capitalize on them, and you were kind of steamrolled over the first 5 of this game, but then you cook up something as simple as a little B split with some util raining over the apartments, let the individual shine a little bit, and you're up on the board at an important time for Furia to field this round. I don't think it could have came at a better time.
Yeah, now they'll be ready for anything, though, Heroic, right? That pace change definitely caught Yabby off guard. Only seen super slow mid-takes and, you know, waiting for the underplayers to come out first. This time, Art brings a bit more finesse. Heroic are caught with their pants down. So, 5-1. Furia don't wait too long.
I think if you're Furia, you're fine with this time. Like, you're actually quite happy, I imagine, that you're not using one of your own, but you still get to have Gary in your ears, kind of telling you, all right, this is where it begins. This is where we build back in. You've got to focus on the challenge that lays ahead of you here. And it's a big one, right? This is Heroic coming in, as we say, with a point to prove. They also have history in Rio. While we're looking at the kind of revenge storyline for Furia, especially after they open with a convincing game of Inferno, Heroic have grand ambitions. They made it all the way to the final only to get decimated by outsiders there and end up losing on the major stage here in the Janus Arena.
Yeah, if you think boos are enough to make Heroic cower, you don't know what you're up against. Furia going for a more standard round. They failed the smoke and T-spawn. That was meant to be a window, so they've already wasted some good utility. They're going to pop out ramp here. Stand with a missed shot. Second orb, we talked about the multitudes of these snipers on a map like Mirage, and Heroic bring them in early to a great degree. Finding Safe for the pick. Stoud does a double in, and he finds 3 in the round to lock Furia out of this site. Great shots for K-Serato, but a 1v5 is too much to ask.
Yeah, surely, right? One man against it all, the one-man army of Furia. And even though he's found the first, hang on, that nade baits him in and sets Shush up from over on the Palace to put a stop to that. When K-Serato opens with 2, you give him the respect. You say, all right, you don't want him to have one of those K-Serato rounds. Heroic slow their roll, and they really think, how can we manipulate him to play right into our hands.
Yeah, you saw that moment where you call it off, right? When you lose 2 players immediately, you're not trying to repeat, you're not trying to trade, you want to communicate, you want to set up and make sure you figure out who's facing first, who's swinging off whose contact, and so Heroic do it perfectly. Anti-clutch. Very important round to get the ball rolling yet again, but the pace change has been the only way in for FURIA. They're in connector already. Cadian getting locked out with the nades. Art's in window. I don't think Cadian is ready for this. He does check it, but Art hits a banger onto the zoom. A 5v4 for FURIA maintained, and more where that came from. Drop deals with aggressive B. And so Heroic already forced into a predicament. Someone's got to make a play. Tess's attempts it, Art evades it, and groups up with a team, leaving Keserato to cover the murder hole. Why do they call it this, you ask? And that's why. Easy pickings, Heroic walk into crosshairs, and now Stown must put on a show.
Yeah, one man back at the site, overwhelming odds against him, and so FURIA brush him aside with ease. They cook up a response again, and you pointed it out, but it's on the back of this pace change. Straight down through middle, a little faster, a little more FURIA, and they stick the landing on it. Shush wants to try get out with his AK. FURIA are not in a giving mood. Look at the mini-map. They are all moving in for the hunt. A lot of teams would just try and keep their own money clean here, but they want to take this gun out. They want to make a statement. And so it's Drop delivering a round to FURIA, a hat trick from him.
And they've got to build off this. They have to now, right? We're at that point where, sure, Heroic are still going to buy in. They could even have an AWP if Cadian wants to prioritize that, but there will be players on pistols. There will be players with less. And so Heroic far from comfortable. This is where FURIA can really warm into the game. Their map pick, remember, their chance to end the series, to find semi-finals, but Stown, quick boost out under, takes that opening kill. Ooh, R just runs right by. He wants nothing to do with those 2 players. He looks for the gap, but they found him. Chased down in con, safe with a pick on the A site in the meantime, but he's had onto middle. He swapped onto the AK. The bomb right now is making every risk in the round. If Drop dies, it is done.
Oh, they're not looking over towards under. I mean, Tess's has already done them in multiple times from this position. It can't afford to go unchecked again. It cannot afford to be overlooked by FURIA, especially not as they are grinding away back into this round.
Oh, no.
It might have started slow. They can finish strong if they clear Tess's. He misses the opportunity with the deagle. He's given them the warning shots, and they're going to capitalize on it. Cadian, the captain, capable in the clutch, delivers the first. Keserato going around the world and back again. Gonna try put some distance between himself and this AWP, but this leaves the site with no one in it. Cadian doesn't know it, but right now he could have even stuck that bomb. Tap does not bait a peek, and so second by second, Cadian knows he can't do this. Surely, one man left standing, safes him behind him. Cadian breathes and leads by example. He rises to his feet. He knows what he's just done. The big bad villain in Brazil finds another round for Heroic and destroys the hopes and dreams of FURIA. What a clutch from Casper, Cadian, Muller.
It will never get old. It will never get old. The Jester laughs every second of the way. Those shots are decimating, and FURIA cannot avoid it. They cannot forget about it. Turning this arena into a library yet again is Cadian. And this is no longer a laughing matter. Heroic are here to play on the second map. They'll look to do it again. Not once, but twice on an attempt at a reverse sweep. And there was no room for error. He checked every flank.
Oh, everything had to be perfect. Every timing had to be hit. And you can tell he knows what he's just done. He knows that in that moment, everyone in the room hates this man, and he relishes in that.
Like we said, booze will not be enough. That is just fuel for Heroic's fire. Oh, he's back for more. Bye-bye, Keserato. Thanks for trying. 2 health. Lucky to be alive. Cadian making plays early. And plays like that bring a smile to your face. He's got more double face. Oh!
Okay.
Rips them both off!
Okay, bit of fire out of drop, bit of fire in the belly for FURIA. They needed someone to bring the mental back, to bring the game back. And the stars aligned for drop there. You know you don't get openers like that often.
Blimey.
And so just going tit for tat with Heroic right now. Art, once more, wants this to be a statement round win. He's not content with just putting one on the board. He wants this to be punishing for his opponent as well. He knows that that last round comes down to one man going above and beyond. And while that felt like robbery, that felt like disaster in the moment, you can still capitalize on this by removing some of these guns. He'll never be given the chance to. They're all grouped at ramp and he's up in Palace. But even him trying speaks that FURIA, they want these rounds to be punishing and they want to keep bringing the pressure, bringing the heat.
Yeah, it's the perfect way to reset after just the most despicable round that you've ever seen. But it is the first of many needed on this T side for FURIA. Concessions must be made to scout an MP9 or two, but a B stack. Heroic with a good opener. Oh, it's going to get spammed through. Cadian sees that coming. He's going to drop his smoke. They're starting to run through. FURIA with nothing to wait for. K-Serato gets into the site, but at what cost? The smoke's only now landing too little and too late. Heroic holding strong again, and we need another clutch up. It's not going to happen. 1v4 here for Yuri for the ace. They jump, they feed the beast, and they might live to regret it.
1 HP for Yuri. 1 sliver of health, and Shush is looking to deny this round, dead as he rounds the corner. And with him finding his first 3 in the entire game there, Yuri was not the safe bet to clutch that. They feed him a couple of kills, but Heroic is so good at flipping that switch, of playing it a little safer, playing to deny the clutch attempts.
Yeah, I got a bit scared there for a second, Harry. Couple swings too far for Heroic. Art's going right out rampant. It's again the pace for FURIA. It's really been one of, if not the only way in, and Art continues to run rampant. He won't last long. Down with a nice shot. Too low off that kill. K-Serato keeps it cool, and FURIA right now look to take control of this site. There's no smoke for spawn. Yabi can change everything right now, but that molly's a problem and will spread. He has to smoke it. They spam him back. Yabi's trapped. But FURIA still getting dealt blow after blow. Heroic come hounding down, and they take every single kill. 9-3 right now. The Danes are on the recovery arc. And you have to wonder at this point in the series, with the clutches coming through, with the rounds we're seeing out of Heroic, with FURIA getting desperate with rushes, are they feeling that burn? This is a roster who, as we said, have not had many opportunities on the big stage, but even when they had, they've come up short. They've only won 2 BO3s when you put them on stages, back at Dallas, and of course here at Rio last year against Na'Vi. Heroic have got that experience. They did it online. They brought it back to LAN. And they have improved every step of the way.
Oh! Having a round here. 2 from him, the nade in support. He's got backup every step of the way. Taking a bit of a swing. He will end up falling to safe, but a backstab for Stown. Rotates arriving. Safe's right here. And he's heard this. Cognizant that the flank is coming. They're going to give some time to Art. Is he really going to try and flank this? That would be such an Art play to try and disrupt this big push from Stown by flanking it himself, but he's going slow, he's going low. And this is going to waste precious time for FURIA, but this is a very Art play.
Oh, he checked it. He heard it, but it's not enough. Art still hits that headshot on Stown rotating out, and they know the Heroic were in the bomb site. They were firing off. It's a double flank. Tessa's now set up. Yabi has time to get inside of the site, and FURIA go for the balcony. If Yabi plays under, if he plays inside, he should surely get 1-for-1, if not every single bit. FURIA must contact, Art must trade, and then he must clutch.
So he's going to go get fed to the wolves, and Yabi's hungry for it. They line up for him. And that round, with its flanks on flanks, while the stakes had never been higher, goes the way of the Danes. They get a wide berth into the lead here. While FURIA were hopeful in the early stages of Mirage, while they were cooking up a couple of rounds here and there, they've not been able to embark on these streaks like Heroic have. And that has left them dry, that has left them lacking. The momentum is going against FURIA. They are panicking that this might be history repeating itself. It's all overwhelming. And Heroic are galvanized within this pressure chamber. They are reaffirmed that they are still in this series. And they are showing that in the server. FURIA, time is running out to recover this first half. 5 is all they can get now. And that is the exact scenario they were in the last times these teams met in Rio.
And they brought it all the way back from 15-5 to an overtime affair that they still fell in. It wasn't enough then, and I don't know if it will be now. We look like we're seeing a different Heroic. Not scared by the crowd, not scared by the pressure, or their opponents continuing to make plays and take faces off. Yabi gets up top mid, Cadian won't miss a shot, and that's a massive talking point. This guy has had a shaky tournament. We've seen some poor maps for Cadian where he's whipping the easy ones. But right now, in this library, he's reading the right book. Comfortable on this CT side. And FURIA, every round feels like it's a 2v4, a 2v5. Odds too big to bear. But is this play too much?
Oh, ambitious on the peak for Tesses. Yuri going on a late game recovery arc, right? He was very slow to open up. Gets his first few kills in that attempt at the 1v5 clutch. But if he can dig deep, offer something up, he was the top-rated player from the group stages here. Maybe there's hope yet. Art dead over on short, and so now it will fall solely to Yuri. Needs an ace clutch if he wants to put this one on the board for FURIA. And it feels so unlikely. They're holding for him out the window. They'll deny another one of these Yuri clutch attempts. Heroic taking it one step further than the last time they broke the dreams of FURIA on this stage. And they've got a chance to sweeten that deal even more before this first half is all said and done.
Yeah, and that third map's Ancient, Harry. That's where that heartbreak happened, right, in that previous head-to-head. So it's definitely in the back of your minds right now for all FURIA and the fans. This is such a statement for Heroic. We've seen every player with their moments. No weak gap, no hole to exploit. Another fast play, another desperate dive into this A site. The smokes come down. There's even missed ones for FURIA as well. This one's not going as well as they would have liked it. Stoun's even dunk drop. Yuri has to run through the util, but Cadian right on a skewer, right on a plate. He will serve up justice.
He's nailing shot after shot. Cadian is in his element. Big stage games, he's coming alive, and he's gonna close it. Heroic with a ludicrously dominant first half. This one sends a message. Even though FURIA win that first map, Heroic are still here to play in the series. The comedian stands up to a silent crowd, but joking he's not. The ace up his sleeve is the resilience and determination of this squad. Throughout their careers, the one thing they've been able to rely on is the folks sitting next to them. That couldn't be more true now as they look to repeat history by coming back versus FURIA and turning the tide of this series with a stellar first half under their belts. They've done the legwork to make this a 3-mapper and to still have a fighting chance here for IEM Rio.
It's just them. They've got no one in this building. Heroic with a big fake. This is crazy. They're going for the split through jungle into CT. FURIA don't budge. They don't move a muscle on this Behold. Yuri still remains in the sight for now. Art's about to get that info. The bomb pops out. He holds his shot. He buys his time, and then he strikes. FURIA, they feast in this round, but it is one step in a totem pole that is very tall. The celebrations will not start yet.
No, if anything, you feel relieved that you have a second chance here, right? That's all this represented. It's not a guarantee. It's so far from it, and they know that. They've launched comebacks before, only to have it stolen away in overtime the last time these teams met in Rio. But they've taken the first step on this marathon journey. Now they've got to stick the landing in the anti-ecos, start to chain some rounds together, start to build a bit of confidence. Because that's what this team is desperately lacking right now. They've been in their heads a bit. They could feel this game slipping through their fingers. And with so much on the line, the do-or-die nature of this game, the fact it's happened before, felt like FURIA were destined to repeat it, but taking these first few steps can sometimes be the hardest. This is looking good for the clean conversion, and they're playing with bravado as well. They're facing these pistols, they're hunting down the Heroic members one by one, and they're staking their claim to Mirage. The real test comes next. The real test is in this next round.
Yeah, pistol is irrelevant if Heroic win first gun. Doesn't even matter, doesn't make a dent. And so Heroic focus faces coming back into what could be the beginning of the end on FURIA's map pick, pushing us to Ancient, a map where history was already made by Heroic at Rio last time. Meanwhile, FURIA look for another hopeless, helpless comeback.
And here's the thing, while Heroic have a lead like this, they are a threatening team. They can throw pacey rounds at you. They can go for more FURIA-esque looks. They know they've got a bit of room, so they're trying to flex with that, but Art sends them packing out of a fast B play. The quick offensive that was taking shape here never materializes, and so Cadian tries to be the difference maker, but he's flubbed it on the day of the exam. Yuri with the response. He didn't shoot first, but he had that few seconds of warning, that missed opportunity, and was able to deliver.
Oh, he gets that last laugh. Stown's still here though. They hide out in the smoke. This is very dangerous. FURIA taking solo fights, giving away in here potentially. Stown hunts down this flank. Yabi needs to live for this to be worthwhile, and the bomb gets dropped. Coming back by Yuri. Yabi can still take it. He relies on Stown in this round to get this entry. Arm seen, but shot not destined. Stown needs his. Yabi gets given it. Right now, Heroic are pulling it back. Not a 2-on-4. Not like this. FURIA, we said the celebrations can't come yet. And in fact, it might be commiserations that Heroic deliver. 2-on-4. Now down to K-Serato. The clutcher can't do it. And they say revenge is a dish best served cold, but Heroic do not conform. They deliver it right on time.
And it's in these moments, it's in, you know, rounds like this where K-Serato is normally that dependable piece, but he's had a couple of clutches in this game that have been snuffed out. He's had a few moments where if that one shot just connected in the right way, if they weren't canceling him out so hard, it could have been a whole different story. But you start shutting K-Serato out in clutches, You slow his roll from the lights out start that he had, and you remove one of the key pieces, if not the key piece of this FURIA squad.
For sure. Think about some of the brainy plays he's made that on paper look great, but both times have been countered. The connector wrap, back to ramp on the defuse. He had no time. He had to hit his immediate shot. He couldn't. Cadian orped him. Oh, and the other round where Cadian orped him as he went from ramp to Palace on the reset. It's been read every step of the way for Heroic. And 3 rounds now from a 3rd map in this quarterfinal. Do FURIA have anything left to say? Or will they roll over?
Just feels like, you know, Heroic are on that Bill and Og.
Yeah. Entering that era.
Yeah, they like being the bad guys.
Oh, they've been here for a while. It's nothing new. Business as usual. Bad boys.
Serato involved in the opening fight. Struggling at nailing the late round, but here he opens up for FURIA, trying to give them something to hold on to. This is another one of these rounds where FURIA hold all the cards. They cannot afford to let this one get out of hand. That would be one too many, and was just getting delivered that. One crazy lineup from the Galil suddenly calls it all into question. FURIA are trembling, they're shaking in their boots. They can't afford to let it get out of control. It's on Cadian in a 1v3, but you'd be foolish to write him off. 30 seconds. He waits to see what the reaction is from FURIA, and they are giving him a fight. He jiggles, he sees this, but whittled down and knocked out of the round. FURIA stop him in that clutch. Closing the gap again, as now Heroic, the money bottoms out. FURIA, this is where they can start stringing a couple of rounds together, saving a bit of face.
It's a sigh of relief. There's only so much oxygen in this room.
Oh, Heroic have put money in.
Okay.
They could have just ecoed here, but they've bought the heat, they bought the investment. They're trying to keep that pressure on. Yabi and Serato destined to meet over here on this B site. Drop with the spray, and Yabi's going to open.
Don't lose this.
Also
no.
only good for one, and Serato has been overwhelmed. This was pistols. This was nothing for Heroic, and they're the ones sitting in pole position. FURIA don't even want to attempt it. And so with nothing more than a collection of pistols by their side, the Dregsy utility, they find this round. FURIA don't start to chain rounds together, don't start building. That is stopped here and now by the Danes.
And again, it feels like you can pin it on a player, right? You can see that spray from drop, and you know that's not enough. Not in that moment. It's so hard to be a Bianca. It's so hard to hold strong. But run at by Tech 9s at that range, and you have a rifle, no excuses. FURIA needed more from their young player. And he goes quiet at the worst moment. 14 now. This was supposed to be eco rounds. This was supposed to be FURIA's confidence building beat up. And Drop gets sent to detention.
FURIA are forcing back in, but man, like, you know, that last round was meant to be one of the easy ones. That was meant to be where they build a bit of faith, and instead, you know, like the rug's been pulled out from under them. Where maybe you could have had cause for rooting for this comeback. I think so much of it just hinges on winning those rounds, those sorts of rounds. The ones that would go in the way of FURIA on Inferno. And for FURIA, there's always been this feeling of not wanting to disappoint, right? Everyone in the building's rooting for them. Neymar's in attendance rooting for them. They've got a lot of folks here that they want to do right by, and it's in games like this where that pressure is working against you.
Mid-take late, 50 seconds. Heroic come out from under 4 players here. Shush is the lurker. Reprised round for Heroic to overwhelm this A site. Yuri close, the first line of defense. Drop, no gun for this job. He's got to let it happen. He's got to let them dive in, and they do. Yuri with 2. There's still this scout at the back of the site, but Heroic attempt another 2v4.
FURIA are just barely keeping their heads above water here, trading round for round. They might keep that little glimmer of hope burning on if they convert this one. Shush left up in the clutch. And with no time left, he's just going to have to bow out and let this one slip on by. FURIA, they didn't bring a lot into this, and they're able to close it cleanly, to step in the right direction again, but every step they've taken has been followed by an immediate stumble, by an immediate fall down. And if that happens at this sort of scoreline, you know, you are looking at Heroic having done it. There's no second chances anymore. There's no shots at redemption. Everything's got to be picture perfect from here on out for FURIA. The Barbarians of Heroic are at the gate.
They're angry. Vengeance for the first map at least. And vengeance for a tournament run for FURIA that may fall on dead ears at this point. 14-7. No CT orbs either.
See, in this timeout, it's a weird one. You know, I think the angle you have to try and push if you're Gary here is this idea of, look, last time we faced them, we got 10 in a row to force an OT.
Hey, you only need 9.
If they're able to replicate that now, that is what wins them the game, right? So you kind of approach it from the angle of, we've done this before.
Carrigan confetti moment. But it's the power of believing, the power of faith. Is that enough for FURIA? Heroic storm out ramp yet again. Yuri out on an island, still takes one with him. Stown gets run down. FURIA playing like they've got nothing to lose. They beat every Molotov. They push every player. And Heroic thrown back into the tumble dryer yet again. At least it's warm. But it is claustrophobic. Stuck in Palace in a 1v5. FURIA stay alive.
A reassuring sight to see, the first time they would have streaked rounds together since the pistol. So it represents a big deal for FURIA here. A feat they haven't accomplished yet on this CT side, about to be obtained. And with it, breaking that money of Heroic all over again.
And these are the confidence-boosting rounds, right? Not just this, but going into seemingly pistols, right? Heroic have gone for some early force buys in this game, but this one shouldn't be one of them. We'll see if Shush saves his gun. If he does, that might tempt the team, but without it, it's a far cry. And they might just kill him after time. It seems like they've got him boxed in. They know it, so wait 20 seconds. Put the pressure on him. And then get rid of all that money. This kind of forces Shush to make a play. I think he realizes he is being trapped right now. He is being played with. A smoke down in the last 10 seconds, more than likely. Or he has to fight through one of these choke points. That's a good timing on the smoke. They're still going to come for him.
Yeah, if anything, now the contact just has to come from behind, right? They're saying safe, like, all right, you move up, you take the first contact, we'll come through this smoke. He is not leaving the round with a gun. That's what FURIA have told themselves, and they'll make it so.
Massive.
They knock him out after the timer expires. Heroic now with one man strapped for cash as that hunt collapses down upon them.
And hey, I said if he saved the AK, that might, you know, elicit a force. Well, same situation. You have no money. May as well get everyone on the same page. Put everything in. But Heroic will hold out for now. It's still double eco. Shush is screwed for later. But Heroic can't think about that now. They're going to flood out Palace and try and plant B. So I don't think FURIA are going to rotate. No need if they slaughter this hold. I say that actually. Hello!
Oh,
that realization's setting in. And they will not let him get away with it.
Three in a row. It's a marathon, not a sprint at this point if you're FURIA. There is still so much work to be done. We'll have another round. It's a little more tamed, a little more tepid from Heroic. Heroic is still playing into the confines of holding this lead, right? They don't feel the pressure to bring a buyout just yet, so they have everything they want, everything they need. Rifles for everyone, AWP for Cadian. And they still have a reason to believe in this round from the pistols, from the armor, and the utility. This would be FURIA getting to double digits and feeling like this comeback is possible. They chain together these kills on the ramp fight. Even through the smoke, taps out Cadian. A feel-good moment for the captain of FURIA.
They are playing very aggressive, right? Sure, it's you know, still against pistols, but even in that previous gun round they won, they're pushing through Molotovs. They are bringing the heat to Heroic. Easier said than done. Whether that will be the punish, we'll have to see, but they've been doing their best to deny clutch attempts for Heroic, keeping it pretty tight. So double digits now, anything is possible. That 9 rounds in a row they needed, just over a third of the way there.
You know, you kind of move the goalposts each time, right? At the beginning, this felt like a mammoth undertaking. When you were sat 14-6 down, nothing really to be too happy about. Yeah, it probably did feel impossible. But with each round that's racking up, FURIA's faith is building. Heroic, no, there's no time like the present to exert their control over this game again.
I like the eco for Cadian. He plays D, which still gives him away in, but he's at the back throwing nades. There'll be guns around for him. He can get the AWP later. Again ahead of the util, but this time the punish comes through. Entry onto Art, and it all comes unraveling.
Yeah, FURIA are faced with an awkward fight here, an awkward retake. They bring Stown out of the round with the nades, and so that tip into the scales back into the 4v4 surely spurs them on.
Just so much space.
Heroic have a man lost over in mid. Tessa's going to play into the round late, so he's here to try and clutch if it comes down to it, and it's a big if. His teammates still hold the line, still hold position. Yabi's even up and left to join him, and right now FURIA are being so methodical on this retake. They're taking all this time that it's given room to these players in middle to get set up. This could be robbed by Tessez and Co.
No,
if you're not careful. Molly on the bomb could do it.
Did he do it?
No, it's fallen short, but Yabi all the way around the world with the goal of robbing FURIA. Not once, but twice.
And it's their own medicine that comes back to bite. They were doing that all first half, never worked. And that smoke goes down on ramp, not on the bomb. They live to regret it, even with the molly missed. That felt like it was enough for FURIA, but they never consider the flank. Disaster strikes, and Heroic lift their head high. One more round till Ancient.
One more round to the homecoming of the big bad, and the score being settled on that infamous map from last time in Rio. Yabi dead to open this one up. Safe takes that last round personally. Art's also donning his AWP, so AWPs are plenty right now for FURIA. Could this be the change they needed? Art's posted down in the connector. The AWP IGL set to clash here, and it's Cadian winning it out. Returns the 4v4, returns the even odds bout, the way of his team.
And a B hit again, man, that would be the way. They find Shush on ramp, but Heroic know the drop has been a weakness in this map. His position, dangerous. He will draw back and go for some jumps, go for some flashes, try and live, try and buy time. Even 1-for-1 here is okay. K-Serato is not far at all. He'll have to take his eyes off the flank, but it will be a requirement. Heroic are about to come flooding out to try and finish the job.
K-Serato's here in good time. Going to be around to help out Drop, who's burning in the molly right now. Goes 1-for-1. He's lived up to his side of the deal. K-Serato playing over the lip of this smoke is brought down low. Carey, he's feeling the pressure. He knows so much of this is hinging on K-Serato just staying alive. He's living up to that part of the bargain. His teammates now taking position, and K-Serato goes one step further to keep FURIA in this thing.
Oh, it's a sigh of relief, isn't it? But that pressure's still palpable. Heroic, many attempts. They only need one. FURIA treading water right now. One misstep, one overplay. One multi-kill moment, and your dreams come unraveling. Buy one, get one free. They're back to pistols. Yuri's got a little smoke down on the ramp. He's playing up and over. There's a player wide, but Glock isn't too much of a threat. They should just be flushed out by Yuri.
Yeah, this is his moment to shine. And there's the mow down. Yuri nails this.
Chase him.
And with Art in hot pursuit, won't give you time to get comfortable, won't give you time to reload. He wants it here and now. FURIA are 3 rounds away from overtime, and they are determined to get there. When these teams met last time, it was K-Serato having to do so much. Strong starts from everyone on FURIA. Art was actually the guy top of the board in that Inferno game to open up when these teams met back at the Major. But it was as the competition soldiered on, as the series continued, K-Serato became the only dependable piece. And that right-hand man of Yuri started to disappear. Well, he had a great tournament to open up here in Rio. He was good in the first half of Inferno, and he has really risen to the occasion to give you a reason to get invested in this FURIA comeback here and now. For us, 3 rounds is not that many. For FURIA, it can feel like an eternity.
And that's only just to get the ball rolling again. Finally, money starting to amass, orbs starting to appear. FURIA starting to believe. Heroic look like they want this B site. Shush has been caught on lurks gone by. He re-smoked at the time Heroic looked like they wanted to go. This is still holding top mid with that bomb in the firing line. Captain awaits to set Tessus up on this mid-take. It's the first call here for Heroic at a minute mark. Run boost. Get that AWP out behind the boxes. Dangerous with the bomb. And it's not the best run boost, but there's no punish for FURIA. A flash Kadeen holds up against his team come up catwalk. We still have Shush on ramp. This might just end with that con split. 50 seconds. And FURIA still look willing to fight.
Heroic have gone mid. FURIA have somewhat given it to them. They're holding for this window boost. K-Serato doesn't want to be left shy of the action, not with how influential he's been. Yuri even flashed into the connector, doesn't peek off the back of it. 20 seconds as the util comes out from Heroic. This is a very late exec into the round. They're trying to leave it to the dying moment, and they find the openers to get them in. Safe back at the spawn, but it's all unraveling. He's knocked out by the nade, and Heroic have done it. They leave it to the dying lights of the round, the final 20-second play in. But they stop FURIA's comeback in their tracks, and now the score is settled on Ancient.
Yeah, a team that did it all for years online, but these last 6 months for Heroic, they have made enemies, they have taken trophies, top finals in Kato, in Rio, in Copenhagen. The only question for Heroic remains, what more can they do? How far can they go?
The comeback attempt simply cosmetic from FURIA. The Danes dominate on their CT side, leaving little room for the Brazilians to breathe. And with that, we go the full 9 yards. Poetically, we will be seeing the grounds of Ancient to decide who goes through to the semifinals. And Blair, Katie and Co. now thriving in the arena being the villains.
Yeah, listen, that moment from Katie and what has to be the moment thus far in the tournament. Listen, Heroic, it's almost like the first map never transpired. It's almost like it never happened. Just off the gate, a solid start. They kicked Furia's ass so hard that FURIA reverted back to what they were doing like 3 months ago or something, right? You could see Art just running in by his lonesome, getting taken down, just trying to brute force their way in on that first half. And sure, there were moments where trying to bring it back. This comeback was pretty commendable. But when every single crucial clutch, crucial round is going the way of Heroic, winning 4 clutches, and each and every one of them was like Yabi in the 1v3 from Connector, Kaden with a 1v2, which was virtually nigh unwinnable. It seemed like everything was aligning for the side of Heroic.
Yeah, let's go and relive that Cadian moment one more time because, yeah, he gave it up in the server and he gave it up in the arena as well, man, standing up to a completely silent crowd. What is going on here, Lewis?
Well, what's going on here is that it is a very tough situation, like for FURIA to play. But I just think that what happened here is that he clicks the bomb, and for some reason they thought he had no kit, right? So that sort of explains why he's just gonna run out of Palace here and check the bomb and then gets killed. And then after that, Kaden just clicks the bomb again. This guy is kind of forced to play. Now they don't know if he's defusing or not.
This reaction just says it all, man.
That's a pop-off. Listen, the sheer balls on his man to hold the defuse button, the 10-second defuse, while not even looking at his monitor. The guy, I mean, it's Cadian, right? The greatest showman that we have right now.
If his finger steps out of the kill, that would be the biggest meme out there ever, right?
It would replace every, like 1G what? Like no one would even remember that after that. But here's the thing, especially that round, all 3 players are very low as well. Yeah. They went for, personally, I feel like it was an unnecessary play to come in from Palace to trying to make it unwinnable, but because both were so far from the bomb, they probably couldn't even hear the tap coming in. Yeah. So they were just assuming, okay, there's 2 of us alive, he's probably might be sticking it right now, let's just go for the swing, case Dorado dies. But credit for Kaden for that awareness, just to know where the final pick's coming from. Also, 0 margin for error, and he hits each and every one of the shots.
Yeah, Cadian balls of steel. That's what I learned once again from that particular moment. But you brought up a great point, Blair, because Cadian hasn't necessarily been the man, the individual to be stepping up time and time again for Heroic, right?
Yeah, like he's been comparatively very quiet for his team thus far. I don't want to harp on too much about it because he's not really been needed, so to speak. No, he hasn't had to have his crazy clutches. But when it comes to a game like this, your back's against the wall, you've lost your map pick, the entirety of Brazil is against you. It's looking grim, and he delivers. He still didn't wind up top fragging in his server, but look at the crucial kills he gets. Bodyguarding his teammate in the defuse early in the first half, then the 1v3, and he seemingly was not missing a single shot on the CT side.
In the words of Jeremy, man just don't care. I love that from Cadian really showing up today to push us to that 3rd and final decider. But from the side of FURIA, Lewis, you bring up a really apt point that we kind of saw flares of vintage FURIA style that they've been trying to move away from in this tournament, right?
Yeah, like in this match, I think they kind of played themselves, to be honest. Like what happened was like at the beginning of the game, yeah, they had a rough start, and then they actually took middle very effectively. Like I don't remember a single round where they actually got completely destroyed when they tried to approach middle, right? This is a good round as an example, right? That they get a kill on Tezes, and Tezes is used to be a catwalk player, right, for Heroic. And then what happens here, they actually took middle control, as you guys can see here. They're taking it slow, methodical, they smoke top connector. Now they're gonna spot Cadian on catwalk with a knob. And then what happens here is that they actually think that Cadian is the only guy left on B, drop runs through the smoke, and then guess what, Yabi is there. But Yabi is a catwalk player for Heroic. So what ends up happening is a big mistake from them. Yes, you could assume that maybe, like, you know, Yabi was somewhere else, but since he's catwalk and there's an op there, Yabi doesn't op. Cadian is an opper, so you kind of have to expect there's a second player there. He's not playing with Cadian. He has to be somewhere in the people.
Also the fact that, you know, you have the player advantage as well. You got that opening pick, right? They could have slowed it down a little bit. But yeah, like small little mistakes here and there being punished. Also, many of the rounds that Heroic were able to clutch on the CT side were like almost make or break rounds, and Money was not in a very comfortable position either. There were a couple of close rounds here or there. So yeah, the small little nuances kind of... Listen, if they got like at least one or two more clutches on the CT side, I could see this comeback being pulled off.
Yeah. Also, like after this round, I really like the call from FURIA. They went for a B pop again, which actually won them a round, right? And then after that, then they start trying to play fast. So they went around on B. Right after you lose a round on B, that's pretty smart. Like Heroic didn't expect that. And then after that, guess what they do? They go for a fast slow play, and then they all die. And then from there, I think it's kind of like Art overthinking it, because like he wants to keep going A fast, and then they started going, as you said very well, like they started the old style from FURIA, which is like a very fast paced, trying to outsmart their opponents instead of actually playing the way they played against FaZe, for example, taking it slow. And we saw multiple times in this game where they actually are able to take middle. They won a weapon round by taking mid control slow, splitting towards A properly, and then for some reason they just give up on that and they start playing way too fast, which proved to not work to them, especially against a team like Heroic, who is ready for that.
And even on the second half as well, I think a big mistake they made was, you pointed it out in the green room, where they kind of broken the money. Heroic just had the pistols, right? And what's the most common thing? The fast B hit coming in. The two B players, I think it was Drop and Yuri, if I'm not mistaken. They was kind of caught with their pants down. There was no early utility being dropped in. You throw it, you expect the fast B rush, throw in one incendiary. If they get smoked off, you have instant info, right? But no, they were just reacting. They just got swarmed, lost a round. They had no business losing.
Well, Heroic do push us the full distance in this quarterfinal series. So let's throw on over to Banks, who had the chance to catch up with Exist.
Exist was giving me some words about how Heroic's feeling now. Looking at the first map, he said we lost the first map last time, right? We can be aware of that. When it comes into the second map, though, he said he was starting to get some worries, some flashbacks, that it might be bad, it might go like it did last time, it went into overtime, but they still won it either way. So they're happy with the win, they're happy with the success they found off the back of it. But now going into the third map, he said, okay, the Ancient has not been so good. He's not happy with it, but he still needs a lot of work to go into it. They're having the recent 2 wins that they've had there, and that's the ones they had, one on Rio against 9, and then one at EPL against Movistar. Now, not the very top of opponents, but it's giving them some confidence. Let's hope that's as much needed confidence they need to get the win here. Otherwise, it's FURIA taking it. It's do or die, final map.
Yeah, Ancient, man, I am so glad we have gone the full distance here, because let's just reiterate what happened last time around in this very arena in front of this very crowd. We saw an absolutely heroic, pardon the pun, attempt from FURIA trying to claw things back. 10 rounds in a row to push it to overtime, but it was the Danes, ultimately Blair, who sealed that one out.
Yeah, and that's going to be at the back of the minds as well, right? That was one of the greatest performances I've seen from K-Serato as well, where there was zero margin for error, but eventually they fell at the very last hurdle, and we know what happened after that. They were completely crushed on Nuke in the final map. This time's a whole different thing. This is the decider game, right? And fortune for FURIA, we've seen them play Ancient a couple of times already. For the side of Heroic, I think they played that one game against 9, I believe, where they won convincingly. So, yeah, overall, it's a very 50-50 middle-of-the-pack map for both these two teams. I think Heroic are definitely mortal on this map. The question is, if they're going to show up the way they did here in Mirage, and if FURIA don't get off to a good start, it's looking grim.
Yeah, from my side, I think this one really comes down to the mental side of things, right? Like, I think there was expectations from them to actually win their map pick. I mean, for sure, they definitely discussed that they probably didn't play their best game on Mirage, right? And they're probably right now discussing what they're going to do on Ancient. And I think, as you said very well, I think that it really comes down to having a good start here. Well, it's a map that is very 50-50. We saw them playing before. We saw FURIA playing against Fnatic in this one. In this tournament as well. They didn't win very convincingly, it was on overtime. But again, K-Serato was performing really well in that one. They had the individual shining. They did change a little bit in terms of like the way they approached the map compared to the last time these two matched. So I'm just curious to see what's going to happen, but yeah, I think this is going to be very, very tight. Like,
and I feel like one final thing would be when they played against Cloud9, that was a decider map as winning Ancient. And the thing with FURIA is they seem to run out of like focus and run out of fuel in that map. So it was 16-12 loss. It was kind of, I wouldn't say lopsided, but it felt kind of easy for the side of Cloud9. So hopefully that's not the case here today in the final match.
Well, the Brazilian dream, it could live or die coming onto the final grounds of Ancient. So I'm wondering, Banks, how are the fans feeling down in the stands?
It's all the madness going on here inside the arena. Yeah, my man, you're taking a selfie, great. You move over here. I'm going to bring Eric in who can actually talk English, because that's what we need here. Eric, how are you doing? How are you enjoying the environment? This was probably not what you wanted for FURIA.
Yeah, actually, I'm a little bit frustrated because this side was a little bit awful, but we got back on CT side. We tried everything, but sometimes like CSGO is a game. Sometimes going to the other side, we lost some clutches. We're doing great on CT side, but it was not meant to be.
It was not meant to be, but they did fight back a little bit towards the end. Now going to Ancient though. Last time, back at the Major, it went to that overtime game, but Heroic still won it. Do you think if FURIA have improved enough to win now?
Last time is last time. Yesterday not. Wednesday we lost to Cloud9. We got to see the errors. We got to improve and give it back to them and get a revenge. And now is the time. We have another chance in Brazil, in Rio, and let's get it. Let's go to the finals.
Let's get it. Let's go to the finals. I like the energy. I like that. You could be a motivational speaker, Eric. Thank you very much. We're going to a break. When we come back, it's the decider. FURIA versus Heroic.
Dallas, we're back. Counter-Strike is in our DNA. It always has been, and it always will be. And now we are once more returning to where it all began.
Melbourne, Australia. Home of the best Palmers, the Flat White, iconic trams, the Yarra River, and CSGO. 2, 3, ESL Challenger Melbourne. Book your tickets now.
Welcome to another episode of CSGO Justice, and this time I'm going to be joined by Quesarado and, of course, Drop. Gentlemen, how are you feeling? You ready?
I'm feeling great. Ready for justice.
You ready for justice? All right, yeah. So am I. Let's go. All right, what do you guys think about this?
I don't know, it looks fine for me. It's shitty for sure.
All right.
You don't even know.
It's pretty fine.
To throw a smoke. He's playing slowly, looking at the pixels, clearing it all. No, this is not normal. Heater shot. This is not normal.
Oh,
nice burn.
That's why. That's why.
Normal one. Zayu? No?
So if it's not Zayu, he's cheating.
Yeah, no, it's not cheating because it's not normal.
You're saying it's fine, Drop? Like,
yeah, it looks fine for me. It's like normal kills. If a guy is cheating, he don't know to throw nades.
So he's just a lucky guy. He could be lucky. He could be a matchmaking player. I don't know why I'm trying to defend him, but I don't know. I'm not liking his attitude from Quesarado here. He's just like, yeah, he's cheating from the first kill, right?
He has no proof. Proof is there, man. Just watch it.
So you think he's cheating, 100%?
Yeah.
I don't know. What do you think?
He's not a cheater.
Not enough information. I'm going to let this one pass. We don't have enough information to really pass judgment. I think he could be, might not be, but innocent until proven guilty. All right, case number 2. Let's see how this one plays out.
You can clearly see that he's not a pro player. Yeah, no. He didn't saw. Like he know he's cheating, but he doesn't want to show it. So he was just waiting until the guy shows on his screen and he can kill it easily.
He's not cheating. He's smart.
No, he's cheating. That's why he didn't push, because he knew he was like.
You tell me he's a baiter.
He's a smart cheater.
It's cross placement though.
No, it's so bad.
Not that great.
Probably he's a silver player.
So bad. Yeah, that's why he's cheating.
Guy.
No, he's not. Like look at this. Look at this. Like he's trying to show us he's a normal guy playing, but you can clearly see that he's cheating.
Easy kills. He just
easy kills.
Look at the players. He don't even shoot.
Look at his crosshair on this kill.
That's true. No one else is shooting at it.
He doesn't know where
it's so easy to kill.
Yeah, look at this.
Hey, he's holding pallets.
Yeah, holding like this, of course. He doesn't know the guy that was pushing.
His point was he's baiter.
No, that play was the most weird because he was like just holding the wall, waiting until the guy that he know he was there, even before I saw him.
He's probably a gold rank.
Bro, he's cheating.
You know what? Just a lack of commitment in what you're saying here, Drop. I have to go with Quesarado. I think he's innocent. I think he's just innocent. He's just the right guy in the wrong place. Just
exactly. The T player is not even shooting him. So
there we go.
It's easy. It kills.
There's no justice here.
This was supposed to be the big shot at revenge for FURIA. After winning that first map, the atmosphere in here was electric. But now, as we head to Ancient, the map where FURIA infamously failed to close that comeback from 15-5 last time in Rio, the air has changed to quiet trepidation, fear that history might be destined to repeat itself again.
Yeah, Heroic once again robbing them, or trying to at least rob them of a playoff run legacy. This is still a chance for revenge for FURIA, but it's never been more under question.
Strong start's going to be essential here as they embark on the T side. If Heroic pick up where they left off, this one might be too cooked. And I mean, look at the aggression coming through. Already Heroic have confirmed their suspicions. This is not the A play. This is the B exec, and they know that now. They can start poisoning themselves to deal with it. FURIA move in, looking to get this bomb planted. Cadian throwing up on an impromptu boost, is not able to stop it, and so it's a 5v5 retake to open up this third map.
Yeah, pistols have held so much weight in this match so far, and Heroic have started to pick up the last couple, so can they keep it cool, keep it going? Quesarato cornered, dead to Tesses. There's another man on the ramp. They've got to get through the first line of offense as FURIA have pushed as far as they physically can, trapped at the short side. Art gets overwhelmed and the bodies are falling for FURIA. Only Drop puts up a kill. He needs more. It's now just Yuri. They can get on this bomb. They do have a kit. Yabi's on the stick, but Yuri pokes his head out, and the sharpened fangs of FURIA steal that pistol round.
And Gary is reminding him, you celebrate those. You celebrate rounds like that. They're the ones that have got to reinvigorate this team and get them back on side. A huge 1v3 from Yuri, who was given all he could. Back on Mirage, not enough. But he starts strong to open up this T-side for FURIA. A pistol round that looked like it was going to get away from them is saved by one man who rises to the occasion.
But don't jump the gun, Heroic are coming.
Find that opener, Drop dead first to fall in this round. One man
my
goodness! A helping hand, and down. Really full sends that one there.
He heard the reload, he had to go for it. He felt he wanted that kill badly, but ducked below the box. And even Cadian gets a second chance at life in this round. Whoa, they're coming. Better get that smoke down. He delays, he hesitates, and he might pay the price. Art will give it up. We've already mentioned in that first map, Heroic, very strong, very potent in these second rounds, of 40% win rate. What cards will they be dealt? A flank through middle on Art, unnoticed for now, or did Yabi get that spot? Eyes are on the prize. They fully rotate just to try and find this rifle. And if they do, Heroic can reset back on B, but they need to kill first, and they miss that completely. Art, he has the round in the palm of his hands. Easy double, lined up for Art. And FURIA looks like the Force will be forgotten about.
Yeah, beautifully done from Art. I mean, yeah, this has been this guy's kind of whole career, right? Always at the front of the pack, always trying to find these miraculous timings to cook up rounds. And even as FURIA have evolved, you know, that still remains consistent. This is how Art feels comfortable playing. And he delivers salvation to FURIA there after the kind of ropey start to the round, right? Losing Drop, gifted a trade, gifted the 4-on-4. Heroic trying to win the mental battle of this game early. That much is apparent with how they approach the Force buy. They don't just want to win, they want to get in the heads of FURIA.
That's one way to do it, but it's a small victory at least. FURIA sitting pretty with a 2-0 lead in this final map. Last time it was 10-5 on the CT half for Heroic, so we're in a similar situation.
Well, I really believe, you know, the little clutch to open up this game, it just breathes new life into you, right? And you even even saw the kind of reluctance to get ahead of themselves, but I like that Gary's there trying to force them into the mindset. Trying to force them to enjoy these lighter moments, the ones where you do something great and just relishing in the limelight a little. This is a mental battle now, as well as this war of attrition across 3 maps. It's about keeping your head in the game.
And arguably a harder job for Heroic. But they've proven that no mountain is too tall, no task too big. Excellent form coming into and continuing in this tournament already. They still feel they have more to do. It begins with the big bad boss of FURIA, and it follows with Na'Vi. Contact up B right now. FURIA get a couple of smokes in, but the scout from a range will be dominated, so to say. FURIA looks like they have this round in the palm of their hand. The rebuy for Heroic once again sidelined, and that bomb plant will confirm it. Heroic are saving.
Yeah, Heroic have come into this game. This much is apparent. They want to bring heat from the get-go. They want FURIA to be doubting every move they make. That's led them down this river of a couple of, big forces to open up. Going for this one is one that a lot of teams might not have attempted. They pull out a couple of rifles, sure, but it was still hinging on someone having a big performance here. And with that never materializing, FURIA are going to get this delayed gratification of the eco right around the corner. Next round, they've only got 2 rifles and this scout to worry about, right? So the stage set for FURIA to open up nicely here on Ancient. And this was the risk reward of coming in with this mindset if you're a Heroic, right? Because the upside is that you get FURIA in their heads if you win these rounds. If you win these rounds, you're not supposed to win, but you're not supposed to win them. And when you don't, you're letting FURIA build back up a little bit to open up this third.
Yeah, and this is a map where it's very hard, it feels like, for a CT player with a hero rifle to win a round right now, right? Because you're going to have lurkers for FURIA, giving you options to dive away from B hits, go back to a donut split. Almost every position pressured with utility. B smokes leave only default. That gets mollied. There are not many spots where one guy can do it all, so Heroic throw every penny in an attempt to level the playing field. Still a strong start for FURIA, no denying that. But a map that has leveled out in terms of T to CT sidedness, looking pretty 50-50 right now. One thing you can say about this matchup, especially historically, but even from what we've seen today, no game is won in that first half, no matter how hard.
Heroic are really keeping themselves on the edge. The saves have allowed the investments to keep coming through, but it's all on this idea that eventually salvation will arrive. You will win one of these rounds, and they're trying to stake their claim to it here and now. Down getting aggressive.
Don't like that.
He opens up successfully with a 5v4 for Heroic. And so FURIA left clutching at straws to try and find that equalizer. Yappy represents something on that goal over in top mid. Drop holding, gets away with some damage, and there's the follow-up kill. Drop has given them a reason to believe. A way in towards this B site. FURIA don't even have to jump the gun here with a minute left, and Art still over in main. Queserato out on an island in middle. Options are still open to FURIA here.
This is the payoff we were talking about. Even if Heroic try and gamble towards B and lean 2 here, they've got no one in this site, and Art has figured that out. He is walked through center stage and given a platform for this rotation, but he does have to be careful.
Yeah, he can't die here, right? Because the bomb's coming in to try and join him, and Heroic have actually repositioned, believing that this isn't the commit to be. They've got a second man lending his rifle towards this defense over at A. Shush mollied out in the back of Donut. An important fight for Queserato to win.
Got to run him down.
Yep, he's right here, but he's not going to stop that bomb plant. Instead, looking for a trade, looking for the equalizer. Nothing gained, nothing offered. FURIA just tucked in, and now they go swinging.
That's brutal.
And with that execution of Yabi, it's the round to follow. Drops even in position to knock out some of these saving players. And so Heroic, who have been on the edge at every turn to open up this game, and now finally put onto Eco. And this gives FURIA a serious leg up on this T side.
Oh, they've got nothing here, Harry. Stout may not survive the night. FURIA, nothing to lose on this hunt. They're going to go for it. And the bomb gets him from across the map. I was wondering, that radius pretty large right now. Wrong site, but just as successful. Damn, what a way to go. And what a split back into A as well. Felt like the pieces were there for Heroic with still control towards Donut. Yabi with advanced position to try and help stop that split. Drawn to the wrong angle, allowing Safe to plant. They even go fast down middle. No fear for FURIA in this round, even with Heroic on Eco. They know nades won't be there. The only threat is an aggressive pistol rush. Heroic will not provide. Tess says, fighting his demons at B, he cannot aggress. He gives up a kill. The site is open for business. Meanwhile, FURIA look again for this A split. It's better defended than previously, but it still might not be enough.
Yeah, it's going to rely on one of these pistols going huge. Not a bad way to start out of Yabi. Shush. Trying to silence the arena, but it's Yabi with his deagle, his trusty sidearm that looks to make it so. Bomb away from FURIA now, and a round that was meant to be a walk in the park ends up turning sour, ends up turning against them. And Yuri will be hounded down. He will be hunted here. You will see him fighting to the death in this 1v4. They know they've got him pinned in. They can play off of each other here, and it doesn't even require a second man. Heroic with the pistols put a stop to FURIA's roll. Deny that 5 in a row, deny that freebie round that was meant to come down the pipeline. And it's Yabi with that deagle that gets Heroic their first on the board early in this match.
Yeah, and it's off of an A gamble, but it's really just one man who hits every head. FURIA won't go quiet. Art might run this Molotov. He doesn't know it. He's full blind inside of the smoke. Gets that second one off, but Shush will still trade. And now he's on the clock. Flashed and mollied himself. Don't know how he survives. FURIA allow him to exit middle. And Heroic curious still. Stan taking big risks with this spam right now. Yuri's on the other side, but they're focusing on mid. Flashing Yabi back into a corner. Furious util is doing nothing to stop Heroic. They are still fighting for this one. Another nade in. Another swing ready to receive. Queserato plants his molly in the right place. Doesn't look like it. Too deep. Yabi remains with massive info, allowing for a B setup. Cadian clawing back to that site in time as FURIA lay up their limited utility. They're going to bring the fight to FURIA.
Drop seeing this, gets the info on the jiggle at ramp. FURIA launching all these nades. They know the plan is now known by Heroic, so they try to pick up the pace. It's the only thing in their favor. Dropping Yuri with the openers. Just Cadian left to get past, and they will. Yabi moves in. Silent on the approach. Shush takes up this long side. They're going to try and pincer this in a 2v3 retake. FURIA have got to believe that Heroic is still going for it. No one moving a muscle. No one wants to be that first man to fall, that first man to fail, and it's success for Safe. Swinging out.
Saves look solid, man. Every post spawn, just finding those perfect timings, hiding out on default on both sides, waiting 10-15 seconds, enough time that Heroic can't hold for that repeak anymore. And as soon as they amass an attempt at going for the player, he will swing. He will bring that fight.
And, you know, it feels poetic with us ending up on Ancient, with Furia looking good out of the gate, in the way that this is a revenge matchup for them versus Heroic, their chance to do what they could never do last year at the Major in Rio. Even look prior to that, when we saw them in Antwerp, Ancient featured there, and Spirit embarrassed them on this map. It wasn't even a contest.
Yeah, that was a fast Furia as well. That was them still very much rushing out middle every single round, not cooling off, not mid-rounding. They would lose rounds in the opening 20 seconds. It's not the Furia we've seen in this map so far. They do lose that kill though, beating the Molotov. They're forced forward. Yabi traded for one. Keeps Heroic in this in a 4-on-3, and they're still making moves. Still coming in on flanks and dropping bombs while they do. Drop's got to go for something here, but he has been spotted. Moving up behind the smoke, Tessa slips away, and Drop catches that perfect timing as K-Serato feasts us again. 2-on-2 now, Furia flip the script. They are split in two. If Drop could evaporate and go back through spawn, there is no one on A. Even Shush almost caught looking the wrong way. This one's tense.
Right now, Furia could alleviate all worries if they follow through with this A play. Drop's just trying to join up with K-Serato in top mid, and he gets the spot, gets the info that someone's taking middle away. They're going back in a B where Down rests, but gone, unable to offer up that kill to hold back the coming tide of Furia. Drop, the youngster, the young gun, makes it happen, and now it's Shush, who's got to live up to his name and silence the whole arena in this clutch. Wrap from the long side. And even then, awaiting him is K-Serato from the cave. He knows he can't win this round. And so he runs for the hills. Furia 6-1 up and still hungry for more. They want to remove this AWP and any chances that Heroic might have to turn this around in the short term.
Those hills have eyes, Harry. They know exactly where he's gotten to. Still given the option to save. Furia don't quite get there in time, but they do field 6 T rounds, already beating that of their last attempt on this stage against Heroic. It's certainly a strong start. But for Heroic, is it a weak finish? Is this a team that dies at the end of the night?
After that last game in Rio, the one that we keep referencing, the one that it lives in your nightmares if you're Furia, Art said, K-Serato said in an interview that he let loose a bit, that he was just going crazy, playing individually, and he said that he learned something about himself in that game, even if it didn't go their way. And with him showing a good face, with the best foot put forward to open this, it's that time for K-Serato to show off the lessons that he picked up in this matchup last time. Furia scaling on this T side. Quickly getting out of control, getting out of hand. Heroic know that they're kind of running out of time to stem the bleeding here.
Not just learning for K-Serato, but teaching as well. He taught Heroic a lesson in that first map. He can return to anywhere near that form. This could just be a wipeout. Furia, I've loved the pace of this T side. Lot of late mid takes. Now we finally have an AWP to receive. Cadian, a fight made for him, but he ducks too low, and Art takes his head off the top. Furia poised for another fast push into this A site. They're going to go back in through red. Bomb on Donut. No one here to stop them. Minimal resistance for Heroic. Tessus needs a multi-kill, and he is out in the open. Sound can come through. Sound can be a little weird here. Try and trade him out. Pop through the smoke, but they're being patient right now, and patience pays dividends. K-Serato killed escaping. They know Art's in the corner, but he survives the fight, and Furia one by one are being fed these opening kills. Shush, they line up. It's not enough. And Yabi is a dead man walking. Art wants to teach him a lesson and put on a masterpiece on this wall. It's his own blood. And will Furia regret it?
If that ends up being anything here, that could derail all this momentum for Furia. If they recover it, it's one that you can laugh about, but Yabi trying to get tricky with it. Can't quite locate the bomb, taps on it, but Yuri's got his number. And so that round is one that Furia don't have to look back on with a grimace.
Hey,
they can laugh about it.
Sometimes the crowd bites back, Harry. Sometimes it's not always to your favor. And Art learns a lesson today as well. But I love that FURIA are in the mindset to be going for those kind of moves. 7-1 T-side on Ancient right now. Heroic, they are in trouble. It's a fast pistol push, but as we've said, FURIA have been patient with their mid takes. They will not run into this danger zone. They spray, they pray, and they find two, but it's done right back. Down with a nade combo. Gonna go for guns, go for broke. Heroic picked them up in middle, or at least attempt to. Shush is lost in the source. This bomb has already made its way out A. Safe needs to cover down these lines of sight, and Cadian might be forced to save his. There is no one near.
Yeah, every bone in Heroic's body knows to give this round a look in, knows to give it a go, but they're risking a lot by moving the AWP around, as you say. Cadian took some liberties investing in it here. That screams that he knew that he might have to make a heroic play, be the difference maker, and this is the round for it. As he rounds the corner, Safe dominates him in the head-to-head, and so now it's Shush with this scavenged gun from the hands of FURIA in mid, left to try turn the tide, and he'll write it off. Not even destined to give it a go. FURIA doing what they couldn't last time, pulling ahead, taking a lead, and showing no signs of slowing down. And what's so reassuring is it's not a one-man army. It's not Cesarato versus the world. Everyone from FURIA in this third map has had their moments.
Yeah,
from Yuri in the pistol with a huge 4K and a 1v3 to guys like Safe winning important head-to-heads in swing rounds, in swing moments. It's all there. This is FURIA at 100%, giving it all they've got. And where the last time these teams met, it felt like they'd spent too much energy. They'd run out of steam. They've kept a lot in the tank here. And so it's an entirely different beast that Heroic have got to try and tame.
If you can't tame it though, you got to kill it. Put it down. The Heroic have the tools for that. I mean, this was a game even spearheaded by Drop, the bottom performer of the series coming into map 3. But his B entries have been powerful. We've now got the phase execute on A. All the smokes for Cesarato. Can throw a volley into this site. Temple, Donut, CT, everything eluded. Heroic must pick their positions wisely. That smoke did miss there. Shush is given a little bit of room behind the boxes, and so Cadian will fight forward with him, trying to push them right back out of this exec. That smoke will decide it. FURIA cannot commit, and so they must go back to the drawing board. When they dig deep, what do they find? Maybe more Heroics.
Trying to make a play in the mid-round. Stout flashed in. Beautiful way to turn the tide of this one and deliver that 5v4. There was nothing that FURIA could have done. And so now their forces are stretched thin across the map. They didn't get to make the opening move they were looking for at A, and Heroic were the ones to lay out that opener. Drop over at ramp, trying to contain, gets caught pulling the nade, and so the trade is found immediately. Heroic won't let up here. This is their chance to reapply that pressure. FURIA attempt to grind back in, but into the crossfires of this A site. They don't like what they see. Cesarato provides the kill for the plant, for the opener, but he will be a dead man, and so this is Yuri, another clutch, and it's asking too much of him. Heroic with the rifles keep applying pressure in that round. It's another 4-round streak that they stifle to get their second on the board, but it can't afford to be a flash in the pan. It can't afford to be a one and done. Heroic might be an incredibly resilient team, but it still hinges on giving themselves room to work with.
Yeah, we're not seeing that individual flair that came through early on Mirage, right, with some of the moments that Heroic had, some of the snappy shots, the cool clutches from Cadian. We need a team of heroes right now, because that's exactly what FURIA have brought to this third map. Not easy to reset off that loss. Both teams have had to deal with it. But who will fare better? Uh-oh, Molotov. Hart has to run. Heroic keep pressure on the B side, but right now Long is the only worry, and that's where the AWP is boosted for. Ooh, the spam is great to save, knowing this AWP's probably in play. Tessus has yet to re-peek. If he does it dry without a flash, he will pay the price. Giving it a jiggle now. Oh, dangerous cross. But he gets back out. He can play a safer position now. Re-smoke on the ramp. They're already through. Stown needs to spray, trying to hit pre-fires, trying to hit wall banks. Anything he can. As soon as he's in their vision, he's in danger. 2 kills, though. They come through the smokes. Heroic play ahead of the execute. And that's what they've been trying to do on both sides on this CT side. Not let Furia's utility dictate anything. 2 on 5, dead in the water. And with no bomb either, Furia may think about the save.
Yeah, just going to look to group up and save together. Safety in numbers, it's all Furia have right now. So Heroic will start this streak. They will start putting consecutive rounds on the board. Sometimes you don't realize you're at the turning point until the tides have already changed. Heroic are trying to build upon this CT side now, right? Locking out a B play, locking out one of these finishing moves from Furia that's felt successful for them so far. Putting a stop to that just removes one tool from Art's arsenal.
And finally, the first time up for Furia. It's the only time they've felt pressure. As you said, 2 rounds in a row. Perfect time to call it. Get ahead of this issue. You still won your T side at bare minimum. But you could do so much more. You could push Heroic into the dirt in this first half. Rub their face in the mud. Heroic with a clean 5 alive round. That's at least the setup for a recovery on the CT side, and they need that right now. Such a strong team on the defensive half. The Wolf Pack that roams. Heroic need the bite as well as their bark. Back out mid quick. Art's just been making these plays, man, and Heroic have started to respect it and expect it. Give him full reign. He'll get up towards red. Eventually, as Heroic realizes no B hit, they can rotate Cadian back to watch this red room cross. Right now, there's a huge gap that Furia could exploit.
Leaving gaps like this when Art is still alive is always a scary idea, right? Because if anyone's going to find them, if anyone's going to find that unlikely timing, that one gap that exists, it will be Art.
It's just the expectation that it's covered, right? He hasn't made a move. He knows he's got a power position right now. Patience will pay off if he waits. And man, they're coming for him, but they look good to trade. 2 men clearing red late in the round. Art needs to cover his teammate right now. Kaden goes for the clear. He dies. And nice trade out. But K-Serato, this is a crucial shot versus the star of Heroic. He can't win it, even with the flash. Meanwhile, Heroic crunch mid. They know the B hit's coming.
Yeah, they're going to start shuffling the forces around to deal with this already. Tessez lets them in up ramp, but now you know Furia are in B, and everyone starts scrambling as a result. Double through cave and drops caught on an awkward timing. Yabi opens up. Molly's off the cave with a cave split. And not his intention, not what they wanted. One misstep, just going to waste a couple of seconds here, but that can really matter down the line. Yuri's been allowed to get set up as a result. This Mac 10 chimes in with 2, and that one missed Molotov might be too hot to handle unless Stown can do it in the clutch, and he can't. Revenge is a dish best served, bleeding hot. And with that missed Molly, Furia are quick to capitalize. That's a 2v4 offered up from Yuri and safe. And that feeling of elation that you're not letting Heroic build, you're not letting them embark on these streaks. And for someone like Drop, he can breathe a sigh of relief. He was caught on a super awkward timing in cave. He's relegated to watch beyond the grave. And he sees his teammates do right by Furia, do right by the squad, do right by him. They close it out. Heroic using another timeout. I think that speaks volumes as to where this game's at.
And no matter how good you are at holding your head together in these games, and this scoreline in a 4v2 to lose a round to your own utility that allows Yuri to get into position like that, that is a tilter. I don't care who you are. You could be a goddamn sports psychologist. That one's going to piss you off. And Furia, it lights a fire underneath them. They swarm middle. Shot through the smoke for Tesses. Another double setup does steal revenge. And so Furia jumped the gun once again, but I can't really blame them. Not after rounds like these. Stown tries to finish the job, but they break their way back in.
2v4 in the last round, 2v5 in this round, and they've already come close to leveling the playing field here. Bomb's not really being held either, so Furia have got paths to grab this package. It's a tactical move from Heroic to not scramble and play entirely around the bomb. Instead, they're playing for the extremities, and Tesses with that backstab now leaves it all on safe. He's going to try and take this gap up through middle. This is a ballsy way to play it, a ballsy way to approach this clutch, but he is just hoping and praying that he has found the correct gap, and right now he has. Shush turns his attention back around to hold for exactly this play. But Safe keeps it wide, low and slow on the approach.
And now Shush feels like he has the angle, but the timing is just perfect. Safe has to silent drop here. Oh, it's being considered now. No noise. Shush. Oh, the timing. He turns, and Safe takes that shot, but it's only a tag. Shush is now given a chance to call for support. The Glock is out again for Safe. This might allow a plot, but he looks for more kills. Hunting down Heroic. The spam and the support from CT will just be there in time. He needed that killing blow on the first shot.
Yeah, that being a tag, that's what kind of stifles the whole round, really. As you pointed out, it just let Shush by a few more seconds. Meant that that CT player was there ahead of time. Meant that the donut guy is drawing attention away. And so that one shot that just sails a matter of pixels too deep ends up making all the difference. The odds were always going to be against you, but you needed it to come cleanly, and when that doesn't happen, it's a done deal. Over in mid, Yabi's on a timer, run out by the MAC-10s. Furia are coming at them fast here. A pacey round, throwing back in the faces of the Danes. It's getting stifled, it's getting slowed. Shush up on the boost, replicates rounds gone by with a spray down, and for Safe, he's living on borrowed time. The backstab lands, and Heroic start to build back into this half late.
Man, they are just such a powerful team. It feels so hard to shut Heroic out of a round, of a map, of a series. No matter what Fury have done on this first half, that 8-1 lead, the ridiculous clutch close rounds, and still Heroic hold their heads high. With thousands of people cheering for their very demise. You've got to give respect for that. Competitors to the very end. But what will the history books say? The final force for Furia, and a B hit is their best option. Cadian, this is very scary. If they run him cave, surely traded, but they're looking for a ramp hit. Tesses gets a smoke down just in time. The Molotov as well allows them to fight, but Tesses is happy to do so. He's got the better gun. He'll dish out death. 2 dead. They're in the sight. Stown chases as well, and Heroic little respect at the end of the half as they manage to close it out with 6. It's a solid recovery, but Furia still sit not far from a bright future.
revenge beckons. Furia up 9-6 at the end of that first half. Heroic grinding their way back in towards the very end with 3 in a row has given a spark of hope for the Danes to hold on to. Furia doing everything in their power to take full advantage of this position. Last time we found them on Ancient, they were having to do the impossible and pull it back from 15-5 down. This time, they're sat in the lead, and they want it to be different.
Let's test Heroic's metal, shall we? What do they got left in the can? Quick up B, Yuri spots it. Bomb makes its way through, but no one's here for Furia. Right now, they're on a retake. And these are smokes you can't commit through, not with the USPs. Furia must respect the exec. They've got to come through late. Juli's on Keserato is the last to join the fray, and Heroic have ample time to get set up. You'll notice a Molotov as well, buying more and more seconds with re-smokes, re-mollies. Furia are locked out right now, and time is not in abundance.
Yeah, can't get away from you quickly, but Art is a man who's willing to play with some pace to counter the clock. He ends up feeding the beast, and now the kills start to flip back the other way. Heroic, they've got to get past Yuri, who won the first pistol with a stellar clutch. He's looking to repeat it.
No time.
Looking to make magic happen, but the time gets away from Furia. There's no winning this for Yuri anymore. Heroic have taken that first step to turn the tides of this game. They cook up a winning pistol round, and they put a stop to Yuri in the clutch.
It's a sigh of relief, especially with how that first one came through as well. But Heroic, man, they calculated that to a T. They had everything they needed in terms of util to get in and get out with the bag. Furia won't even force buy in the second round either. They want rifles as soon as they can. And Heroic get to reap the rewards. Art even has a Zeus in this round.
This one's Heroic's through and through, and Furia already came to terms with that when they ecoed here. Their goal is this next round, right? The idea of stopping Heroic from ever even tying this up. That's what they're focused on right now. This one's a feel-good Heroic round, one where you can just take some liberties, go hunting, make that money, and so they're going to do exactly that. It's this next one that's the true test of Furia's mettle.
Yeah, it's one thing to pull a comeback all the way and not complete it. It's another thing to lose a lead. That one, that would break your soul, every fiber of your being in a third map. Furia need to start strong before those thoughts come creeping in. Cadian's quick, right out mid, look at him go. Art-esque, and up against the man himself on a spam. Cadian does not care, he does not relent. He hears the reload, and he goes for more. Art will sneak all the way back to spawn. Meanwhile, Heroic are ready to go B, but because of the room Cadian has provided, as he leaves mid entirely, Furia do what Heroic did best, and they re-clear red. Look at the B site. It is open for the taking. Only Yuri here, and again, no kit for Furia, leaves them in the firing line.
Yeah, they've got to hold the line. I caught looking the wrong way. Yuri is not ready for the cave split. It's like Blooms weirdly actually locks out this cave component, but Furia are lacking the manpower here. They've spotted Drop trapped in the corner. Mollies won't find him, but the nades will. And even though Safe has reclaimed the kill in amidst all the madness, gonna take more than that. How's it for a double? Is that enough to entice Furia in? Anytime Safe offers something up, the response is immediate. And so Heroic, they'll grind their way through to get this equalizer. Now it's a level playing field. Now you can forget about how this game started if you're the Danes.
If you're Heroic, you're just happy you're getting to end this map on your T side, right? Now you get to control the pace. Cadian gets to pull out his strat book, his pocket picks, make little crazy plays. When they're sitting CT side, you're at the beck and call of Furia's rotations. Where do they want to drag you to? And Heroic, as a result, had to make so many double pushes, so many little plays, down ramp, out middle, clearing red. Now Heroic, they write the script. Where will this story take us? Is it one of revenge, or is it one of heartbreak again in Rio de Janeiro? The
pistols have been dealt with very cleanly. K-Serato dead up on the boost after only one, just too much for one man to do. Safe, gonna get out with a kill there on Stown. But how much further can he really take this? Flashes rain in to try and lend a helping hand.
Yeah.
They've successfully scared the bomb. Heroic having to change their mind on where this one ends up.
Why not? Nothing wrong with
all
this.
the way back to B, putting some distance between themselves and these two remaining Furia players. And that fact alone could just be the recipe to the round win here.
By the time you realize you're already out of position, you're already out-rotated, Heroic knew there were two players there, and then the question comes, do we save? And obviously the answer is yes. Furia can't go any further than this. Heroic offer up a peace treaty. Guns for the round. Furia will take it.
And this is where, you know, Heroic only just take the lead. They're only one round ahead, but it's the fashion that these rounds have gone down in. It's that Furia were once sat 8-1 in this game, and now they've lost that lead. At this moment, to those, 5, 6 guys down there on the stage, it's gonna feel like this is slipping through your fingers. And Heroic, they know how impressive what they're doing is, right? They know that it's not easy, sometimes not even feasible to bounce back from being 8-1 down. And they're doing it concisely right now.
And for Art as well, the guy we've been talking up so much on this Furia team, the guy who seemingly made an identity change with the way he plays, not just in positions, but in style as well. 1 and 6 in opening duels off of that first half. 5 and 16, bottom of the entire server right now. No time for your captain to go quiet. And how does that affect the cooling too? He must rely on his superstars, on his AWPer. Heroic continue to pick up the pace.
Yeah, and you're up against an entirely different Heroic now. These are the environments they thrive in. You give them a back foot that they're able to turn around and start capitalizing on, and suddenly it's a whole different team.
And whatever they've been doing on the C side, it's been 4-1. It's been 4-1 here, 4-1 there. Cadian out middle, 4B. Now Tess is lurking, 4B. Heroic leave no chance for the individuals of Furia to shine. They ensure trades at a bare minimum with these rounds. Gonna swap out, send Shush into mid. Tessa's back with all these nades to support with flashes. They get that control. Furia gamble on the sides. They go 3B. Art watches the back line. But again, Heroic will pitch up with a B execute. And the pressure is on Furia to respond.
Yeah, this is around where Furia just have next to no info, right? This is trying to make a bit of a read, a bit of a gamble with the triple B. They've completely conceded middle, so they've got to bear in mind that even that could be a problem. But as far as gambles go, this one looks like the right read. They've still kept 3 here, and Heroic are now looking to move in. This is the best chance that Furia have had to repel one of these B plays, so they've got to do it now, or else it might never materialize. Heroic up through the ramp, drop, first point of contact, only good for that first kill. Tessa, bam, down low, is finished off by Art, but they lose Yuri and Cave. Every kill, the trade is immediate. Heroic keeping the pressure applied as Furia start to scramble, rotates around. Yabi swinging out at long, might be low on health, but he still takes that kill that tips the scales. And now Furia is saving. They write this off. They couldn't repel the B play in spite of having all their pieces in the right place.
And the ball of death continues to roll downhill, crushing Furia in its path. Say fighting for survival, hit some crucial shots, but it's still Heroic with an 11-round T-side right now, yet to drop a single round in the second half. Quite the recovery. And one that Furia can feel slipping through their fingers. Can they harness the energy of the room, of their fans, of their countrymen? Or is the mood getting a little too somber for FURIA?
Yeah, I think this is the moment where, you know, you can always feel the emotions from last year coming back. The idea that as much as they've given, it might not be enough to stop this well-oiled machine of Heroic. As mentioned, an 8-1 lead that now sees Heroic up.
Look at this ace, but they've got the deep CT smoke. Safe has to go through if he wants to fight for it, because K-Saraj was alone on an island.
Oh my god, they come barreling through. Relentless aggression into the red room, and now Stown is trapped. Stown is stuck here. K-Serato sees a barrel, and Cadian, last man standing. 1v4. It should be impossible, but that's never stopped him before. Line up in middle, and Drop won't let it come through. It's a big sigh of relief moment for FURIA. There is something they can do in this second half.
They did exactly what they had to. That round was going to be lost if they didn't all dive through that smoke. There was a 4-1 in play. K-Serato, as good as he is, he could not hold the full split from Heroic. So Safe absolutely saves the day. He's been doing it all map as well. This is the guy. Did it against FaZe. And does it again. Ooh. Broke up the ante. Orb into cave immediately. You don't even expect this gun here, let alone on this timing. FURIA have mid, but flank will be held. Oh, Cadian misses that. His teammate walks in front of his shot, and so he never sees Yuri enter. He will make him exit from the round. Yabi's up B. Drop doesn't know, and he might find out the hard way. Great shot from Drop, and it's the bomb that comes tumbling down. How has he held on?
He's not done yet. Really wanting to have his say. Oh, he is done. Cadian with the nade. Combined with the dink. You don't want this round to spiral. Not off the Drops Heroics. Him and Yuri have done their side of the deal in this B hold, right? Going 3 for 2 like this. It's a good trade for FURIA, and so now they've got to capitalize. These were the moments that were breaking them on that previous map of Mirage. They have to stick the landing now, with Cadian still very much in the picture. Tessez alongside him. Heroic are biting back. These are the back-breaking rounds. These are the ones that hurt the most. And K-Serato is left as stewing it as that 3v2, that 4v2 that FURIA fought for, reduced to ashes before your very eyes. And it's Heroic taking a torch to him.
Off the back of a 1-round win as well. There's no worse ways to go. Resetting the loss bonus back 1 stage and immediately losing. Fantastic round from Cadian. The trade on his teammate, the nade onto the guy, putting up glorious hold on the B-bomb site, and he just keeps going, man. He just keeps hounding him down. Cadian is feeling it right now, making the T-side all work. Putting FURIA in the grave.
You know, rounds like that, they hurt so much under regular circumstances. It's going to hurt more for FURIA now because they know that that was their way in. That if you're not converting those sorts of rounds, then you probably don't have it in you to close out the game. It was exactly what we saw back on Mirage as well. I said, I feel like in all the worst possible ways, you're getting these repeats of history. It's not a nice feeling. What? A rundown, a run through of the A site. Heroic blistering pace about them. And FURIA once again, a man down, and rounds gone by. They would be saving here, but this retake attempts to come through out of desperation. This isn't on belief. This isn't from the angle that they felt like they could do it. They felt like they had to. And it costs them everything.
1 shot for Safe, that's all they required. He had that first entry, he had that first hold, and Heroic blitz him from afar. We are seeing Heroic play like they don't care what they're up against. They don't care what this arena wants. And now 3 rounds away from doing it back to back. And to even think who's lying in wait as well, Na'Vi, team that FURIA have beaten on the stage, but a team that Heroic have had a tenuous history against, a back and forth battle from event to event. An even matchup if they can get there. To think this is just the first boss in the way.
And, you know, think about how this game started. Heroic were going for a lot of these uncharacteristic forces out of the gate, really trying to apply pressure, really trying to get in the heads of FURIA. Cadian is a smart man. He knows that right now he's got them doubting everything. He's got them on the road. The longer you can stay here, the better. Art gets 1 kill through that smoke.
But again, look at Jabby.
Jabby's trying to make up for it, trying to make amends. Trying to give them this back door into the B site. He's got a man trapped. The spam nearly connecting. Drop. Hanging on for dear life, calling for help, but help can't arrive in time. Art, spotted on that jump up to the ledge, isn't allowed to play into the round. And as has often been the case, Heroic, they leave themselves with options. They leave themselves with get-out clauses in rounds like this. They've got Yabi and Shush both pressuring other avenues on the map here.
Yeah, this kill cuts the contract in half. It just gives Heroic the A site and the donut split for free. They don't jump the gun though. They allow Yabi again to work room. From the cave pick back to mid. Safe is here, not for long, and now they can collapse upon this B-bomb site. Shush is pulled back, Jabby continues on his hunt, and he is wasting so much time, so much attention of FURIA. As the entries come in, Jabby sells them down the river, and Heroic fight 14.
And they can feel, you know, they can feel the game is in their pocket now. It might have been a slow start, but it's not about how you start. It's about finishing strong, and no one knows that better than this team. Heroic with one hell of a recovery arc here on Ancient. A grudge match. And one that looks to keep up, one that looks to keep being a theme, that this Heroic squad are the bane of Brazilian Counter-Strike. Serato is left saving an MP9 for crying out loud. And Heroic are now poised to take this. As they see it, they are moments away from progressing into that semi-final and facing off against Na'Vi. There's no doubt in my mind that that's where their brains are at.
Yeah, they know it. And it's a Na'Vi that are in championship form as well. There's no doubt about it. We've seen a great face out of Na'Vi. And while FURIA would relish at the opportunity to fight the team they beat in the quarterfinals, that they eliminated on this same stage at Rio, back at the major, they may never get the chance. And it's all falling through the brains now. 6 rounds straight, or it's another Heroic story.
Serato's going to keep running with the MP9. That gives him an option if this goes to 15 for Heroic, but it's not the option you want. It's not the lifeline you're looking for. FURIA, they've got to get on the board again here and now, or else this one's going to go decisively against them on the tail end of this map, the tail end of this series. Heroic just grouped, hitting the B site. Pulling up with a full disrespect, moving in. They cut down Yuri, and already the round should just be written off. FURIA are locked out of B, as has so often been the case. They just can't repel this. They can't deal with this, and Heroic are really limit testing what is capable from this T side.
Yeah, it's what they did on CT as well, right? Think about those smoke pushes, those aggressive rounds, the lack of respect they gave FURIA in their hometown. They pushed through every bit of util. They run them down. And they kill them where they sleep. And again, Yabi, what a game he has had. A big game player, a stage player for the latest edition of Heroic. He's not even been here a year. And he has been a huge part of why this team has propelled from a team on the cusp of greatness to one that has and will continue to achieve it. Even lifting a trophy in Copenhagen. And they've got their eyes on the big one here as well as in Rio. I can tell you that 15 rounds, 5 kills away. Heroic make this arena a morgue. And when the fans filter out, who's going to bury the bodies?
And you know, up until now, FURIA have always had reason to be hopeful, always had something to hold on to, right? But they know in their heart of hearts that this one might be too far gone, that it's happened again. In front of the home crowd, the Danes have risen up. They're giving it all they've got. If you're going to go out, you want to go out on your terms. You want to go out fighting. And so they try to bring the heat early, but it's all damage dealt their way. With drop low. And these B plays is the cornerstone of Heroic's game plan here on the T side. This has got all the makings of GG. Safe, the first man to fall. The one guy who's offered up valiant performances on this third map has been removed. And so K-Serato, all hopes of an A-hold now rest solely on his shoulders.
Again, smoked out as well. He's getting pressured, pushed, and punched. Only 1.5. It's not enough at this point in the game. They try go back. Odds fed a couple, but they trade it out, and they can set their sights back on B. This is falling through the cracks for FURIA, and it's Yuri versus Heroic.
Cadian and his boys have cemented themselves as the kryptonite to FURIA now. The main antagonist of Brazilian CS. This one man left to get past. This one sole glimmer of hope that FURIA are desperately clinging to is all that stands between Heroic and these semi-finals in Rio de Janeiro. Stown and Yabi are up for the task. Yuri left in an unenviable position. Everyone, all eyes are on Yuri, trying to keep this afloat. He's moving up, moving in, but held by this man in the corner. Yabi doesn't activate in time. Stown left in the clutch, playing with the hearts, playing with the minds of everyone, but he can't take it. Yuri delivers. And he's just got that defuse to keep the dream alive for FURIA.
One final injection of energy. That might be all it is. But if FURIA can harness it, who knows where this evening takes us. That is a massive clutch for Yuri. 1v3. When eyes were already welling with tears, when cracks in the heart were forming, he tells them, no, it is still possible. We are in this.
It takes tremendous resilience to do what he just did. The job's not done, but that gives you a bit of faith. That gives you something to hold on to, something to fight for. It was in this position last year where K-Serato turned to the guys and they embarked on that comeback after he said down the line, like, let's just go crazy with it. You got nothing to lose. They've got to hope they can harness that energy. Because while they fell short last time, they at least got it to OT. They at least got there.
And I wouldn't want it to be easy for Heroic. I wouldn't want them to get a FURIA rolling over with a one-round CT side. If you want to do this, if you want to be the bad boys against Brazil, you better prove it when they're still believing. You better come back not once but twice. And you better make a statement. This round could be it.
Timing on this boost, K-Serato just gets put in position at the right moment, drops down after one, has support from his AWPer, but not needed so far. K-Serato finally dealt with. Safe is the next point of contact, the next line of defense to try and save the day for FURIA. Goes 1-for-1, does what he can, but they're here and set up to trade. FURIA are falling down in so many of these moments. And this one, with everything on the line, with it all to play for, the comeback left hanging in the balance. This is the one where they've got to deliver on it. And through the smoke, Art strikes. Does not forgive nor forget. It's Cadian in this clutch. 1v3. And this was how he broke them back on Mirage. But this time, first shot sails past. Second meets his maker, but he's out of ammo now. Onto the Deagle. Cadian brings it close. But Art carries them over
was ready for the lineup. They were right there. Art was low. But even divine intervention, we know it's in Furia's pocket. They've shown it before. And they survive another tirade of angry Danes. Vikings on their door. Furia fight for more. 2 rounds out of a required 5 straight. Ancient went to overtime last time around. Why not do it again?
You know, in the back of your mind, all it takes is one opener, one chance smoke shot, and this can spill out of control. This can still go against Furia, and they've got to deal with that pressure every damn round that they play. It is a huge undertaking that they're trying to embark upon right now. And when you're up against Heroic, you never get a moment of relief.
They heard this rotate. Testes has room, he knows it. Even though Art's still got his eyes on, if Heroic can provide enough pressure on this B hit, Art might be drawn away from the true objective. This flank gives Heroic options, and that has been the name of this T side.
Fury given a fight, wins the first cleanly, but can't take it any further. Goes 1 for 1, better than in some of these B holds gone by. Art and Drop still hold the line. They've got to be cautious about Cave. Case Serato dead in rotation. That's that activation out of Testes. This is either the Great Unraveling or Furia digging deep. A man down in a 3v4. They've got to try pick up the pieces. Drop's making a play right now, pressuring down the ramp side, but Shush is ready for it. And that bomb might have now been invited back. Safe ringing out with the AWP. That might make your mind up for you. They're going to try and split this B site where Art has got to deliver.
No better man than the captain to stand tall in front of his team. He hits his shot, the flank is in, and a 1v1 for all the glory, and maybe for the semi-finals. Stown trying to get us there. He hops past the AWP, Safe runs him down, there is no kit, he's on the clock, and he will keep Furia in this one. To the beat of the drum, to the screams of thousands, Safe continues to perform.
Holds his nerve in the most important 1v1 he feels like he's ever had to play.
And Stown's just standing there in the open, on and off angle, assured in his aim. A battle of brawn, not brain. And Safe will fight, and look at that feeling of relief. We are still here.
The last timeout called from Heroic. The last chance to take a quiet 30 seconds and pre-plan a round. This has to be the solution. Furia were on the back foot there, and they ground them down. They found a way back in. It felt too far gone for a moment, but Safe has delivered salvation to Furia, and now they've got to do right by him. Heroic trying to cool off. They're going to go back to basics. Into this A hit. Just dropped all the util down the line. He's going to lob that in. They're grouping. It's this Wolfpack mentality that they displayed to even get to this point. That's how they're going to try and close this out.
And again, it's Safe. The first line of defense. The first AWP to fire. Molly, flash, smoke, you name it, they've got it. They throw everything they have, and he leaves it to chance. Connection not. Queserato coming through. Furia trying to fight this at the front line, but they will pay that price, and they may not sleep good tonight.
Not the way you wanted it to start, but as mentioned, they've been on the back foot. They've been backs against the wall throughout this whole thing. They've got to believe now, or else it was never going to happen. On this rotate, moving out of position, and Testes trying to make a play. Will end up bringing this back into a 4v4. Even odds now. Furia spurred on as they move in. Yabi wrestling with the AK. Will end up feeding the players back in spawn. Art and Safe, the two to try get the job done. Looking for a way into this round, but no fights being offered. Ground being gained, but it's not meant to be. And Heroic close this out. They're going to the semi-finals. They don't let FURIA rise up and battle their demons. They become the big bad. They embody it in Rio de Janeiro. Once more, besting the FURIA squad. Their hearts, their minds all on the line and all left destroyed and in tatters as Heroic take this in nearly the full 30 rounds. A heartbreaking way to close for FURIA, but for Heroic, a tale of resilience, a tale that it doesn't matter whether they're favored, whether they have people cheering their names, they have what they've always had, and that's the belief in each other up on these stages.
They did it all online for years. They won everything available, and now finally with this 4-5, Heroic chase trophies. For FURIA, the pain knows no bounds. The hearts and the passion of an entire nation trying to fight their battle for them. And a rematch just to find vengeance is stolen from their grasp.
Well, what began as a blistering lead for the Brazilians ends as a victory for the Danes. Heroic, truly the outlaws here in the Jeunesse Arena, as once again they crush FURIA's dreams at the last hurdle. But man, talk about fortitude, talk about resilience, as Harry aptly put it, because that was an 8-1 deficit that Heroic had to battle back from, withstanding the potential comeback from FURIA as well. Great stuff and a well-deserved spot in that semi-finals.
Yeah, well-deserved, as much as it hurts me to say it. But yeah, Heroic played much better, specifically on this third map. I mean, on the individual level as well, it's kind of heartbreaking, but it has to be said, right? Like, I kind of do feel like Drop kind of crumbled under the pressure in this one, right? We've seen him throughout the series, like, not shining as much as he did in the previous games, but he was there, he was contributing. But specifically on this map, I think, you know, after they're off to a good start, but then when things start falling apart, I think that, yeah, it was hard to see.
Yeah, I mean, like, again, the pressure, right? The pressure mounting in, and even though it's been looking much better right now, there was a one round, the 2v4, where he just gets caught on the jump towards the bomb site, which he really didn't have to go for. But I want to just highlight this Heroic team, man. Like, they might be just one of the hardest teams to put away. The way they lost the first game, it seemed like it never even happened, right? Mirage just goes steamrolling in, and as you pointed out, 8-1 down, and then they're like, what, but 15-10 or something? Just a streak of rounds.
Ridiculous.
And even the fashion in which they did it on the T side, they were doing to FURIA what FURIA usually do. Just running on out, that balling onto the B bomb side, and there was that one round, the A mains are smoked off, and it just come screaming out like a demon straight out of hell. And for FURIA, they did whatever they could. We saw clutches coming out, but in the end, just not quite enough.
Yeah, man, we have to give some props for Yuri. Obviously, that first half, an absolutely insane, unholy clutch to kind of open things up, and then, you know, to give FURIA a slight bit of life back in the end, to give them the hopes, potential dreams of that comeback coming into fruition. Another incredible round from him. So yeah, props to him. Props to Safe as well for really showing up in this final map.
Yeah, Safe was very important in the first half in the game. We saw him very impactful on that B-bomb side in post-plant situations, right? Not only that, but like throughout this series, he was playing well. Also in this very specific map, like he was shining, right? Like he had a lot of impact as an AWPer. Just yeah, very unfortunate situation for the FURIA fans, for the Brazilian crowd. That once again, Heroic.
I know, like every single time, Heroic seems to have the number. But if I'm Heroic right now, guess who's waiting?
Yeah.
It's Navi. It's Navi. And you got to remember, again, you know, we talk about his FURIA story, and obviously they're from Brazil. It's in Rio. You know, obviously you have to talk about that. But again, Heroic, they lost at Rio finals. They want to totally exercise the demons they had like back in November. So for them, it's not going to get any easier. This is a Navi looking fantastic as well. But if you're Heroic, you're feeling fantastic. The crowd is against you. Everyone is against you. And they still never, ever crumble.
I think that's the crazy thing about Heroic, right? You can kind of just throw emotions and negative mentality out of the window with them, because they come into a situation where the crowd is literally booing them. They've been in that situation before. They've been able to withstand it. They do it again. And as Cadian kind of aptly said before coming into this game, he wanted to prove that they were FURIA's kryptonite once again, Lewis.
Yeah, and I mean, I've had the pleasure to work with some of the Heroic players for quite some time. And I know how ice cold they are under pressure, under these situations, right? Like I think they've been together as well for such a long time, and we all see like all the content stuff that Heroic posts on social media, like how connected they are. They're always integrating with each other in the game, outside of the server. Like, you know, they have a lot of chemistry going on that roster, and I think Kaden as a game leader as well, we gotta give credit to him because, like, you know, as we said before the game started, like I saw them walking towards the stage, and I could tell Kaden was like all about hyping them up, about motivating them coming into this one. And, you know, as a coach exists, there's only much he can do. He's a way more quiet type of guy.
Yep.
I guess he contributes a lot more towards the in-game stuff and fixing mistakes, but the very energetic guy and the guy that hypes them up, it's all the time kid, and you can see like the players really respect him as a leader.
And also the way they've won this map, right? If you flip the script and look at the way, you know, FURIA winning it is either like individual performances, Case Serrano dropping a 30 kill, for example, the first game. Here it was a very heroic style of winning it. Everyone chipped in. Yabi was finding so much impact.
Yes.
Tessus as well, Stan playing like the star that he is. Everyone had their moments throughout this entire series. So Heroic eventually, they win the way like they play. You know, they don't try anything crazy. And at the end, like the way they were switching things up, the aggression coming out from them, like they're playing like, you know, there's no crowd. They're playing like the LAN environment, studio environment. And that's credit to Cadian.
There's one thing that I want to mention on the FURIA side as well. Like, in my opinion, they should have lost this series on Mirage, mainly because, like, what we spoke about, like, they kind of run away from all the stuff, all the good things and all the mentality things that they've been working on and they talked about so many times, right? And that on that specific situation, like on Mirage, I did feel like they crumbled. Like, they tried to play way too fast and different from what we all expected.
I don't want to cut your point off, Peacemaker, but we do have the winners in the house. Tezos, congratulations, man. That must feel pretty damn good, particularly in this arena doing it once again.
Yeah. Oh my God. That was insane.
How's the heart feeling right now?
Well, it was insane. Adrenaline was pumping all the way through, and managing to beat them was insane.
I have one question, right? You're 8-1 down on Ancient. What did Cadian say?
Yeah, well, like we just have to grind some rounds, and we have strong belief in our T side, and we knew that last time when we met them we had a crazy CT side, but the map was also different back then. But yeah, we just managed to grind enough rounds to be able to come back on the T side.
Yeah, from my side, I mean, congratulations, right? It was huge. I got two questions, actually. The first one, like, how big of an issue is actually this crowd? Like, were you guys able to communicate with each other properly throughout the whole series, or is it actually really hard?
I would say last year was even harder because it was like it felt like you were in an octagon.
Anywhere you look,
but yeah, it was still tough to talk sometimes when they were really loud and we couldn't really hear anything, and we had to repeat ourselves a million times. But yeah, we managed to get through it.
The second question would be more towards, we were talking about, like, you know, the chemistry that you guys have as a team. I know some of the players from Heroic, I used to coach them, and I can tell that, like, you know, we saw you guys coming to the stage. You were not there, but I think it was Town and someone else. And Kaden was all about hyping you guys up. And Kaden really is the type of leader that is really good at that, right? So, like, my question is more towards the angle of, like, when you guys came here today to play against FURIA, against this crowd, how big of, like, how much you guys actually work on the mental side of things? Because, like, yeah, I guess you guys expected that it would be a tough game, right? I don't know how much preparation you guys put into the game itself, if you guys played more like your game, or if you guys actually studied them a lot, or you think it was more on the mental side of things and the way you guys approached coming here?
Yeah, well, we followed our routines as usual with the in-game stuff, so a lot of preparation and game plan for that. But yeah, we also had a team meeting about the playoff in itself, and we knew we were going to play FURIA the first game, so a lot of talk went into that game, and we knew that we had to be prepared for this arena with everyone booing at us. So yeah, it was like extra preparation mentally this game.
There were quite a few moments that shut the crowd up here, but I want to throw it back to Mirage, and I want to ask you about that Cadian 1v3 that was just absolutely ridiculous. And then he stands up and literally gives it to the crowd. Walk me through that from your perspective of that, bro.
Yeah, that was a bold move.
Very bold.
Yeah, well, he also said afterwards that, okay, yeah, well, it was a sick clutch, and he was like, you have to respect it, right?
Yeah,
it was not like dissing them or anything unrespectful. But you know him, he has done it a million times before and also did it last time in Rio against Spirit.
Yeah.
So yeah, well, he was bold and he felt it. And yeah, I think it was good, and it created a little extra hype for the game.
I have one more final question. This is for the final map, right? A little bit more about the game. Your T side much more death ball, like grouped up, faster plays, and you saw a lot of like B hits coming in. And then one round, I think it was towards A, through the smoke. You just run out. I think with Shasha, you just runs out immediately. Headshots, I think, Case Serrato right there. Much more faster pace coming out from a lot of the rounds there. Can you just help me through your thought process? Were you trying to abuse this particular player towards B, like Drop was struggling a little bit, for example?
Well, it's sometimes tough with FURIA. Like sometimes you can say, okay, they use all their nades and you just have to play slow and slow and slow. But sometimes that just doesn't work. And then we have to do like hard on hard. Then you just run through everything and you kind of surprise them too. But yeah, we were kind of playing a little fast here and there and try to mix up the pace a lot, which we usually are very good to, I would say.
One more question from me, actually. It's about game stuff as well, Mirage. Were you guys caught and surprised by the way they played their T side? Because like we're talking on the desk about the way they approach their game against FaZe, very slow, methodical, taking mid control, and against you guys, my gut feeling is just that I kind of feel like they kind of lost the series in that one because they were going for a lot of fast-paced stuff. Like for example, even on their CT side, you guys did a B pop on a force buy. They get caught by that. They lose a round. Like it's the most common thing on Mirage that they just force buy and rush B, right? Or do some kind of execution. They lost by that. Were you guys caught by the way they played specifically on their T side at all? Or you guys were prepared for them actually playing that fast as they did?
Well, I think on Inferno, we kind of find out that they are trying to abuse, or not abuse, but use like the circumstances on the stage, and you can hear all the footsteps and you're going to miss information all the time. And like they're trying to use that and play a little faster, and I think that's one of their tendencies maybe when they get into arenas like this, that they know how to play arena games, but maybe it also becomes their biggest obstacle because they won't play their normal CS, right?
Yeah.
Tezos, to look forward to your next journey, your next destination rather, here in the Jeunesse Arena. Na'Vi is going to be awaiting you. Very excited for this because this is obviously a rematch of IEM Katowice as well. My question is, how different do you feel like the Na'Vi is now versus what we saw back at Katowice? Do you feel like they've improved as a team?
They have definitely improved, and they have done very well also in the RMR tournament. I think they're doing very well, and right now they seem pretty comfortable with their team, and we'll just see if they manage to stay together and actually build a Na'Vi era once again. But we'll hopefully take them down tomorrow, and I know if we play to our normal level, then we'll definitely be able to beat them.
Can I also just quickly ask you what the preparation and stuff is going to look like? Because I was catching up a little bit with Katie, and he was saying, it's really hard when you're in this quarterfinal situation because you guys like to prepare so much as a team. Yep. Obviously, it's way better to make it to the semifinals. So what are you going to be doing between now, getting back to the hotel, obviously sleeping at some point in the game tomorrow?
Well, it's definitely about prioritizing what you can do, because you can't do everything that we usually like to do. But we have learned that throughout the years, since the LAN tournaments began, that we just have to prioritize a smaller walk, a little faster breakfast, a little faster lunch, to get as much time for what we want to do, right?
Well, Tezos, appreciate you taking the time to catch up with us. Congratulations.
Thank
really
you.
Looking forward to that game versus Na'Vi tomorrow in the semi-final.
Thank you.
Thank you, man.
GG.
GG's all round. GG. Well, yeah, great stuff from Heroic. Obviously, they do crush the Brazilian streams as FURIA unfortunately are eliminated from the tournament. But let's get a few departing words from our courtesy of fans.
We're in Rio, and the hometown heroes have fallen to Heroic once again. It's a sad thing to go through, but it was a great fight from you guys. I want to start on Inferno. It was still so back and forth, but those moments from Case Serrato, the positives we were seeing from you guys, it looked really impressive. But then we see, right, the swap over, Mirage, your pick, and that first half, it was like, oh no, we felt you guys had kind of crumbled. Why was the slow start there? What was the problem at the beginning?
I would say on Mirage, we struggle a lot on the defaults. We try to play slow defaults, and that kind of bites us back because we did a lot of mistakes. Yeah. We missed so many nades, there is smokes around every fucking round, so it was very tough for us to finish the rounds, and we lost like 2 clutches that we are not supposed to, 1 5v3. So it comes down to it. If we win those rounds, it's like a comeback, and we have momentum to make our pace on the game, so it's about that.
Yeah, there was a real couple of close rounds, but it got to 14-6 and we thought, okay, this is bad. But then the comeback happened. At that point, did you yourself believe, okay, we did him second map overtime, we're going to do it again now, or we're going to win it?
Yeah, definitely we felt that we could come back after we put some rounds together. On CT side, we know how strong we are playing on that side on CT. So we believed to the very moment, to the very end.
And that's what it's about. You guys always believe. Then on Ancient, we're up 8-1. Things are looking fantastic for you guys. But it was the string of rounds they kind of got towards the end. Did you feel like you got too overconfident on your T sides there?
Definitely not. I think they broke our economy very fast on T side. Like after they won like 2 rounds in a row, and we kind of have to force 2 rounds in a row, which is kind of bad. But that's what you do. It was a good T half. If we manage to play better at CT, definitely would be a very better game for us. But we are not on point individually on the CT half. We're just got spanked by them. They're just pushing every round, rushing sides, and just playing confident, and we are not confident enough to beat them.
Now, right now, I know it sucks, right? We're back in this situation again, but you got to the playoff stage. We're seeing improvements, at least what we look at visually from how FURIA is playing. So do you have some positives you can take away from this going into the major?
There's always something positive. We reached playoffs and we qualified for the major with very good matches. But at the same time, I cannot say that 100% it's good. Right now I feel a lot of anger. I'm not happy with the results. I really wished we could beat Heroic, and I felt that we had a very, very good momentum going on for the second map. And it's just sad now. It's hard to say.
Well, that's why we love you guys. We love the passion. Thank you so much, man.
Thanks a lot,
Stay strong, and we'll see you at the major. Look after yourself. These guys, they absolutely love you. And we'll throw it back to Freya and close out the day.
Yeah, thank you very much, Banks Man. Props to Art for giving us words after such a difficult situation for FURIA to face themselves in once again. Not only because Heroic had already done that once in this exact same arena, but the fact that we can see that frustration from Art Blair. He was saying, you know, he felt like they should have been closing that one out. And at times, we thought exactly the same thing.
I think that's one of the very few times I've seen Art look that dejected, right?
Yeah.
Even in loss, I've seen him be positive and whatnot, and I can totally feel the emotions that was crushing. Like, there was so many small little mistakes, so many clutches could have gone their way. It could have been a 2-0, with even an Ancient having an 8-1 lead. Everything's going your way, and then the small little mistakes being made, the individual starting to crumble under pressure. And Heroic just, you can't take it away from them. Like P said, they just steamrolled them, and it seemed like they really had no answer. But for me, the biggest worry, and this is one thing I hate, and I hate to say, but I've kept saying in the back of my mind, when are they going to revert to that old FURIA? And I've seen this happen. Even last year, there were times where they were approaching it a little bit different. Art wasn't just running in like a lunatic. And then things are looking good. And then it comes to a playoff game, and then they just go back to the old style of CS, which doesn't... I mean, there are times you do it, but you have to restrain yourself. It has to be tempered aggression, right? And I think they got a little too carried away with the, you know, abusing the crowd, the sound and whatnot, which Tess has mentioned as well. But you got to use it in bits and pieces, not all the time. And I feel like, yeah, small little things here and there, but overall, I really like what I saw from FURIA. It just at the final hurdle, yeah, just wasn't quite enough.
Yeah, I think Tess has said a very good point here on the desk when I asked him about, you know, the FURIA style and if they expected them to play like that on Mirage. I think what Tess has said here, he nailed it. Like the fact that they sort of expected them to play like that and use the crowd in their favor and try to play fast. You saw it. Like Heroic knew about it, Heroic expected it, and they were ready for it. So I think moving forward for FURIA in the next big stage games, that is something that they need to take account. That's something that they need to work on. And then other than that, we saw, well, he was very honest, Art, right? And one thing is for sure, he wasn't the one missing the nades, because I could tell that he was frustrated at someone. And I mean, if you play in a big event like this, big arena in such important game, you cannot have your players missing grenades and missing executions. As an in-game leader, that's one of the most frustrating things, right? Because you might have the good calls, but if your players are missing stuff, then it gets frustrating, as we could tell.
Props to FURIA as well, those pictures that we just saw. They're live in the arena right now. You can see the fans just crowding around, hoping to get some signatures from the Brazilian heroes. So yeah, props them for staying around and, you know, giving the fans what they want, even if they couldn't win.
It's not easy. It's not easy, right? You can see the frustration, but still putting a smile on the face, putting a brave face out there, because their fans did really show up, right? And they did indeed put up a show. But yeah, you know, back to drawing board for them. They still have a couple of weeks remaining. The major, that's the big one coming up here, right? And these are valuable lessons I'm 100% sure I'm going to be learning. FURIA is a team where if I had to put a money on them not making the playoffs, I mean, making the playoffs, I would put them there. I think they really have what it takes with the current style right now. And the valuable small little lessons I've learned in this soul-crushing loss is something I'm sure they're going to be using come Paris.
Yeah, unfortunately, Furia eliminated here from the Jeunesse Arena. Heroic live to fight another day. But let's check in with our DHL MVP candidates. You plus Twitch channel points plus voting in the chat equals a winner. We've got 5 potential candidates for you to be picking from. K-Serato obviously looking hot to trot throughout the duration of the series, particularly on that first map of Inferno. But Starn, man, an ever-reliable force from the Danes, definitely showing up in droves. We've also got Yuri, Yabi, and Shush for you to be choosing from too. Blair, I'm going to put you in the hot seat this time around. I'm sure you have a hell of a lot of Twitch channel points. Who are you voting for?
You know what? Even though it's one of those rare times where I just want to give it to K-Serato, man. Like, he was lights out. It was a losing effort, but you could see, sure, he wasn't playing at the level he did on, let's say, like an Inferno when it came to Ancient, but he still was present. He still was ever present. He was the main reason why Inferno was so clean, even in Mirage as well. It was I think he got like over 70 kills in its series. You know, like a 90 ADR, which is ridiculous. You can take a look right there. I mean, he was phenomenal. I don't want to take anything away from everyone else, so Yuri stepped up in the third map as well, but if I had to put my vote, it has to be K-Serato.
Are you also slapping some big bad channel points on K-Serato as well?
Yeah, for sure. I think that K-Serato was incredibly impactful in this series. I don't want to take anything away from Stown as well. I think in that Inferno game, Stown from Heroic, he was entering the B-bomb side like it was nothing. He was just going in, one-shotting everywhere, going in. I mean, it takes some balls to do those moves as he was playing, especially in front of the crowd. The first map in the series. So if I had to pick 2 guys, it would be Stown and K-Serato, since I have to
you're
pick
splitting
only
your
one.
points. That's fair.
Yeah, I'm trying to be fair
Hedging
towards
your bets.
both sides here.
Sorry, I
But,
didn't want to put words in your mouth and saying you have to vote for K-Serato.
I will vote for K-Serato.
Perfect.
There we go.
I mean, I'll join you guys on that hype train. Speaking of hype, we've got plenty more games of Counter-Strike coming your way. We can take a look at the playoff bracket to see how exactly the lay of the land is lying as we head on into those semi-finals tomorrow. Man, it is so damn tasty. 2 teams that haven't really seen too much of each other. Cloud9 taking on Team Vitality. But as we were just prefacing, Blair, we get a rematch of the Katowice semi-final. I'm so excited for that.
Listen, Na'Vi Heroic is going to be the game of the tournament. Just like, I'm just putting it out there right now. Simple is looking like it's having fun. That's a terrifying prospect. Everyone's looking good at the Na'Vi side. They are in major form. But at the same time, this Heroic, they will never, ever say die. That matchup is the game for me tomorrow. Not saying Cloud9 Vitality is going to be bad, by the way.
No, that is going to be an interesting matchup, particularly looking at the trajectory of both the teams. Obviously, one putting a lot of stock in Paris. I mean, every team that qualified for the major are going to be really focusing full force on that. But Vitality, a little bit extra French flair rather in there. And then Cloud9 not making it there. So I'm just interested to see how that clash goes down.
Yeah, especially style-wise. I think that Cloud9 has a very different style compared to the teams that Vitality played in this event. I think that they can dictate the pace really well against strong teams. They are used to playing against this caliber of teams, online, offline, doesn't matter, right? And, well, they also played here in Rio last year, and they know what it takes. They know how the pressure is on this big arena, so I don't think they're going to be crumbling or anything like that. If anything, they're going to be on the whatever mode that we heard all day long about teams. We're just here, like, whatever. We didn't qualify for the major. I think that...
Nothing to lose.
Yeah, nothing to lose. And I think that's scary, coming up against a team like Vitality.
That's the attitude I want to see from Cloud9. This is our major. They're not playing the major, right? Everyone else is. All the other 3 teams are. So this is your tournament here. The one tournament we're going to be playing for the next couple of, the couple of weeks at the very least when it comes to big events. Go for the win. You have nothing to lose. Just go for it. And we talk about Zai, we talk about Spinks, but don't forget Axel Shiro on the other side. That's going to be a cracker.
I'm so excited for that, and I'm so excited to be diving into the action. But not before we have a little sleep. And join us back here tomorrow, same time, same place for the semi-finals of IEM Rio 2023. Join us there.
history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of action's got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to step out.
And it's all done. And Strollins win it. Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic. And they did it again in the grand finals. It's Dolby! Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
Love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Backpack, Kippen und Drinks gegen Tristess. Großstadtbild, komm ich nicht weg. Kopf fragt, mach kein Pisstest, nein. Ich will nicht auf deine Party gehen, nein. Engel und Teufel tanzen Schwanz.